In the realm of the smiling, proud wanderer, where the hereditary watchdogs of the officials are the elite Jianghu. In the legend of the Condor Heroes, they belong to the governing faction of the Six Doors that oversees the martial world. In the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon, they are the grand generals bestowed with the duty of safeguarding the borders. In the Great Tang, unrivaled, they serve as the supreme overseers of the realm. The nation has never belonged to him. He is Yingquan, fated to be a hound of the court. How does one struggle amidst the intrigues of the court and the martial world? All he can do is follow the call of his heart and sweep all before him. Chapter 1. Rebirth of the Proud Wanderer, Jianghu Yingquan. A thunderclap reverberated as a once clear sky suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour. A young man, clad in a flying fish uniform and wielding an embroidered spring blade at his waist, galloped forth on horseback. The mud splashed up by his steed, sending pedestrians scurrying for cover amidst the rain. This man is known as Yingquan. His attire clearly indicates his Jianghu origins, and wearing the flying fish uniform signifies that he is at least of the rank of 1,000 households within the Jianghu. Evidently, Yingquan is also a typical reincarnator, fortunate enough to have a father who was 1,000 households in the Jianghu, though sadly, he passed away a few years prior, leaving Yingquan to inherit his position. In his past life, Yingquan was a martial artist dedicated to serving the nation, and upon arriving in this world, thanks to his father's teachings since childhood and his own diligent training, his martial skills remained intact. Accompanying Yingquan is a piece of Yin-Yang jade pendant, from which he has just received crucial information. The Yin-Yang jade pendant, capable of seizing the creation of heaven and earth, can initiate the cycle of reincarnation upon completing the tasks assigned by the pendant. There are mandatory and optional tasks, yet at present, only one task exists within the pendant's realm. Mandatory identity task. Join the Jianghu and unify the martial world in the name of the court. Task reward. None. Task failure. Inability to leave this world. Upon learning this news, Yingquan was initially taken aback, but soon calmed down. This was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. The temptation of initiating reincarnation is indeed overwhelming, and it is hard for Yingquan to remain indifferent. Fortunately, with his noble lineage, he is currently a legitimate 1,000 households of the Jianghu, thus acquiring a court identity. The unification of the martial world can be a gradual endeavor. There is no rush. Yingquan's destination is the Fuwei Escort Agency in Fujian Province, which is situated in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer. Previously, Yingquan was stationed at the borders of the Great Ming in Hami, far removed from the Central Plains, and was unaware that he had entered the world of the smiling, proud wanderer. It was only due to the expedition led by the Minister of War, Ma Wensheng, to Hami that Yingquan garnered significant merit, resulting in his reassignment back to the Central Plains. His new post is as the 1,000 households stationed at the Jianghu in Fujian, overseeing the Jiangnan region. Upon arriving in the Central Plains, the martial world's conflicts became readily apparent, with various sects like the Five Mountain Sword Sect and Shaolin Wudong revealing the true nature of this world to Yingquan. Now, Yingquan faces a mandatory identity task, to unify the martial world as a Jianghu, which brings him considerable pressure. Not only must he establish his footing in the martial world, but the cunning old foxes within the court also instill fear in him. The commander of the Jianghu, Mao Bin, and the supervisor of the Eastern Depot, Li Guang, are both ruthless figures in the court. The prospect of unifying the martial world seems daunting, especially with these two powerful court figures capable of crushing him with ease. On Shimen Street in Fuzhou, Fujian Province, the cobblestone road extends straight towards the west gate. Before a grandly constructed residence, 2 stone platforms on either side each hold a flagpole standing about 2 zhang high, with azure banners fluttering atop. The right banner, embroidered with golden threads, features a fierce lion, exuding a majestic presence as the flag billows in the wind, making the lion appear almost alive. Above the lion's head, a pair of bats are depicted in flight, embroidered with black threads. The left banner bears the inscription Fuwei Escort Agency in bold black characters, elegantly crafted with silver hooks and iron strokes. The grand vermilion gate of the residence shines with copper nails the size of teacups, while the plaque above reads Fuwei Escort Agency in large gilded characters, with head office inscribed below in smaller script. Upon entering, 2 rows of long benches accommodate 8 robust men, each sitting upright, emanating an air of bravery. This place is indeed the Fuwei Escort Agency, and now an unexpected guest arrives, one whom they cannot afford to provoke. Lin Jinan, a young man, approximately 20 years of age, clad in a court-bestowed flying fish robe and wielding a finely crafted spring blade, is none other than Yingquan. Before Yingquan stands a middle-aged man in his 40s, the head of the Fuwei escort agency, Lin Jinan. Yingquan occupies the main seat in the agency's grand hall, observing the inheritor of the evil-repelling sword technique before him. Indeed, it is I. Am I fortunate enough to meet Lording in person? Lin Jinan replies respectfully, his tone laced with deference, clearly unwilling to offend Yingquan. Since his arrival in Fujian, Yingquan has significantly altered the Jinyui's previous practices, whether it be suppressing bandits or apprehending criminals. The Jinyui of Jiangnan now leads by example. Moreover, their scrutiny of local officials has more than doubled, instilling fear among the officials of Fujian and Jiangnan, resulting in a notably clearer political atmosphere. Additionally, the Jinyui in Jiangnan has begun to engage with the martial world, and any gatherings of martial artists resulting in brawls are met with stringent punishment. I have received your gift from earlier. You have shown great thoughtfulness. Yingquan regards Lin Jinan, genuinely appreciating his business acumen. I'm glad you liked it, my lord. Lin Jinan replies, visibly relaxing. Today, I come not for any other purpose, knowing that Lin Jinan is adept at running an escort agency. The Jinyui wishes to partake in the profits. Yingquan states nonchalantly, yet his words carry an unmistakable undertone of authority that leaves no room for refusal. Lin Jinan is momentarily taken aback, unable to accept the proposal. However, after a brief pause, Lin Jinan realizes the implications and asks Yingquan, "May I inquire how the Lord wishes to partake in these profits?" "You are perceptive." Yingquan smiles slightly and nods. "In the future, when escorting goods, you shall brandish the name of the Jinyui. Should any audacious individuals attempt to rob the convoy, let them proceed, simply record their names, and we shall have the Jinyui deal with them." In an instant, Lin Jinan comprehends the magnitude of this arrangement. Aligning with the Jinyui might free him from the need to repeatedly grease palms for connections. However, may I ask what the esteemed lord requires? Lin Jinan poses a critical question. "Simple, I require a quarter of the profits, a fixed rate." Yingquan asserts, "My lord, you truly are unyielding." Lin Jinan chuckles wryly, shaking his head in resignation. "Do you know how old I am this year? Currently, I'm only in Jiangnan. What if 5 or even 10 years hence?" Yingquan's seemingly unrelated inquiry instantaneously triggers a change in Lin Zenon's expression. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Lin Jinan resolves, no longer fearing that Yingquan might deceive him. For the entire Jiangnan martial world is well aware that this newly appointed lording is a man of his word. At this moment, Yingquan's jade pendant suddenly vibrates, prompting him to focus and check. Optional task. Subdue Lin Jinan completed. Reward. Hu Family Blade Technique. You may now begin to establish your influence in the martial world. This is the best news Yingquan has received since taking office in Jiangnan. For whenever he sought to subdue forces in the martial world, the pendant had consistently warned, unable to subdue martial forces forcibly attempting will result in broken meridians. Yingquan, naturally, did not dare to take risks and had to silently consolidate the court's power, bringing all Jinyui forces south of the Yangtze River under his control. Until recently, when he received Lin Zenon's gift, triggering a new task. Optional task. Subdue Lin Jinan. Task reward. Hu Family Blade Technique. Note: completing this task will enable the subjugation of martial forces. Failure. No martial forces will ally with you. But now, it is accomplished. A smile graces Yingquan's face as he gazes at Lin Jinan, clearly in high spirits. The Hu Family Blade Technique rewarded by the pendant is the very technique used by the illustrious Hui Dao. Yet Yingquan must still practice it. The pendant can only provide the method of cultivation and cannot impart the skill directly. Nevertheless, Yingquan is unconcerned. What he truly learns will be his own. Haha, since I am in good spirits today, feel free to voice any difficulties you face. Yingquan gestures grandly, for his joy is well-founded. This is his first gain since acquiring the pendant. "My lord, I would not dare to impose demands, yet I seek your assistance in one matter. My martial skills fall far short of my ancestors, yet my ability to manage this escort agency is truly unmatched. The foundation established from Fujian to Guangdong in the south, and to Zhejiang and Jiangsu in the north, was forged by my forefathers." Lin Jinan pauses, observing Yingquan's demeanor before continuing. "Yet the realms of Shandong, Hebei, Jianghu, Jiangxi, and Guangxi, which I have bravely navigated, pale in comparison to the vastness of Sichuan." At this juncture, Lin Jinan paused, as if burdened by an unspoken dilemma. "Sichuan? Could it be that you fear the Qingsheng and Amei sects, and thus hesitate to venture forth?" Yingquan interjected suddenly. The escort agency serves as a conduit for logistics, reflecting on contemporary logistics companies, and then glancing at the escort agency before him. Yingquan was genuinely taken aback by the remarkable empire that Fuwei Escort Agency had managed to establish. The logistics network spans across 10 provinces of the Ming dynasty. One can only imagine the immense resources involved. My lord, you discern rightly, such is indeed the case. Lin Jinan responded candidly. Your ambition seems insufficiently grand, Yingquan remarked. This, Lin Jinan found himself perplexed by Yingquan's insinuation. With the support of your Jinyui, albeit merely in alliance with the Jinyui of Jiangnan, I wonder if you possess the vision to expand Fuwei Escort Agency throughout the entirety of the Ming, or even beyond to foreign lands. Yingquan declared with gravity. This is a colossal opportunity, and Lin Jinan, being a sagacious individual, understood the immense profits to be gained, yet also the formidable risks that accompany them. But could he withstand such temptation? My lord, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Jinan stated, you have truly placed me in a quandary initially. I envisioned merely a modest bowl of meat, yet you have laid before me a grand imperial feast. Thus, it is a matter of your courage. Yingquan seemed to entice Lin Jinan further. However, concerning Sichuan, I am not well acquainted. I urge you not to act rashly. Yingquan advised. As for Hunan and Shaanxi, it would be wise to refrain from involvement for now and observe the unfolding events. Lin Jinan promptly acknowledged this and inquired, might there be anything else my lord requires? His spirits were notably lifted by the conversation. Now that you mention it, I recall that your ancestor, Yuan Tagong, was renowned for the unparalleled 72 pathways of the exorcism sword technique. Yingquan remarked knowingly. Such accolades are merely the kindness of my peers in the martial world. Lin Jinan quickly responded with humility. Since that is the case, there is no time like the present. Allow me to witness the might of your Lin family's exorcism sword technique today. Yingquan proclaimed. While the court was aware of the martial prowess of the Jianghu, the latter was often oblivious to the skills of court experts. Lin Jinan, standing before them, had not engaged in combat for many years. Though he could not be deemed a top-tier master, he could certainly hold his own as a second-tier practitioner. Yet he remained unaware, believing the exorcism sword technique to be invincible and fearing to harm Yingquan, hesitating to acquiesce. Do you underestimate me? Yingquan asserted, exerting his authority. Chapter 2. The Tavern Outside the City, 2 slaps. Chapter 2. The Tavern Outside the City, 2 slaps. Enough. It would suffice to conserve a bit of energy, as long as I do not harm him. Lin Jinan contemplated. My lord, you are overthinking it. I beseech you. Lin Jinan spoke. As a reputable escort agency, we do have a training ground, and Lin Jinan stood ready, his longsword in hand, asking, my lord, please reveal your blade. Yingquan unsheathed his embroidered spring knife, remaining silent, and launched a direct attack with a severing strike. It was indeed the signature blade technique of the Jinyui. Known as the Eclipsing Moon's 3 kills, before his rebirth, Yingquan was merely an ordinary practitioner of modern martial arts, fortunate enough to be recruited by government officials, thereby securing a path for himself. Though not a master, he was certainly no weakling. Otherwise, he would not have been sought after by the government. Alas, during a mission, he perished alongside his adversary, only to awaken as a young child. Specifically, the Yingquan from 20 years prior, still wearing the enigmatic Yinyang jade pendant around his neck. His father was a captain in the Jinyui, and thus, Yingquan had been exposed to their practices from an early age, which far surpassed the skills he had acquired in his previous life. 2 decades of arduous training had allowed him to master the internal knife technique of the Jinyui, Eclipsing Moon's 3 kills, to an extraordinary degree. This technique comprised only 3 strikes, severing limbs, shattering skulls, and tearing hearts. The names themselves betray their ruthlessness. Additionally, he had honed a unique hand technique known as the eagle claw, passed down through his family, which harnessed inner strength, yet was distinct from the conventional external eagle claw technique. Swiftly, he was certainly faster than Lin Jinan. Lin Jinan barely had time to defend himself when Yingquan's embroidered spring knife was already poised at his throat. Lin Jinan appeared unable to accept such a blow. Do you know how formidable my martial arts are? Yingquan inquired. My lord, your martial prowess is unparalleled. Few can rival you. Lin Jinan, referencing his own abilities, believed himself to be a master of the highest caliber, and thus, to be defeated by a single strike only reinforced this notion in his mind. How mistaken he was. Yingquan shook his head. Speaking of masters in the martial world, I have not engaged in competition, but the Jinyui's commander, Mu Bin, and the Eastern Depot's chief, Li Guang, are certainly far superior to me. Even the 13 protectors of the Northern Pacification Department are my equals. However, I have heard from Commander Mu that Fang Zhang of Shaolin, Chong Su of Wudong, and Zhuolengchan of Songshan are all of the same esteemed caliber, with the so-called invincible Dongfang Bubi being a formidable opponent. Even for him, my martial skills, therefore, may be deemed first-rate for my time. But I dare not claim to be extraordinary. Yingquan's words shattered Lin Jinnan's perceptions entirely. He had naively believed himself to be on par with Zhuolengchan, unaware of the vast distance that separated them. Your exorcising sword technique has its flaws, Yingquan remarked. Lin Jinnan, coincidentally, had begun to harbor similar doubts. I take my leave, Yingquan stated. This exchange of blows was merely intended to awaken Lin Jinnan, to caution him against being narrow-minded, especially since he was now an official of the court. As Yingquan had just arrived, he was uncertain of the exact timeline of events. However, judging by the earlier circumstances, it seemed the Qingqing sect had yet to seek trouble with Lin Junnan. This task has arrived at a most opportune moment. Otherwise, Yingquan would not have returned here to interject. His intention would have merely been to rescue Lin Pingji, after which he would have sought a pretext to eliminate the Qingqing sect, thereby establishing his own influence in the SC Jiangnan region. A place far from accommodating, teeming with numerous sects, yet the only prominent one among them is the Hongshan sect of HN. While Yingquan is uncertain of when the plot will unfold, he is willing to bide his time. His current assignment in FJ likely means he will not return anytime soon. Initially, he aimed solely to preserve Lin Pingji's life, but unexpectedly, he has attracted the entire Fuwei escort agency, a lucrative enterprise and an invaluable instrument for intelligence dissemination and monitoring the martial world. Yingquan plans to dispatch some Jinyui to FJ, intending to teach Yu Songhai a lesson and thus elevate the Jinyui's reputation in the martial realm. A lone rider made his way towards the Jinyui station in FJ, passing by an inn. Wait, an inn. Yingquan seemed to have grasped an insight. Dismounting and peering closely, he indeed discovered a tavern where an elderly man and a young person were present, and an idea formed in his mind. Ah, the old man, quite astute, upon seeing Yingquan clad in the resplendent robes of the Jinyui, recognized him as a high-ranking official and did not dare to show any disrespect. Esteemed official, please take a seat. What may I prepare for you? A pot of fine wine will suffice. Yingquan replied nonchalantly. Warner, quickly bring a pot of warm fine wine for the esteemed official, the old man commanded. Understood. Warner's voice, though soft, was remarkably clear and melodious. Following the sound, Yingquan beheld a young girl in green attire by the wine stove, her hair styled in twin buns adorned with 2 hairpins, busily attending to the drinks, her face turned away. When the wine was served, upon closer inspection, he noted the girl possessed a graceful figure, yet her complexion was dark and rough, marred by numerous blemishes, rendering her quite unattractive. Surely, she must be the laborer de Nua and Yuling Shan. His arrival was indeed fortuitous. At that moment, a newcomer entered, calling out, "Where is old Kai? Why isn't he here to tend the horses?" Subsequently, 2 more individuals entered, clearing the dust from the long bench with their sleeves, inviting a youth, appearing as a gentleman, to sit down. To Yingquan's astonishment, it was none other than Lin Pingji. One of them, upon noticing Yingquan drinking, was taken aback. Familiar with the attire of the Jinyui, he mused to himself, "What brings such a personage to this place?" He then restrained his surprise, taking a seat beside Lin Pingji. The old man emerged and said, "Honored guests, please be seated. Would you like to drink wine or perhaps tea?" The man who had spoken earlier replied, "No wine. Shall we then drink tea? Bring out 3 jin of Zweiking. Where has old Kai gone? Has the tavern changed hands?" The old man responded, Yes. Warner. Fetch 3 jin of Zhuiching. To be frank with all esteemed guests, my surname is Sa, a local by birth, who has spent his youth in trade. Why son and daughter-in-law have passed, and I ponder, as the tree grows tall, the leaves must return to their roots. Old Sa recounted his background much like in the original narrative. The girl in green, head bowed, set down a wooden tray before Lin Pingji and the others, placing cups and chopsticks, then quietly departed, never daring to glance at the guests. Although Lin Pingji found Warner's demeanor somewhat peculiar, he chose not to pry further at the outset. The leader of the escort, having discerned Lin Pingji's identity, entrusted some of the game they had hunted to the old man Sa, instructing him to prepare a meal. Warner also brought forth a selection of appetizers, including peanuts and beef, naturally ensuring that there was a portion for Yingquan. With his back turned to Lin Pingji, Yingquan was unaware of his visage and made no effort to engage further. As Yingquan poured himself another glass of wine, just as he was about to drink, the sound of galloping hooves caught his attention. 2 horses were approaching swiftly from the northern road. In an instant, they arrived outside the tavern. where one voice exclaimed, "Here us a tavern, let us have a couple of bowls." The voice bore the accent of someone from Sichuan. Turning to look, they saw two men clad in blue long robes, tethering their steeds beneath the grand banyan tree at the entrance before entering the establishment. They cast a cursory glance at Lin Pingji and the others, but upon seeing Yingquan, they restrained themselves a bit before taking a seat nearby. Yingquan recognized these two as Yu Songhai's son, Yu Renyin, and Jia Ren.as. Yingquan pondered whether to spare Yu Renyin's life. One of the young men suddenly reached out his right hand, lifting Wanner's chin as she was serving wine, and chuckled. "What a pity! What a pity!" Wanner, taken aback, quickly recoiled. The other man laughed. "Brother Yu, this flower girl has quite a figure, but her face, my goodness, it's like a pair of shoes trampled in mud, peeling like a pomegranate skin, a truly coarse visage." It seemed this was indeed Jia Ren. Before Yu Renyin could respond with laughter, Yingquan slammed his hand on the table, startling Lin Pingji, who was on the verge of erupting. "I am still here, and you dare to act so wildly," Yingquan bellowed. Initially, both groups had some reservations about Yingquan, but seeing him drinking alone, they gradually became bolder. Little did they know that Yingquan would suddenly explode with fury, leaving them quite alarmed. Historically, commoners would not dare to confront officials, let alone the Jianghu. "My good sir," Jia Ren hastily interjected, "are we not making a mountain out of a molehill? Since you've crossed paths with an official, consider yourselves unfortunate and apologize to the young lady." "Well said, that is indeed how it should be," Lin Pingji chimed in, still an impassioned youth, envisioning chivalry and righteousness, and naturally found himself in agreement with Yingquan's words. "May I inquire who this esteemed gentleman is?" Lin Pingji asked. "You are Lin Pingji. I am Yingquan." Yingquan replied with a slight smile, harboring a favorable impression of Lin Pingji, recognizing that at least his principles were commendable. Had it not been for the tragic incident at home, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. "I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Ying." Lin Pingji quickly bowed in respect. "My lord, regarding matters of the Jianghu, I advise you to refrain from meddling," Jia Ren cautioned. "Jianghu?" Yingquan furrowed his brow slightly. "This is all part of my Ming dynasty. How could I not take charge? Given your status as a member of the Jianghu, we shall spare your life today. Be wise and leave quickly." Yu Renyin declared. "It seems I, as a member of the Jianghu, have been away from the Jianghu for too long, allowing all manner of riffraff to address me so brazenly." Yingquan spoke in a deep tone. "To spare your life is to show respect to the Jianghu. Do not mistake kindness for weakness." Yu Renyin also lost his temper, and in turn, he began to berate Lin Pingji, who was beside Yingquan. "You, young lad, with your delicate features resembling a flower performer, still wish to stand out." Upon hearing this, the head of the escort, who was close to Lin Pingji, was not pleased. Knowing that his young master had connections with the Jianghu, he responded without courtesy, exclaiming, "This esteemed gentleman is Lin Xiaobiao from the Fuwei Escort Agency. How dare you provoke him, disturbing the peace in such a manner?" The moment the word disturb escaped his lips, a fist from Yu Renyin came crashing towards his face. Yu Renyin swiftly raised his left hand, seizing the pulse point of Zhang Biaodou, and with a forceful tug, the escort leader staggered, hurtling towards the wooden table. With a heavy blow of his left elbow, Yu Renyin struck the back of the escort's neck. A loud crash resonated as the escort collided with the table, sending both crashing to the ground. At that moment, Yingquan, who had been itching for a fight, felt his jade pendant begin to vibrate. Upon inspection, he discovered, mandatory task, resolve the crisis of the Fuwei Escort Agency, task reward, Cold Moon Treasure Blade, recognition from the righteous path of Jianghu, task failure, being viewed with hostility by the righteous path of Jianghu, and having one's meridian severed. The severity of the failure's punishment left Yingquan astounded. "Zhang Biaodou," Lin Pingji hurriedly rushed forward to check on him. "Humph, now you know the stakes, hurry home and suck your thumb," Yu Renyin arrogantly declared. Smack, a resounding slap. It was Yingquan who made the move, and the one who bore the brunt was none other than Yu Renyin. Yu Renyin was sent sprawling to the ground by Yingquan's slap, blood gushing from his mouth. Yu Jiarendai was about to speak when smack. He too met the same fate as Yu Renyin. Chapter 3. Raising the blade to kill, come forth to receive the order, unable to articulate a word, yet you come forth to disgrace yourself, Yingquan remarked coldly, glancing at Zhang Biaodou's injuries. He added, "He won't die. A few days of recuperation will suffice." "What a court hound, bold enough to inflict harm. You must be apprehended today," Jiarendai said, covering his mouth. Meanwhile, Yu Renyin, having said little, drew his sword and lunged at Yingquan's throat with a swift and lethal thrust. "Humph!" Yingquan scoffed, and before anyone could discern his move with the Sichuan blade, they only caught a glint of cold light, after which a fine head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open in shock. All present were stunned, unable to fathom how Yingquan had so decisively taken a life. What an absurdly clean strike! Witnessing Urinian's demise at the hands of Yingquan, Jiarendai turned and fled. By the time Yingquan attempted to pursue, it was already too late. Thank you, my lord, for your assistance. Lin Pingji expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. From this day forth, the Fuwei escort agency belongs to my Jianghu. Should anyone wish to make a move, they must first inquire whether the Jianghu consents. Yingquan declared. Very well, you may return now. For specifics, consult Lin Jinan. Farewell. Lin Pingji clasped his fists and then led the 4 escort leaders back towards the Fuwei escort agency. Old Sa, Wanner. At this moment, Yingquan turned his gaze towards an elderly man and a young girl within the inn. What are your orders, my lord? Old Sa hurriedly inquired. Do you think your concealment can elude my scrutiny? Yingquan stated, my lord, you flatter me. I, a mere commoner. Old Sa attempted to defend himself. Firstly, the martial prowess of the two of you surpasses that of everyone else present. Secondly, your masks are exceedingly contrived. Yingquan remarked with a hint of disdain. Your excellency possesses remarkable insight. Upon realizing that Yingquan had already seen through their disguise, Dinyuo ceased to conceal his identity, removing the human skin mask alongside Yuling Shan. I am Dinyuo of Mount Hua, and this is my junior sister, Yuling Shan. We pay our respects to your excellency. Dinyuo introduced himself to Yingquan, unaware that Yingquan had long been aware of their true identities. From the Hua Shan sect? What brings you here? Yingquan inquired in a low tone. This. Dinyuo stammered, appearing reluctant to divulge further. Enough. I shall not concern myself with your intentions, but remember this. The Fuwei escort agency is now under the jurisdiction of the court. Yingquan stated abruptly, then turned to Yuling Shan and remarked with a smile. You are indeed a beauty. Convey to your esteemed father, Yu Buchuan, that the Jianghu Yingquan has long desired to befriend the gentleman's sword. Moreover, Yingquan pointed towards the lifeless body of Yu Renyin. You shall take care of this matter. With that, he departed, leaving Dinyuo and Yuling Shan exchanging glances in bewilderment. Seems the plot has commenced, and it is likely that Yu Songhai has begun to prepare his assault on the Fuwei escort agency. It would be prudent for me to ready myself. At that moment, a hawk suddenly landed on Yingquan's shoulder. Bearing news from the capital, Lu Zhangfeng is preparing to retire from his former life, having purchased a deputy general. It appears that this outing has proven fortuitous. Yingquan mused silently. Had this news arrived sooner, my plans would have been even more flawless. Some matters cannot be forced. Evidently, I have run out of time for adjustments. Securing the Fuwei escort agency has become an unexpected delight. Upon returning home, Lin Pingji found his father, Lin Jinan, unusually cheerful, pulling him into a chamber without the customary examination of his martial skills. Pinger, I have wonderful news to share regarding our escort agency. Lin Jinan exclaimed with evident joy. Could it be news from the esteemed Ing of the Jianghu? Lin Pingji pondered. Lin Jinan looked at Lin Pingji with curiosity, asking, how do you know? Indeed. Lin Pingji nodded. I just encountered Lord Ing, who mentioned that our Fuwei escort agency is now aligned with the court. Indeed, Lord Ing has offered us a grand vision for the Fuwei escort agency. Whether we can realize it depends on our capabilities, Lin Jinan said with a beaming smile, exuding confidence. That moment, a head escort entered and addressed Lin Jinan. Chief escort, Yu Guanju of the Qingqing sect has accepted our gifts and sent 4 disciples in return. Very well, you may leave now, Lin Jinan replied. After the escort departed, Lin Jinan turned to Lin Pingji and remarked, this is yet another lucrative opportunity. In previous years, Yu Guanju paid us no mind, yet now he has accepted our offerings. The situation in SC shall soon be favorable. Lin Pingji, however, remained unconvinced, stating, but do we not now have the backing of Lord Ing? Why bother to consider the countenance of Yu Songhai? Lin Jinan, however, waved his hand and said, I seldom discuss matters concerning the escort agency with you, as you do not fully grasp them. Nonetheless, as you age, the heavy burden that your grandfather has shouldered will gradually shift onto your shoulders. From now on, you must pay closer attention to the affairs of the agency. My child, our family has been in the escort business for 3 generations. Firstly, we benefit from the renown established by your great-grandfather, and secondly, we rely on our family's inherited skills, which are not insignificant. This has led us to our current status as the foremost escort agency south of the Yangtze River. When the name Fuwei Escort Agency is mentioned in the martial world, everyone raises their thumb and exclaims, what good fortune, what great prestige. In this realm, Reputation accounts for 20%, skill for another 20%, while the remaining 60% depends on the goodwill of friends from both the underworld and the upper echelons. Consider this. If the Fu Wei escort agency's convoy traverses 10 provinces, and if every journey necessitates a life-and-death struggle, how many lives could we afford to lose? Even if we were to emerge victorious each time. As the saying goes, kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 casualties ourselves. If our escorts sustain losses, merely compensating their families would deplete our earnings. What would remain of our wealth? Thus, for those of us who make our living escorting goods, it is paramount to cultivate familiarity with people and maintain broad connections. The concept of friendship is even more crucial than true martial prowess. Lin Pingji pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Prior to today, our approach was undoubtedly sound, but now that we are representatives of the court, we must embody its authority and dignity. Otherwise, if we appear weak and provoke Lord Ying's displeasure, it would surely invite misfortune." Upon hearing Lin Pingji's words, Lin Jianan was initially taken aback, but after some contemplation, he recognized the validity of the argument. With the change in status, the methods of conducting affairs must also adapt, and the reverence previously held for Yu Songhai dissipated. Yingquan arrived at the gate of the Genie Wei's Jianghu office in FJ, where he noticed a Baihu stationed at the entrance, thus sparing him the need to rush inside. "Bring along a dozen brothers and follow me," Yingquan commanded directly. "Yes," the Baihu, taken aback at first, then delighted, quickly complied, gathering nearly 20 Jin Wei guards. "What is happening here?" Upon reaching the entrance of the Fu Wei escort agency, Yingquan beheld 2 flagpoles lying horizontally on the ground, their banners, finely crafted silk flags, having been toppled, with the severed poles indicating they had been cut down with a sharp blade. Had he arrived too late? Yingquan mused. He recalled only a vague outline of the events, but it was evident that Yu Songhai had come to stir trouble. "My lord." At that moment, Lin Jianan's family returned from outside and was startled to see Yingquan at the entrance. Their surprise soon turned to joy. Before Lin Jianan could speak, Yingquan inquired first, "What has transpired?" "There are adversaries causing trouble, and 4 of our escort leaders have already perished," Lin Jianan replied. "Who has the audacity?" Yingquan bellowed. "Is this not a blatant affront to the Genie Wei?" "It seems to be those 4 escort leaders from the tavern," Lin Pingji interjected. "They are likely seeking revenge for their companions who were driven away by you." "My lord, they..." Yingquan pondered for a moment and remarked, "Dare not provoke me, yet seek trouble with your Fu Wei escort agency? Do you know who they are?" "It must be members of the Qingcheng sect," Lin Jianan replied. "All of my escort heads perished from the heart-crushing palm, which is indeed the skill of the Qingcheng sect." Lady Wang unsheathed a long sword from her husband's waist, producing a hissing sound as she severed the 2 silk banners from their poles, twisting them into a bundle before entering the main gate. Lin Jianan commanded, "Cui Biao Tu, just chop down those half-poles as well." "Humph, if they wish to challenge the Fu Wei escort agency, it shall not be so simple." "Yes," Cui Biao Tu acknowledged. "Those scoundrels lack courage, taking advantage of the absence of our chief escort to sneak in and engage in such despicable acts." Scolded Ji Biao Tio Yu Dam Wai Lord. "This is clearly a disregard for the authority of my Genie Wei." 100 household officer remarked to Yingquan, "Bring me the rascals of the Qingcheng sect. I shall see what manner of people dare oppose the court." Yingquan ordered, and immediately several small banners galloped away. "My lord." "Alas," Lin Jianan sighed. Unsure of what to say, "I do not perceive this matter as being so straightforward." Yingquan mused. "Those 2 men from Sichuan were slain by my hand." Lin Pingji merely uttered a few words on the side. "What enmity could compel them to seek vengeance upon you, while avoiding me?" "This..." Lin Jianan found himself at a loss for words. "Surely, they came for your Lin family," Yingquan stated with a hint of detachment, fully aware that Yu Songhai sought the Lin family's evil-repelling swordplay. "That cannot be. Master, you previously accepted the gifts I sent, and even dispatched 4 disciples to return the courtesy. It's simply impossible." Lin Jianan remained in disbelief. "And my lord, there is news from Yu Songhai and his entourage." A small banner from the Genie Wei galloped to Yingquan's side to report. "Take me to him." Yingquan promptly replied, "I shall return shortly. I hope the Fu Wei escort agency does not tarnish the reputation of my Genie Wei." Yingquan instructed, "Leave a few men behind. The rest shall accompany me to meet Yu Songhai." After speaking, Yingquan retained 10 Genie Wei members and, accompanied by 7 or 8 riders, followed the small banner as they galloped away. Secluded courtyard. Several strong men stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Yingquan's party approaching swiftly, they were taken aback. "Inform Yu Songhai that Genie Wei's lording is here. Come forth to receive him." Chapter 4. Confrontation with Yu Songhai. Acquisition of the evil repelling sword Genie Wei. A disciple's expression shifted as he hurriedly entered the courtyard. Why Yu Songhai did not keep Yingquan waiting long. Soon appearing before him, Lord Ying, Yu Songhai spat each word with venom, almost wishing to swallow Yingquan whole. It seems Master Yu is not particularly welcomed here. Yingquan feigned ignorance. Lord Ying, anyone would feel displeasure upon seeing their arch-nemesis before them. Yu Songhai glared fiercely at Yingquan. Oh? Yingquan smiled faintly. My arch-nemesis, I wonder how this official has incurred your enmity. He continued to feign ignorance. Humph. Do you not recall the man from Sichuan you dispatched not long ago? Yu Songhai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Regardless of who it might be, the pain of a white-haired person sending a black-haired one to the grave is undeniably agonizing. He deserved to die, Yingquan replied nonchalantly. Yet he was my son. Yu Songhai's voice suddenly rose by a decibel, though this was anticipated by Yingquan, who was not overly astonished why son perished at your hands. Do you not think I should seek vengeance for my only child? Yu Songhai's gaze sharpened instantaneously, fixing intently on Yingquan. You wish to exact revenge? Yingquan asked, somewhat taken aback. Assaulting an official of the court is a crime deserving of the extermination of 9 clans. I killed him because he was guilty. I have yet to trouble you. Yet you, Yu Songhai, seek to avenge that worthless wretch? Humph. Yu Songhai fumed, drawing his treasured sword and pointing it at Yingquan. Dog official, you who take human life so lightly, deserve to be punished. Today, let me rid the world of your menace. With that, he lunged forward, executing a swift attack, his sword darting towards Yingquan's chest with 5 precise strikes, clearly with no intention of holding back. Yingquan deftly sidestepped, leaping from his horse like a whirlwind, evading Yu Songhai's strike. He swiftly drew the embroidered spring blade at his waist. A flash of cold light gleamed as Yu Songhai felt his sword become burdened, his body suddenly dropping, and before he realized it, he found himself pinned to the ground by Yingquan. What? Yu Songhai exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom how he had been bested by Yingquan in a single move. Though he had yet to exert his full strength, defeat is defeat. Yingquan was well aware that Yu Songhai had not unleashed his full potential. Those from the martial world often enjoy testing others, reluctant to reveal their true capabilities from the onset. Today, Yu Songhai fell to Yingquan's full strength, and another reason was his underestimation of the young man. Who could have guessed that a youthful guard in his early 20s was not merely relying on connections, but possessed genuine skill? Now, what do you have to say, Master Yu? Yingquan inquired, gazing down at the subdued Yu Songhai. Humph. Yu Songhai scoffed, suddenly releasing his sword and leaping forward. He had forsaken his long sword, and Yingquan, taken aback, soon realized that Yu Songhai was intent on engaging him in close combat. Yingquan certainly did not forget Yu Songhai's devastating skill, the crushing heart palm. This unparalleled technique was recorded in the Ninein manual, and the infamous bronze corpse Chen Xianyun had once wielded it to great effect. Though Yingquan's swordplay was exceptional, his inner strength paled in comparison to that of the seasoned Yu Songhai. Compelling him to proceed with caution, he directed his blade not towards Yu Songhai's vital points, but exclusively towards his 2 fleshly palms. Even if Yu Songhai's inner strength was formidable, he would not dare to confront the sharpness of blades with mere flesh. Yingquan was also wary of falling victim to Yu Songhai's crushing heart palm, for at this moment, Yu Songhai harbored intentions of mutual destruction, thus neither party could afford to be careless. For the time being, they found themselves at an impasse. As time passed, Yu Songhai seemed to grasp something profound. After a fierce battle, he discerned the true capabilities of Yingquan. Indeed, Yingquan possessed a slight edge over him. However, despite Yu Songhai's utmost efforts, Yingquan could not overpower him. With a resolute stance, Yu Songhai withdrew from the fray, addressing the gathered disciples. In dealing with the court's hounds, there is no need for the niceties of martial ethics. Let us unite and avenge Ren Yin. It is worth noting that the disciples of the Qingqing sect significantly outnumbered the forces of the Jianghu, yet they were still quite distant from the Qingqing sect's stronghold in SC. Upon hearing Yu Songhai's words, a small flag was immediately raised, signaling the surrounding Jianghu to hasten their arrival. At that moment, the balance of power was uncertain. Why Yu Songhai's expression shifted as he declared, "Let us resolve this swiftly." Leading his disciples into the fray, it was indeed timely, as Yingquan found himself encircled just as the sound of galloping hooves resonated nearby. Alarmed, the Qingqing disciples were compelled to momentarily cease their actions. As anticipated, over 20 individuals approached, comprising both Jianghu and the heads of the Fuwei escort agency, all mounted and encircling the Qingqing sect. Yingquan, upon seeing this, chuckled, "Chief Escort Lin, your timing is impeccable, Lord Ying." May I first pose a few questions to Chief Yu? Lin Jianan inquired respectfully. Certainly. Yingquan nodded in assent. Chief Yu, are you aware that my 4 escorts met their demise at the hands of your Qingqing sect? Lin Jianan pressed. Indeed. I personally dealt the fatal blows, but alas, I could not find Lin Pingji. Otherwise, I would have eliminated him as well. Yu Songhai replied, now devoid of any pretense. You, Lin Jianan erupted in fury. My Fuwei escort agency has always held your Qingqing sect in high regard. I fail to comprehend why you would slay my escorts. You have taken my son's life. Do you not think I am justified in seeking revenge? Lin Jianan asserted vehemently. Ha ha ha! Yingquan laughed heartily upon hearing such words. Old fool, it was I who killed your son. Are your eyes so dim that you cannot recognize your foe? There were a total of 6 individuals. None could escape, and now only 2 remained. Yu Songhai's body trembled slightly, betraying his intense agitation. Dog official, you had best kill me today. Otherwise, you shall find no peace in your slumber henceforth. Yu Songhai steadied his emotions as he spoke. Kill. Yingquan uttered a single word, yet it resonated with undeniable authority. Over 30 individuals converged to besiege the 16 disciples of the Qingqing sect. Yingquan refrained from engaging directly, instead addressing Lin Jianan. This Yu Songhai has brought nearly 20 disciples to hide near your Fuwei escort agency. If you believe this is not aimed at you, I cannot accept such a notion. Lin Jianan remained silent, deep in thought, attempting to unravel Yu Songhai's intentions, yet he found himself perplexed. Surely, he could not have foreseen that Ren Yin would perish at my hands, so these disciples could not possibly be here for vengeance. What could your Fuwei escort agency possess that would invoke such covetousness in him? Yingquan subtly guided Lin Jianan's thoughts, for he had no genuine interest in the Bixia sword technique. Bixia sword technique. Lin Jianan is not a fool. On the contrary, he is quite astute. However, his previous perspective was rather limited. With a wry smile, he remarked, My lord, as you know, the evil-repelling sword technique in my possession is truly. Alas! This official is at a loss. Yingquan, grinning mischievously, gazed at Lin Jianan, causing a flutter of anxiety within him. Yu Songhai, too, is formidable. Even under the vigilant care of 5 skilled Jinyui, he still manages to maintain his composure and tact. Yingquan, brandishing his blade, was about to join the fray when the disciples of the Qingqing sect, upon catching sight of him, rushed forward, blocking his path while shouting, Master, flee! In the future, we shall avenge our grievances against this treacherous official. Upon hearing this, Yingquan felt a sense of dread. He had not anticipated that the disciples of the Qingqing sect would possess such resolve. Indeed, if Yu Songhai intended to escape, even Yingquan could not hinder him. Sustaining a wound in the process, he finally broke free from the encirclement, bellowing as he departed, Yingquan, if you do not slay me today, your days ahead shall be fraught with hardship. Apart from Yu Songhai, all remaining disciples of the Qingqing sect perished. Rumor has it that there exists a group known as the 4 Talents of Qingqing. I wonder if they are present here? Yingquan inquired. Reporting to my lord, there is no sign of the 4 Talents of Qingqing, a young attendant replied. This could pose some complications, Yingquan thought to himself, shaking his head in quiet concern. It seemed he would need to exercise caution in the days to come. My lord, let us return to the escort agency and take a respite, Lin Jianan suggested. That sounds agreeable, Yingquan, feeling somewhat fatigued after a long day without receiving any news of mission completion, found himself in a state of vexation. With Yu Songhai having already fled, one would think the calamity befalling the Fuwei escort agency had been averted. What could be the issue? Upon their return to the Fuwei escort agency, Yingquan encountered Lin Pingji, producing a Jinyui token and tossing it to him. From this day forth, you shall accompany this official. This. Lin Pingji found himself at a loss, quickly glancing at Lin Jianan. When the Lord bestows it upon you, accept it graciously and follow him diligently, Lin Jianan urged. Understood, father. Lin Pingji replied. One more thing. Yingquan continued, present your family's evil-repelling sword technique to the emperor. It shall ensure your family's legacy for a century. At this, Lin Jianan was taken aback. Ancestral techniques are not to be casually revealed. Even he had never laid eyes on the true text of the evil-repelling sword technique, let alone offer it to another. Humph. Fortunately, Lin's family has someone with insight, none other than Lady Lin. You and your father practice the evil-repelling sword technique, yet you cannot withstand even a single move from Lord Ying. Why hold on to it as a treasure? Her words illuminated Lin Jianan's mind, solidifying his resolve. In a bustling tavern, the air was filled with chatter. Have you heard the news? What news? Lin Jianan of the Fuwei escort agency has offered his family's evil-repelling sword technique to the court. thereby gaining the protection of the Jianghu, the evil repelling sword technique. Is that not the famed sword technique that the legendary Yuan Gong wielded, defeating all adversaries? Indeed, they truly are generous. Yet, the current generation of Lin Jinnan is far inferior in both talent and comprehension, rendering them incapable of achieving mastery, a mere fraction of their ancestors' prowess. Now, they have no choice but to seek refuge with the imperial court. Indeed. Otherwise, how could the illustrious Fu Wei escort agency possibly endure? You, a young man nearby, upon overhearing this, was filled with indignation and was about to rise to argue. However, he was restrained by another youth beside him, who calmly remarked, Pingji, you are now a member of the Jianghu. You must be mindful of your influence. It turns out that the two were Yingquan and Lin Pingji. Chapter 5. The demise of Renhao, the defeat of Tian Boguang make way. You rascals! Boomed a burly man as he approached, incessantly banging on the table occupied by Yingquan and Lin Pingji. The tavern was already teeming with patrons, with no spare seats available. This brute was audaciously encroaching on Yingquan's space. In an instant, a fleeting shadow appeared, and the man found himself clutching his face, sprawled on the ground. Clearly, he had received a resounding slap from Yingquan. My lord Ying, did you not just advise caution regarding your influence? Lin Pingji gazed at Yingquan, perplexed, as if to say, is it permissible for officials to set fire while denying the common folk the right to light their lamps? You must remember, those individuals were merely gossiping out of boredom. If you engage with them, you will find yourself at a disadvantage. Yingquan replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the fallen brute. However, this man is different. He brazenly bullied us, and giving him a slap is merely a token of reprisal. What sort of logic is this? Lin Pingji nodded, somewhat bewildered. Dare you reveal your name? The burly man demanded as he rose. Dare you leave your name? Yingquan retorted, taking a sip of his drink. I am Yu Renhao, one of the 4 talents of Qing Cheng. The burly man declared, so it is the 4 talents of Qing Cheng. Someone in the vicinity remarked, as the 2 young men realized they had encountered formidable opposition. It was as if they were lamenting the misfortune of Yingquan and Lin Pingji, while even Yu Renhao wore a fierce expression, entirely forgetting the humiliation of being struck down by Yingquan moments prior. The 4 talents of Qing Cheng. In heaven, there is a path you do not tread. Yet in hell, you come uninvited. Should you clash with an official like me, you have no one but yourself to blame. A glint of determination flashed in Yingquan's eyes, clearly unwilling to let Yu Renhao escape. Lin Pingji regarded Yu Renhao with a sense of resignation, as if observing a doomed man. I am Yingquan. He stated calmly, and in the midst of his words, a flicker of light flashed, and Yingquan executed a swift series of movements, drawing his blade, striking down, and sheathing it once more. Yu Renhao's eyes reflected a glimmer of regret, though none could ascertain the source of his remorse. Perhaps he regretted provoking Yingquan. Perhaps he regretted being a disciple of the Qing Cheng sect. In any case, he was now deceased, his life extinguished without value. For the first time, Lin Pingji observed that the blade in Yingquan's hand was no longer the embroidered spring knife of the Jianghu. The blade protruded a mere half-foot, emanating an icy blue light. As the blade was drawn from its sheath, its cold gleam shimmered unpredictably. The hilt was adorned with golden and silver threads, forming the shape of a crescent moon, unmistakably the legendary cold moon sword. It is abundantly clear that a mandatory task looms, to resolve the crisis of the Fu Wei escort agency. This mission has been accomplished. The reward for this endeavor is the cold moon saber. Just as Lin Jiannan resolved to relinquish the evil repelling sword technique and publicly announce the commencement of his family's crisis resolution, the root of the Lin family's predicament was fundamentally addressed. With the affairs of the Fu Wei escort agency settled, it is time to subdue Lu Zhengfeng, who has just washed his hands of the past, presenting a fortuitous opportunity. A murder has transpired within the tavern, and the victim was none other than a disciple of the Qing Cheng sect. The inhabitants of the martial world, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, soon found the tavern to be left with only Yingquan and Lin Pingji. Yingquan is acutely aware that his actions today will reverberate throughout the entire martial realm, yet he remains unfazed. For he has received another task, mandatory task. Eradicate the Qing Cheng sect. Before Lu Zhengfeng washes his hands of the past, eliminate the 4 talents of Qing Cheng and Yu Tsang Hai. Task reward: a 9-flower jade dew pill, with a reputation greatly amplified. His standing in the martial world significantly elevated. The smaller factions within his sphere of influence will willingly submit. Failure of this task results in becoming a public enemy of the martial world, with severed meridians. Once again, severed meridians and labeled a public enemy. Here lies the path to Hongyang City, where Lu Zhengfeng washes his hands of the past. It would be a waste not to recruit such formidable talents into the ranks of the Imperial Guards. Yingquan, overseeing the Imperial Guards of Jiangnan, has already enveloped the entire region south of the Yangtze River within his sphere of influence through his machinations. While he may not hold sway in the court, in the local realm, even the court cannot dictate terms. Hongshan is also situated south of the Yangtze. Now, before reaching Hongshan City, let us first eliminate a Yuren Hao. It is certain that Yu Hai and the others are in Hongshan City. And I, Yingquan, have already established a notorious reputation throughout the martial world. Yingquan, accompanied by Lin Pingji, exited the tavern. The tavern owner, however, dared not accept Yingquan's silver. If you refuse, I shall not pay. This left Lin Pingji puzzled by Yingquan's demeanor, wanting to inquire but hesitant to ask. Since embarking on this journey with Lin Pingji, Yingquan has eagerly seized every opportunity to study the Hu family blade technique, which is undeniably profound. The Hu family blade technique features exquisite maneuvers that do not rely solely on brute strength. It seems to embody the principles of yin and yang, with both rigid and supple elements. The brilliance of the Hu family blade technique lies in the interplay of reality and illusion, alternating between the two. The move embracing the moon is an illusion, while the subsequent move closing the iron fan is a reality. One is void while the other is substantial. Yet, when employing embracing the moon, one can also transform it into a tangible strike. Yingquan has gleaned much wisdom from this. Yingquan has never favored the sword, always believing it lacks the masculine vigor of a true man. He aspires to wield a spear, firm and upright. He has an even greater affinity for the blade, exuding unparalleled dominance. He would rather confront an adversary empty-handed than even lay a finger on a long sword. Yingquan has never been a swordsman. As Yingquan and Lin Pingji ride steadily towards Hongshan City, they exhibit no signs of haste. For the local Imperial Guards have already informed Lu Zhengfeng of the day he intends to wash his hands of the past, stating that an eminent figure from the Imperial Guards will arrive. Should the esteemed guest not arrive, you must refrain from washing your hands. This has cleverly afforded Yingquan leverage. Unless I eliminate Yu Hai and the 4 talents of Qing Cheng, Lu Zhengfeng must remain obediently in place. Previously, Yingquan did not consider himself a match for figures like Zhuolang Chan or Yibu Kun, but ever since acquiring the Hu family blade technique and the Cold Moon Saber, he believes himself to be superior, if not equal, to them. In the outskirts of Hengyang City, Yingquan observed Lin Pingji practicing his sword technique. Although he was earnest in his efforts, the lad appeared rather frail and delicate, seemingly ill-suited for the art of swordsmanship. Perhaps the evil-repelling sword technique would be more fitting for him. Yingquan was taken aback by his sudden thought. The true essence of the evil-repelling sword technique had been perused by all members of the Lin family, including himself. The phrase to master this skill, one must first undergo castration, had been enough to make Lin Jinan discard it as if it were nothing. Lin Jinan understood why Yingquan had insisted he present this technique to the emperor, for the emperor was surrounded by eunuchs and palace maids, making it a perfect fit. Nevertheless, if you wish to practice with a sword, it would be a sheer waste of both the weapon and your potential. Yingquan, unable to bear the sight any longer, seized Lin Pingji, whose face was flushed, and began to depart. The scenery here was picturesque, indeed. Suddenly, a series of sounds reached Yingquan's ears. From a nearby cave, a sweet, innocent cry echoed, followed by the sounds of a scuffle. "Let us investigate," Yingquan declared. Lin Pingji hurriedly followed suit, and upon closer inspection, they discovered a young nun being teased by a man. The young nun was exceptionally graceful, her beauty striking, and she appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her figure lithe and elegant, though clad in a loose, dark robe that could not conceal her enchanting form. A spark of realization ignited in Yingquan's mind. Could this be Yilin? But why did she have hair? Confusion clouded his thoughts. What was the significance of her hair? Who dares? The man noticed Yingquan and Lin Pingji, startled for a moment, before retorting, "Dare to disturb my good fortune? Do you? You are Tian Buoguang." Yingquan momentarily suppressed his doubts and addressed the man. "Humph." The man scoffed, knowing the illustrious name of Tian Buoguang. "Yet you do not surrender at once, my good sir. You should leave at once. This person is exceedingly formidable and may threaten your life," the young nun urged urgently. Yet, Yingquan had no intention of retreating. Upon receiving a mission from the Jade Pendant, there was no turning back. Advanced mission: defeat Tian Buoguang. Upon completion, the next stage shall be unlocked. Mission reward: Galeblade. Mission failure. It would then depend on whether Tian Buoguang shows you mercy. Tian Buoguang's martial prowess surpassed that of Yu Songhai by a slight margin, roughly equal to his previous self, but now, he felt no fear of Tian Buoguang. being Tian Buoguang is sufficient. Since fate has brought us together today, prepare to forfeit your life. Yingquan proclaimed with a thunderous voice. What audacity! Tian Buoguang turned to glare intently at Yingquan. He released Yilin from his grasp, drew his treasured blade, and regarded Yingquan. Are you a person of the court? Without waiting for a reply, Tian Buoguang continued, if you are a court dog, then you shall not escape. Yingquan slowly unsheathed his cold moon blade, establishing a defensive stance that sealed all possible escape routes for Tian Buoguang. This alone was enough to rouse Tian Buoguang's spirits. This is a formidable adversary, he thought to himself. Striking first was Tian Buoguang's strategy. In the realm of swift blades, if Tian Buoguang claimed second place, none would dare to assert otherwise. Yingquan, too, is not invincible. Had he not acquired the Hu family sword techniques, it is possible that he would have ventured down the path of the swift blade. However, the current Yingquan understands that mere speed does not equate to true power. Unlike Tian Buoguang's rapid strikes, Yingquan wields the cold moon treasure blade, which he holds steadily before his chest, exhibiting a restrained demeanor, in stark contrast to Tian Buoguang's flamboyance. Though Yingquan is of an age that might suggest brashness, this is not the moment for such display. With the blade's tip directed at his opponent, he may not match Tian Buoguang's swiftness, yet with slight adjustments, he is able to counter the force of Tian Buoguang's strikes. Suddenly, as he embraces the moon within his arms, he opens his guard, presenting an apparent opportunity to Tian Buoguang. Without hesitation, Tian Buoguang lunges with his blade, unaware that this is precisely the essence of the Hu family sword technique, a principle of complementing the virtual with the real. An endless array of transformations, culminating in a deceptive feint. Yingquan observes Tian Buoguang's movement and exclaims, Tian Buoguang, you've fallen for my trick. In an instant, the embrace of the moon transforms into the iron fan of closed doors, as Yingquan channels the full force of his blade, striking fiercely against Tian Buoguang's weapon. The clash resonates. With a sharp sound, Tian Buoguang's blade shatters into two segments. Alarmed, Tian Buoguang raises the broken weapon and hurls it towards Yingquan. In a rush to evade, Yingquan inadvertently grants Tian Buoguang an escape route. Progressive task. Defeat Tian Buoguang to complete. The next phase presents a choice. Task 1. Recruit Tian Buoguang, with a reward of wandering alone for 10,000 miles. Failure results in severed meridians. Task 2. Eliminate Tian Buoguang, with a reward of jade white rending wind beast. Failure also entails severed meridians. Is there truly no alternative punishment for failure? Severed meridians, Chapter 6, entering Hengyang City, slaying Tian Buoguang. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Yilin approached Yingquan, her sweet voice causing a slight stir within him. It is of no consequence. Alas, the scoundrel has escaped, Yingquan replied. May I inquire your esteemed name? My lord? It would be my pleasure to pray for you before the Buddha in the future, Yilin whispered. I am Officer Yingquan. May I ask for your esteemed title, young master? Yingquan feigned ignorance knowingly. Oh? Yilin's face flushed upon hearing Yingquan's words, and she softly replied, I am a disciple of the Hengshan sect. You may call me Yilin. Do you happen to have a place to rest, dear master? The night is advancing. Allow this officer to escort you, Yingquan suggested, feeling an inexplicable sense of peace in Yilin's presence, a simple desire to remain beside her. Let us first return to Hengyang City to find my masters, Yilin proposed. Very well, Yingquan responded with a gentle smile. After battling Tian Buoguang for nearly half an hour, twilight had arrived. They had not walked far before darkness enveloped them completely. Yingquan and Lin Pingji, each mounted on their own horses, were well matched. If they rode swiftly, they might reach Hengyang City before dawn. However, with Yilin's presence, Lin Pingji, ever perceptive, graciously relinquished his horse, allowing Yingquan and Yilin to ride together while he took the reins. As the trio traversed the night path, their pace inevitably slowed. Yilin soon nestled against the horse's back and fell asleep, while Yingquan practiced his internal cultivation atop the steed. The half hour before dawn was somewhat chilly, and it was at this moment that Yilin awakened. Yilin rose, somewhat embarrassed, and rubbed her eyes. With a hint of excitement, she pointed ahead and said, My lord, we are approaching Hengyang City. You are awake now. Once we arrive in the city, we shall first seek a tavern to rest properly, Yingquan replied. Yilin did not respond but was brimming with enthusiasm. Yingquan shook his head, thinking to himself that she truly embodied the essence of purity amidst the murk, untouched by the world's allure. Such a woman is rare to find, and yet, Ling Huchong had failed to appreciate her. Upon entering the city, they soon learned that the most prominent establishment was the returning Swallow Tower, a place Yingquan was quite familiar with. Without further ado, He guided Yilin toward it. This was Yilin's first visit to Hengyang City, and she gently remarked to Yingquan, "My lord, I have come to attend the grand ceremony of Master Lu Zhangfeng of the Hongshan sect to wash his hands of worldly affairs. I seem to have lost my way from my masters, and if I delay, it would be a grave sin. Fear not, for I am also here to attend the same event. Rest for a while, and I shall call you when the time is right," Yingquan assured her. Very well, Yilin, not one to refuse, felt comforted by Yingquan's goodwill and followed his lead. As they approached the entrance of returning Swallow Tower, a sharp-eyed servant had already spotted Yingquan. Although he appeared in plain attire, the two magnificent steeds he rode revealed his noble status. "Esteemed guests, please enter. To think that on our opening day, we are graced by such distinguished visitors, truly a blessing for our establishment." The servant, skilled in flattery, delighted Yingquan, who was generous with his tips. "Please, sit, Yilin, take a seat and warm yourself with a pot of fine tea," Yingquan directed. At tea that moment, the returning Swallow Tower was rather tranquil. With only this group of patrons present, the innkeeper, upon hearing a familiar voice, hurried over, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Lord Ying. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you sooner. I hope you will not hold it against me. Allow me to cover all expenses for today." The innkeeper held Yingquan in high regard. Since his arrival in this region, the unruly elements of the Jianghu had notably diminished, leading to a significant increase in profits for the establishment. "Ah, it is you, Manager Jia. It has been a while," Yingquan responded with a slight smile. He was not overly strict with businessmen. "Bring forth some beef, along with a selection of cooked dishes, all vegetarian. As this young master is a monk, if there is any vegetarian wine, a small cup of that would be nice as well, to warm him up." "Certainly. Please wait a moment. I shall attend to this personally," Manager Jia replied before departing. Yingquan then noticed Yilin watching him with curiosity and inquired, "Is there something you wish to ask, young master?" "Ah, oh." Yilin felt a rush of nervousness, unintentionally causing Yingquan to chuckle. "I am merely curious about the rank of a lord who dines in such a place without needing to pay." Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she spoke, and she lowered her gaze, stealing glances at Yingquan from time to time. "Ha ha," Yingquan laughed and explained, "I am not of particularly high rank, merely the chief of the Jianghu in Jiangnan. Within private circles, the Jianghu would refer to him as the Grand Chief." "Ah," Yilin gasped, her eyes widening as she gazed at Yingquan. "Is that not a significant position? Very well, hasten to consume something. Once finished, seek a room to rest, for we must soon proceed to Hongshan City." Yingquan interrupted Yilin's train of thought, and at that moment, a server arrived with an abundance of familiar vegetarian dishes. Yilin cautiously selected a morsel, savoring it delicately, and instantaneously her spirits soared. "It is truly delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite." "Then indulge further." Yingquan smiled faintly, and witnessing Yilin's joy inexplicably lightened his heart as well. Yilin nibbled daintily. Though her pace was slow, her consumption was considerable, eliciting a round of laughter from Yingquan. The tavern gradually filled with an eclectic mix of patrons, a veritable cross-section of society, yet conspicuously devoid of the impoverished. Such establishments are not frequented by the destitute. Yingquan guided Yilin to a guest room, allowing her a moment's respite while he returned to his seat alongside Lin Pingji. If memory served, Chu Yang and his granddaughter Chu Fian would soon arrive here. Although Yingquan was unacquainted with them, he could still discern their identities. He harbored no fondness for Chu Yang, yet he held a favorable impression of Chu Fian. It was lamentable that someone so young should fall victim to malice. Little did he anticipate that instead of Chu Yang, another individual would make an appearance, none other than the previously escaped Tian Buoguang. Yingquan was confident he could not persuade Tian Buoguang to defect, and moreover, the Genie Wei did not accept just anyone. At the very least, a lecherous rogue was deemed unworthy. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to undertake the task of eliminating Tian Buoguang. It seemed fate had deemed it so. Hengyang City was vast, yet he had to come to this return to the Wild Goose Tower. Although Yingquan was not prepared to slay Tian Buoguang, he had no alternative but to act, as failure to do so would result in dire consequences. Seizing the opportunity while Tian Buoguang was unaware of his presence, Yingquan motioned for Lin Pingji to momentarily hide. Imparting a few discreet instructions, he then stepped forth, making his way towards Tian Buoguang, who, noticing Yingquan's silhouette, dismissed him as inconsequential, confident in his own prowess. Little did he know, Yingquan had already resolved to take his life. "Where is the little girl you snatched from me, my lord?" Tian Buoguang, having been bested by Yingquan, no longer referred to himself with bravado. "Humph!" Yingquan retorted coldly, "I am here to apprehend you. What do you have to say?" A mere hound of the court dares to meddle in my affairs. With a single disagreement, Tian Buoguang resumed his self-aggrandizing title. He subtly heightened his alertness, prepared to escape at the first sign of trouble. Would Yingquan grant him such an opportunity? To drink to his health was to invite punishment. If you comply and accompany me willingly, I may spare your life. Otherwise, you may find no refuge, even at the ends of the earth. Yingquan spoke with a detached demeanor. His words were, of course, a ruse, intended to convey two messages. First, that he harbored no desire to kill Tian Buoguang, and second, that he could not pursue him relentlessly. Tian Buoguang, being a seasoned rogue, was not easily deceived by Yingquan's tricks. At that moment, Yingquan stood poised, hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Tian Buoguang sat, bracing himself against the table. Suddenly, Tian Buoguang felt a gust of wind at the back of his head, followed by a voice calling out, "Catch the wine." Instinctively, Tian Buoguang released his grip, preparing to catch the drink. He had fallen into the trap of this corrupt official. This encapsulates the final thoughts of Tian Buoguang. At this moment, Yingquan's blade had already been drawn, and he was seated. Tian Buoguang's body lay askew, his head at a distance, separated by a shattered wine jar. Drip, drip. It was impossible to discern whether it was blood or wine. Lin Pingji stood dazedly not far behind Tian Buoguang, his gaze vacant, clearly oblivious to Yingquan's intent in having him discard the wine, mistakenly believing that Yingquan genuinely wished to offer this man a drink, only to have him brutally slain. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the confrontation between Yingquan and Tian Buoguang, where the two were evenly matched. Yet today, he found it astonishing that Yingquan so easily severed his head. A startled cry shattered the temporary stillness of the scene. This exclamation triggered a cascade of reactions. The returning Wild Goose Tower descended into chaos. Yingquan, however, could only manage a bitter smile, for it was Yilin who had cried out, "My lord, you did not at this moment." Yilin's face was pale, her words faltering, yet the tears on her cheeks could not be restrained from cascading down. At this juncture, several more individuals approached, evidently drawn by the commotion. Yingquan paid them no mind, continuously soothing Yilin, saying, "This lecherous fiend has been eliminated for the good of the people. Moreover, just yesterday he nearly no. Yilin hastily waved her hand, exclaiming, "My lord, I am simply terrified by the suddenness of this scene. What has transpired here? Who are you to dare take a life under the bright sun?" One of the newcomers demanded sternly. Upon noticing Yilin's weeping figure and recognizing her attire as a disciple of the Hongshan sect, he continued, "This young disciple, I am Tiansong of the Taishan sect. Has this man wronged you?" Tiansong pointed at Yingquan, but Yilin mistakenly thought he was indicating the lifeless Tian Buoguang on the ground, and thus nodded. Enraged, Tiansong and his companions instantly drew their weapons. Yingquan glanced around and saw that they were all disciples of the Taishan sect. What audacious lechers! How dare they bully us in broad daylight? Truly, they seek their own demise. Tiansong, inherently vengeful against wrongdoing, prepared to advance on Yingquan with lethal intent. "Master, you are mistaken." Yilin, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward to intervene. Chapter 7. Another two killed. Ascending Hongshan City, do not be afraid. Allow me to deal with this lecherous fiend first. Tiansong pulled Yilin aside and lunged at Yingquan with his sword. Yingquan, with his cold moonblade yet to be sheathed, executed a swift move to deflect Tiansong's sword aside. "Is that all you have?" Yingquan regarded Tiansong with indifference. "On account of your standing for Yilin, I shall spare you this time, but should there be a next, even if your Taishan sect is far away in SD, I shall lead my men to eradicate you." "You?" Tiansong, incensed, brandished his sword, intent on engaging Yingquan in further combat. "Master, no. Seizing the opportunity, Yilin stepped forward to restrain Tiansong, declaring, "This man is the true lecherous fiend." She pointed to the fallen Tian Buoguang, exclaiming, "He is Tian Buoguang. Were it not for this gentleman, I would have. Yilin spoke in a hurried, anxious tone, her urgency palpable. At this moment, Tiansong realized that he had wrongfully accused an innocent person. He turned to Yingquan and said, "My lord, I was brash in my actions. I hope you can forgive me." Upon hearing this, Yingquan mused to himself, "This fellow has some sense." He introduced himself, "I am Yingquan of the Genie Way, and Tian Buoguang is a notorious criminal wanted by the court. Since fate has brought us together today, it seems his luck has run out." However, he inadvertently provoked two more individuals. Behind Tiansong stood 4 or 5 younger disciples, and upon hearing Yingquan's name, 2 of them immediately drew their swords, shouting, What a despicable hound of the court, recklessly taking the lives of over 20 disciples from the Qingcheng sect. Yingquan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that fortune had indeed smiled upon him. He thought to himself, when you reach the underworld, just tell King Yin that it was Luo Ringe of the Qingcheng sect who sent you there. Another voice boomed. Hong Renxiong is here today to avenge the Qingcheng sect. Yet another stepped forward. Indeed, these were 2 of the 4 talents of Qingcheng. Would Yingquan treat them with any courtesy? Naturally not. Pingji, take good care of Master Yi Lin. Yingquan instructed the still recovering Lin Pingji. You two, come at me together. After saying this, he turned to Tian Song and inquired, do you wish to join as well? Tian Song cast a sidelong glance at Luo Rengier and Hong Renxiong, replying, this matter concerns you and the Qingcheng sect, and it would be inappropriate for me to interfere. I shall take my leave. With that, he led his disciples from Taishan and exited the Hui Yin building, displaying a modicum of discernment. Before Luo Renjia and Hong Renxiong could make a move, Yingquan seized his cold moon blade and delivered a sweeping strike towards the 2. They, emboldened by their numbers, showed no fear. One raised his sword to block the blade, while the other thrust forward. Yingquan let out a cold laugh, exerting more force, and cleaved through Luo Renjia's sword. Continuing his momentum, he ducked under Hong Renxiong's thrust and then, with a deft flick, struck Hong Renxiong squarely in the chest. The blade pierced through, blood gushed forth, and it was clear he would not survive. Luo Renjia, holding his broken sword, attempted to retreat, but Yingquan would not grant him that opportunity. He leapt forward and kicked Luo Renjia to the ground, demanding, did Yu Songhai not tell you? Even he is no match for me. Let alone you. You? Luo Renjia gazed at Yingquan in terror, realizing that Yu Songhai had indeed kept such information from his disciples. I ask you, where are Yu Songhai and Ho Renying? Yingquan pressed the cold moon blade against Luo Renjia's neck. If I tell you, will you spare me? Luo Renjia quavered, clearly frightened. Not at all, but I can offer you a swift end, Yingquan replied, and without waiting for Luo Renjia to respond, he continued. You surely do not know how many bones are in a human body. Conveniently, I do not either. However, I wish for you to experience what it feels like for each bone in your body to be crushed one by one. Yingquan's words were delivered with an unsettling calmness, sending chills through those around him, especially Yi Lin, who could not bear to meet Yingquan's gaze any longer. I'll tell you. I'll tell you, Luo Renjia hastily pleaded. My master is in Hengshan City, and senior brother Ho is by his side. Why master intends to invite the martial arts community to join forces against you after Lu Zhengfeng washes his hands in the golden basin. My lord, please bypass me. Luo Renjia crawled over and embraced Yingquan's legs. In that fleeting moment, Yingquan felt a twinge of compassion. Be careful, my lord, Yi Lin suddenly exclaimed. Instinctively, Yingquan swung his blade, eliminating Luo Renjia. Only after Luo Renjia collapsed did Yingquan notice the dagger in his hand, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Though this dagger might not have claimed his life, injury was inevitable. Thank you for the reminder, young master, Yingquan said, not even glancing at the fallen Luo Renjia and Ho Renying, as he expressed his gratitude to Yi Lin. Had Yi Lin not kept her head bowed, she might not have seen the dagger in Luo Renjia's possession. Even so, Yi Lin clasped her hands together in prayer, exclaiming, Umitba, this is truly a transgression. At that moment, a member of the Jianghu burst into the Huiyin Tower, immediately kneeling before Yingquan. I apologize for my tardiness, my lord. It is of no consequence. Clean this place thoroughly and announce to the world that the lecherous bandit Tian Buoguang has been slain by my hand. Yingquan commanded. Yes, my lord, the leading Jianghu replied. The affair was now detached from Yingquan, who, accompanied by Yi Lin, Lin Pingji, and 2 Jianghu, made their way toward Hengshan City. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, in the Grand Hall, Tian Song, are you not bound for Hengyang City? Why have you arrived so early? Inquired the Taiman Taoist of the Taishan sect. Such ill fortune. I had intended to enjoy some food and drink at Huiyin Tower, but unexpectedly encountered a brawl that shattered my spirits, Tian Song responded, then turned to the nearby Dingy Shirtai, saying, It seems there is one who resembles your disciple from the Hengshan sect, who was seemingly bullied by Tian Buoguang. Had it not been for someone's assistance, the outcome would have been dire. What? It must be that girl Yi Lin, Dingy Shirtai exclaimed in fury, for how could she tolerate her disciple being bullied? Fear not, Shirtai, do not be anxious. Tian Song quickly interjected, Tian Buoguang has already been dispatched by that person. With a single stroke, his head was severed, leaving not even a complete corpse. Tian Song paused before continuing. Initially, I was unaware of the situation. I only heard a great shout and hastily ascended the stairs. The one who cried out was indeed the Hengshan disciple, tears in their eyes, with one person's body cleaved in two on the ground, and another holding a precious blade. I assumed the one wielding the blade was the assailant who had slain and bullied my Wuyue disciples, and I drew my sword to confront him. However, I soon realized I was no match for him. It was that Hongshan disciple who restrained me, informing me that the fallen individual was Tian Buoguang, and that the assailant spared my life out of respect for the Hongshan disciple. Tian Buoguang, that lecherous scoundrel, truly met his deserved end. Spoke Yu Buchuan, then turning to Tian Min, he inquired, "Do you know the name of the one who struck him down?" "Now, that is quite peculiar," Tian Song replied, momentarily taken aback as he glanced at Yu Songhai. "That person is an official, though I do not know what rank. It is unclear what deep-seated enmity your Qingqing sect holds against him, for upon hearing his name, your two disciples recklessly sought him out. The name of that person is Yingquan." Yu Songhai gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Indeed." Tian Song nodded slightly. "Indeed, you are acquainted." "Of course we are, Yu Guanzhu. It has been a long time." At that moment, a person strode in, and none of the servants of the Lu residence dared to obstruct him. It turned out to be Lord Ying. Lu Zhangfeng quickly stepped forward to greet him. Yilin, however, noticed Yilin following closely behind Yingquan. Upon hearing the call of Master Dingy, Yilin was naturally overjoyed and immediately threw herself into Dingy's embrace, unable to contain her emotions as she burst into tears. There, Master knows you have suffered." Master Dingy hurriedly comforted her. "Master, I almost couldn't make it back, woo-woo." Yilin finally managed to regain her composure, feeling embarrassed as she stood behind Master Dingy. "Presumably, this must be Lord Yingquan." Master Dingy stepped forward and said, "Thank you, my lord, for rescuing my little disciple. In the future, should there be any tasks, I, Dingy, shall not shirk my duty. No need for such formality. This official finds a great affinity with little Master Yilin, and our journey together has been quite pleasant," Yingquan replied with a smile. "However, there is one matter I wish to discuss with the master." "Please, my lord, go ahead," Master Dingy responded. "This official wishes to acknowledge little Master Yilin as my sworn sister. I wonder what the master thinks of this." Yingquan directed his gaze at Yilin with the first statement, and at Dingy with the latter, leaving Yilin momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this. Master Dingy hesitated slightly. "Humph, you rogue official." An untimely voice shattered the atmosphere, and Yingquan turned to see it was Yu Songhai. "You rogue official, do not use sweet words to deceive. Our righteous martial arts community would never associate with a court hound like you." Yu Songhai, seeing that Yingquan remained silent, attempted to seize the initiative. "Yu Songhai." Yingquan narrowed his eyes, fixating on Yu Songhai, and said coolly, "This official has yet to seek trouble with you, yet you come looking for misfortune. Be wary, or I shall decimate your Qingqing sect." "You!" At this moment, Yu Songhai refrained from revealing his own grievances to those present. Thus he found himself at a loss for a reaction. Ignoring Yu Songhai's venomous glare, Yingquan turned to Yilin and said, "Yilin, what do you think? This official is now without parents, nor siblings, truly without kin. Would you be willing to be my sister?" "Master," Yilin, uncertain, looked to Master Dingy for help. "Tell your master, do you wish to acknowledge Lord Ying as your brother?" Master Dingy gently inquired, stroking Yilin's head. Yilin's face flushed crimson. Just as she was about to respond, Yu Songhai's voice rang out again. "This rogue official recently slaughtered over 20 disciples of my Qingqing sect without a care. And now you wish to ally with him, becoming a court hound yourself. To acknowledge him as a brother should not be merely for the sake of the little nun's beauty, lest you be taken as his concubine." Yu Songhai continued, Chapter 8. Slaying Yu Songhai, encountering Ling Hu Chong. "Why Yu Songhai?" Yingquan roared, his internal energy surging, clearly provoked to true anger. "Himph." Master Dingy also let out a cold snort, addressing Yu Songhai. "Our Hongshan sect conducts its affairs without needing outsiders to meddle. How brazen the Hongshan sect has become." Yu Songhai scoffed. "The unyielding Ding Yi of Hongshan has acted with impunity for decades. Who in the martial world is unaware of this? Today, I shall take it upon myself to advocate for Yilin." The venerable Ding Yi glared fiercely at Yu Songhai and then turned her gaze towards Yingquan. "Lord Ying, you are indeed a young prodigy, with an immeasurable future ahead of you. To recognize Yilin as your sister is a blessing for her." She then looked at Yilin and said, "Why do you not go and greet your elder brother?" Yilin timidly stepped forward, approaching Yingquan, and softly uttered, "Yilin pays her respects to her brother." "Excellent. Today, the official is delighted to have a righteous sister. It brings me great comfort." Yingquan then produced a token from the Jinyui and placed it in Yilin's hand, saying, "Take this. It is the token of the Jinyui. Should any unscrupulous fiends dare to disturb you in the future, feel free to summon the forces of the Jinyui." The mention of the Jianghu left the crowd in astonishment. They had previously assumed he was merely a court official, unaware that he was a member of the Jianghu. Could it be that the esteemed Lord Ying, known as the Grand Coordinator of Jiangnan, was before them? At this moment, Yu Buchuan spoke up. Only Lu Zhengfeng among those present was aware of Yingquan's true identity, while even Yu Songhai remained oblivious to the extent of Yingquan's influence. Oh? The Grand Coordinator of Jiangnan? Yingquan, taken aback by this title, looked towards Yu Buchuan, sensing the man's righteous demeanor and imposing presence, and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Yu Buchuan, and I have heard the young lady mention you," came the reply. "So it is the esteemed gentleman of the gentleman's sword. A pleasure to finally meet you." Yingquan's words were sincere. He truly held this man in high regard. "You, scoundrel, I shall spare you for now, but I will settle this account on another day," thought Yu Songhai, preparing to leave. "Where do you think you are going, Yu?" Yingquan would not allow his target to escape so easily. With a commanding shout, Yingquan directed the two Jianghu outside, along with Lin Pingji, to swiftly seize Yu Songhai. "Why, Lord?" This. Lu Zhengfeng, witnessing the unfolding scene, wished to speak but ultimately sighed. "Disciples of Lu Manor, heed my command. Do not let Yu Songhai escape." Lu Zhengfeng himself rose to engage, employing the 36 styles of returning wind to strike at Yu Songhai's vital points with unerring precision. What he had initially hoped would be a rescue mission had turned into a veritable den of wolves. Was this to be the day of Yu Songhai's demise? Anxiety gripped Yu Songhai. Where is Ren Ying? He wondered, having witnessed the demise of all his disciples yet failing to see Ren Ying among them. He had long since fallen by the blade of this officer. It was during Yingquan's entrance to Lu Manor that he had fortuitously encountered Ren Ying, who had brazenly berated Yingquan in the street, even revealing his name. Was this not a death wish? Yingquan would never let such an opportunity for retribution slip by. "You? Ha 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 ha." Yu Songhai laughed heartily. "So Lu Zhengfeng has long since allied with the court, and now seeks to wash his hands of his past deeds, intending to eradicate the martial fraternity altogether. You slanderous wretch." Lu Zhengfeng, consumed by fury, wielded his sword with increased swiftness, while Yu Songhai, fully aware that escape was impossible today, resolved to fight Lu Zhengfeng to the death. However, he was no match for Lu Zhengfeng, who was exerting his full strength, resulting in Yu Songhai sustaining several wounds. As Yu Songhai uttered these words, the onlookers below were stirred with different thoughts, for there was undeniable truth in Yu Songhai's assertions. "Dog official, today you have slain me, yet you remain oblivious to the multitude of disciples from the Qingqing sect. Your future will surely be fraught with unrest." Despite knowing he was on a path to demise, Yu Songhai continued to incite Yingquan's spirit. "Rest assured, all 4 of your Qingqing talents have perished at my hands. I fear your sect will find no opportunity for resurgence," Yingquan retorted, leaving no trace of hesitation. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yu Songhai felt a pang of panic, and despite taking a blow from Lu Zhengfeng, he swiftly moved to Yingquan's side, seemingly intent on perishing together. Once again, a cold glint flashed, chilling to the bone, and upon glancing back, it was evident that Yu Songhai had been repelled by Yingquan, inadvertently colliding with the sword of Lin Pingji, which pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. "Who would have thought I, Yu Songhai, would meet my end by your hand? It is no injustice," Yu Songhai proclaimed as he faced Lin Pingji in his dying moments. Lin Pingji was evidently taken aback by this turn of events, rendered momentarily speechless. Mandatory task: eliminate the Qingqing sect. Before Lu Zhengfeng washed his hands of the matter, slay the 4 talents of Qingqing and Yu Songhai. Mission accomplished. Task reward: 1 Jiahua Yulu pill. At that moment, Yingquan received the jade pendant as a reward, and upon calming his mind, he discovered an additional remarkable function of the pendant. It contained its own space. The white jade tearing wind beast rewarded for slaying Tian Buoguang, along with the earlier Jiahua Yulu pill, were both housed within. Just then, a young lady rushed in, horrified at the scene in the hall, and hastily approached Yu Buchuan's side. "Father." It was indeed Yu Lingshan. Upon noticing Yingquan nearby, she quickly added, "I pay my respects to Lord Ying. Once again, we meet. Miss you." Yingquan responded, "Father, he is Lin Pingji." Yu Lingshan pointed at Lin Pingji. "Now I understand why Yu Songhai spoke such words at the moment of his death," Yu Buchuan remarked. "Please enlighten us, sir," Lin Pingji inquired. "Do you know why Yu Songhai went to FJ?" Yu Buchuan asked. "I heard from Lord Ying that it was for my family's evil-repelling sword technique," Lin Pingji replied. "However, it has already been offered to the court. Indeed, the founder of the Qingqing sect, Changqingzi, was defeated in martial arts by your ancestor, Yuan Tagang. This time, He went to FJ to seize your family's sword manual. Had it not been for your Fuwei escort bureau catching Lord Ying's eye, I fear. Yu Buchuan's sentence trailed off, yet all present understood his implication. How did you come to know this? Yingquan inquired. My daughter Ling Shan, unfortunately, overheard Yu Songhai's plot and was about to intervene when the esteemed lord arrived first. Yu Buchuan began but did not finish, though everyone present grasped the meaning. So that is the case. Lin Pingji exclaimed as for the evil repelling sword technique. To speak frankly, aside from the eunuchs in the palace, no one would practice it, Lin Pingji stated. Yu Songhai's efforts were indeed in vain. But why is that? Yu Buchuan inquired, igniting the curiosity of those present. To master this skill, one must first undergo castration. How could an ordinary individual possibly succeed in such a pursuit? Lin Pingji remarked with disdain. The crowd was uncertain whether Lin Pingji spoke truthfully or not, yet none dared to provoke the Fuwei escort agency. Master Yu, Yingquan called out to Yu Buchuan, saying, this subordinate of mine is not suited for knife training, but I do wish for him to join the Huashan sect. There is no need to impart profound martial arts. Simply laying a solid foundation and sharing some fundamental sword principles would suffice. Upon hearing Yingquan's words, Yu Buchuan's mind began to stir. Observing Lu Zhengfeng's earlier actions, he understood that the relationship between the Hongshan sect and Yingquan must run deep. Having just accepted a sworn sister from the Hongshan sect, it was likely that Yingquan harbored grand ambitions, perhaps paving the way for him to elevate Huashan. Certainly, I shall personally instruct him. Pingji, I wish to take you as my closed-door disciple. What say you? Yu Buchuan turned his gaze toward Lin Pingji. Naturally, Lin Pingji recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon him by Yingquan. He promptly knelt, exclaiming, Disciple Lin Pingji pays respects to master. Haha. Yingquan laughed heartily. The 5 mountain sword sects, now, aside from the figures of Songshan, he had yet to encounter any from Hongshan or Hongshan, which he could likely claim as his own. The unification of the martial world must commence with the subjugation of the 5 mountains sword sects. Optional task. Subjugate the Hongshan sect. Task reward. 10 years of inner strength. Upon completion, one shall unify the Jiangnan martial world and be summoned by the emperor. Task failure. Become the public enemy of the martial world, with severed meridians. Yingquan expressed his utter confusion, thinking, what the hell, why does it always threaten with severed meridians? A young man clad in energetic attire, wielding a treasured sword and a wine gourd at his waist, approached Yu Buchuan. Disciple Ling Hu Chong, paying respects to master. Rebellious disciple, you still know to return. Yu Buchuan glared at Ling Hu Chong, his demeanor far from amiable. Master. Ling Hu Chong was perplexed as to what had irked Yu Buchuan, his expression betraying his anxiety. Look at yourself. You display no semblance of a Huashan disciple. Very well, I shall not hold this against you today, but should you dare to indulge in debauchery again, beware that I shall show no mercy. Yu Buchuan admonished. It turned out Ling Hu Chong had just returned from drinking, his attire disheveled and reeking of alcohol, which would inevitably provoke the gentleman's sword. Is this indeed Ling Hu Chong? Yingquan mused, observing the young man before him, whose carefree demeanor undeniably lived up to its reputation. Yingquan, however, chose not to engage further with Ling Hu Chong, for he was destined to be an unrestrained wastrel, with the court being no refuge for him. Chonger, this is my new disciple, Lin Pingji. You shall be responsible for teaching him the foundational skills. Yu Buchuan pointed to Lin Pingji, assigning Ling Hu Chong a task. Greetings, senior brother. Lin Pingji immediately bowed in respect. How did you know I am the senior brother? Ling Hu Chong asked, astonished as he regarded Lin Pingji. Lin Pingji smiled faintly. Just now, senior brother, upon entering, you introduced yourself as Ling Hu Chong. Now, who does not know that Ling Hu Chong is the foremost disciple of Huashan? Was that difficult to deduce? Indeed, clever. Ling Hu Chong exclaimed with delight. Intelligent individuals naturally prefer to engage with their equally astute counterparts, and Ling Hu Chong firmly believes himself not to be a fool. Tomorrow marks the day when Mr. Liu will ceremoniously retire from his official duties, and I shall take my leave for the time being, intending to return for a visit on the morrow. Upon realizing that there was little left to address here, Yingquan remarked to Lu Zhengfeng before preparing to depart, "My lord, please hold on. I would like to request a moment of your time." Lu Zhengfeng swiftly stepped forward to detain Yingquan, then excused himself to the gathered guests and exited the hall alongside Yingquan. Pingji, you should accompany Master Yu for now. As he was leaving, Yingquan instructed Lin Pingji. Chapter 9. The renown of Yingquan, governor of Jiangnan. Lu Zhengfeng and Yingquan stepped outside the hall, where Lu addressed Yingquan. "My lord, I apologize for not welcoming you properly today. Please forgive my shortcomings. Enough. Let us dispense with formalities." After the imperial decree is announced tomorrow, we shall be colleagues, Yingquan replied. However, it is regrettable that your Lu residence has been stained with blood under my watch, adding an unwarranted air of menace. Yingquan had always regarded Lu Zhengfeng favorably, appreciating his integrity, chivalric spirit, and dedication to protecting the common folk. Now that he was to serve the court, his esteem had only increased. My lord, please do not jest. I am curious as to why you insist on eliminating Yu Songhai, Lu Zhengfeng inquired, perplexed. After all, there are many righteous figures in this realm. What if he expressed his concerns? Do not fret. Yu Songhai is already dead. At the hands of my Jianghu, they would not dare speak out against us, Yingquan interjected, waving his hand to halt Lu Zhengfeng's words. I have come primarily upon receiving word that the Songshan sect intends to act against you. Additionally, I must ask why you, Lu Zhengfeng, have chosen to retire from your duties to My Jianghu are well aware of the reasons. Yet a mere deputy general should not evoke such apprehension in Zhuolingjun. Tomorrow's events require your full cooperation. Lu Zhengfeng found himself momentarily speechless. He was well aware of his own circumstances, and Yingquan's words indicated he must have gleaned his secrets. Nevertheless, he responded, My lord, I share a bond with Zhuolingjun as part of the Five Mountain Sword Alliance. If he seeks to harm me, it is truly enough. There is no need for further explanations. Tomorrow will reveal all. However, do not disregard my words, for I am fully aware of your dealings with Chu Yang. The Songshan sect is hardly significant, Yingquan concluded, dismissing Lu Zhengfeng and striding out of the Lu residence's courtyard. Upon returning to the inner hall, Lu Zhengfeng noticed the guest's expressions were decidedly unfavorable, prompting an involuntary wry smile. The guardian of Taishan, Tianmin, bluntly stated, Lu Zhengfeng, pray tell, what is the meaning of this? Yu Songhai was, after all, a guest in your home, attending your retirement ceremony, yet he has been slain in collusion with the court. Will you not provide us with an explanation? Sighing deeply, Lu Zhengfeng replied, Do you know the origins of Yingquan? Master Tianmin? Is he not simply a lackey of the court? Tianmin retorted directly. This provocation incited Lin Pingji, who was ready to rebuke him but was swiftly restrained by Yu Buchuan, who interjected, Brother Tianmin, your words are ill-considered. Recently, in the realm of HN, a certain Yu has observed that both the political and economic climates here are remarkably more transparent and prosperous than in other regions. Even the practitioners of the martial world are hesitant to engage in reckless disputes, resorting only to verbal confrontations. This has piqued Yu's curiosity. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that a year prior, an individual assumed the position of Jianghu, a captain, of the Jianghu in F1, yet the emperor entrusted him with overseeing the Jianghu of Jiangnan. This individual is Yingquan. Since his appointment, the Jiangnan Jianghu has frequently intervened in the affairs of the martial world, causing considerable unease among the practitioners of Jiangnan. Over time, however, it became apparent that only those who instigated trouble suffered the consequences, leading to a significant calmness within the Jiangnan martial community. So it is, Tianmin nodded and remarked. It turns out that this Yingquan is indeed the Jianghu of the Jianghu. It is quite remarkable that such a seemingly modest position could wield such influence, making him a notable figure in this region. However, HN has traditionally not belonged to Jiangnan. Why then does Lu Zhengfeng harbor such fear of him? This Lord Ying, to refer to him merely as a remarkable person is to underestimate him. He is truly a formidable presence. Currently, the entire Jianghu south of the Yangtze River operates under his command, rendering him the genuine Grand Commissioner of Jiangnan, albeit lacking an official title from the court. HN, naturally, falls within the jurisdiction south of the Yangtze, and we cannot avoid his oversight. For the sake of my Hongshan's legacy, how could I, Lu Zhengfeng, dare to provoke him recklessly? Lu Zhengfeng gradually elucidated the matter to the assembly. Furthermore, this individual is known for his principled and evidence-based approach to matters. As for Yu Songhai, it appears he was not invited by me. He must have offended Yingquan, resulting in his tragic demise. Lu Zhengfeng concluded. Upon finishing Lu Zhengfeng's words, the gazes of the crowd towards Master Dingyi and Yu Buchuan shifted significantly. They envied Master Dingyi for having taken in a promising disciple, recognized by Yingquan as a sworn sister. They admired Yu Buchuan for having a promising apprentice, who is now the young head of the Fuwei escort agency, which has clearly aligned itself with Yingquan. It seems Lin Pingji is also a favored individual in Yingquan's eyes, suggesting that the resurgence of the Huashan sect is not far off. Lu Zhengfeng's declaration before Yingquan also led them to believe that he had allied himself with Yingquan, enjoying the advantages of proximity, yet Lu Zhengfeng seems unwilling to seize the opportunity, preferring to wash his hands of the matter. Each individual harbored their own thoughts as they took their leave from Lu Zhengfeng. Awaiting the ceremonial washing of hands the following day, the the Lu residence hosted a grand banquet. The disciples of the Lu family directed the kitchen staff and servants, setting up around 200 tables inside and out. Lu Zhengfeng's relatives, guests, accountants, and disciples such as Dinyin and Mi Wei welcomed the attendees to their seats. According to the hierarchy within the martial world, the leader of the Taishan sect, Tianmin Daoist, should occupy the seat of honor. However, due to the alliance of the Five Mountain Sword sect, Tianmin Daoist, along with Yubuchuan, Master Dingy, and others, who were also hosts, found it inappropriate to sit at the head. The esteemed elders and renowned figures all vied for modesty, none willing to claim the seat of honor. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out from outside, followed by the resounding of drums and music, along with the sound of gongs and shouts, indicating that some officials had arrived at the door. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and soon after, they saw Lu Zhengfeng hastily emerging from the inner hall, adorned in a fresh silk robe. The assembly erupted in cheerful congratulations. Lu Zhengfeng offered a slight bow and proceeded toward the entrance. After a brief moment, he was seen respectfully accompanying an official clad in formal attire into the hall. The gathering was left in wonder. Could this official also be a master of the martial arts? Though he was adorned in splendid attire, his eyes were clouded and his countenance reeked of liquor, revealing a lack of martial prowess. Yu Buchuan mused, just yesterday, I witnessed Yingquan's remarkable skills, and I mistakenly assumed that all officials possessed such martial abilities. Lu Zhengfeng, a prominent gentleman of Hengshan City, frequently mingled with the authorities. Today marked a momentous occasion for him, and it was no surprise that local officials came to pay their respects. Suddenly, the official strode in with an air of authority, standing prominently in the center, while a subordinate knelt on his right leg, raising both hands high above his head, presenting a tray covered with yellow satin, upon which lay a scroll. The official bent slightly, accepting the scroll, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The imperial decree has arrived. Lu Zhengfeng, heed the command." The crowd, taken aback, wondered. Lu Zhengfeng has renounced his sword and retired from the world. How could this matter attract the attention of the court? Could it possibly be related to the incident yesterday involving the Jianghu Yingquan at Lu's residence? Yingquan's lethal act seemed to involve a multitude of court officials, yet Lu Zhengfeng holds no influence whatsoever within the court. Is it possible that the court has come to deliver punishment? Unanimously, they pondered this, rising to their feet in alarm. Those unable to contain their nerves reached for their weapons, assuming that the arrival of the official meant that Lu's residence was now surrounded by soldiers and an inevitable bloody conflict loomed ahead. Having established a rapport with Lu Zhengfeng, they felt compelled to intervene. After all, when the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? Having come to Lu's gathering, they were undoubtedly seen as traitors, and even if they wished to distance themselves from the fray, how could they escape unscathed? They anticipated Lu Zhengfeng's furious reprimand, and in a moment, the air would be filled with the clash of blades as they sought to reduce the official to mere pulp. Yet, to their astonishment, Lu Zhengfeng remained as composed as ever. He knelt down, bowing thrice before the official, and declared loudly, "I, your humble servant Lu Zhengfeng, heed the decree. Long live the emperor." The crowd was left aghast. The official unfurled the scroll and read aloud. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims. According to reports from the governor of Hsin province, it has come to my attention that the commoner Lu Zhengfeng of HS County is a man of public spirit and righteousness, with notable contributions to his community. Proficient in archery and horsemanship, he is truly deserving of the rank of deputy general, and from this day forth, he shall serve the court diligently, living up to my expectations. Thus it is decreed." Lu Zhengfeng bowed again, saying, "I, your humble servant Lu Zhengfeng, express my gratitude. Long live the emperor." Rising to his feet, he inclined himself towards the official, saying, "I am deeply thankful for your patronage." "Master Zhang," the official, stroking his beard with a smile, replied, "Congratulations, General Lu. From now on, we shall serve together in the same court. There is no need for such formality." Lu Zhengfeng responded, "This humble soldier was merely a common man. Yet today, through the emperor's grace, I have been bestowed with an official title. This honor is not solely due to the emperor's benevolence, but also to the esteemed support from the governor and Master Zhang." The official chuckled, "Not at all, not at all." Lu Zhengfeng then turned to his disciple Mi Wei and inquired, "Wei, have you prepared the gift for Master Zhang?" Mi Wei replied, "It has been ready here for some time." He turned and retrieved a round tray, upon which lay a brocade-wrapped parcel. Lu Zhengfeng took it with both hands and smiled. "A mere token of appreciation, not worthy of your esteem, Master Zhang. I hope you will graciously accept it." Master Zhang laughed. "We are like brothers, yet you are so overly courteous, Lu Darren." With a discreet gesture, the accompanying official stepped forward to accept the offering. As the attendant received the plate, his arms sank down, clearly indicating that the contents were indeed rather heavy, and they were not silver but gold. The esteemed official Zhang, with a smile on his face, remarked, "My dear brother, I am occupied with official duties and cannot linger for long. Come, come, pour 3 cups of wine to celebrate General Lu's appointment today, and soon he shall ascend further in rank and title, blessed by the Emperor's grace, ever so abundantly." Wine had already been poured by those nearby. Zhang consumed 3 cups in quick succession, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and turned to leave. Yet, upon stepping outside, Zhang was taken aback to see a certain individual and exclaimed in astonishment, "Lord Yingquan, what brings you here? Why, if I am able to come to this place, does it mean that you, esteemed official, cannot?" Lord Yingquan replied with a smile, "You, Lord Zhang, are a quintessential bureaucratic scion, having served in office for generations. Though you may be somewhat greedy, you do not prey on the common folk. I surmise you've received quite a few benefits from the Lu residence. Have you not?" Lord Yingquan's gaze fell upon the bundle held by a servant behind Zhang. "Oh, Lord Yingquan, you flatter me. Just say the word, and I would gladly offer everything to you." Zhang's face was one of obsequiousness. "Do I seem to be someone in need of money?" Lord Yingquan feigned anger. "Begone. This place is not suitable for lingering. Beware lest you lose your life. How dare someone act with impunity under our very noses?" Zhang was astonished out of course. Otherwise, what purpose would the Genie Wei serve? Their duties are twofold: to inspect officials and to maintain the stability of the realm. Naturally, the Underworld cannot escape the watchful eye of the Genie Wei. "You best keep your hands clean, lest you provide others with incriminating evidence," Lord Yingquan admonished. "This is only natural. I take my leave." Zhang excused himself hastily and departed. Chapter 10. A clean break. Lu Zhengfeng's fury. Though the guests gathered at Lu's residence were neither from the underworld nor rebellious offenders, they each held a distinguished reputation within the martial arts community, viewing themselves with a sense of superiority and typically looking down upon the authorities. This moment, witnessing Lu Zhengfeng ingratiating himself with the emperor by securing a mere trifling military title, they felt both gratitude and disdain, displaying various sycophantic expressions, and some could not suppress their contempt. The older guests pondered, given this situation, surely his official cap must have been purchased with gold and silver. One wonders how much wealth he expended to attain the recommendation for a provincial governor. Lu Zhengfeng, known for his integrity, had seemingly succumbed to the allure of greed in his later years, resorting to unscrupulous means to procure an official position. With a beaming smile, Lu Zhengfeng entered the hall, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. The assembly rose in acknowledgement. Lu proclaimed in a clear voice, "Esteemed seniors, dear friends and young companions, your presence from afar truly honors me, and I am profoundly grateful today. I take a clean break from my past and shall no longer involve myself in the affairs of the martial world. You all must be aware of the reasons for this. I have received the Emperor's favor and am now a minor official. As the saying goes, serving the Sovereign's bounty necessitates loyalty to the Sovereign's cause. While the martial world values brotherhood and loyalty, one must adhere to the law in matters of state, to repay the Emperor's kindness. When these two principles conflict, it places Lu Zhengfeng in a difficult position. Henceforth, I shall withdraw from the martial world, and should my disciples wish to join other sects, they may do as they please. I invite you all here today to serve as witnesses in the future. Whenever esteemed guests arrive at Hongshan City, they shall undoubtedly remain the good friends of Lu. However, Lu must beg to refrain from delving into the myriad grievances and disputes of the martial world." Yu Buchuan sat in his seat, pondering quietly. It appears that Lu Zhengfeng has long harbored intentions of aligning with the imperial court. Hence, he publicly aided the Genie Wei's Yingquan in dealing with Yu Canghai before the assembly of martial heroes yesterday. Ostensibly, he claimed it was for the sake of the Hongshan sect, yet in truth, it was for his own benefit. Yu Buchuan then considered. No wonder the esteemed Mr. Xiaoxiang Yeyu did not attend today. The thoughts of the assembled heroes were equally varied, and for a moment, the hall fell into an eerie silence. In such a context, one would expect everyone to extend their congratulations to Lu Zhengfeng, praising him for his longevity, graceful retreat, and remarkable wisdom and courage. Yet, with over 1,000 individuals gathered, not a single word was uttered. Lu Zhengfeng turned to face the outside, declaring in a clear voice, "I, Lu Zhengfeng, am deeply honored to be accepted as a disciple by my esteemed master and to have been imparted with martial skills. Regrettably, I have not been able to elevate the Hongshan sect's reputation. Fortunately, our sect is under the guidance of Brother Mo. My mediocrity neither adds nor detracts from the sect. Henceforth, I shall wash my hands of worldly affairs, dedicating myself to civil service. and I solemnly vow to refrain from using my master's martial arts to seek advancement or to involve myself in the grievances of the martial world or sectarian disputes. Should I deviate from this pledge, let this sword bear witness." With a swift motion, he drew a long sword from beneath his robe, and with both hands, he effortlessly snapped it in two with a resounding crack, allowing the two severed pieces to fall, making a soft thud as they embedded themselves into the blue bricks. Upon witnessing this, the assembled heroes were struck with astonishment. From the sound of the severed sword embedding into the brick, it was evident that this blade was a formidable weapon, capable of slicing through gold and jade. While it was no surprise that someone of Lu Zhongfeng's caliber could break a common steel sword with ease, the effortless manner in which he shattered a treasured sword revealed the extraordinary skill he possessed, marking him as one of the foremost experts in the martial realm. Just then, Yingquan, having exchanged a few words with the esteemed Lord Zhang, who was delivering the imperial decree, entered the courtyard with several Jin Yiwei in tow. At that moment, they beheld Lu Zhongfeng breaking his treasured sword and reaching for the golden basin to wash his hands. "Hold on!" At that instant, Yingquan called out sharply. Just as he spoke, another voice from outside declared sternly, "Stop!" Lu Zhongfeng raised his hand, squinting in surprise. "Lord Ying?" He then turned to assess the newcomers, realizing they were 4 men clad in yellow garments. As these 4 entered, they positioned themselves on either side, and a notably tall man in yellow stepped forward between them. This individual held aloft a multicolored silk flag, adorned with pearls and precious stones, which radiated a dazzling brilliance as it unfurled. Many recognized this flag, their hearts trembling. The command flag of the 5 Mountains Sword Alliance has arrived. The man approached Lu Zhongfeng, raising the flag and proclaiming, "Uncle Lu, by the decree of the Left Alliance leader of the 5 Mountains Sword Alliance, your momentous decision to wash your hands of worldly affairs must be temporarily postponed. The Jin Yiwei, led by Lord Ying, has arrived. All unrelated persons should swiftly withdraw." One of the 100 households beside Yingquan declared. The sudden exclamation interrupted the conversation between Lu Zhongfeng and the visitor, inciting the latter's fury. Naturally, the Songshan sect, located in Hunan, was not well versed in the affairs transpiring in Jiangnan, particularly regarding the Jin Yiwei. The audacity of the court's hounds to meddle in the matters of the 5 Mountain Sword Alliance? The man exclaimed vehemently. Who is he? Yingquan, of course, could not recall the names of such insignificant figures. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongfeng immediately approached Yingquan and remarked, "My lord, this is a disciple of the Songshan sect. Undoubtedly the renowned Sherding. I've never heard of him." Yingquan shook his head in response. Upon hearing this, Sherding reached for his sword, yet he forced himself to suppress his ire. However, noticing Lu Zhongfeng's courtesy towards Yingquan, he presumed the latter must be a person of considerable stature. With pressing matters at hand, he could not afford to jeopardize them, so he turned to Lu Zhongfeng and inquired, "Lu Shishu? Why have you not received the banner? I am unaware of the Alliance Master's intentions behind this decree." Lu Zhongfeng dared not be negligent. Sherding continued, "As a disciple, I am merely carrying out orders, and I do not comprehend the Alliance Master's meaning." Lu Zhongfeng discreetly observed Yingquan, realizing that the unexpected arrival of this Songshan disciple had caught him off guard, as he had received no prior notice. He concluded that Yingquan's words from the previous day were indeed not far from the truth. Thankfully, he was prepared today. "Otherwise, it would have been disastrous," remarked Master Donnie. "If your master were to intervene and halt this matter, it would be the best outcome possible that I say. As practitioners of martial arts, we hold chivalry in high regard, living freely in the Jianghu. What need have we for the burdens of officialdom? However, I see that Lu Xianbei has arranged everything meticulously and is unwilling to heed the old nun's counsel, thus sparing us the necessity of further discourse. Such a statement is misguided, Master," Lin Pingji interjected at once. "Lording has previously stated that with great power comes great responsibility. Since martial artists have honed their skills, they ought to serve the nation, safeguarding the people within and repelling foreign invaders without. This is essential for the prosperity of the state." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongfeng's expression turned solemn as he reflected deeply, realizing the truth in those words. Otherwise, would it not be a waste of a promising young man's potential? He then declared, "What you say, young brother, is entirely correct. I, Lu, have been enlightened today. From this moment on, I shall devote myself to the frontier, seeking neither promotion nor wealth, but simply striving to repel external foes. Thus, I will not have lived in vain." This revelation left the crowd astonished. They had not anticipated Lu Zhongfeng to possess such fervor. Yingquan, too, was taken aback by Lu Zhongfeng's newfound resolve. "Very well. By virtue of your words today, Lu Zhongfeng, I, Yingquan, hereby acknowledge you as a colleague. At this moment, Yingquan stepped forward, forcibly pushing aside the obstructive Sherdingda. I implore you, Lu Shirshu, receive the banner, Sherdingda reiterated. Silence, Yingquan retorted, delivering a resounding slap that sent Sherdingda crashing to the ground. In this official capacity, I converse with my colleagues. What right have you to interrupt? Yingquan was exceedingly gracious towards his own, yet exceedingly fierce towards others. Lu Zhengfeng, now greatly displeased with Sherdingda, stated. Back in the day when our Five Mountains Sword Alliance was formed, we vowed to assist one another in defense, upholding righteousness in the martial world. When matters concerning the five sects arise, everyone must heed the Alliance Master's command. This five-colored command flag has been jointly crafted by the five sects, and it is indeed true that seeing the flag is akin to encountering the leader of the Alliance. However, I, Lu, have decided to wash my hands of worldly affairs today. This matter is of a personal nature and does not contravene the moral codes of the martial world, nor does it pertain to the Five Mountain Sword sects, thus I shall not be bound by the commands of the Alliance leader. Please convey to your esteemed master that Lu does not heed the flag's decree, and I beg for your forgiveness, esteemed elder brother. With that, I proceeded towards the basin. Hold on. You, Lu Zhengfeng, cannot wash your hands just yet. Yingquan grasped Lu Zhengfeng's arm. What? Darren, what is the meaning of this? Lu Zhengfeng was perplexed, as were the myriad heroes of the martial world. You are now a deputy general of our great Ming. Although your rank may be humble, you are still subject to the authority of my Jianghu, especially on my territory, Yingquan asserted. And what of it? I shall serve the court with unwavering loyalty, Lu Zhengfeng replied. No, 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 Yingquan repeated emphatically. If after washing your hands, the court commands you to deal with the martial world, will you comply? Lu Zhengfeng's eyes darted as he responded. Therefore, I willingly volunteer to defend the borders and shall no longer concern myself with matters of the Central Plains. But you have yet to reach the borders. What then? Yingquan inquired. Surely, there will be no foolhardy individuals seeking to trouble me at this moment. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the four members of the Songshan sect. Unbeknownst to you, there are indeed those who wish to create difficulties for you today. Yingquan laughed heartily. Your plan to wash your hands of affairs shall reach a temporary halt. At that moment, a member of the Jianghu entered from outside, intending to whisper something to Yingquan. However, Yingquan waved his hand and declared, Speak up. My Jianghu are not so petty as to silence their words. Yes, Darren. The Jianghu responded, then spoke loudly. Report to Darren. My subordinate has discovered that General Lu's family has been taken hostage, hence I acted without reporting to you. Is what you say true? Lu Zhengfeng, disregarding the title of the Jianghu, was only concerned about his family's safety. Though he had received prior warning of impending danger, he could scarcely fathom that someone would dare to lay hands on his loved ones. Lu Zhengfeng hurried towards the back hall, with others swiftly following. Yingquan, however, remained unhurried. Where he passed, no one dared to obstruct him, as they had witnessed his fearsome presence yesterday, and today they had no desire to follow in Yu Songhai's footsteps. A whimsical voice rang out. Sister Lu says she finds you detestable. You should leave and keep your distance. Sister Lu does not even know you. Why must you cling here? Another female voice interjected. Sister, let us go. Do not pay him any mind. The young man then said, Miss Lu, please wait here for a moment. Lu Zhengfeng grew increasingly incensed, pondering. Which audacious rogue dares to wreak havoc at my home and show such disrespect towards my Jinger? Lu Min's second disciple, Mi Wei, was the first to arrive at the back hall, only to witness his junior sister and Chu Fian holding hands, standing in the courtyard, while a young man in a yellow robe spread his arms to block their path. Upon encountering the individual clad in the distinctive garb of the Songshan sect, Mi Wei felt an immediate surge of indignation. He cleared his throat and called out loudly, Might I inquire if this esteemed brother is indeed a disciple of the Songshan sect? Why is he not seated in the hall? The man, with an air of arrogance, replied, No need for that. It is by the command of the alliance leader that I watch over the Lu family's kin, ensuring not a single one escapes. What a vile creature! At that moment, Lu Zhengfeng arrived just in time. Disregarding the consequences, raised his sword and lunged forward. With a resounding clang, the precious sword in Lu Zhengfeng's grasp was unexpectedly deflected. Fei Bin, Lu Zhengfeng glared at the man before him, seething with rage. Is this the extent of your Songshan sect's tactics? What tactics from the Songshan sect you have already witnessed, Lu Shixiang? Today, the Left Alliance leader has decreed that we are here to apprehend you. Lu Zhengfeng. This man was none other than Fei Bin, one of the formidable 13 protectors of the Songshan sect. This is an utter affront, Lu Zhengfeng retorted. My affairs are none of your sect's business. Thus, this was the manner of the Songshan sect, Today, I, Ding Yi, have truly opened my eyes. Ding Yi Shirtai also regarded Fei Bin with a look of disapproval. If we do not capture you today, then in the future, more righteous individuals of the Jianghu will suffer untimely demises. Fei Bin proclaimed loudly to the crowd. Are you implying that my existence, Lu Zhangfeng, poses a threat to the esteemed members of the martial world? Lu Zhangfeng shot back at Fei Bin. Indeed. You, Lu Zhangfeng, have conspired in secret with the demonic sect, colluding with the invincible Dongfang Bubi to orchestrate a plot, aiming to subvert our righteous path. Today, my fellow brothers and I have come to apprehend you and seek clarification. At that moment, two men in yellow robes descended from the wall, one of whom, a stout fellow, declared, "It is indeed the totem hand, Ding Mian, and the immortal crane hand, Lu Bai." Initially, a few individuals had considered speaking up for justice, but upon hearing Lu Zhengfeng's alleged collusion with the demonic sect, they began to observe quietly that I, Lu, have never encountered this so-called Dongfang Bubi. This alleged conspiracy must surely be a fabrication concocted by your Songshan sect. Lu Zhengfeng adamantly refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Just as Lu Bai was about to speak, a figure emerged from the rear of the crowd, advancing step by step, followed closely by several individuals dressed as imperial guards. Among the throng of no less than 200 or 300 people, many notable figures smiled and made way, not daring to obstruct him in the slightest. You Songshan sect truly exude great authority. The figure remarked casually as he walked. Upon entering my jurisdiction, you make no greeting and seek to apprehend a government official. Are you not plotting rebellion? Who else could it be but Yingquan? His tone was calm, yet veiled with lethal intent. I shall witness how you dare to seize someone under my very nose. As Yingquan strode forward, his words coincidentally reached Lu Bai's side. Who are you? Lu Bai attempted to confront, but was restrained by Fei Bin, who begrudgingly inquired. Pray tell, who here does not recognize me? Yingquan replied with a faint smile, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Bai. I have seen you, Sir Ying. Lu Zhengfeng quickly approached to pay his respects upon noticing Yingquan's arrival. In ordinary circumstances, the assembled heroes would undoubtedly look down upon Lu Zhengfeng. However, that is not the case now. The identity of Yingquan renders him a figure beyond the reach of these martial artists, and all that remains is for them to envy Lu Zhengfeng's fortune. No need for formalities. Yingquan remarked to Lu Zhengfeng, today, I, as an official, come to your aid. Even if you were to journey to the frontier and achieve unparalleled merits, your name would indubitably be linked to mine in the imperial court. Are you willing to serve under my command? Since the esteemed official has spoken, it would be an honor I cannot refuse. Lu Zhengfeng replied earnestly, preparing to kneel in submission. Yet, Yingquan swiftly halted him, saying, as allies, there is no need for such formalities. With Lu Zhengfeng now aligned, he awaited the words of Master Mo, for this Hongshan sect would become a stronghold under Yingquan's influence. This marked Yingquan's first significant endeavor in subduing a powerful faction within the realm of martial arts. Now, do you from the Songshan sect still wish to take action? Although your sect does not fall under my jurisdiction, you would do well to tread carefully, for few within the court dare disregard my standing. Yingquan issued a stark warning. It is the esteemed Grand Governor Yingquan from Jiangnan. I was blind to your presence and nearly caused offense. Fei Bin, seizing the moment, greeted Yingquan before Lu Bai could speak. You, Fei Bin, have heard of my name? Yingquan expressed with a hint of surprise. Not at all. I only learned of your esteemed reputation yesterday. Fei Bin responded, however, esteemed official, Lu Zhengfeng is colluding with the demon sect. The elder Chu Yang, is it? Yingquan interrupted, turning his gaze towards Lu Zhengfeng. Upon hearing the name, Lu Zhengfeng showed no signs of surprise. Replying, esteemed official, Brother Chu Yang is my only confidant in this life. With Lu Zhengfeng's declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Then, Lu Zhengfeng, why do you not surrender at once? Ding Mian suddenly bellowed. No sooner had he spoken than a swift kick from Yingquan sent him sliding away, caught off guard by the force. Oh, you take us for fools, speaking so loudly, Yingquan admonished. You? Ding Mian was evidently infuriated, already surrounded by several genie Wei, who brandished their blades in scrutiny. Any sign of resistance would undoubtedly be met with swift retribution. Does the esteemed official not think this is excessive? Lu Bai inquired. I do not. Furthermore, your arrogance within Lu's residence invites discipline from me, as it is my duty. Even if the emperor were present, he would not dare challenge the authority of the genie Wei. Yingquan replied nonchalantly. Where are the genie Wei? Yingquan called out forcefully. At that moment, numerous genie Wei emerged, some bearing wounds, with each pair of them restraining a fainted disciple clad in yellow robes. Upon closer inspection, It became evident that there were over 40 disciples from the Songhan sect present. The gathered heroes contemplated that were it not for Yingquan's intervention today, Lu's residents might have faced dire consequences. Master, Father, from the back hall emerged several individuals. Members of Lu's family, madam. Lu Zhengfeng's heart swelled with emotion upon seeing his kin, yet the sight of so many disciples from the Songhan sect ignited a fierce anger within him. Today, Lu had not yet washed his hands of the past, and from this moment forth, Lu Zhengfeng would stand in irreconcilable opposition to the Songhan sect. With no lingering concerns and having allied himself with the formidable Yingquan, his confidence soared significantly. Ha ha! At this moment, a resounding laughter echoed from outside. These petty individuals, intent on dealing with the Sun-Moon holy cult, now unwittingly establish a formidable enemy for themselves. In light of this, Lucien D., why not join your elder brother at Haima Cliff? Grandfather, a young girl called out. Brother Chu. Upon Lu Zhengfeng's utterance, the crowd realized that this individual was none other than Chu Yang of the Sun-Moon holy cult. Yingquan recognized that the young girl was indeed Chu Fian, whom he had long yearned to meet. I have met Lord Ying. Chu Yang promptly approached Yingquan to pay his respects. So, you are Chu Yang? Yingquan remarked with keen interest, since you two brothers share such a profound bond. Why not together pledge your allegiance to the court and serve the nation? This, Chu Yang hesitated but replied. Thank you for your kind intentions, my lord, but I am of considerable age and have grown accustomed to a life of freedom, unable to endure the constraints of the court. Lu Zhengfeng, now that Chu Yang is present, inviting you to join him at Haima Cliff, it seems you cannot evade the charge of colluding with the demonic sect, Fei Bin proclaimed. Collude or not, what will you do about it? Lu Zhengfeng dismissed Fei Bin with a wave of his hand and turned to Chu Yang, asking, Elder brother, what brings you here? Today, as I wash my hands of the past, it would be remiss of you not to come and present a gift. Chu Yang revealed a wooden box inscribed with the 4 characters Xiao Ao Jianghu. The assembled heroes clearly understood that Lu Zhengfeng was conspiring with the demonic sect, intending to overturn the righteous path of martial arts. Thus, the two must not escape today. Fei Bin shouted loudly, attempting to rally the crowd, seize Lu Zhengfeng and Chu Yang. At that moment, a mournful tune played on the eric filled the air, and the crowd recognized it as the work of Master Mo of the Shao Xiang Night Rain. Shi Xiang, Lu Zhengfeng exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Shitty, I have arrived late. Were it not for Lord Ying's presence, a calamity might have ensued. Master Mo expressed his excitement, observing the scene before them. The crowd noted that these two brothers did not appear to be at odds as rumored. As they glanced at the more than 40 disciples of the Songhan sect subdued by the imperial guards, calculations began to stir in their hearts. Surely, this was all a display for the Songhan sect. Thank you, Lord Ying, for your assistance. I received word from my disciples that the Songhan sect sent individuals to secretly infiltrate Hengshan City, intending harm upon my city, yet I never expected it would escalate to such a degree. Master Amo spoke passionately. Now that it has come to this, what shall we do? Yingquan inquired. The Songhan sect has gone too far. Hengshan will not rest until justice is served, however. Master Amo paused before continuing. Currently, our Hengshan talents are far inferior to the thriving Songhan. I am willing to submit to your leadership, my lord. Ha ha! Excellent! Yingquan rejoiced, never anticipating such fortuitous developments. I am willing to bestow the position of Hengshan sect leader upon Lu Shidi, thereafter serving as a guardian of the mountain gate. Master Amo declared. Shi Xiang, Lu Zhengfeng hastened forward. What brings you here again? Your talent surpasses mine 100-fold. I willingly concede my position, and there is no need for further words from you. Master Amo interjected, Senior brother. Lu Zhengfeng wished to articulate more, yet unexpectedly, Master Amo seized the huqin and directed it towards Lu Zhengfeng, declaring, The rise and fall of Hengshan rests solely in your hands. You have yielded to me for 10 years. Why can you not do so just once today? Upon hearing this, the gathered heroes comprehended the profound bond shared between the two brothers. Very well. I shall comply, Lu Zhengfeng responded, turning to Yingquan. Today, I, Hengshan, shall pledge allegiance to your esteemed command. Alas, it is regrettable that I, Lu, am unable to wash my hands of this affair, and instead, I find myself at odds with Songhan, truly a source of mockery. The assembly recognized that Lu Zhengfeng had resolved never to relinquish his past, and his reputation in the martial world had become tarnished. Initially colluding with the demonic sect, then aligning with the Jianghu. Was he destined to become a pawn of the court? Optional task. Subdue the Hengshan sect. Completion. Task reward. 10 years of inner strength. To unify the Jiangnan martial arts community, an imperial edict would soon be issued. summoning him to the capital for an audience. Yingquan understood that he had successfully completed the first phase, gaining an unexpected 10 years of inner strength. Even against the likes of Zhuolengchan, Yu Buchuan, Fang Zheng, and Chengxiu, Yingquan believed himself to be on equal footing. The only formidable challenge remained with Dongfang Bubi. Chapter 12. Dongfang Bubi. One strike to defeat Lu Zhengfeng's grand ceremony of washing his hands had left the Songshan sect and the Jianghu utterly transformed. Yet it became a topic of great discussion within the martial realm. Lu Zhengfeng displayed remarkable decisiveness in handling the situation. The Hongshan sect publicly announced. The newly appointed leader, Lu Zhengfeng, formally declares Hongshan's separation from the Five Mountains Sword sect and its allegiance to the Jianghu, no longer concerning itself with the disputes of righteousness and evil in the martial world. This proclamation incited numerous denunciations against Lu Zhengfeng. He was not only accused of colluding with the demonic sect, but also of becoming a lackey for the court, which was utterly contemptible for one who claimed to be of the righteous path. Such tales, especially near Songshan, flourished. In Jiangnan, however, the allegiance to Yingquan was swift, and none dared to speak ill, under the watchful gaze of Yingquan and his several hundred Jianghu. Fei Bin and the others had no choice but to retreat, having clearly fallen into Yingquan's hands. Once the Songshan sect departed, other smaller factions naturally followed suit. Remaining were Yu Buchuan and the esteemed Shirtai Dingi of Hongshan, who had always been on good terms with Lu Zhengfeng, yet now could not simply leave. As for Master Mo, after entrusting the leadership token to Lu Zhengfeng, he returned alone to the mountain gate. Once all had departed, Yu Buchuan approached, stating, "Master Lu, so much has transpired today, and I dare not impose further. I shall certainly come to visit on another occasion." "Yu Shixiang, please take care," Lu Zhengfeng quickly replied. Shirtai Dingi prepared to take her leave, her temperament notoriously fiery. Lu Zhengfeng's earlier embarrassment would surely not earn her favor. "My lord, I take my leave." Lin Pingji bid farewell to Yingquan. Yingquan had long heard of a place called Chuanyu Courtyard in Hengyang City, and after encouragement from Lu Zhengfeng and Chu Yang, he felt inclined to broaden his horizons. Upon entering the grand hall, one could immediately hear a shrill voice proclaiming, "When it comes to the foremost figure in the martial world, it is none other than Dongfang Bubi of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. And now, within my esteemed Guanyu Courtyard, we have yet another Dongfang Bubi." As the words were spoken, red silk ribbons shot forth from all directions towards the center of the arena. After a series of transformations, they converged to reveal a stunning beauty adorned in resplendent crimson attire, surpassing all others in grace and elegance. The moment she appeared, the onlookers felt as though the women beside them were merely unremarkable and commonplace. Yingquan was equally astonished. It was remarkable that such beauty existed in the world, yet she seemed somewhat familiar, leaving him momentarily unable to recognize her. In contrast, Chu Yang reacted differently. Upon seeing her, his expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor tense and filled with genuine concern. "Chu Yushir, I never imagined I would encounter you here in Guanyu Courtyard today. Look around you. One is the leader of the righteous sect, and the other a high-ranking court official. Your connections are quite impressive," the woman remarked. "Subordinate, subordinate." Chu Yang hastily knelt, pleading for mercy, completely devoid of his earlier bravado in front of the assembly. "Who are you to dare act so boldly?" Lu Zhengfeng questioned. Though he had his suspicions already. "I am Dongfang Bubi," she replied confidently. "You are Dongfang Bubi?" Yingquan exclaimed in surprise, gazing at her. "I have long heard of the illustrious name of the cult master of the East, yet I did not expect to find that the esteemed Dongfang Bubi is, in fact, a woman. Ha ha." Dongfang Bubi raised a hand to cover her fiery red lips, letting out a couple of playful laughs. "Who says I am merely a woman? What is real can also be false. Who can truly discern between male and female? How I choose to adorn myself is my own affair, is it not? Chu Yushir, have you truly mastered the Sunflower Manual?" Yingquan inquired, his brow furrowing. "Who in the martial world is unaware of it?" Dongfang Bubi looked at Yingquan, suddenly laughing again and saying, "Ah, I see I momentarily forgot that you are a man of the court, not of the martial world. The martial world?" Yingquan shook his head, responding, "Has the esteemed cult master never heard the saying that wherever there are people, there exists a martial world? One must understand that the dangers of the imperial court are not something you trifling warriors can comprehend. I am the unrivaled master of martial arts. Even the emperor holds no sway over me," Dongfang Bubi declared boldly. "Is that so? Are you aware of the Ming cult?" Yingquan suddenly asked. "Oh, there exists such a sect in the martial world? The unity of the sun and moon represents Ming, which is also the name of the great dynasty." Dongfang Bubi expressed her surprise, as this was indeed news to her. "How could you not know?" Yingquan was taken aback. Must I be aware of everything? Dongfeng Bubi replied with a knowing smile, her gaze fixed on Yingquan. I had assumed that the secrets surrounding your sect would surely be known to you. Who would have thought? Yingquan initially felt a pang of disappointment before suddenly realizing something. Your position as cult master is rather dubious. After speaking, Yingquan shook his head once more. If you do not know, then so be it. In time, you will come to learn, he continued, leaving those present in a state of utter bewilderment. You had best clarify your intentions today. Otherwise, I care not whether you are a court official. I shall ensure you cannot leave Guanyu Courtyard. The Invincible East proclaimed, mandatory task. Escape with your life under the assault of the Invincible East. Task reward. A resounding reputation in the martial world and the favor of the Invincible East, along with the reward of the lightness skill, Cloud Ladder, task failure. It remains to be seen whether the Invincible East will spare you. Yingquan was taken aback, utterly astonished that such words could provoke the ire of the Invincible East. For an individual of such unparalleled martial prowess, it was likely that there existed no taboos in the world. Once the foremost sect of the martial realm, the leader of the Ming sect, the two luminaries of light, the four kings, the five recluses, the five elements banner, and the four schools of heaven and earth, commanded a following exceeding 1,000,000. Yet, could a mere sun-moon holy cult possibly be comparable? Yingquan remarked, moreover, do you not find it intriguing that what I speak bears a striking resemblance to the constructs of your sun-moon holy cult? Who can discern the truth in your words? The Invincible East retorted. Thus, do you not realize? The Ming sect is the predecessor of your sun-moon holy cult, and the realm of the Great Ming was indeed the result of the efforts of the Ming sect's disciples. If you claim that your sun-moon holy cult has no ties to my Great Ming court, I cannot possibly believe it. A slight smile graced Yingquan's lips as he gazed at the Invincible East, saying, who is interested in your honeyed words? Given your status as a high-ranking official of the court, I shall only make one move. Whether I live or die depends solely upon your skill. The Invincible East replied, prepare to experience the might of the sect leader. Although Yingquan was cognizant of his inferiority to the Invincible East, he possessed the confidence to execute one strike. The Invincible East extended his right hand, forming a sword-like gesture, pointing directly at Yingquan. In that moment, Yingquan felt as if the very space surrounding him had been sealed by that singular gesture, leaving him with no avenue for evasion. The pressure was overwhelming. Beads of sweat began to trickle from Yingquan's temples. Chu Yang and Lu Zhangfeng, though having distanced themselves from the battlefield, were still oppressed by the formidable aura of the Invincible East, their bodies instinctively retreating, despite exerting all their strength to no avail. At this moment, they truly recognized the might of the Invincible East. Yingquan summoned the internal energy he had cultivated over 30 years, channeling it entirely into the Cold Moon Treasure Blade, creating a fierce blade aura capable of isolating the Invincible East's imposing presence. There is some skill to this, the Invincible East remarked with surprise, observing Yingquan. Hearing the voice of the Invincible East, Yingquan was naturally alarmed, for he had long since lost the ability to speak, his entire focus devoted to the blade in his hand. Daring not to show even the slightest negligence, the Invincible East flicked his finger, and a cold light streaked through the air. Yingquan, caught unawares, unleashed all of his blade aura in a single, desperate strike, sending tables and chairs flying, splintering with debris in every direction. Yingquan felt a piercing cold light penetrate his blade aura, striking against the edge of the Cold Moon Treasure Blade. The cold light shattered, and a sinister internal force surged into his body. What a fine blade! The Invincible East praised. Had it not been for this weapon, that cold light would surely have pierced your heart. Yet, the technique leaves much to be desired. Yingquan replied with a wry smile, fully aware that it was the Cold Moon Treasure Blade that had saved his life. Just as the words left his lips, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Only when you learn to conceal such overwhelming blade aura within yourself and refrain from releasing it can you hope to contend with me. For now, you are woefully inadequate, the Invincible East declared. Upon hearing this, Yingquan's eyes brightened with joy, and he closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Minister Yingquan presents himself before your majesty. You need not be formal. This is the office of Emperor Hongji, located within the imperial palace of the capital, the study. Your majesty, may I inquire the purpose of summoning me to the capital in such haste? Yingquan asked. I have heard of your accomplishments in Jiangnan, particularly regarding the tax revenues, which have significantly bolstered the national treasury, and the public sentiment in that region is favorable. I am quite pleased. Emperor Hongji began by praising him. Thank you for your kind words. Your majesty, it is merely my duty, and I dare not take credit. Yingquan replied. You haven't changed a bit, Emperor Hongji remarked. Years ago, I allowed you to remain in the capital, yet you insisted on being dispatched elsewhere. Now, you have stirred up quite the commotion, leaving me to clean up after you? The emperor expressed his exasperation. He then instructed a young eunuch at his side to present a document to Yingquan. The document accused the captain of the Jianghu, Yingquan, of forming factions for personal gain, abusing his power, and accepting bribes, asserting that the Jiangnan officialdom is rife with corruption, where local officials dare not voice their grievances. What do you think? Emperor Hongji inquired. As long as your majesty is aware of the situation, I have no further comments. Yingquan responded. Oh, you? What am I to say about you? Emperor Hongji shook his head, surprisingly unperturbed by Yingquan's demeanor, and continued. Now, take a look at this letter. He instructed the eunuch to present another document. The letter stated, Captain Yingquan of the Jianghu is actively courting individuals from the underworld with ulterior motives, and it has been confirmed that the entire region south of the Yangtze River, led by the Hongshan sect, has pledged allegiance to Yingquan, conspiring for rebellion. Your Majesty, please take heed. After reading the document, Yingquan returned it to the eunuch and addressed Emperor Hongji, though he showed no sign of concern. Currently, not only do other officials harbor doubts, but even your superiors, Mao Bin and Li Guang from the Eastern Depot, have voiced their opinions against you, Emperor Hongji remarked. That is of no consequence, as long as your Majesty harbors no objections, Yingquan stated plainly. Very well, I allowed you to develop in Jiangnan because the forces surrounding the capital had already been consolidated. Now that you have firmly grasped the region south of the Yangtze, what are your plans moving forward? I have encountered Dongfang Bubi, Yingquan responded evasively. How so? Emperor Hongji, having set aside his previous question, inquired. He is not to be underestimated. Chapter 13. Yingquan's promotion and confrontation with the Eastern Depot. Chapter 13. Yingquan's promotion and confrontation with the Eastern Depot. He is not a match for him. A hint of anxiety crossed Yingquan's face. Could he truly be that formidable? Emperor Hongji expressed his astonishment. Not formidable, but rather terrifying, Yingquan replied with utmost seriousness. How does he compare to Mao Bin? Emperor Hongji asked. At this moment, Master Mao and I are of equal standing. He is no match for Dongfang Bubi. Yingquan shook his head. And what of Li Guang from the Eastern Depot? Emperor Hongji pressed on. Although Li Guang may be slightly superior, he is still inadequate to contend with Dongfang Bubi, and I have discovered that both Li Guang and Dongfang Bubi are practicing the same martial arts manual. The Sunflower Manual. Yingquan's brow furrowed slightly. The Sunflower Manual? Emperor Hongji expressed surprise. Though the martial prowess of Dongfang Bubi has long been rumored to be unparalleled due to his mastery of the Sunflower Manual, I have always found it hard to believe, Emperor Hongji stated. After the battle with him, I cannot help but believe that I am not only more profound than Li Guang but by at least tenfold. Yingquan remarked, the Sunflower Manual. It is this very Sunflower Manual that has allowed Li Guang to suppress me for several years. Could it be that Li Guang has some connection with the Invincible East? Emperor Hongji said. Before engaging with the Invincible East, I mentioned matters concerning the Ming sect, yet the Invincible East seemed utterly oblivious, which is quite peculiar. Yingquan continued. When Ren Wuxing went missing back then, I suspected foul play, and now with the Invincible East at the helm of the Sun and Moon Divine cult, severing ties with the court, could it be that some calamity has befallen the Sun and Moon Divine cult? Emperor Hongji expressed his concerns. It is rumored in the martial world that Ren Wuxing has abdicated in favor of the Invincible East, but I believe otherwise. It must be that the Invincible East usurped Ren Wuxing's position as leader, and I am unaware of the Sun and Moon Divine cult's connection with our Ming dynasty. Yingquan concluded. Indeed. The relationship between the Sun and Moon Divine cult and our Ming dynasty has always been known solely to the leader. Now that the Invincible East seems unaware of this matter, it surely indicates that Ren Wuxing has encountered misfortune, Emperor Hongji asserted. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Yingquan clasped his hands in respect, indicating the importance of the matter. Speak. The loyalty of the Sun and Moon Divine cult. There is no need for this loyal minister to worry. The sole reason for the existence of the Sun and Moon Divine cult is to divert the attention of the martial world from the court. Regardless of its loyalty to the court, it has already become embroiled in the conflicts of the martial world, and both the Sun and Moon Divine cult and the righteous path of the martial world have long been unable to extricate themselves. Emperor Hongji waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unconcerned. However, I am apprehensive about the Invincible East. This individual is neither overtly sinister nor benign, indistinguishable in gender, yet possesses unparalleled martial skills that are rarely seen. If the martial world were ever to be unified, it would undoubtedly be by this person's hand. Now, With the unclear relationship with Li Guang, I fear future calamities. Yingquan expressed his concerns. Enough of him for now. You must understand that Li Guang and your direct superior, Mu Bin, are determined to take you down, and the capital is currently their stronghold. You must tread carefully. Emperor Hongji shifted the topic. I intend to experience the prowess of the two esteemed officials, Yingquan replied. The following day, by the decree of the emperor, it is announced, Yingquan, the Jianghu of Fujin, is promoted to the position of Bizenfu envoy of the Jianghu and must assume office immediately. This is an imperial edict. A young eunuch proclaimed the decree before Yingquan, holding a letter of appointment. I accept the decree. Yingquan took the edict, rewarded the young eunuch, then returned to his chamber with a bitter smile on his face. This is the Yu Lai Inn in the capital, where Yingquan is lodging. The emperor certainly knows how to keep himself occupied. Yingquan cursed inwardly. The responsibilities of the Bizenfu are to oversee the imperial prisons as well as to conduct investigations, arrests, interrogations, and a series of other practical powers. However, there exists a problem. As a subordinate department of the Jianghu, the Bizenfu is accountable to the Eastern Depot, and all actions must be reported to the Eastern Depot. Moreover, in special times, actions can bypass the Jianghu commander and report directly to the Eastern Depot supervisor, with the emperor having full discretion to decide. Originally, the emperor had allied with Mu Bin to resist Li Guang, yet now he has thrown me into this maelstrom. Does he not find it chaotic enough? The current position I find myself in is indeed a veritable hot potato. A single misstep could lead to a fate even more lamentable than incurring the wrath of Dongfang Bubi. The only consolation lies in the fact that Emperor Hongji is one of the rare rejuvenators of the Ming dynasty, and my own background is unblemished. Since the founding of the dynasty by the great ancestor, my family has remained loyal to the Jianghu, keeping a distance from the Central Plains and avoiding any collusion with the powers in the capital. Rest assured, I would never foolishly conspire with court officials. My objective is to offend as many officials as possible, thereby ensuring the emperor's trust in me, as well as my own peace of mind. It seems that I have nearly achieved this goal. The more officials who harbor grievances against me, the safer I am in the emperor's eyes. Yingquan made his way to the Jianghu's Northern Pacification Office without rousing anyone. The Jianghu's office is located outside the Chengtian Gate, on the western side of the Qianbu Corridor, adjacent to the Wujuan Dudu Fu, with the 6 ministries of the court directly opposite. This clearly illustrates the esteemed position of the Jianghu. Yingquan first approached the residence of the Jianghu commander, Mu Bin, and called out from outside, "This is Yingquan of the Jianghu, here to pay my respects to Commander Mu." At that moment, a figure emerged in a black dragon robe bestowed by the emperor, striding with an air of authority that commanded respect. It was none other than Mu Bin, the Grand Commander of Jiangnan. Upon seeing Yingquan, Mu Bin let out a sudden laugh, saying, "It is all thanks to the kindness of friends." Yingquan replied, though he did not deny the implication. "Although I am nominally your subordinate, my capabilities are not inferior to yours. It would be wise not to impose your authority too heavily, lest you spoil the mood." Though Yingquan did not state it outright, Mu Bin certainly understood his meaning. Truth be told, Mu Bin's official rank was merely slightly higher than Yingquan's. Should a conflict arise between them, it would only serve to benefit Li Guang. "Oh, come now," Mu Bin chuckled heartily. "Lord Ying, please step inside." He extended an invitation for Yingquan to enter, and no need. Yingquan promptly declined, stating his purpose. "I have been appointed by the emperor as the Northern Pacification Officer of the Jianghu. I wonder what your thoughts are on this." "Commander Mu, perfect timing. Our Jianghu gains another formidable general weight." Before Mu Bin could finish his sentiment, Yingquan interrupted, saying, "Commander Mu, let me speak plainly. The emperor has assigned me this role as Northern Pacification Officer of the Jianghu, and I trust you understand the implications. We will need to work in sincere cooperation going forward, lest we jeopardize significant matters." With that, Yingquan took his leave, clearly showing no intention of fostering goodwill with Mu Bin. Though he had offended him now, he had no fear that Mu Bin would side with Li Guang against him. In a scenario where 2 are weak against 1 strong, Mu Bin would certainly not act out of misplaced loyalty. Yingquan's actions did not escape the notice of Emperor Hongjian, the presence of his only wife, the current empress. He remarked, "This Yingquan, is he truly so petty? Must he offend the entire court before he is satisfied?" The empress smiled faintly and replied, "Your Majesty, my brother's actions are not without reason. It is all for the sake of his sister, your empress." "Very well," the emperor concluded. Emperor Hongji remarked, "This fellow truly possesses remarkable capabilities. He has managed to outmaneuver all the local officials south of the Yangtze River, causing each of them to secretly petition me with their grievances. Yet, I deliberately choose to ignore them. Just consider their predicament. Unable to engage in corruption or bribery, they resort to petitioning me to investigate Yingquan. it is utterly preposterous. Each one of them speaks with such grandiloquence, genuinely believing my vision is obscured. The Emperor's irritation was palpable. In recent years, the influence of the Eastern Depot has grown excessively potent. Were it not for the fact that I have but one consort in the harem, perhaps they would have encroached upon that domain as well. The Empress appeared somewhat distressed. Li Guang, I intend to seize this opportunity to deal with him, Emperor Hongji declared sternly. Could there be a risk? I have heard that Li Guang's martial prowess is formidable. Yingquan will not be in danger, will he? The Empress expressed her deep concern. This fellow is quite clever. Having managed to escape from the hands of the invincible Dongfang, it is likely that Li Guang will not be able to subdue him. He has mentioned that Li Guang is merely a notch above him, Emperor Hongji reassured her. That is well and good. Yet, the worry in your eyes cannot be concealed. Yingquan's mother is the Empress's own aunt. From a young age, the Empress cherished her aunt's company until her marriage to Yingquan's father in Hami, which led to their gradual estrangement due to the vast distance. Had it not been for Yingquan's remarkable achievements during Ma Wenqing's expedition to Hami, returning to the Central Plains, the Empress would have remained oblivious to the existence of her cousin. With both of her parents deceased and Yingquan also an orphan, the bonds of blood naturally fostered a profound connection between them. As the newly appointed chief of the Northern Town Pacification Commission, Yingquan strode confidently into the commission's offices, announcing, I am Yingquan, the new chief. The individuals present were taken aback. Yingquan's reputation within the Jianghu was well known, notorious for his unwavering integrity. The thought of serving under him filled them with trepidation. Li Changgong. Yingquan disregarded the expressions of those around him and focused intently on one individual. Li Guang, the director of the Eastern Depot, a man in his 40s or 50s with a fair complexion and a string of prayer beads in hand. Suggesting he was a devout Buddhist, he appeared less sinister than previously imagined, wearing a cheerful smile that seemed harmless, yet it only heightened Yingquan's vigilance. Master Ying, it is a pleasure to meet you. Li Guang greeted Yingquan with a grin, clasping his hands together in a respectful gesture while casually swinging his prayer beads. I have long admired your esteemed name, yet I wonder what brings you to my humble office. Yingquan inquired directly. Li Guang regarded him with a knowing glance and replied, the Northern Town Pacification Commission is subordinate to the Eastern Depot. All operations are directed by the Eastern Depot. Since there is a new official in charge, it is only prudent for me to pay a visit, as I am indeed concerned. That will not trouble you, Master Li. Henceforth, all my actions will be reported directly to His Majesty, who will have complete authority over them. Yingquan offered no deference to Li Guang. Young man, a bit of vigor is commendable, but should it exceed reasonable bounds, one must be wary of burning out. Li Guang seemingly offered a well-meaning caution. I have always been quite fiery. My only concern is igniting something that cannot be easily contained, which would indeed be a loss for the director. Did Yingquan fear Li Guang? Naturally, he did not. Chapter 14. The ingenious rescue of Meng Yang and the unrest in the Eastern Depot. Ha ha. Li Guang suddenly turned to Yingquan and laughed softly, a delicate sound that made Yingquan quite uncomfortable. Young man, quite intriguing, Li Guang remarked before rising to leave. Bring me the roster. Yingquan disregarded Li Guang's departure, settling back into his seat and instructing a nearby individual. The efficiency of the Jianghu was commendable, sparing Yingquan a lengthy wait. The 13 Taibao of the Bizenfu? Yingquan's interest was piqued as he discovered something noteworthy. He had long heard that the 13 Taibao of the Jianghu were the elite among elites, yet he had not anticipated they were subordinates of the Bizenfu. Furthermore, there were 3 Qianhus and 30 Baihus, totaling nearly 4,000 personnel, each a capable figure from the martial world, aside from some civil officials. However, one could only wonder how many harbored true loyalty to the emperor. The Eastern Depot had maintained control over the Bizenfu for years. It was hard to believe there were no hidden agendas at play. Seated, Yingquan mused quietly. The affairs of the martial world are far from concluded, and now I find myself entangled in the court's power struggles. Surely, Li Guang possesses influence within the martial realm, having garnered support from formidable factions. What connection exists between Dongfang Bubi and Li Guang? If I aspire to unify the martial world, I must inevitably contend with Dongfang Bubi, even if I were to triumph over him. Those within the court, especially Li Guang and Mao Bin, would not allow me to reap the rewards unchallenged. Moreover, both Shaolin and Wudong would undoubtedly obstruct my efforts. Should they unite against me, even with the emperor's backing, I would find myself at a disadvantage. It seems imperative that I devise a strategy to make the emperor aware of the martial world's perils. Just as I have begun to unify the martial forces of Jiangnan, I am summoned back to the capital. He must still harbor reservations about me. After all, his ancestor, Zhu Yuanzhang, established his reign by relying on the martial powers. It is certain that as the emperor of the Ming dynasty, he is acutely aware of this, Yingquan contemplated. Currently, various factions in the capital are vigilantly observing Yingquan's movements, rendering many actions unfeasible. It appears crucial to seek an opportunity to depart the capital, to open up the northern front, and to lure out those who dare confront me, Yingquan considered deeply. The capital indeed restricts his actions. As noon approached, Yingquan set aside the roster and made his way towards the yamen. Castrated dogs, if you dare capture me today, you better ensure I don't escape, or I will surely bring ruin upon the Eastern Depot. The voice was filled with fervor. Yingquan hurried towards the source of the sound, only to witness several banners from the Eastern Depot escorting a young official, whose attire was disheveled, hair unkempt, and even his black gauze hat was nowhere to be found. Halt! Yingquan called out from a distance. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my Eastern Depot? One of the banner bearers retorted, I am Yingquan, the Jianghu's Bizenfu envoy. Do you wish to court death? Yingquan replied coldly. Ah, it is the Grand Commissioner of Jiangnan, the young official exclaimed with delight, gesticulating animatedly. It is indeed Lord Ying. The two banner bearers hastily paid their respects. I shall take this individual, Yingquan stated decisively. My lord, this point one of the banners presents quite a dilemma. Begone. Yingquan, however, would not indulge them. With a single command to depart, the two men naturally complied, retreating obediently. Though they were part of the Eastern Depot, their rank was not comparable to Yingquan's, and it was wise not to provoke him. Furthermore, just because they could not confront him did not mean others could not. As they exchanged glances, they made their way back to the Eastern Depot, clearly intending to relay the news. Thank you, my lord, for your rescue, one of the officials exclaimed. Who are you, and what transgression have you committed? Yingquan inquired. The young official, who had initially worn a cheerful expression, now appeared stiff and uneasy, yet he politely replied. I am Li Mingyang, a junior official from the Ministry of Revenue. I was simply apprehended for injuring a few of the Eastern Depot's banners, and they overwhelmed me in a rush. To dare provoke the Eastern Depot, you truly court peril. Yingquan scoffed, mocking his lack of self-awareness. This, at that moment, ignited a surge of anger within me, disregarding many considerations. Li Mingyang sheepishly scratched his head. Return home. Yingquan waved his hand, advising. From now on, avoid provoking the personnel of the Eastern Depot. Wait. Li Mingyang hastily called out to the departing Yingquan, saying, My lord, if you leave now, my life will be forfeit. This is troublesome. Yingquan brought Li Mingyang back to the yamen, producing a token from the Northern Town Pacification Commission, and said to him, If you wish to preserve your life, this is your only path. I shall certainly comply. Li Mingyang accepted the token, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Who would have thought that I, a distinguished top scholar, would one day join the Jianghu? Humph! Yingquan snorted dismissively. Joining the Jianghu, it is my honor. Li Mingyang quickly amended his statement, My lord. Now that I am a member of the Jianghu, there is something I must report. Li Mingyang's demeanor shifted, shedding his prior levity, and he spoke with utmost respect to Yingquan. Speak. I was on official business in Luoyang, and while passing through Songshan, I indeed noticed several suspicious individuals from the martial world, so I ventured closer, Li Mingyang continued, glancing at Yingquan. Noticing Yingquan's lack of response, he pressed on. I followed them discreetly. These individuals meandered about Songshan, engaged in some unknown dealings. Just as I attempted to approach once more, I was struck unconscious by a blunt object, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself on the official road. I surmised that they must have discovered me at some point, as I later realized my belongings had been searched. I believe they refrained from killing me because they found the official documents on my person. Not daring to linger, I completed my business in Luoyang and hastened back to the capital. To my surprise, upon reporting to my superior today, I spotted one of those individuals in an inn within the city. Coincidentally, he was adorned in the garments of the Eastern Depot, prompting me to confront him for clarification. However, before I could utter a word, he struck me with a punch. Unable to tolerate such an affront, I engaged them in a fierce brawl. I managed to injure a few of the Eastern Depot's banners. But alas, I was outnumbered and captured. Li Mingyang recounted his ordeal to Yingquan, My lord. I firmly believe that the banners from the Eastern Depot are embroiled in some sinister plot at Songshan. Li Mingyang asserted with conviction, It turns out you fear being silenced by the agents of the Eastern Bureau. Yingquan smiled faintly and addressed Li Mingyang. Rest assured, your allegiance to me is certainly known to Li Guang. He would not dare to take your life. Such an act would expose the clandestine dealings of the Eastern Bureau at Songshan. At this moment, Li Guang is convinced that you, Li Mingyang, are completely oblivious. So take comfort in that. Yingquan patted Li Mingyang's shoulder and continued, however, I must inquire. How can I trust you? What reason can you provide for me to believe in you? Upon finishing this statement, a smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. This left Li Mingyang momentarily speechless, as he found himself unable to prove his sincerity. Not bothering to wait for the stunned Li Mingyang, Yingquan exited the yamen and proceeded toward the Yulai Inn. Dressed in the official garb of the Jianghu, common folk hastily stepped aside, and even some officials chose to keep their distance, clearly unwilling to engage with the agents of the Jianghu. Once at the inn, Yingquan changed into civilian attire and settled down in the main hall, ordering a pound of beef, a selection of cooked dishes, and a jug of fine wine. Without the insignia of his official status, he was hardly recognized by anyone except the waiter and the innkeeper. Have you heard? What news? Since the Hongshan sect allied with the Jianghu, various gangs south of the Yangtze River have pledged their loyalty to the court. Now, Zhuolengchan of the Songshan sect is becoming increasingly restless. Their allegiance to the court is their own affair. What concern is it of Zhuolengchan? Ah, you are unaware. Zhuolengchan is known as the leader of the Five Mountains. The current head of the Hongshan sect, Liu Zhangfeng, and his predecessor, Imoda, are both top-tier martial artists. Zhuolengchan aspires not merely to be the leader of the Five Mountains, but to become the leader of the martial world. Thus, this could potentially undermine Zhuolengchan's influence. Yet, he cannot entirely blame others for this loss. Apart from the court's stance, if he wishes to claim the title of martial arts leader, he must first seek the approval of the Shaolin and Wudong sects. I perceive Zhuolengchan as eyeing the benefits of allying with the court. Perhaps he is contemplating switching allegiances to secure a new martial arts leader. Zhuolengchan is too proud. It seems unlikely he would ever ally with the court. Alliance may be improbable, but what of collaboration? During his lunch at the inn, Yingquan overheard a nearby table of martial artists discussing the affairs of Zhuolengchan. He recalled Li Mingyang mentioning the discovery of several stealthy agents of the Eastern Bureau disguised as martial artists around Songshan. It appeared that something was afoot at Songshan. Should he find an excuse to visit Songshan and perhaps pay a visit to Shaolin Temple as well? Yingquan mused. Even a stroll through Luoyang would be a welcome diversion. At that moment, a small flag-bearer from the Jianghu entered, causing an immediate hush to descend upon the inn. Even the previously animated group of martial artists fell silent, casting furtive glances at the flag-bearer, a mix of fear and disdain evident in their expressions. Cowards! Yingquan exclaimed. One of the martial artists, about to retaliate, was abruptly restrained by a companion. By coincidence, the Genie Wei also arrived beside Yingquan. The wanderer of the rivers and lakes, believing that Yingquan had drawn the ire of the Genie Wei, was about to secretly revel in his misfortune when he witnessed the young banner-bearer kneel on one knee beside Yingquan and proclaim, Lord Ying, the Emperor has dispatched someone with an edict, requesting your swift presence in the palace. Upon hearing these words, everyone, save for the innkeeper and the attentive attendants who were aware of Yingquan's identity, was taken aback. Particularly, the wanderer who had just attempted to confront Yingquan was filled with regret. Observing the unfolding scene, Yingquan merely shook his head and chose to disregard the wanderer. Yet, the young banner-bearer, undeterred, inquired of Yingquan, My lord, shall we take them back? Never mind. They are inconsequential. They can be sent packing from the capital. Yingquan replied with indifference. Did you hear that? Depart at once. The young banner-bearer commanded. Chapter 15. The Luoyang Incident. Midnight meeting with the Empress. Your servant pays respects to the Emperor. Yingquan stood without kneeling, performing a bow. Your timing is impeccable, Emperor Hongji exclaimed with delight. What has transpired? Yingquan looked at Emperor Hongji in surprise. News has just arrived that Bai Taiguei, the governor of Luoyang, has been assassinated, and the perpetrator remains at large. Emperor Hongji declared with fury. How audacious for someone to assassinate a governor of the Ming dynasty, especially one from Luoyang. Does this Bai Taiguei possess any noteworthy background? Yingquan inquired. Has he perhaps offended anyone recently? How would I know about such matters? Emperor Hongji, already incensed, responded with a tone that was less than cordial. Yingquan, unfazed, leaned against a pillar and closed his eyes to rest, contemplating. This presents a splendid opportunity. Why not seize it to venture out of the capital and investigate Luoyang myself? Once Emperor Hongji's temper had somewhat abated, Yingquan rose and said, Your Majesty, allow me to take charge of this case. I shall ensure that the truth comes to light. Very well. Emperor Hongji had initially intended for Yingquan to go, and now that Yingquan had proposed it himself, it spared him the need for further persuasion. Additionally, during this outing, gather intelligence regarding the Sun and Moon divine cult, particularly concerning the relationship between Dongfang Bubi and Li Guang. Emperor Hongji added, and be cautious of Li Guang, he concluded. Your servant takes his leave. Yingquan clasped his hands in salute and exited the emperor's study at the Jianghu Wei's North Town Pacification Office. He commanded, "Summon the 13 guardians." Soon, 3 individuals arrived, 2 men and 1 woman, all adorned in identical Feiyu attire. "Enjoying the privileges of Jianghu, I am the North Town Pacification Envoy, Yingquan." "State your names," Yingquan asserted with considerable authority. 5th, Hoijuan. 11th, Lin Yi. Younger sister, Jin Xiaoqiao. "Why are only the 3 of you present?" Yingquan's brow gradually furrowed. "Unbeknownst to the adults, my elder brother and second brother have long been stationed at the imperial palace to ensure the safety of the emperor. Meanwhile, the 3rd brother, 7th younger brother, 9th younger sister, and the 10th have all perished during their missions. The 4th brother, 6th younger brother, 8th younger sister, and 12th remain occupied with their duties outside and have yet to return. Currently, only the 3 of us siblings are present in the office." Hoijuan stepped forward to report. "I see," said the official. "I must travel to Luoyang on official business this time. Please select 2 individuals to accompany me." Yingquan nodded in acknowledgement. "Let it be the 11th and my younger sister who shall accompany you, sir. To be candid, I have some personal matters to attend to and cannot leave at the moment." Hoijuan replied. "Very well." Yingquan readily agreed, then called out loudly, "Lu Qian, at your service." Lu Qian hurriedly approached, eager to heed any command. He was 100 households within the Northern Town Patrol. Select 5 or 6 capable assistants to proceed ahead, making their way to Luoyang. Remember not to reveal your identities, and take note of any changes in the city before my arrival, Yingquan instructed. Understood. Lu Qian acknowledged and set about his tasks. We need not rush. Let us rest well and set off at dawn. Yingquan smiled gently. Dio, remember to wait for me at the Yulai and tomorrow morning. With that, he disregarded the remaining 3 bodyguards and departed. The 3 bodyguards were perplexed by Yingquan's intentions, yet he was their superior, and whatever he said was to be accepted without question. As for the journey to Luoyang, Yingquan did not possess absolute confidence. His influence lay in Jiangnan, and he could not summon forces at a moment's notice. However, the Jianghu within the Northern Town Patrol had always been under the command of the Eastern Depot, and it remained uncertain how many among them were truly loyal. Even the 3 bodyguards from earlier were not ones in whom Yingquan could place his utmost trust. Yingquan was acutely aware that conflicts with the Eastern Depot were inevitable, perhaps even a grand confrontation. One side must ultimately prevail. The Empress was his cousin, a revelation that took Yingquan by surprise. He was now an external relative, a member of the Jianghu, and this connection was known only to himself. Emperor Hongzhi and the Empress. During the period when eunuchs wielded immense power, the only one whom Emperor Hongzhi could genuinely trust was Yingquan, who happened to possess the requisite capability. Additionally, it was advantageous that Emperor Hongzhi was a rare benevolent ruler, at least according to the Empress, for he had only one wife. There was but a single prince, and barring unforeseen circumstances, a tragic struggle for the throne among princes would likely not ensue a century hence. For the sake of his sister and nephew, Emperor Hongzhi surely believed that Yingquan would spare no effort to assist him. In truth, Yingquan was committed to this endeavor. Though Yingquan possessed the temperament of a man of the rivers and lakes, he found himself entrenched in officialdom. Fortunately, the Jianghu could still be regarded as a semi-jingling organization, preventing him from feeling overly stifled. Nonetheless, many officials, upon encountering Yingquan, were averse to engaging with him, finding communication nearly impossible. He emitted an aura that kept others at bay, often leading them to feel as though their secrets had long been laid bare before him. Apart from his subordinates, Yingquan refrained from associating with any other officials. Upon returning to the inn, Yingquan firmly shut the door, instructing the servant not to disturb him under any circumstances. When night fell, he opened the window and leapt out. What transpired was a visit to the illustrious Qinjiao Pavilion in the capital. Rather than entering through the main entrance, I sought a secluded corner and slipped inside. The atmosphere was vibrant with flickering lights and the allure of fine wines and beautiful maidens. However, none of this captivated Yingquan's attention. Wuhuang residence. Your Majesty the Empress, I humbly pay my respects, Yingquan declared with utmost reverence. As I mentioned before, you may simply call me sister, the Empress replied with a gentle smile. Forgive my curiosity, Your Majesty, but what brings you to summon me here? Yingquan felt compelled to seek clarity. Meeting the Empress in such a setting could tarnish reputations if word got out. While he was indifferent to his own standing, he was mindful of his sister's reputation. This Qinjiao Pavilion is an establishment of mine. Today, I wish for my brother to assist in its management, the Empress continued, still smiling. Yingquan found himself at a loss for words. The sensation was akin to what he had experienced with Yilin, yet distinctly different. Yilin's presence brought him tranquility and comfort. while the Empress evoked a warmth reminiscent of a mother's embrace, leading him into a state of profound relaxation. This feeling, however, only heightened his unease. Before he could respond, the Empress interjected, "Do not be hasty in your refusal, dear brother. The Qianjiao Pavilion is, in fact, a network for gathering intelligence. The true members of Qianjiao Pavilion are respectable women. Do not let your thoughts stray otherwise." Upon hearing this, Yingquan nodded inwardly, astonished to learn that this establishment, widespread across the nation, was under the Empress's domain and served as a conduit for information. Truth be told, he felt a stirring interest. Although he held a prominent position within the Jianghu, most of its members seemed loyal to Mao Bin, with some even covertly pledging allegiance to Li Guang. He had control over a portion of the Jianghu in Jiangnan, and possessing such an organization would undeniably ease his future endeavors. The emperor may be unaware, but I possess considerable knowledge regarding this matter. The informants under Qianjiao Pavilion have uncovered the reason behind the disappearance of Ron Wushing a decade ago. Various indications suggest a connection between Li Guang and Dongfang Bubi. Furthermore, before entering the palace, Li Guang was a disciple of Shaolin Temple. The recently deceased governor of Luoyang, Bai Taigui, was also a lay disciple of Shaolin and a close confidant of Li Guang. The Empress articulated, "I have a lingering suspicion that there is a conspiracy at play." She added with concern, "I shall exercise caution." Yingquan replied, uncertain of how to respond. "You bear a striking resemblance to your aunt." The Empress remarked with a soft chuckle upon observing Yingquan's demeanor, her laughter as gentle as a spring breeze, devoid of the regal poise typically associated with her station. "Your Majesty, I accept the responsibilities of Qianjiao Pavilion," Yingquan declared, eager to extricate himself from such an environment, fearing he might succumb to its seductive allure. With a light chuckle, the Empress delicately lifted her hand to smooth a few stray strands of hair from her forehead, saying, "Very well, since you prefer not to converse further, we shall leave it at that." She produced a jade pendant from her hand and presented it to Yingquan, saying, "This is my personal jade pendant, a token of trust for Qianjiao Pavilion. Each leader of the pavilion is a member of our organization. They are to be trusted." Yingquan gazed at the Empress's outstretched wrist, caught in a dilemma of whether to accept or decline the offering. Upon encountering Yingquan in such a state, the queen let out a soft chuckle, exclaiming, "What, do you require this palace to personally assist you in wearing it?" Only then did Yingquan come to his senses, promptly accepting the jade pendant and tucking it into his bosom. "Your servant takes his leave," he declared hastily, not waiting for the queen to utter another word, and swiftly fled the scene, utterly devoid of the imposing aura he once held as the grand overseer of Jiangnan. "Hee, this brother is truly adorable," the queen remarked softly, observing Yingquan's hasty retreat. Yingquan was acutely aware that Emperor Hongji was also preparing to contend with Li Guang, while simultaneously wishing to prevent Mao Bin from seizing power. For to Yingquan, Mao Bin was an outsider. Thus, this task fell squarely on his shoulders. Yingquan could not fathom that Emperor Hongji was unaware of the queen's encounter with him today. It was evident that her actions were tacitly approved by the emperor. However, Li Guang was not an adversary to be underestimated. His influence was far more formidable than it appeared, placing Yingquan in a precarious position. Moreover, the emperor's own power was undoubtedly substantial, as even the queen commanded a secret organization like the Qianjiao Pavilion. Yingquan had ample reason to believe that Emperor Hongji's clandestine strength was even greater. In this context, how could Li Guang, who managed to suppress both the emperor and the queen, be measured? This was something beyond Yingquan's capabilities to assess. Additionally, Li Guang practiced the Sunflower Sutra alongside Dongfang Bubi. Even if Li Guang did not surpass Dongfang Bubi, Yingquan currently found himself barely able to hold his ground against Li Guang. To achieve victory, he still had a considerable distance to cover. The Sunflower Sutra had but one rival in this world, the Duga Nine Swords. With Yingquan's current martial prowess, including the Shuriwa 3 kills, Hu family blade techniques, and the Gale blade techniques, he was certainly no match for the Sunflower Sutra. Yingquan was in urgent need of a martial art capable of contending with the Sunflower Sutra. As for sword techniques, he was entirely unversed, and the Dugu Nine Swords had already been ruled out. What remained were the Shaolin Jinjing and the Wudong Taijiquan. Chapter 16. Strolling through Luoyang, attired in brocade the following morning, still bearing a hint of fatigue, Yingquan, accompanied by Lin Yi and Jin Xiao, rode in a carriage, somewhat ostentatiously, as they made their way towards Luoyang. Naturally, they were not without the white jade-tearing wind beast, a reward for Yingquan's prior slaying of Tian Buoguang. Just as Yingquan set forth, the jade pendant issued another minor task. Task available. Subdue the 13 Taibao of the Jianghu. Reward. 1,000 taels of silver for each subjugation. Failure. permanent loss of loyalty from the respective Tai Bao. Even the most minuscule morsel is still sustenance, and Yingquan would not let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, the 13 Tai Bao of the Jianghu rightfully ought to fall under Yingquan's command. The only lament was that the number of Tai Bao had dwindled below 13, which left Yingquan feeling quite helpless. He had heard that the governor of Luoyang, by Tai Gui, was also a formidable figure. "Inquire, do you possess any detailed information about him?" Yingquan asked. "Not much is known. He is a confidant of Li Gonggong, and who would dare to investigate him?" Jin Xiaoqiao replied candidly, "It's likely his records have all been fabricated." Her forthrightness startled Lin Yi, who shot her a series of warning glances. Yingquan smiled faintly, finding the young lady quite lively. It seemed this journey would not be overly dull. "No matter, I shall candidly inform you that my purpose for this journey is twofold. Firstly, to investigate the case concerning by Tai Gui, and secondly, to discern what schemes Li Guang is concocting in Luoyang. It would be prudent for both of you to ensure you are not affiliated with Li Guang. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to return to the capital alive." Yingquan stated this matter-of-factly, seemingly unfazed. "By the way," Yingquan appeared to recall something and continued, "should any misfortune befall me, I advise you, if you possess the ability, to make a hasty exit." Yingquan's words trailed off, yet Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao were not fools. They understood his implication and hastened to express their loyalty. However, devoid of any visible signs of sincerity, Yingquan discerned that their hearts had not yet truly aligned with him. "Regardless of whom you served before, it is my command that prevails now," he declared, his tone imposing, rendering the two unable to breathe normally. The history of the Ming dynasty is profoundly heavy, yet equally resilient. It is merely the confluence of internal and external conflicts that has rendered its already decaying wheels unable to bear the burden. Before last night, Yingquan was indifferent to the fate of the Ming dynasty. However, after last night, influenced by the Empress, he instinctively wished to avoid disappointing or endangering her, seemingly regarding her as a true sister or even a mother. Yingquan himself could not articulate this. He was unable to confront the Empress directly. He displayed a hardened demeanor to countless others, yet reserved his vulnerability solely for her. Yingquan, being merely a man of arms, did not grasp the intricacies of politics. He found it difficult to assign blame for the decay of the Ming dynasty, yet what of it? As long as his sister was pleased, that sufficed. If Li Guang displeased her, he would be eradicated. The interference of eunuchs in governance is inherently perilous. Currently, it is Li Guang, and Yingquan is acutely aware that the eunuch managing the Crown Prince's East Palace is none other than the future Grand Eunuch Lu Jin. At this moment, as Yingquan journeyed toward Luoyang, he had already begun to contemplate the dissolution of the Eastern Depot. He had heard whispers of the training undergone by the Jianghu spies. "I am aware of certain matters," Yingquan remarked. "Do you solely learn the art of killing in your training?" he inquired. "Yes and no. We acquire a multitude of skills, all aimed at accomplishing our tasks. Yet thus far, the missions assigned have solely involved assassination." Jin Xiaoqiao replied with a hint of displeasure. "Oh?" Yingquan subtly furrowed his brow, his thoughts swirling, and posed another question. "Who assigns you these tasks?" "Naturally, it is the people from the Eastern Depot." Jin Xiaoqiao shrugged, expressing her discontent with the Eastern Depot. Yingquan nodded slightly, falling silent, lost in contemplation. With Yingquan no longer speaking, Jin Xiaoqiao and Lin Yi likewise refrained from broaching any topics. At that moment, Yingquan exuded an air of unapproachability, rendering both Jin Xiaoqiao and Lin Yi quite uncomfortable, prompting them to discreetly exit the carriage, leaving Yingquan alone. Yingquan relished the solitude. The distance from the capital to Luoyang is not insignificant. Throughout the journey, Yingquan made no effort to conceal his whereabouts, actively visiting each state and probing for information. Bribery was not to be overlooked, yet a meal was certainly unavoidable. This left an expression of disdain etched upon Jin Xiaoqiao's countenance. Along the journey, the officials dared not neglect this esteemed individual, whose temperament was notoriously fierce if provoked. He would care not for your rank or status, and would strike down indiscriminately. The trio had been on the road for no less than 5 days, traversing official paths with their carriage capable of covering 100 li in a single day. Given that the distance from Beijing to Luoyang was a little over 700 kilometers, it meant they had less than 3 days remaining before reaching their destination. Throughout the journey, Lin Yi had not hesitated to seek sparring sessions with Yingquan, confident that his martial prowess ranked among the top 3 of the 13 guardians, with only his elder brothers posing any challenge. Yingquan, in turn, was more than willing to entertain Lin Yi's pursuit of conflict, as he sought to subdue both men. If he could best Lin Yi in skill, it would yield the most favorable outcome. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yi was swiftly subdued by Yingquan. Yingquan's mastery of the Hu family knife techniques had long reached an exceptional level, particularly following his battle with Dongfang Bubi, which had rendered his approach increasingly subtle, patiently enduring before launching a counterattack, always prevailing. Lin Yi's abilities were also top-tier within the martial world, surpassing Yu Songhai by a considerable margin. Lin Yi mused that even if his elder brothers joined forces, they would still fall short against Yingquan. Thus he had come to respect Yingquan's skills. However, he felt he had yet to fully submit. At that moment, Yingquan had begun to sense the nuances of being a top-tier master. While Lin Yi could not profess absolute loyalty to Yingquan, he nonetheless fulfilled the basic duties expected of a subordinate. Yingquan harbored a favorable impression of this slightly older subordinate. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had observed that Lin Yi possessed his own opinions and approached tasks with maturity and reliability, proving himself to be quite the talent point. 3 days later, upon arriving in Luoyang, it seemed that Yingquan's actions along the way had reached the ears of the local officials, who hurriedly set up a grand reception 10 li away for the esteemed envoy. This filled Yingquan with a considerable sense of guilt, and under Jin Xiaoqiao's scrutinizing gaze, he felt utterly uncomfortable. He silently vowed never to engage in such matters again. "We have the honor of meeting Sir Ying," a group of court officials respectfully proclaimed. Indeed, Sir Ying's reputation precedes him, and today's encounter truly confirms its veracity, remarked a man dressed as a captain of the Jianghu with a hint of flattery. "No need for formalities." Yingquan raised his right hand dismissively and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Zhang Lu, a captain of the Jianghu in Luoyang," Zhang Lu replied respectfully. Yingquan glanced at Lin Yi, who immediately interjected. Zhang Lu, a secular disciple of the Shaolin Temple, sought refuge with the Jianghu after completing his studies. "So it is Lin Taibao himself. Please forgive my lack of discernment." Zhang Lu immediately bowed to Lin Yi. "You are also a disciple of Shaolin?" Yingquan asked with interest. "Indeed," Zhang Lu replied candidly, for such matters were hardly concealable. By coincidence, Governor Bai was also a disciple of Shaolin before his official career. Yingquan remarked, "Governor Bai is my senior apprentice." Zhang Lu responded, Yingquan nodded, then continued, "I have traveled a long distance and am weary from the journey. I hope to rest first." "What kind of pretense is this? Is it customary for one to speak such words? Where did this envoy come from? Could it be that he is merely an empty vessel?" In an instant, whispers filled the air, rendering the scene quite awkward. However, Yingquan found it peculiar. Shouldn't the jade pendant have announced some task? Why was there not a whisper of activity? It had been quite a while since he had received a worthy assignment. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu had received word from Li Guang early on and was well aware of Yingquan's identity as the esteemed North Pacification Commissioner of the Jianghu, tasked with investigating the death of Bai Taigui. Thus, he dared not act carelessly and hurriedly urged those around him to quiet down. "The residence for the esteemed sir has been arranged. What do you think?" Zhang Lu, ever perceptive, quickly extended his invitation. "You have indeed gone to great lengths, Master Zhang," Yingquan remarked with a hint of implication, but before Zhang Lu could respond, he continued, "Please lead the way, Master Zhang." "Oh, yes, certainly," Zhang Lu replied. "This way, please." Yingquan paid no heed to the other individuals present, following Zhang Lu along with Lin Yi and the visibly displeased Jin Xiaoqiao. Upon reaching their destination, Yingquan found it rather amusing that they had arrived at the Uli Inn. Indeed, it was a national chain. He refrained from being critical, recognizing that a private room was indispensable, and the inn's reputation was commendable. "One room is insufficient for our trio. Allow me to introduce you," he stated. "This is Jin Xiaoqiao, the 13th Guardian of the North Pacification Commissioner of the Jianghu." Yingquan introduced Jin Xiaoqiao to Zhang Lu. "So it is the young Guardian in person. I beg your pardon for my oversight." Zhang Lu immediately responded with utmost respect. "I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. I kindly ask the two Guardians to wait." As a Jianghu Qianhu, Zhang Lu possessed considerable influence. Adjacent to Yingquan's quarters, he secured 2 additional rooms and then declared, "Gentlemen, all expenses during your stay in Luoyang will be covered by me." "Then it is much appreciated, Master Zhang," Yingquan replied courteously. However, Jin Xiaoqiao, indifferent to anyone's favor, huffed disdainfully and retreated into her room. Zhang Lu, fully aware of the connections Yingquan wielded, departed after the 3 entered their rooms. With Bai Taigui's demise in Luoyang, Zhang Lu, as the local Jianghu Qianhu, inevitably bore the blame for negligence. Though he was currently aligned with Mo Bin, the latter had advised his subordinates to show deference to Yingquan, as he was the commanding figure of the Jianghu, and Zhang Lu had no desire to provoke him. Moreover, who would dare address him as merely a Qianhu in Yingquan's presence? After much reflection, Zhang Lu realized that his own prospects were entwined with Yingquan. According to previous reports from his spies, Yingquan had traversed his journey to Luoyang without spending a single coin, relying solely on the hospitality of local offices. Such behavior, though not indicative of integrity, was perplexing when he departed without claiming a single penny. Jianghu found himself troubled by such a person. He had intended to gauge Yingquan today, but had found no opportunity to do so. Although he had long heard of Yingquan's esteemed reputation, it was only upon meeting him that he understood how formidable he truly was. Chapter 17. Outside Xinjiao Pavilion, encountering Ling Huchong, Yingquan claimed he would rest, and indeed, he did not venture out. Until the following morning, Yingquan only emerged from his chamber, in the inn's common hall. Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao were engrossed in conversation, the latter still bearing a somewhat displeased expression, though it had certainly improved from before. "What an early hour," Yingquan remarked as he sat down beside them. Earlier than the adults, Jin Xiaoqiao, having discerned Yingquan's temperament during their journey, showed no hesitation in addressing him despite his superior status. "Little sister," Lin Yi's countenance darkened, "I shall take a stroll. After all, this is the first time she visits Luoyang," Jin Xiaoqiao declared before departing, leaving Lin Yi in a predicament. Yingquan's temperament, often described as capricious, had one notable flaw. He exhibited a generous disposition towards women, particularly those of striking beauty, often overlooking their transgressions. Having had limited interactions with women previously, Yingquan remained unaware of this trait until his recent encounter with the Empress, which made him acutely aware of its growing intensity. "It matters not. Although our time together has been brief, I am quite familiar with Xiao Qiao's character," Yingquan responded with a smile. While Jin Xiaoqiao appeared innocent and straightforward, one might question whether such a demeanor could be maintained under the auspices of the Jianghu's 13 guardians. If this were indeed the case, even with 12 elder brothers and sisters to protect her, her lifespan might be precariously short. "I have heard that there exists a formidable faction in Luoyang known as the Golden Blade sect, reputed to wield more influence than the local government. Is this true?" Yingquan inquired. "I know a bit about it. Wang Yuanba, known as the Invincible Golden Blade, is the most prominent figure in Luoyang, maintaining close ties with several officials from the court, making it unsurprising that he regards the local authorities with disdain," Lin Yi replied, having engaged with this circle in his time, possessing a modicum of insight into Wang Yuanba's background. "Invincible Golden Blade?" Yingquan chuckled coldly, turning to Lin Yi. "Pray tell, do you believe Wang Yuanba's Golden Blade is more formidable than my Cold Moon Saber?" "Well," Lin Yi pondered before responding, "Wang Yuanba is nearing his 70th year. He must possess considerable inner strength. Your Excellency, being young and vigorous, each likely has his strength. If I cannot surpass an old man, what claim does he have to the title of Grand Commander of Jiangnan?" Yingquan retorted, non-committal yet determined to encounter this so-called invincible Golden Blade when the opportunity arose. Mount Song lies adjacent to Luoyang, and the reputation of the Songshan sect's 13 guardians resonates far more prominently in the martial world than that of your Jianghu's 13 guardians, Yingquan said with a hint of amusement, eager to gauge Lin Yi's reaction. "We have had some dealings with the Songshan sect, and aside from their leader, Zuolengchan, who is formidable, only a few, Ding Mian, Lu Bo, Fei Bin, Lu Ho, and Zhong Zhan, show any noteworthy skill. The rest are but empty vessels, lacking substance," Lin Yi instinctively replied. "However, Zuolengchan's prowess surpasses that of the other guardians, likely placing him on par with your Excellency," he continued. "Indeed, the masters of the north do outnumber those of Jiangnan," Yingquan remarked unconcerned, for he was well aware of his own capabilities. He would eventually witness Zuolengchan's true skill firsthand. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the city of Luoyang, I cannot help but wonder why Lu Qian has yet to report. Yingquan, filled with perplexity, suddenly noticed an individual emerging unexpectedly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Yingquan's spirits soared as the newcomer turned out to be Lu Qian, though his countenance was notably pale, indicative of severe injuries. Something troubling had evidently transpired. "Come, let us ascend to the upper floor to converse." Yingquan spoke rapidly, then turned to Lin Yi, instructing, "Scout the surroundings with caution." "Understood." Lin Yi acknowledged the command and promptly exited the inn. Upon reaching the guest room on the upper floor, Yingquan hastily inquired, "What has occurred?" "Your Excellency, please be informed that I, along with 6 comrades, journeyed tirelessly, only to fall victim to an ambush on the outskirts of Luoyang. I alone managed to escape with my life. I humbly beseech your lordship for punishment." The disarray in Lu Qian's breath conveyed a mix of sorrow, anxiety, guilt, and terror, all swirling chaotically within him. "Do you ascertain who was behind this?" Yingquan inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. Clearly, the assailants harbored ill intentions, most likely directed at him. "I cannot say for certain, but they left behind a letter for your Excellency." Lu Qian produced an unopened missive, suggesting he had not perused its contents. Yingquan regarded Lu Qian and remarked, "Were it not for this letter, it is likely you would not have returned at all. My incompetence is evident." Lu Qian knelt, drenched in perspiration. "Enough. This time, I miscalculated. The fates of those 6 brothers are now your responsibility to arrange. You may retrieve your compensation upon your return to the office." Although Yingquan was unfamiliar with the deceased, he recognized that their demise stemmed from his own words. "Thank you, my lord, for your compassion." Lu Qian expressed his gratitude. "Is there anything else of import?" Yingquan inquired. "I am gravely injured and could only manage to move today, thus disappointing your excellency." Lu Qian responded with shame. "Very well. Rise and focus on your recovery. Once you are healed, we shall discuss further matters. I am not departing anytime soon." Yingquan assigned Lu Qian a separate guest room for proper rest. He then opened the letter, which contained only a few terse lines. "It is prudent to know one's own capacity before undertaking actions. These lives shall be spared for now. Oh, and rest assured, the dead go unnoticed." This was a clear intimidation tactic. Who could be behind this? It appeared that someone was deliberately targeting him. Was this a trap? Yingquan found himself at a crossroads. Ostensibly, he was investigating the cause of Bai Taigui's death. Yet his own movements had been stymied, resulting in the deaths of 6 members of the Jianghu. His ulterior motive was to uncover any conspiracies from the Eastern Depot and Songshan. Could this be linked to that? Were the Eastern Depot agents plotting against him? Now, in the open, every action he took was under scrutiny, leaving Yingquan in a state of agitation, his rhythm thoroughly disrupted. He resolved to suppress his thoughts for the moment. He could not afford to lose his composure now. Since he was already under their watchful gaze, he would take the initiative, ensuring they observed his every move. With resolve, Yingquan understood that to break the deadlock, he must embrace risk. "Let us proceed." Yingquan declared to Lin Yi, "To the Bai residence." "Yes, my lord." Lin Yi naturally noticed the letter in Yingquan's hand. Yet, as a member of the Imperial Guards, he was devoid of the sorrow that afflicted those around him. The members of the Imperial Guards were always prepared to face death. With Jin Xiaoqiao's whereabouts unknown, only Yingquan and Lin Yi remained. Most of Yingquan's subordinates were in the Jiangnan region, and there were hardly any in Hami at this moment. The Bai residence was remarkably opulent, a fact sufficient to illustrate that Bai Taigui was a corrupt official. The white silk in the Bai residence had yet to be removed, and the entire estate remained shrouded in a melancholic atmosphere. It was reasonable to believe that the people of the Bai residence had committed numerous acts of oppression while Bai Taigui was alive. And now that he had passed, countless individuals were poised to take advantage of his downfall. Upon learning of Yingquan's visit, Madame Li immediately emerged to receive him, her tear-streaked visage evoking a sense of sorrow in all who beheld her. "Madam, could you elaborate on the circumstances surrounding Lord Bai's demise?" Yingquan inquired. "I am aware that Lord Bai was killed in his own home, and I believe you must know something, sir. Perhaps you should first come inside and converse," Li suggested. Yingquan acquiesced and followed her into the reception room. My late husband had no inkling of whom he might have offended, leading to this calamity, leaving us as orphans and widows. "What are we to do?" Madame Li lamented, unable to contain her tears. "Rest assured, I have come to ensure that this case is resolved, lest those nefarious individuals believe they can so brazenly harm the officials of our great Ming." Yingquan declared with conviction, "On the night my husband was murdered, he was about to retire for the evening. However, he suddenly requested that I prepare some porridge for him. Fortunately, there was some left over from the night before, so I went to the kitchen to prepare it. When I returned, I found him lifeless." As she recounted her tale, Li was once again overcome with grief. "Did you notice anything unusual?" Yingquan asked. "I know not. I was consumed by sorrow and fainted on the spot. When I awoke the next day, my husband's body had already been taken away by the Imperial Guards, who claimed he had suffered a fatal internal injury." Li recalled. "The Imperial Guards?" Yingquan expressed surprise. "Yes, it was Zhang Lu from Luoyang, who was said to have been my husband's junior brother. I have no doubt of his integrity. I only hope that you can uncover the murderer and avenge my husband." Li's emotions surged, and she began to weep anew, her eyes evidently swollen from days of crying. Setting aside Bai Taigui's character for a moment, one cannot help but admire the profound affection Li displayed for him. Yingquan, a man of compassion, found it difficult to intrude further on her sorrow and took his leave. This visit was not without its merits. At the very least, he learned that Zhang Lu of the Imperial Guards was the first to arrive after Bai Taigui's incident. Could there be any sordidness between the two sworn brothers? Yingquan realized that his knowledge of their relationship was woefully insufficient, and it was imperative that he visit the Qianjiao pavilion. The potent weapon bestowed upon him by his sister, the Empress, must not go to waste, and it was fortuitously timely for use. Yingquan instructed Lin Yi to gather information independently while he made his way toward the direction of the Qinjiao Pavilion. The Qinjiao Pavilion, located in the eastern part of Luoyang, was a bustling area, with many similar establishments scattered throughout. For instance, across from Qinjiao Pavilion lies Chuanyu Courtyard. Yingquan had encountered a similar establishment in Hengyang City, where he had been severely injured by a single strike from the formidable Dongfang Bubi, leaving behind a lingering shadow of that encounter. As Yingquan prepared to enter Qinjiao Pavilion, he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure, none other than Ling Hucheng, the eldest disciple of Mount Hua and the protagonist of the smiling, proud wanderer. Judging by his contented demeanor, it was evident that he had just indulged in a delightful feast of fine wines at Chuanyu Courtyard. Chapter 18. A reunion in Chuanyu Courtyard. Ling Hucheng. Yingquan was somewhat taken aback. What on earth was this fellow doing in Luoyang City? Ling Hucheng, the man endowed with the aura of a protagonist, was famously dubbed the indestructible little cockroach. Generally, Yingquan preferred to avoid entanglements with such individuals, especially since their personalities were worlds apart, rendering them fundamentally incompatible. Suddenly, Yingquan raised his head sharply, catching only a glimpse of a figure from behind. Someone atop Chuanyu Courtyard was watching him. However, he was a fraction too slow to discern the person's face. Yingquan proceeded into Chuanyu Courtyard, igniting a wave of excitement in the establishment's matron. Esteemed sir, it has been quite some time. Please, do come in. The ladies are ready to entertain. Yingquan had not changed out of his official attire, and the matron's keen perception led her to infer that a gentleman of the Genie way was undoubtedly affluent. However, Yingquan furrowed his brow in silence, realizing that the local Genie way officials must have frequented such establishments quite often. The women who approached, recognizing him as a man of wealth, initially intended to employ their most alluring charms, but found themselves intimidated by Yingquan's piercing gaze. Though he was compassionate towards the fairer sex, the time for romantic entanglements was not at hand. These were unfortunate women, and Yingquan restrained his demeanor, allowing a couple of bolder ones to draw near. He did not refuse them, casually bestowing a few coins as tips, permitting them to linger by his side. Upon ascending to the second floor, he beheld a young gentleman, whose countenance resembled a jade ornament. Strikingly handsome yet entirely alone. The other patrons appeared to be ordinary customers, leaving Yingquan with a sense of unease regarding this solitary young man. In such establishments, men typically fell into two categories: those seeking companionship and those in pursuit of libations. Given that this young gentleman had neither a companion nor any fine wines upon his table, it aroused Yingquan's suspicions. Since he was already here, why not engage in conversation? The young gentleman's voice was melodious and refreshingly pleasant. Yingquan recognized that he was being addressed, and after dismissing the two women by his side, he seated himself opposite the young man. I am Yingquan. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? Yingquan asked directly. Do you not recognize me? The young man replied, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. I am Dong Buofang. Must I be acquainted with you? Yingquan retorted, taken aback by the peculiarity of this Dong Buofang. Well, now that you are known to me, shall we proceed? Dong Buofang smiled faintly. Who exactly are you? Yingquan sensed an underlying prowess in Dong Buofang, one surpassing his own. The aura surrounding Dong Buofang evoked memories of the earlier encounter with Dongfang Bubi. As this thought crossed his mind, a shiver ran down Yingquan's spine, and he cautiously regarded Dong Buofang. Dongfang Bubi? Pfft. Dong Buofang suddenly erupted into laughter, casting a glance at Yingquan. At present, there exists no Dongfang Bubi, only Dong Buofang. Yingquan, however, felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary, refusing to lower his guard in the slightest. If there was one individual Yingquan wished to avoid in this world, it was undoubtedly Dongfang Bubi, who had nearly beaten him to a pulp during their last encounter. The thought of sitting face to face with him now was utterly daunting. At this moment, the jade pendant began to vibrate after a long period of stillness. Yingquan hurriedly checked its status. Compulsory task: remain in close proximity to Dongfang Bubi for 3 days, or have Dongfang Bubi stay by your side for the same duration. Task reward: gain the friendship of Dongfang Bubi, with a chance to acquire the Taijiquan manual stolen by the demon cult from Wudong. Task failure: a significant likelihood of meeting your demise at the hands of Dongfang Bubi, with no additional penalties. At this moment, Yingquan felt as if he were being trampled by an army of 1,000 horses. He truly wished to avoid any encounter with Dongfang Bubi, yet this task had emerged. Why does Lording appear to be so averse to meeting me? Dongfang Bubi inquired. As the unrivaled leader of the Eastern sect, I must naturally yield 3 points. Though Yingquan was no match for Dongfang Bubi, he could not afford to diminish his own morale. This maneuver was one of retreat to advance. Dongfang Bubi remained noncommittal and addressed Yingquan. Do you recall your previous mention of the relationship between the Sun and Moon sect and the Ming cult? Curiosity piqued, Yingquan responded, what knowledge does the Eastern sect leader possess? I have stated that there is no Dongfang Bubi present here. If lording holds me in esteem, you may simply refer to me as Brother Dong. Dongfang Bubi declared. Since Brother Dong offers such amity, I shall graciously accept. Yingquan replied. Humph. Ultimately, you, Yingquan, are a high-ranking official of the court. How could I, a mere wanderer of the martial world, be worthy of your regard? Dongfang Bubi remarked, shaking his head as if in realization, and that fleeting moment, Yingquan even began to perceive Dongfang Bubi as not entirely unapproachable. Shaking off this notion, Yingquan reinforced his resolve. In his eyes, Dongfang Bubi was unequivocally a pervert. Brother Dong, your martial prowess is unparalleled in the world, free from the constraints of the mundane. The court has no means to deal with you. Yingquan stated, I have discovered that prior to my leadership, the Sun and Moon sect indeed had some connections with the court, albeit not very close, and even deliberately concealed. At this juncture, Dongfang Bubi ceased to refer to himself as this seat. What is your relationship with Li Guang? Yingquan did not directly answer Dongfang Bubi's question, but instead posed one of his own. The supervisor of the Eastern Depot? Dongfang Bubi was momentarily taken aback before responding. We have never had dealings. Impossible. You both cultivate the sunflower scripture. Yingquan was also caught off guard. Who said that cultivating the sunflower scripture necessitates a connection with Li Guang? Dongfang Bubi queried, somewhat perplexed, before suddenly realizing and looking at Yingquan. Are there others who cultivate the sunflower scripture? Li Guang should have been cultivating the sunflower scripture all along, right? Yingquan asserted. Given his age, he began his cultivation even before you. What is there to be surprised about? Do you know where I obtained this sunflower scripture? Dongfang Bubi abruptly asked. How would I know? With her guard lowered, Yingquan no longer referred to herself as this official, and her relationship with Dongfang Bubi resembled that of friends. I obtained this from Ran Wuxing, Dongfang Bubi stated directly, without any preamble. Suddenly, Yingquan seized upon a realization, her emotions stirring. As for where his sunflower manual came from, I cannot say, she continued. Where else could it have originated but from Li Guang? Yingquan replied with a hint of a smile, for she had forgotten that the Huashan sect had also possessed the sunflower manual, albeit in a fragmented form. She instinctively trusted Dongfang Bubi's words, knowing that someone of his caliber would not stoop to deceit. If that were the case, the sunflower manual must signify that Li Guang and Ran Wuxing harbored some unspeakable secret, with the manual serving as Li Guang's bargaining chip. Yet, she pondered what Ran Wuxing had sacrificed in return. You are unaware that 10 years ago, when Ran Wuxing first acquired this tome, he stumbled due to his own star-absorbing technique, allowing me to seize the opportunity to oust him, rendering him a recluse in the martial world. Dongfang Bubi remarked with a smile. You previously claimed my position as leader was ill-gotten, and it appears you were correct. Yingquan was well aware that Ran Wuxing was imprisoned beneath Meizhuang's dungeons. Yet such details could not be shared with Dongfang Bubi. I now suspect that Li Guang and Ran Wuxing must have engaged in some clandestine dealings, with the sunflower manual as the leverage, but you inadvertently intercepted it, resulting in Li Guang's ruin, Yingquan stated to Dongfang Bubi. What I remain uncertain of is the nature of the intrigue between Li Guang and Ran Wuxing. I too wish to know what secret I inadvertently disrupted all those years ago. Dongfang Bubi suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. Witnessing this side of Dongfang Bubi, Yingquan felt her worldview shift, realizing he possessed a rather wicked sense of humor. Perhaps Dongfang Bubi recognized his own impropriety, for he quickly reverted to his previous nonchalant demeanor, leaving Yingquan to wonder if it had all been an illusion. I am still unaware of your purpose for being here, Yingquan inquired suddenly. My subordinate has unexpectedly passed away. How could I not come to investigate? Dongfang Bubi replied matter-of-factly. Your subordinate has also died? Yingquan expressed her surprise that it was the prefect of Luoyang, by Taiguei, Dongfang Bubi revealed. What? This revelation was astonishing. Bai Taiguei was known to be a confidant of Li Guang, yet no one had imagined he was aligned with Dongfang Bubi. Regardless, he is dead now, so there is no fear in you learning this. He was my mole within the government, and he had risen to the highest ranks. Who would have thought he would meet his end here? Dongfang Bubi lamented. Does the court still harbor your people? Yingquan inquired, her brow furrowing. The court is a veritable nest of intrigue. Which faction does not have its own influence? Dongfang Bubi retorted. Yingquan contemplated this and realized the truth. The court required a delicate balance among the various powers. Relying solely on the royal family's strength was insufficient to govern the entirety of the Ming dynasty. With this thought, she felt a temporary sense of relief. I had always believed Bai Taiguei to be a trusted aide of Li Guang, yet I never anticipated. Yingquan mused, feeling a pang of regret, for this revelation rendered many matters inexplicable. He is indeed a trusted confidant of Li Guang, albeit in my absence. Dongfang Bubi continued. So, does this mean he was still killed in the capacity of being Li Guang's trusted aide? Yingquan felt his mind was insufficiently equipped to process this. I cannot say. Bai Taiguei has offended many. It could be anyone who has taken his life, Dongfang Bubi remarked bluntly. But what do you make of this? Yingquan produced the letter Lu Qian had previously delivered to him. It is prudent to understand one's own weight before taking action. Let us spare these few lives for now. Oh, by the way, no one cares about the dead. Dongfang Bubi read aloud the contents of the letter, turning to Yingquan and stating, You are allowing your concern to cloud your judgment? I believe anyone would receive this letter. However, the movements of the Jianghu are not something just anyone can uncover. These few brothers died without value, Yingquan replied. The local Jianghu in Luoyang must be aware of their whereabouts. And the Golden Saber sect could likely gather intelligence as well, yet they surely lack the audacity to act. Additionally, there are the Shaolin Temple and the Songshan sect. Dongfang Bubi enumerated several factions. Of course, we must not forget your Dayue Shunjiao. Yingquan timely added, At this moment, Yingquan's perception of Dongfang Bubi had improved somewhat, no longer marked by the profound aversion he had previously felt. Chapter 19. The Annihilation of the Bai Family. 3 days of tears and venom. I declare this is not my doing. Dongfang Bubi fixed his gaze on Yingquan, a sensation that sent shivers down Yingquan's spine. Yet he felt no aversion. If you say it is not so, then it is not, Yingquan nodded. You actually believe me? This time, it was Dongfang Bubi who felt perplexed. He had originally intended to find an excuse to torment Yingquan a bit. Who is your brother Dong? Yingquan addressed Dongfang Bubi, saying, Is there a need to speak falsely? Very well, I confess. It was I who killed them, Dongfang Bubi asserted once more. You, a grown man, are so utterly unreasonable. Yingquan's anger flared, but as the words left his mouth, he realized that Dongfang Bubi could no longer be considered a man. One who had undergone castration could not reasonably claim to be male, especially after having previously donned women's attire. When has Dongfang Bubi ever spoken of reason? Dongfang Bubi smiled playfully at Yingquan, who sensed that a darker version of Dongfang Bubi was emerging, a terrifying manifestation unlike the former Dong Buofeng. Wait, you are currently Dong Buofeng, not Dongfang Bubi. Yingquan attempted to salvage the situation. No, Dong Buofeng is Dongfang Bubi, and Dongfang Bubi is Dong Buofeng. Both are equally unreasonable. Dongfang Bubi appeared to tease Yingquan. You may say whatever you wish. In any case, I cannot contend with you now, so you have the final say. Yingquan reluctantly conceded, but then thought better of it and added, However, whether I believe it is my own affair. Although he could not best Dongfang Bubi, he still could not show weakness. At that moment, someone burst in, none other than Lin Yi, who upon seeing Yingquan exclaimed, My lord, the entire Bai family has been exterminated. What? Yingquan's fury ignited. He had only been away for a few hours, and already the Bai family had been wiped out. When did this occur? Continuing to inquire, the subordinate expressed his ignorance, stating that the people of the Bai residence had all perished mysteriously, as if from poison. Lin Yi remarked, Let us hasten to investigate. At that moment, Yingquan, disregarding Dongfang Bubi, insisted on accompanying Lin Yi to the site. I shall join as well, Dongfang Bubi declared. Quickly, let us go together. Yingquan exclaimed, feeling a twinge of fortune. Had Dongfang Bubi not spoken, he might have fled alone, uncertain if such an act would render the mission a failure. The trio arrived at the Bai residence, which appeared just as desolate as when Yingquan had first arrived, albeit with a palpable absence of life. A figure emerged from within the estate, none other than Jianghu, who upon seeing Yingquan, immediately bowed in respect. This humble official pays his respects to Lord Ying. What on earth has transpired? First, the death of Lord Bai, followed by the extermination of his household. You, as the captain of Luoyang, have been most negligent. Yingquan felt a surge of anger, but managed to suppress it. This, I am wronged. Who could have foreseen that the perpetrator would be so ruthless as to annihilate an entire family? Jianghu protested, his expression one of deep grievance, asserting that anyone in his position would feel equally wronged. What manner of poison is this that could wipe out the entire Bai household? Yingquan inquired. It has yet to be determined. The poison was placed in the well, and it is colorless and tasteless. It was introduced 3 days ago, so it is likely that the residents of the Bai estate were poisoned then, and I never anticipated that the toxin would have such an extended incubation period before manifesting. Jianghu hurriedly relayed his findings. Dongfang Bubi, lost in thought, stepped into the Bai residence. At that moment, the deceased were laid out in the courtyard, prepared for cremation, as those poisoned could not be buried. Recognizing Dongfang Bubi's exceptional insight, Yingquan followed suit, eager to see what revelations might arise. Upon entering the estate, Yingquan's gaze fell upon Li Shi in the center, her tear-streaked visage lingering in his memory, prompting a silent lament. Dongfang Bubi crouched beside Li Shi, lightly touching her body at several points, examining her eyes before turning to Yingquan and stating, "This is the tears of 3 days, a product of the Sun and Moon sect." The Sun and Moon sect? Yingquan questioned, perplexed as to how they had become embroiled in this affair. "However, I never issued such an order. Evidently, someone has concealed matters from me and taken actions unbeknownst to me," Dongfang Bubi remarked. "In the Sun and Moon sect, who besides you possesses such capabilities? Could it be that Chu Yang or Xiang Wentian are involved?" Yingquan asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "That fellow Chu Yang has remained at Lu's residence since Lu Zhengfeng pledged loyalty to you, spending his days playing the qin and xiao with Lu Zhengfeng. Even I, the sect leader, find it difficult to encounter him." Dongfang Bubi replied. As Dongfang Bubi spoke, Lin Yi and Zhang Lu entered, overhearing the entire exchange. Instantly, their hostility intensified, regarding Dongfang Bubi with heightened wariness, for in the past decade, he had become synonymous with tyranny. However, Yingquan had heard of no such heinous acts attributed to Dongfang Bubi. "What is there to be anxious about?" Yingquan chided. "My lord, is this indeed Dongfang Bubi?" Lin Yi inquired. "I am Dongfang Bubi. How do you wish to proceed?" Dongfang Bubi replied, his interest piqued as he regarded Lin Yi. "Several of my brothers have fallen victim to the hands of the demonic sect. Today, even if I am no match for you, I shall not rest until I seek retribution," Lin Yi declared resolutely. "Your subordinate appears to have lost the will to live. I have transformed entirely into him. The formidable Dongfang Bubi is not one to converse amiably with just anyone." In an instant, Dongfang Bubi struck, a flash of silver slicing through the air. Yingquan had no time for contemplation, for Lin Yi was certainly no match for Dongfang Bubi's prowess. The cold moon sword was drawn in a heartbeat, embodying the principles of the furious wind blade technique, which emphasizes swiftness, not to inflict harm, but rather to save. Fortunately, Dongfang Bubi did not unleash his full strength. As the silver needle aimed for Lin Yi, Yingquan managed to deflect it. With a sigh of relief, Yingquan felt a momentary respite, yet Lin Yi was far from unscathed. Although it was merely a wisp of Dongfang Bubi's aura, it was sufficient to render Lin Yi devoid of combat capability. The sheer terror of Dongfang Bubi was palpable. "Indeed, Lord Yingquan had just saved my life." Lin Yi silently rejoiced, realizing that his earlier outburst toward Dongfang Bubi was fueled solely by anger, and now, faced with Dongfang Bubi, he found himself devoid of the courage to retaliate. Lin Yi wore a look of despair. It is entirely normal to be unable to contend with the world's foremost master. There is no shame in that. Upon witnessing his subordinate's cowardice in the face of Dongfang Bubi, Yingquan immediately admonished Lin Yi. Startled, Lin Yi swiftly recognized he had entered a deadlock and endeavored to regain his composure. Yet the intimidation of Dongfang Bubi could not be easily shaken off. "Brother Dong," Yingquan said, "my capable subordinate has been incapacitated by you. Were it not for my inability to defeat you, I would surely engage you in philosophical discourse." Yingquan cast an irritated glance at Dongfang Bubi. "Your subordinate's fate is of no concern to me. Out of respect for you, I shall spare him this time, but next time, he may not be so fortunate." Dongfang Bubi replied coolly. "Very well, you may withdraw now and check on Xiao Qiao," Yingquan instructed Lin Yi. "Yes," Lin Yi responded and promptly departed. "My lord, I shall also take my leave." Zhang Lu, standing nearby, was particularly anxious, fearing that a moment of displeasure from Dongfang Bubi could spell his doom. He silently envied Yingquan's ability to maintain such a rapport with Dongfang Bubi. Without waiting for Yingquan's reply, Zhang Lu fled in haste. Indeed, who could remain composed knowing they were in the presence of a legendary fiend like Dongfang Bubi? Yingquan, too, considered fleeing, yet was paralyzed by fear. Could it be Chu Yang? Or perhaps Xiang Wentian? At that moment, only Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi remained. Though I have had my differences with Xiang Wentian, he is a man of integrity. Employing poison is not in his character, Dongfang Bubi remarked. "Who else do you suspect?" Yingquan inquired, puzzled. "Ren Yingying," Dongfang Bubi suddenly uttered a name. "Ren Yingying? The daughter of Ren Wuxing?" Yingquan replied, "but she is utterly unrelated to Bai Tai Gue." Would there be a reason to annihilate her entire family? Thus, I am at a loss. Dongfang Bubi shrugged, indicating his own helplessness. Are there no other sources for this poison of 3 days' tears? Yingquan pressed on, unwilling to yield. Aside from the upper echelons of the holy cult, no one possesses such a poison, Dongfang Bubi affirmed decisively. What if there exists a poison with similar effects? Yingquan continued to probe, though you take me for a fool. Such matters could never escape my notice. Moreover, the primary medicinal ingredient of the 3-day tears is the unique rain dream lily of Haimuya, which cannot be found elsewhere. Dongfang Bubi appeared somewhat irked. Yingquan ceased his inquiries, genuinely fearing that he might provoke Dongfang Bubi's ire. It is said that recently, Reningying has also arrived in Luoyang, specifically in the outskirts of the eastern city at Green Bamboo Lane, claiming that he would soon learn something, Dongfang Bubi remarked. Indeed, this matter is shrouded in mystery, and currently, the members of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult are indeed duplicitous towards you. It is possible that Bai Taiwei has exposed his connection with you and was subsequently eliminated by your people. Of course, if one desires to eliminate officials, I believe there must be some inside assistance within the government, Yingquan pondered aloud. Are you suggesting that there are members of the Holy Cult colluding with the government? Dongfang Bubi questioned. Is that so surprising? Since Lu Zhengfeng could ally with the Jianghu, why could the Sun and Moon Holy Cult not conspire with the authorities? I just wonder who is in league with whom. Yingquan felt that his cognitive faculties were severely taxed, as the martial world of the Jin dynasty was unexpectedly entangled with Gulong's mysteries. This left Yingquan quite overwhelmed. Let us proceed to Green Bamboo Lane, Dongfang Bubi commanded. With a sharp whistle, the Bayou Sifeng beast appeared seemingly from nowhere, coming to Yingquan's side. The Bayou Sifeng beast, despite its name suggesting a beast, was an exceedingly rare steed, entirely white without a single blemish. This horse could cover 800 miles a day, far more efficient than relying on lightness of foot. What are you looking at? Yingquan noticed Dongfang Bubi gazing at him with curiosity, yet after surveying him thoroughly, found nothing amiss. A magnificent horse, Dongfang Bubi exclaimed in admiration. You look at me and say it is a magnificent horse? Yingquan retorted rather unfavorably. I am quite willing. Dongfang Bubi disregarded Yingquan entirely, as someone had already brought over his horse. Although it too was a rare steed, it paled in comparison to the Bayou Sifeng beast, which left Dongfang Bubi feeling somewhat displeased. Dongfang Bubi's horse was a black steed, adorned with a few white clouds upon its hooves. Known as the snow-treading black stallion, Chapter 20. Encountering Reningying in Green Bamboo Lane. So this is Green Bamboo Lane. They arrived at the outskirts of the eastern city in a mere moment. At the end of the lane, a vast cluster of green bamboo swayed in the breeze, elegant and natural. As the two stepped into the lane, they heard the melodious sound of a guqin, indicating someone was playing. The alley was imbued with a refreshing tranquility, a world apart from the bustling city of Luoyang outside. An elderly man was playing the guqin, his back turned toward the entrance, and for a moment, Yingquan could not discern his visage. You certainly know how to enjoy life. Dongfang Bubi remained mounted, speaking directly. Just then, with a resonant twang, a string snapped, and the music ceased. An aged voice intoned. Esteemed guest, what brings you to this humble abode? I am here. So why do you not come forth to greet me and cease this pretentious display? Dongfang Bubi said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the old man inwardly cursed his luck, realizing that this formidable figure had arrived. He quickly turned around, and indeed, it was Dongfang Bubi. Without further ado, he abandoned the guqin and hastily bowed, saying, I have the honor of meeting the cult leader. With a creak, the door behind the green bamboo elder swung open, revealing a masked woman who addressed Dongfang Bubi. Yingying pays her respects to Uncle Dongfang. Yingying, you have truly grown in capability. Did I not instruct you to remain at Haima Cliff? Why have you descended the mountain alone? The calm voice of Dongfang Bubi inquired. Uncle, please do not be upset. Yingying found the solitude on the mountain quite stifling. Thus, she sought a change of scenery in this verdant bamboo grove. Moreover, she is accompanied by Zhu Wengren. Yingying replied gently, her voice is clear and refreshing as a mountain spring. Very well, since you have already ventured out, as your uncle, my concerns are solely for your safety. Dongfang Bubi interjected with a wave of his hand, cutting off Ren Yingying's words. Uncle, you have come with something to inquire about? Dongfang Bubi, eschewing pleasantries, directly stated his purpose. Please proceed. Yingying would never conceal anything if she knows. Ren Yingying responded immediately, without a hint of hesitation. What do you know of Bai Taigui's affairs? After all, your time in Luoyang has surpassed mine, dear uncle. Given Ren Yingying's openness, Dongfang Bubi felt no need to hold back. I have heard of Bai Taigui's situation. He has been deceased for days. Why, dear uncle, do you concern yourself with such matters? And who might this be? Ren Yingying did not immediately answer Dongfang Bubi's question, but instead turned to inquire about Yingquan. It appeared their relationship was quite amicable. He is a member of the Jianghu, and by Taigui was affiliated with the Shindao sect. I trust you are aware of this? Dongfang Bubi explained impatiently. I see. May I inquire about this gentleman's name? Ren Yingying remained undeterred, asking once more, Yingquan. He interjected before Dongfang Bubi could respond. Hmph. Dongfang Bubi scoffed coldly, then turned to Ren Yingying, saying, You seem rather eager to learn his name. Could it be that you have taken a liking to him? He then looked at Yingquan with interest. Our Yingying is indeed a beauty of remarkable grace. You both appear to be of similar age and could form a lovely pair. Who would have thought that the famed Dongfang Bubi of the martial world possesses a talent for matchmaking? I have witnessed it today. Should this news spread, the martial community would be astonished to learn that you are still the same Dongfang Bubi, thus tarnishing your formidable reputation. Yingquan shook his head. Observing Dongfang Bubi, who was becoming increasingly enigmatic, the Dongfang Bubi he knew was vastly different from the one before him. In Yingquan's memories, Dongfang Bubi never descended from Haima Cliff, yet here he was, encountering him twice in such a place as Chuanyu Courtyard. Additionally, when one thought of Dongfang Bubi, the first associations were of a charming yet androgynous figure. However, the Dongfang Bubi before him was indeed handsome, yet did not resemble the androgynous image at all. The term pervert was usually reserved for his martial prowess, but Yingquan found it difficult to identify any abnormal traits in this man. This is quite manageable. Dongfang Bubi, upon hearing Yingquan's remarks, chuckled and said, If I learn of one, I shall eliminate him. If I discover a pair, I shall eliminate them both, until none remain who possess knowledge. Yingquan felt a chill run through him. Dongfang Bubi was indeed still Dongfang Bubi. He resolved to retract his earlier thoughts. Dongfang Bubi was jesting, a fact only Ren Yingying seemed to grasp. Yet she had not anticipated that Dongfang Bubi would joke with the Jianghu before her. Ren Yingying suddenly felt a remarkable sense of ease in the presence of Dongfang Bubi, as if the burdens of the past had miraculously lifted. It was as though time had reverted to a decade ago, when her uncle Dongfang was still the affectionate guardian she cherished, rather than the formidable figure who had subsequently confined her to the Blackwood Cliff. Aware of some details surrounding Bai Taigui's predicament, she suggested, Let's invite Uncle Dongfang and Lord Ying to join the conversation. Upon hearing this, Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi exchanged glances of approval, dismounting to enter the courtyard together. Bai Taigui had previously engaged frequently with individuals from the Eastern Factory, and even had contact with monks from Shaolin who visited his residence, Ren Yingying remarked. Are even the Shaolin monks implicated in this? Yingquan responded, incredulous. Do you know the reason behind it? This, unfortunately, was beyond Yingying's knowledge. Furthermore, it was rumored that the day before Bai Taigui's demise, he had a confrontation with Jianghu of the Imperial Guards at the government office. She continued, I had my suspicions about Jianghu. She added, Bai Taigui's wife informed me that he was the first to arrive after Bai's death, although she was already unconscious at that time and only learned of the events the following day. Yingquan replied, Jianghu must possess some crucial information. Regrettably, I did not have the opportunity to inquire further before you frightened him away. He cast a reproachful glance at Dongfang Bubi. Humph, Dongfang Bubi scoffed. Were it not for your subordinate's interference, he would not have fled from me. Yingquan found himself at a loss for words. He then turned to Ren Yingying. Do you know how Bai Taigui met his end? Yingquan's reputation had spread widely across the martial world recently, and Ren Yingying, aware of his stature, did not dare to be dismissive. He succumbed to a powerful internal force that shattered his heart meridian with a single strike. She replied, You witnessed this with your own eyes? Yingquan inquired, sensing something amiss. Zhu Weng saw his corpse. Ren Yingying shook her head. The old servant witnessed Bai Taigui's body, while his outer garments remained intact. The creases in the fabric at his chest indicated he had received a palm strike. Strangely, he seemed entirely unprepared for this blow, leaving no signs of struggle on his body. Green Bamboo Weng shared this perplexity. Then it must have been someone familiar to him, Dongfang Bubi remarked thoughtfully. That is highly probable. However, the Bai residence has been completely annihilated, severing many clues. It seems we can only pursue leads related to Jianghu. Yingquan concluded. What? Ren Yingying gasped in shock at Yingquan's words. The Bai residence has been exterminated? Indeed. They fell victim to our sect's 3 days of tears. One of my purposes in coming here is to ascertain whether you were the one who poisoned him. Dongfang Bubi stated earnestly, fixing Ren Yingying with an intense gaze. I implore you to speak the truth. The chilling demeanor emanating from him made Yingquan acutely aware that this was the true Dongfang Bubi, unyielding, authoritative, and unparalleled in power. The resounding authority of Dongfang Bubi brooks no deceit from Ren Yingying. Does uncle believe it was Yingying who acted? Ren Yingying is steeped in bitterness, a predicament beyond her control. Bai Taiguei has perished, yet he was indeed a man of Dongfang Bubi. There is little to be said about that, but Ren Yingying finds herself entangled in this matter. Most critically, Ren Yingying has already uncovered the whereabouts of her father, Ren Wuxing. Consequently, she harbors a complex sentiment towards Dongfang Bubi, a blend of reverence and trepidation. Ren Yingying is convinced that Dongfang Bubi remains oblivious to her knowledge of her father's situation. Yet in this moment, an involuntary panic arises within her. Despite her utmost efforts to conceal it, she cannot escape the piercing gaze of Dongfang Bubi. Are you concealing something from me? Dongfang Bubi spoke directly, his tone so frigid it led Yingquan to believe he had transformed into an entirely different person. Indeed, the capriciousness of Dongfang Bubi is the true essence of his character. Yingying dares not defy him. Yet she truly knows nothing of the matters concerning the Bai residents. At once, Ren Yingying kneels before Dongfang Bubi, asserting her innocence. Accompanying her, the green bamboo elder also kneels, addressing Dongfang Bubi with utmost reverence. I, an old servant, am willing to stake my life that Jianghu is absolutely innocent. Bang! Before the green bamboo elder could finish his words, Dongfang Bubi effortlessly struck him to the ground, remarking, "What is your life worth that you dare to offer it as a guarantee?" This, Yingquan, witnessing the formidable presence of Dongfang Bubi, comprehends the perilous nature of surviving in the company of such a ruthless individual for 3 days. Alas, the girl has matured and developed her own convictions. From now on, I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs as your uncle, but do consider your actions carefully, and should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. In an instant, Dongfang Bubi, gazing at the kneeling Ren Yingying, seemed to ponder something and chose not to pursue the matter further. Very well, all that needs to be known has been revealed. Let us take our leave. Having said that, he did not cast another glance at Ren Yingying and strode away. Yingquan offered Ren Yingying a brief smile before following suit. Dongfang Bubi mounted his steed, uttering not a word, and delivered a fierce lash. This action startled Yingquan immensely. Fortunately, the Bai Yusi Feng beast appeared to be quite perceptive, seemingly understanding its master's intent, and galloped after Dongfang Bubi, not allowing a significant distance to separate them. This brought a tremendous sense of relief to Yingquan. You have indeed caught up with us. I did not misjudge you, Dongfang Bubi remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the still-present Yingquan. We must not allow Dong to distance himself from us too greatly. Yingquan replied with a smile, if you had failed to catch up to me, you would certainly not survive our next encounter. Dongfang Bubi stated indifferently, fixing his gaze upon Yingquan. What logic is this? Yingquan retorted angrily. This is my logic, Dongfang Bubi asserted with unwavering certainty, showing no regard for Yingquan's thoughts. I knew it. Yingquan bitterly reflected that circumstances were more powerful than individuals, no matter how proud he was. When faced with Dongfang Bubi, he had no choice but to temporarily yield, at least until he could defeat him. I see that your skills have improved considerably of late. Would you care for my guidance on a move or two? Dongfang Bubi observed the spacious surroundings, deeming it an ideal arena for their encounter. You are reluctant to strike your dear niece, yet you choose to unleash your frustrations upon me. I am not your match. So I must decline. Yingquan expressed his profound discontent through 3 different titles. Your objections are futile. The matter is beyond your control now, Dongfang Bubi proclaimed with a long, piercing cry, leaping from his steed, his palm raised and advancing directly towards Yingquan, seemingly disinclined to use his silver needles. This realization eased Yingquan's mind considerably. Unarmed, and knowing Yingquan's temperament, Dongfang Bubi also refrained from wielding any weapons, dismounting to unleash his family's renowned eagle claw technique, aiming to seize Dongfang Bubi's wrist. After a one-sided bout of punishment, Yingquan lay on the ground, utterly disheveled, gasping for breath. Truly pathetic, Dongfang Bubi mercilessly taunted Yingquan. At this point, Yingquan had lost all strength to speak. His wheezing was merely instinctual. Dongfang Bubi indeed proved formidable. Despite Yingquan's belief that he had significantly enhanced his prowess during this period, he found himself woefully outmatched, even without Dongfang Bubi resorting to the sunflower scripture. Throughout the encounter, Yingquan had not even grazed his opponent, marking his defeat as absolute. Dongfang Bubi's bizarre agility left all martial artists in awe and despair. After a brief respite, Yingquan gradually regained his composure and addressed the seemingly meditative Dongfang Bubi. Well, now that I've vented my frustrations, shouldn't we attend to more pressing matters? Dongfang Bubi continued to keep his eyes closed, not sparing him a glance. Honestly, sometimes you remind me of a little girl, throwing tantrums. Yingquan blurted out, instantly regretting his words. To speak of a eunuch in such a manner, especially one as composed as Dongfang Bubi, made him ponder his impending fate, not ever utter the word girl in my presence again. Upon hearing Yingquan's remark, Dongfang Bubi slowly opened his eyes, fixing a gaze upon him that was surprisingly devoid of anger. Yingquan sensed that Dongfang Bubi was merely imparting a lesson. He was, after all, a man. You would do well to understand this. Should you fail to grasp it, he shall ensure you comprehend it through his own terms. People often spoke of Dongfang Bubi as being utterly wicked, yet after their brief acquaintance, Yingquan found no overwhelming malice within him. It was akin to the common belief that the Jianghu acted with unrestrained tyranny. In truth, the Jianghu only targeted the enemies of the Ming dynasty. If you are my adversary, why should I show you mercy? Surely, Dongfang Bubi felt the same way. For enemies, one's compassion could only be cruelty to oneself. Since you are the enemy, then let it be done. Is this not the natural order of things? The realm of Jianghu, while delineated by a dichotomy of righteousness and malevolence, fundamentally hinges upon one's stance. Akin to Lu Zhongfeng and Chu Yang, who, despite embodying opposing forces, forged a profound camaraderie due to their shared perspective. Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi harbor no animosity towards one another. Dongfang Bubi has no need to eliminate him. When the adherents of the righteous path encounter Dongfang Bubi, an overwhelming dread engulfs them. Yet they don a facade of unwavering bravery, aware deep down that encountering Dongfang Bubi leaves little room for survival. The disciples of the Sun and Moon holy cult either revere Dongfang Bubi with a reverence akin to deference to the heavens or harbor malicious intent. Could this indeed be the solitude of those in high positions? At this juncture, Yingquan begins to comprehend why Dongfang Bubi has developed such a temperament. Anyone subjected to such an environment daily would inevitably grapple with inner turmoil. For instance, this individual previously masqueraded in women's attire, appearing far more enchanting than now. Yet, he is a eunuch practicing the sunflower scripture. Why pursue the sunflower scripture? Yingquan inquired. It is the foremost martial art in the realm. Why would one not practice it? Dongfang Bubi responded. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Yingquan. If offered to you, would you not train in it? Such martial arts hold no allure for me, Yingquan replied, subconsciously leaning towards the notion that, given the choice between being the world's greatest eunuch or a man, he would certainly opt to be a normal man. Yingquan's admiration for Lin Pingji extends beyond the latter's commendable talent. It also stems from recognizing Lin Pingji as a true warrior, alongside Yu Buchuan, who indeed possesses the capacity to act decisively. Yingquan adheres to a principle. One must never lightly offend those who are unyielding to themselves. Suddenly, a small booklet was tossed into Yingquan's embrace. What is this? He wondered, lifting it with curiosity. By heavens! Even Yingquan could not suppress a shudder upon glimpsing the 4 characters. Sunflower Scripture. The coveted martial arts manual sought by all in the martial world had been casually cast into Yingquan's arms by Dongfang Bubi. Even though Yingquan had never harbored intentions towards it, he could not help but feel exhilarated. Is it not for this that you approached me? Dongfang Bubi remarked. Now that I present it to you, it would be best for you to candidly disclose your intentions. What sort of logic is this? Dongfang Bubi's words momentarily stunned Yingquan, prompting him to rise and gaze intently at Dongfang Bubi, enunciating each word with clarity. Do you take me, Yingquan, for someone so trifling? Would a mere sunflower scripture compel me to risk my life to approach you? I am at a loss for what else you might covet from me. Hence the sunflower scripture must be your sole objective. Dongfang Bubi, avoiding Yingquan's gaze, continued unperturbed. Take it and depart. Do not reappear before me. Humph. Yingquan scoffed disdainfully at Dongfang Bubi. I have declared that this is of no interest to me. Yet, if you wish for me to leave, that is out of the question. With that, Yingquan cast the sunflower scripture to the ground. With a resounding crash, Dongfang Bubi struck the fallen manual, shattering it to pieces. Humph. If you do not desire it, so be it. Yingquan felt no sense of loss regarding the sunflower manual. Upon witnessing Dongfang Bubi shatter it with a single strike, he even harbored a sense of relief. Had he succumbed to temptation and gazed upon it, the consequences would have been decidedly unfavorable. So, you did not come for the sunflower manual, after all? Dongfang Bubi naturally discerned the hint of amusement in Yingquan's expression. I told you I did not, and how could I possibly know you were here? It was merely a chance encounter. Yingquan shrugged, yet internally mused. Dongfang Bubi certainly possesses an eccentric temperament. In just 3 days, I have already endured so much hardship. How shall I navigate the remaining time? This will not do. I must devise a strategy to ensure he heeds my words and does not lead me astray. Yingquan contemplated silently. Tio, attend to serious matters. I shall first visit the Jianghu Yamen and see if I can extract any useful information from Jianghu. Yingquan deftly shifted the topic. Why should I accompany you? Dongfang Bubi remained seated on the ground, refusing to rise. It is safer with me. Yingquan casually remarked. What a joke. In this world, is there anything I fear? I do not require your protection. Dongfang Bubi felt insulted by such a statement. Do you think I am doing this for your sake? Spare me. Observing Dongfang Bubi's attitude, Yingquan candidly replied, I fear for the safety of others. You. Dongfang Bubi was on the verge of a furious outburst. Sensing the situation escalating, Yingquan quickly interjected, Do you not wish to know how Bai Taigui met his demise? Of course. Then let us go. Did you not mention going to the Jianghu? Why are we here instead? Dongfang Bubi gazed at the building before them, adorned with the words Qinjiao Pavilion. Is it not quite normal for men to visit such places? Yingquan teased Dongfang Bubi playfully. Dongfang Bubi found himself momentarily speechless. Before him stood Yingquan, the only man he had encountered thus far whom he did not despise. With his refined martial prowess, Dongfang Bubi could easily discern that Yingquan's youthful skills were still intact. It was evident that his visit to such a place was not for the purpose of indulging in frivolities. Then I shall see what scheme you are concocting, Dongfang Bubi resolved silently. In recent years, Dongfang Bubi had secluded himself on Haimu Cliff, diligently honing his martial arts, rarely descending the mountain. He was indeed a quintessential recluse. Whether he was a homebody or not, only he could truly know. Of course, the perceptive readers have likely already seen through his true nature. Dongfang Bubi followed Yingquan into the Qinjiao Pavilion. Yingquan, without further ado, produced the jade pendant gifted to him by the Empress, signaling to the pavilion's matron. She, of course, recognized the significance of this item. Upon seeing the pendant, Dongfang Bubi felt an inexplicable pang in his heart and could not help but inquire of Yingquan. This is a woman's pendant. Indeed, it originally belonged to my sister. Yingquan replied nonchalantly, omitting any mention of the Empress, instinctively wishing to keep her affairs from Dongfang Bubi. You have a sister? Dongfang Bubi, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, leaving Yingquan feeling rather bewildered. What? Do you wish to become my brother-in-law? Yingquan chuckled wryly. Alas, my sister is already married, so you must relinquish your hopes. If only my younger sister were here. Dongfang Bubi suddenly appeared somewhat despondent. Is it true that men with frail bodies are so unpredictably changeable? Yingquan seemed to have grown accustomed to Dongfang Bubi's emotional fluctuations. There was little surprise in his demeanor, though he was somewhat taken aback to learn that Dongfang Bubi had a sister. This was something Yingquan had been unaware of, but upon reflection, the esteemed Master Jianyong had not delved deeply into the origins of Dongfang Bubi. So perhaps this revelation was not entirely unexpected. You have a sister? Given your striking appearance, I can only imagine your sister must be equally remarkable. Chapter 22. The Enchantresses of Qinjiao Pavilion. A night visit to Songshan. Let us not dwell on it. Dongfang Bubi inhaled deeply and spoke. Yingquan, respecting Dongfang Bubi's wish to refrain from further discussion, showed no interest in prying. The two followed the matron of the establishment deep into Qinjiao Pavilion, halting at the entrance of a private room. The matron entered, and scarcely had a few breaths passed when she hurriedly emerged, addressing Yingquan. I was unaware of the esteemed presence of the master. Forgive me for my inadequate welcome. Please, do come in. The matron, having said little else, ushered Yingquan and his companion inside before swiftly departing. If the master seeks any information, I assure you, I shall speak without reservation. Within the private chamber stood a screen that divided the room into two halves, with Yingquan on one side and a silent woman on the other. Who was responsible for the death of Bai Taigui? Yingquan directly inquired, seeking the answer he yearned for most. Regarding future matters, why not pose a different question? The woman's voice was somewhat hoarse yet imbued with emotion, suggesting she bore her own tales. Future matters? Yingquan suddenly sensed a revelation. Bai Taigui was not dead. Indeed, he is very much alive, the woman replied. This time, even Dongfang Bubi was taken aback. How do you know Bai Taigui is not dead? Dongfang Bubi pressed. Surely, you are the renowned first master of the martial world, Dongfang Bubi. The woman did not respond to Dongfang Bubi's query. Speak. At this moment, Dongfang Bubi had little interest in how she discerned his identity. His focus remained on Bai Taigui's whereabouts. Such a significant matter had escaped his notice, and he detested being betrayed. Just an hour ago, he was here enjoying the flowers and wine, the woman stated. Does he not fear being seen? Yingquan questioned. He has his methods, and we possess our own abilities. The woman replied, and no matter how he disguises himself, the moment he arrived here, he was immediately recognized. Yet he fancied himself concealed, remaining for 7 days until he departed just now with Jianghu of the Genie Way. 7 days? Jianghu of the Genie Way? Yingquan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that these two were indeed conspirators, likely plotting something sinister. Dong brother, it appears Bai Taiguei has long since betrayed you. This scheme might very well be a feigned death to escape, a classic case of shedding one's cocoon. Yingquan addressed Dongfang Bubi, exclaiming, that beast! I shall surely cleave him in twain. Dongfang Bubi replied in a calm, unperturbed tone, devoid of any inflection, and if Run Yingying had been present, she would have recognized that Dongfang Bubi was indeed enraged. Where have they gone? Yingquan inquired further. It is said they are headed to Songshan. The woman responded, Songshan. Yingquan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was yet again this place. Surely, it concealed some unknown secrets, as well as matters that must remain undisclosed to the public eye. However, Songshan is home to two prominent righteous sects, Shaolin and Songshan School. Could it be that these two factions, unwilling to fade into obscurity, are plotting something? Since Bai Taiguei is not dead, then who is responsible for the poisoning of the Bai family? Dongfang Bubi questioned, perplexed. The poison was from Zhang Lu. Before Dongfang Bubi could inquire further, the woman continued, the poison was provided by Bai Taiguei, who intended to have no lingering concerns whatsoever. So that is the case. I have 6 subordinates from the Jinyuri. They must know who the culprits are. Yingquan lamented inwardly, regretting that he had originally come here seeking clues, only to have everything thrown into disarray by Dongfang Bubi. Lost in thought, he cast a resentful glance towards Dongfang Bubi. To his astonishment, Dongfang Bubi appeared to waver under Yingquan's gaze. This seemed to be the first instance where Yingquan had gained the upper hand against Dongfang Bubi. Sensing the moment, Yingquan turned his attention to the woman, eager to hear her thoughts. Lord Ying, you keep asking about future events. The woman responded with a hint of frustration. What? This time, it was Yingquan who was incensed. Realizing he had been deceived by his subordinates, finding himself in a predicament akin to that of Dongfang Bubi. Where are they? Yingquan demanded. They have never entered Luoyang City. Perhaps they are also at Songshan. The woman replied, a profound sense of malice washed over Yingquan. Regardless of whether Bai Taiguei had genuinely betrayed Dongfang Bubi, it was evident that he was currently executing tasks for Li Guang or the Shaolin Temple. Moreover, Zhang Lu, ostensibly a subordinate of Mobin, had conspired with Bai Taiguei to weave an enormous lie, and Lu Qian, whom Yingquan had merely appointed as an additional hand for the journey to Luoyang, had inadvertently undermined his own plans. Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao, who had accompanied him, had either fled or been sent away, leaving him as the sole commander without reinforcements. No, there was still the formidable Dongfang Bubi at his side. Are you aware of what has transpired at Songshan? Yingquan, now entirely conscious of the fact that everyone was converging around Songshan, could not afford to overlook it. The banners of the Eastern Depot have been active in Songshan for quite some time. However, I am unaware of the specifics, the woman remarked. One final question. Yingquan declared, what is your name? I am called Ziluan, the subordinate replied. Upon exiting the Qinjiao Pavilion, Yingquan received a message via carrier pigeon. After perusing its contents, he was filled with joy and turned to Dongfang Bubi, stating, my subordinates are on their way. At last, I shall have reinforcements, without delay. Yingquan returned to the Qinjiao Pavilion, penning a letter that simply instructed to rendezvous at the foot of Songshan. As night descended, Yingquan had not rested a single moment today, dedicating every ounce of his time to the relentless journey. Even as darkness enveloped the world, there was no pause in his pursuit. By now, both Li Guang and Mao Bin must have dispatched their men to Songshan, and it was quite likely that they had ventured there themselves, for the indomitable Dongfang Bubi was present, leaving no room for complacency. Amidst all this, the most helpless of all was Yingquan, who remained utterly in the dark, his vision clouded by uncertainty. Fortunately, with Dongfang Bubi by his side, Yingquan felt an unwavering confidence, believing that there was no corner of the world he could not traverse. Riding in tandem on their splendid steeds, the distance from Luoyang to Songshan was not far, and within less than an hour, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The night was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence save for Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi. Where are your subordinates? Dongfang Bubi inquired. They should be en route. By now, they ought to have arrived. Yingquan had scarcely finished his sentence when a cacophony of sounds broke the silence. Around 20 riders approached, led by a man who dismounted and bowed before Yingquan, stating, I am Chen Tao, your subordinate. I have brought along 22 brothers as advance scouts, and Lang Gu will soon lead the others. Have you encountered any trouble along the way? Yingquan expressed his concern for his subordinates. Who would dare disturb the peace under the auspices of the Great One? Chun Tao replied. Chun Tao and the aforementioned Lang Gu were brothers in arms whom Yingquan had brought from the frontier of Hami, bound by life and death, their loyalty unwavering. Lang Gu, known as Zhang Lang, nearly evoked a laugh from Yingquan upon the first mention of his name. Today, I shall see what schemes are afoot within Songshan. Yingquan thought to himself, steeling his resolve, pair up and disperse, focus on observing the movements of the Songshan sect and the Shaolin Temple. Once Xiao Lang arrives, coordinate with him and exercise caution, Yingquan instructed Qin Tao. Understood, disperse. Qin Tao commanded, and the group obediently divided into pairs, infiltrating Songshan from various directions. Your subordinates are quite impressive, Dongfang Bubi remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. Not a single soul within the Sun and Moon Holy Cult demonstrates such loyalty, nor can I trust them so completely. My true subordinates are indeed reliable. I brought them from the frontier, and they have remained unwaveringly loyal and dependable. Yingquan replied with a calm demeanor. They have all departed. What shall we do now? Dongfang Bubi queried. We can either rest for the night and pay a proper visit tomorrow, or we could embark on a night exploration of the Shaolin Temple. Yingquan declared with palpable excitement, particularly at the thought of the nocturnal venture into the temple. However, a sudden tremor from his jade pendant brought Yingquan back to his senses. He knew from its nature that the task being assigned at this moment would not bode well. Force task. Conduct a night exploration of the Shaolin Temple with Dongfang Bubi and uncover its secrets. Task reward. In addition to the secrets of the Shaolin Temple, acquire the Shaolin martial art. Yijinjing. Task failure. Suffer severe injury to your meridians and be pursued by the Shaolin Temple. At this moment, Yingquan could only curse in frustration. This was no reasonable undertaking. He had merely spoken in jest, yet he had attracted such a perilous task, and the consequence was the severing of his meridians. Could they not devise a different punishment? Even with my meridians severed, I am still being pursued by the Shaolin Temple. Is this not akin to playing with one's life? Fortunately, upon seeing the truly generous rewards of the mission, Yingquan's spirits were somewhat lifted. Why not venture to the Songshan sect? The Shaolin Temple, teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, is not easily infiltrated. Dongfang Bubi felt a twinge of concern. You are well aware that while the Songshan sect is relatively accessible, the Shaolin Temple is fraught with peril, hence we should indeed make our way to the Shaolin Temple. Bai Taigui and Zhang Lu are both secular disciples of Shaolin, and the Eastern Depot has repeatedly sent envoys to Songshan. Bai Taigui is a trusted confidant of Li Guang, while Zhang Lu, despite being an associate of Mao Bin, has conspired with Bai Taigui. I believe there is a purpose behind all of this, and it is all intricately tied to the Shaolin Temple. Yingquan spoke at a rapid pace, articulating his views. Moreover, with only a couple of cats roaming around the Songshan sect, what is there to investigate? Let Qin Tao and the others keep a watchful eye on it. The Shaolin Temple is where we ought to be heading. Yingquan concluded. Very well, then we shall proceed to the Shaolin Temple, Dongfang Bubi decisively proclaimed. Indeed, even someone as formidable as Dongfang Bubi felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of stealthily exploring the Shaolin Temple. The two, being both skilled and audacious, donned night gear and swiftly arrived at the back mountains of the Shaolin Temple, where sheer cliffs offered no means of ascent. Such extraordinary skills were useless here, leading to the guards being particularly lax. Alas, both Dongfang Bubi and Yingquan were anything but ordinary characters. With the sunflower scripture mastered, Dongfang Bubi soared into the air like a wraith, reaching the summit in mere moments. As Dongfang Bubi gazed down at Yingquan, still at the cliff's base, contemplating whether to descend and assist him, he suddenly witnessed a figure ascend into the sky without a moment's pause. Chapter 23. Turmoil in the Scripture Pavilion. Swallow Lisan. Yingquan had already mastered the pinnacle lightness skill of Wudong, the cloud ladder. When it comes to heights, only the heavenly ladder of the Chuanjian sect from years past could rival it. Upon seeing Yingquan leap effortlessly up the precipice, even more gracefully than himself, Dongfang Bubi could not help but regard him with newfound respect for such lightness skill. However, if Dongfang Bubi were to learn that Yingquan's cloud ladder was a skill acquired after enduring a strike from him and surviving, what thoughts would cross his mind? What remarkable skill! Dongfang Bubi could not help but exclaim. You have finally given me a reason to admire you. At this moment, Yingquan could only remain silent. Let us go and take a look at their lecture hall. Yingquan proposed. Humph. Having infiltrated the Shaolin Temple, how could we not pay a visit to the Scripture Pavilion, given the great risks we have taken? Dongfang Bubi countered. The Scripture Pavilion is surely under strict surveillance. It would be wise for us not to act recklessly. Yingquan quickly urged caution. knowing that his mission was to uncover the secrets of the Shaolin Temple. With such a task now assigned, it was evident that something clandestine was occurring within its walls, and Yingquan was determined not to miss anything. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out. "Intruder!" What? This unexpected turn of events startled Yingquan, catching even Dongfang Bubi off guard. Discovered so soon after our arrival? Yingquan silently lamented. Surely our luck cannot be this dire. No, this cannot be right. Dongfang Bubi appeared to have discovered something, addressing Yingquan. It seems we've been detected. The sound emanates from the direction of the Tsangjing Pavilion. As Dongfang Bubi spoke, the entire Shaolin Temple was suddenly illuminated by flames, with all the monks hastening towards the Tsangjing Pavilion. The sound of footsteps echoed incessantly. Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi, concealed in the shadows, felt a surge of alarm. They had not anticipated the sheer number of monks at Shaolin, the majority of whom were accomplished martial monks. Not to mention the eminent monks of the Fang lineage, particularly Fang Zheng and Fang Sheng, whose profound internal strength would likely leave even Dongfang Bubi feeling inadequate. It is worth noting that Shaolin Temple possesses a formation known as the 18 Bronze Men Array. And even more formidable is the Arhat Grand Array that harnesses the full power of Shaolin. No matter how formidable Dongfang Bubi and Yingquan may be, confronting such an assembly would, alas, leave them with no choice but to flee. How audacious! To dare wreak havoc at Shaolin. At that moment, a voice emanated from the Tsangjing Pavilion, unmistakably belonging to Jianghu. Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi exchanged a glance and stealthily made their way towards the Tsangjing Pavilion. Though it was nighttime, the numerous torches cast a light that rivaled daylight. Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi crouched atop a nearby rooftop. Observing discreetly, a man with shifty eyes was surrounded by a throng of Shaolin monks on the rooftop of the Tsangjing Pavilion. Yet not a single one dared to act. This was solely due to the torch he held in his hand. The man twirled the torch and declared, "Esteemed monks of Shaolin, I implore you not to act rashly. If I inadvertently ignite the scriptures of the Tsangjing Pavilion, I doubt you possess the audacity for that." A martial monk, seeing that the rogue was merely atop the Tsangjing Pavilion, thought the man could not possibly ignite the scriptures in such a short time, and thus attempted to take action. "Alas, do you still not believe?" The rogue, noticing the monk's movements, performed a somersault, deftly leaping from the rooftop, shattering a window with a kick, and seamlessly entered the Tsangjing Pavilion. He then poked his head out and addressed the crowd of Shaolin monks. What now? Although Shaolin Temple is home to many eminent monks and fortified by the Arhat Grand Array, they found themselves at a loss against such a rogue's tactics, caught in a predicament of caution. The monks exchanged glances, for the scriptures of the Tsangjing Pavilion were the very foundation of Shaolin Temple, and they could not afford to be careless. "You scoundrel!" exclaimed an irate martial monk. "You must not act impulsively." The oldest monk at the forefront restrained the martial monk, presumably representing Master Fang Zheng of Shaolin. Master Fang Zheng, understanding the gravity of the situation, remarked, "Should your reckless actions cause you to inadvertently throw your torch, even if you capture me today, I assure you that Master Fang Cheng would be deemed an accomplice in the arson of the Tsangjing Pavilion, and he would have no face left to live in this world." The rogue declared from within the Tsangjing Pavilion, "Pray tell, who might you be, visiting our Shaolin Temple at such an hour?" Master Fang Zheng's voice resonated clearly, captivating the attention of all present, showcasing his profound internal prowess. Indeed, Master Fang Zheng's lion's roar technique was formidable. He then sent forth a parting gift. A burning scripture soared through the window, landing directly before Fang Zheng. "Is this the Lotus Sutra?" As Fang Zheng caught sight of the situation, he mused that the Lotus Sutra was nothing extraordinary. After all, not only Shaolin Temple but temples across the nation possessed it. Moreover, there were numerous monks within Shaolin who had committed it to memory. Thus, Fang Zheng remained rather unconcerned. "Li-san? Who might this individual be?" Yingquan quietly inquired of the ever-mighty Dongfang Bubi. "Yanzi Li-san is but a moniker. Every generation of the God Thief sect traverses the world under this name." Dongfang Bubi elucidated that a thief daring to infiltrate Shaolin Temple in the dead of night is increasingly intriguing. Yingquan pondered privately. "Li, my dear benefactor, it would be best to be forthright regarding your intentions," Fang Zheng asserted. Naturally, he had heard of the infamous Yanzi Li-san, but had not anticipated that this individual would set their sights upon Shaolin Temple. Setting aside the authenticity of Li-san, the vast collection of scriptures housed within the scripture depository could not withstand such recklessness. The enduring prominence of Shaolin in the Central Plains stemmed from these sacred texts, the finest in the region. Should they be set ablaze, Shaolin would not only lose its esteemed reputation but also its preeminence in Buddhism. Fang Zheng, therefore, could not bear the weight of such a transgression. I have come to pay my respects to Shaolin Temple in search of an individual and to seek justice for my elder sister, Li San declared. Tio seek justice for his sister from Shaolin Temple? Yingquan expressed his astonishment at Li San's words, remarking to Dongfang Bubi, one would think these venerable monks, with their virtuous faade, were genuinely pious. Could it be that Shaolin Temple is indeed a refuge for corruption? Having wronged his sister, now he comes to set fire to their scripture depository? It appeared that Shaolin Temple had indeed offended Li San. Otherwise, the skills of the God Thief sect would not be so easily detected by Shaolin monks. It was likely that Li San had intentionally revealed his whereabouts, luring the monks to the scripture depository, intending to use it as leverage in negotiations with Shaolin. Ba, it would be prudent for you to clarify your purpose, benefactor. Who precisely are you seeking in Shaolin Temple? Which of your sisters are you referring to, and why do you seek justice here? Do not tarnish the honorable reputation of Shaolin Temple, which has endured for centuries. Master Fangjing admonished firmly. Though his voice rose slightly, his reasoning was sound. Li San leaned forward, casting a glance before vaulting onto the rooftop of the scripture depository. I have come in search of the governor of Luoyang. Bai Taigui, my elder sister, is his wife. She has been poisoned to death by him, and Bai Taigui is a disciple of your Shaolin Temple. Do you not think I have a right to seek answers from you? Li San proclaimed. Such slander! Who in Luoyang does not know that Bai Taigui has fallen victim to foul play? How could he have poisoned anyone? Moreover, the entire Bai family succumbed to poisoning, and we at Shaolin are equally grieved. Determined to uncover the true culprit, Fangjing rebuked Li San with fervor. Yingquan exchanged knowing glances with Dongfang Bubi, exclaiming, so his sister is none other than Lady Li, the wife of Bai Taigui. This indeed promises to be a captivating spectacle. Humph! It is entirely just for him to seek justice for his sister. However, his methods leave much to be desired. Dongfang Bubi thought to himself. What capabilities could a mere thief possess? Let him go this time. But next time, he shall surely face the consequences, Yingquan remarked. Spare me the details. I can hardly capture him myself, let alone you. It is evident that Dongfang Bubi holds little regard for Yingquan. Whether Bai Taigui is alive or dead is not for you to determine, and I believe I have stumbled upon a monumental secret. At this moment, Li San unexpectedly broke into a sly grin. As if he had acquired a priceless treasure. I am not like other thieves. My delight lies in pilfering secrets from others. Unfortunately, I have managed to uncover Bai Taigui's secret, and it seems that your Shaolin Temple has also fallen victim to my thievery, Li San declared. You audacious rogue, daring to steal from my Shaolin Temple, hand it over at once. Fang Chang could no longer contain himself and bellowed at Li San. Do you truly wish for me to surrender it? Li San feigned hesitation. Indeed, having stolen from my Shaolin, you must return it, no matter where you flee, Fang Chang replied solemnly. Since you insist on emphasizing this, I too have something to conceal. What I have taken from your Shaolin is the revelation that there are individuals within the temple colluding with Li Guang of the Eastern Depot, plotting to upend the martial world and overthrow the Ming dynasty. Li San proclaimed loudly enough for all the monks of Shaolin to hear. The monks began to murmur among themselves, creating a chaotic scene. What? You scoundrel! Fang Cheng roared in fury, ready to retort, but was halted by Fang Zheng. Ba, I beseech you, do not speak recklessly. My Shaolin Temple stands in righteousness. How could we engage in such disgraceful acts? Fang Zheng proclaimed, his voice resonating like the roar of a lion, instantly silencing the tumult. Indeed, there is a secret. Yingquan thought to himself, his attention fully captured. Ha ha! Zhang Lu laughed heartily from the side. You little thief certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Can the esteemed reputation of Shaolin, built over centuries, be tarnished by your mere words? Captain Zhang Lu of the Jianghu, Li San addressed him, enunciating every syllable of his name. Indeed, that is I, Zhang Lu declared with pride. Today, encountering a habitual thief like you will only serve to enhance my reputation. Oh? Is it possible that Captain Zhang is aware of the impending infamy that awaits him? Li San's expression was peculiar, leaving others baffled. Regardless of your sharp tongue, it would be prudent for you to surrender now. Zhang Lu remained undeterred. Tisk, Teske. You, a mere minion of the Jianghu, have taken it upon yourself to act as a lackey for the Eastern Depot. Should this information circulate, will you not find yourself infamous? Li San articulated, his words shocking Yingquan. He had not anticipated that Zhang Lu had allied himself with Li Guang. Chapter 24. The Mystery of Shaolin. The incomplete Yi Jingjing today's discoveries extend far beyond the secrets of Shaolin Temple. Yingquan instinctively believed Li San's words. I have come here today solely to demand the surrender of Bai Taigui from Shaolin Temple. to avenge my sister, after which I shall depart. Furthermore, this matter shall not echo through the Jianghu. I hold no interest in the dealings between your Shaolin Temple and the Eastern Depot. Otherwise, even if it comes to a life-and-death struggle today, I would merely burn the Sutra repository, and my worthless life would be exchanged for the disgrace of Shaolin's esteemed name, which, in the grand scheme of things, seems a fair trade. Li San remained exceedingly vigilant, attentively observing his surroundings. The master insisted that the Shaolin Temple should summon the deceased by Tai Gui, which seemed rather unreasonable. Moreover, the illustrious reputation of our Shaolin Temple, built over centuries, cannot be so brazenly trampled upon. Even if this humble monk were to renounce the Sutra repository today, I shall still apprehend you. Master Fangjing's eyes widened in fury, resembling an enraged Vajra. The old monk was truly incensed. Dongfang Bubi observed Fangjing, whose vital energy surged throughout his body, clearly intent on seizing Li San at all costs. Out of shame and anger, the old monk intends to silence me. Do you not fear that I might set your Sutra repository ablaze? Li San retorted, a mere Sutra repository can be compensated by the Shaolin Temple. We possess many thousands of scriptures and over 10,000 monks. Should you burn this one down, it would be but a trifling matter to construct another. Master Fangjing replied indifferently. You? Li San thought to himself that this was dire news. Surely, Shaolin harbored many hidden talents, and the number of monks well-versed in Buddhist scriptures was not few. They were living embodiments of the texts. With their presence, although restoring a sutra repository would be troublesome, it was far from impossible. Now that I have uncovered Shaolin's secrets, it is evident that they will seek to eliminate me, having miscalculated. What shall I do? Li San silently lamented. Did this old monk truly not fear that Li San would incinerate his sutra repository? Yingquan felt a twinge of doubt, which is more crucial, a sutra repository or the Shaolin Temple. Dongfang Bubi regarded Yingquan as if he were a simpleton. Faced with such a gaze from Dongfang Bubi, Yingquan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. He had indeed posed a foolish question. Friends over there, heed my words. The Shaolin Temple has already colluded with the Eastern Depot. I implore you to leave at once. Upon hearing news of Li San's demise, promptly inform the authorities. Today, I, Li San, shall not take my leave, Li San declared with righteous fervor. Not good. He has discovered us. Dongfang Bubi's expression shifted. A group of Shaolin monks swiftly began to scout their surroundings. Only a handful restrained Dongfang Bubi, regarding him with the same expression. Do you not comprehend? With a dead horse, one must treat it as a living one. This lad is merely blustering. Yingquan grasped Dongfang Bubi's hand with one hand while pressing on his shoulder with the other, pondering. How remarkably soft his hand is, and how delicate his skin. Suddenly, his countenance changed dramatically, and he hastily released Dongfang Bubi, inwardly cursing. How could I have held the hand of a eunuch and found it so smooth and exquisite? This unexpected turn startled Dongfang Bubi as well, inadvertently causing a noise. All the monks of the Shaolin Temple turned their gazes toward this direction, and Yingquan silently exclaimed, "This is troublesome." Yet, with a swift flicker of his eyes, he devised a plan, seizing Dongfang Bubi and turning to flee, disregarding whether he was a eunuch or not, while shouting loudly, "Brother Li's words, I shall remember them well. We must ensure that no harm comes to his life." This scene unfolded abruptly, for in that fleeting moment, Yingquan received a prompt from the Jade Pendant, mandatory task. Conduct a nocturnal investigation of the Shaolin Temple with Dongfang Bubi and uncover its secrets. Task completion rate, 70%. Task reward, fragment of the Shaolin divine skill, Yijinjing. One may choose to terminate the task or to persist in its completion. While others remained unresponsive, how remarkably swift was Yingquan's reaction. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew, seemingly indifferent to Li San's fate. The words he uttered upon his departure were, of course, a desperate gamble. If they could save him, that would be splendid. If not, then it was simply his destiny to perish here. Although he had gleaned the secrets of Shaolin Temple from Yingquan's lips, it did not imply that Yingquan would be filled with gratitude and risk his life for him. Moreover, had it not been for his reckless bluster, Yingquan might have possessed even greater knowledge. As for the task at hand, Yingquan had no intention of lingering any longer. He promptly chose to terminate it. With both Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi being exceptionally bold and skilled, they proceeded to the rear mountain, leaping downwards. After several deft maneuvers, they finally reached the base of the cliff. Just as they landed, two individuals rushed forward. Dongfang Bubi was about to strike them down to silence them, but was halted by Yingquan, who declared, "These are my people. My lord, how did you descend from this place?" We saw countless torches lit at Shaolin Temple and feared that something unfortunate had befallen you, prompting us to come to your rescue. One of them exclaimed, "It is of no consequence. I am already aware of the general situation." How many men are currently at Shaoshi Mountain? Yingquan inquired. There are 12, while the remaining 10 are stationed at Taishu Mountain, monitoring the movements at Songshan. Very well, you shall inform the others. All that is required is to observe who ascends to Shaolin Temple in the coming days at each intersection. The rest can wait until Zhang Lang arrives, Yingquan commanded. Understood, my lord. The man complied and departed immediately. I believe the matters at Shaolin Temple will not be resolved in a timely manner. As the day is drawing to a close, it may be prudent to take a brief respite. Tomorrow, once our formidable forces arrive, we can devise further plans, Yingquan suggested to Dongfang Bubi. Indeed, Dongfang Bubi had no objections to this. The two sought a secluded spot, as it was quite customary for the children of the martial world to rest beneath the heavens. Yingquan promptly seated himself, immersing his mind into the Yin-Yang Jade pendant, and began perusing the remarkable martial arts manuscript, the I Jingjing. Although it was merely a fragment, it could not quell Yingquan's insatiable curiosity. Surely, even Dongfang Bubi would be intrigued by the I Jingjing, for its renown is scarcely surpassed by that of the Sunflower Manual. I signifies transformation, change, and alteration. Jin refers to tendons and bones, while Jing carries the connotations of guidance and codex. The I Jingjing thus represents the method of altering one's tendons and bones, cultivating inner strength through the refinement of true energy in the dantian to open the meridians throughout the body. The I Jingjing encompasses 12 postures and training methods, including the 3 postures of Wei Tuo offering the pestle, star plucking and dipper shifting, 3 plates landing, claw extending and wings unfurled, reversing the 9 oxen's tail, 9 ghosts drawing the horse blade, azure dragon reaching its claw, crouching tiger pouncing on prey, bowing posture, and tail work posture, among others. However, Yingquan had only acquired the first 6 postures, Wei Tuo offering the pestle, star plucking and dipper shifting, and 3 plates landing, a mere fragment. Nevertheless, Yingquan remained resolute, slowly savoring the profound intricacies within. The I Jingjing does not record any martial techniques. Rather, it instructs on how to strengthen one's inner power and cultivate the physical form, with I emphasizing the opening of all sinews and meridians. This is the essence of the I Jingjing. Fortuitously, Yingquan lacked a robust method for cultivating inner strength, and the I Jingjing perfectly filled that void. It is devoid of attributes, seemingly applicable to all forms of martial arts. Yingquan recalled how Ling Huchong had once practiced the I Jingjing to harmonize the multiple streams of true energy within his body, transforming them into a singular force, a truly formidable skill. Yu Tanji, injured by the Millennium Ice Silkworm, was also saved by the I Jingjing, and through the poison of the Ice Silkworm, he cultivated a remarkable mastery of toxins, elevating himself among the elite of his time. The I Jingjing possesses numerous applications, and what Yingquan valued most at that time was its ability to enhance martial prowess. Naturally, it is evident that the martial arts of Buddhism could unleash its full potential. With Dongfang Bubi nearby, Yingquan felt it inappropriate to overtly practice the I Jingjing, so he discreetly applied the techniques recorded within its teachings. Dongfang Bubi, lost in thought, sat across from Yingquan in a daze. By the break of dawn, Yingquan awoke from his meditation, only to find that Dongfang Bubi had vanished. This was troubling, as Yingquan felt a growing anxiety. A voice broke through. "What are you so anxious about?" Startled, Yingquan turned to see it was indeed Dongfang Bubi. "One must attend to urgent matters. Do you not understand?" Dongfang Bubi replied somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Yingquan couldn't help but chuckle. He was genuinely curious about whether eunuchs urinated standing or squatting. Could it truly be as Wei Xiaobao, portrayed by Zhouda, suggested, lying down? Yingquan, momentarily lost in thought, forgot about Dongfang Bubi's presence. Suddenly, he felt a rush of wind and instinctively recoiled, only to realize that Dongfang Bubi had just slapped him, and he had unknowingly evaded it. Yingquan was taken aback. Yet he was unaware that Dongfang Bubi was even more astonished. Dongfang Bubi had been confident in his understanding of the situation. Had this been the Yingquan of yore, he would have undoubtedly failed to evade such a strike. "Oh ho, you've grown in skill," Dongfang Bubi mused, recalling Yingquan's impressive lightness of foot from the previous day, which resembled the Wudong's Tiyunzong technique. He inquired, "Which sect do you belong to?" "Your agility closely mirrors that of Wudong's Tiyunzong. I've heard that Wudong has significant ties to the court. Could you be one of their disciples?" "While Tiyunzong may be Tiyunzong, I am not a disciple of Wudong," Yingquan clarified to Dongfang Bubi. "I find it quite peculiar. Wudong and Shaolin are both esteemed pillars of the martial world. You practice Wudong's definitive lightness technique yet are not one of their disciples. My curiosity about you continues to deepen. Dongfang Bubi gazed at Yingquan as if he had discovered a new toy, his eyes brimming with possessiveness. At that moment, Dongfang Bubi thought of one person, Yang Lianting, whom he had nurtured and cherished to an extraordinary degree. Obeying his every command. Dongfang Bubi's downfall was often attributed to the alliance of Ling Huchong and Ren Wuxing, yet it could just as easily be said that it was due to Yang Lianting's relentless torment by Ren Ying, which distracted Dongfang Bubi, allowing them the opportunity to strike. Otherwise, the victor would remain uncertain. Thus, Yingquan began to perceive Dongfang Bubi as a person deeply infatuated. However, an unsettling realization struck Yingquan. If that were true, then Dongfang Bubi should be within the Sun Moon Holy Cult, where the affairs were currently managed by Yang Lianting. But the situation was entirely different. He had encountered Dongfang Bubi twice, and both times it had been in the brothel known as Chuanyu Courtyard. Surely, there must be some undisclosed intricacies. Chapter 25. Yingquan meets Shaolin, having been at Haimuya for quite some time. Who currently manages it? Yingquan disregarded Dongfang Bubi's gaze and directly inquired, eager to discern the character of Yang Lianting. It operates autonomously, of course. If the Sun and Moon sect required constant supervision, it would have perished long ago, and management would have been unnecessary. Dongfang Bubi felt Yingquan was rather dim-witted, persistently posing exceedingly simple questions. Are you familiar with Yang Lianting? Yingquan's expression darkened as he pressed for a more straightforward answer. Although displeased by Dongfang Bubi's continuous underestimation of his intellect, Yingquan chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. He surmised that Dongfang Bubi had yet to encounter Yang Lianting. Yang Lianting? Who is that? Dongfang Bubi inquired, perplexed. I am not acquainted either, Yingquan replied candidly. Though Dongfang Bubi found Yingquan's response bewildering, he nonetheless committed the name to memory, recognizing that Yingquan possessed a measure of capability. You just made a move against me. Yingquan turned his attention to Dongfang Bubi, swiftly changing the subject, for any further probing might leave him unable to clarify matters. It was due to your wild imaginings, Dongfang Bubi retorted. Yingquan fell silent, for indeed he had been indulging in fanciful thoughts. Their rapport resembled that of friends, and he felt somewhat guilty for the way he was characterizing Dongfang Bubi in his mind. You have tacitly acknowledged it, Dongfang Bubi continued. Yingquan remained silent, unable to dispute it, for he had indeed acquiesced. Are you aware? Dongfang Bubi gazed at Yingquan. Aware of what? Yingquan queried, somewhat baffled. Does he mean regarding his status as a eunuch? However, such a matter he could never concede. Yingquan believed that Dongfang Bubi, unacquainted with Yang Lianting, was still redeemable. Thus, he refrained from broaching any sensitive topics, especially with the mercurial Dongfang Bubi. I discern that at times you exhibit great intelligence. Yet at others, you appear rather muddled, as if feigning ignorance. Dongfang Bubi remarked languidly, his tone imbued with a casualness that perplexed Yingquan. He seemed as though he was suggesting, admit it, I have seen through you. Your pretense of confusion is rather tiresome. If you wish for me to know, then I shall. If you prefer I remain ignorant, then I shall not, Yingquan declared. His implication was clear. I am aware that due to your practice of the Sunflower Manual, you are no longer a man, yet I understand you prefer this to remain undisclosed. Thus I shall not speak of it, and furthermore, I claim ignorance. This suffices. Dongfang Bubi regarded Yingquan with profound meaning, his gaze laden with complex emotions that left Yingquan somewhat adrift. He comprehended that Dongfang Bubi was not a fiend. At the very least, this Dongfang Bubi was not a demon. In the worst case, he was merely an incomplete man whose excessive martial prowess hindered his ability to navigate life correctly. From that point onward, however, Dongfang Bubi began to distance himself from Yingquan, no longer approaching him as he had before, and an inexplicable rift emerged between them. Though Yingquan found Dongfang Bubi's behavior peculiar, he himself felt remarkably at ease. A day had already passed in the 3 days that had elapsed, and Yingquan sensed that he was one step closer to victory. When Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi ascended the main thoroughfare, a considerable contingent of Jianghu had already established their presence there. Upon noticing Yingquan, the leader of the group approached to pay his respects. This individual was none other than Zhang Lang, one of Yingquan's trusted generals. My lord, we have a total of 100 elite Jianghu knights. Aside from those stationed near Westlake and Hangzhou, we have deployed our finest from various regions to form this cavalry unit. Zhang Lang spoke with his head bowed, oblivious to Yingquan's expression or Dongfang Bubi's demeanor. Yingquan harbored a vague apprehension that Dongfang Bubi was up to something. Yingquan, Dongfang Bubi's voice called out his name with an air of solemnity. For a fleeting moment, Yingquan felt an urge to turn away and not face Dongfang Bubi. Yet, he ultimately turned around, also remembering to assist Zhang Lang to his feet. Could you clarify the situation regarding the forces near Westlake? Dongfang Bubi's tone had grown increasingly indifferent. Having encountered the gravity of the matter once before, Yingquan dared not lower his guard. Westlake contained a plum manor, the very place where Dongfang Bubi had imprisoned Renwashing, rendering it a particularly sensitive topic, especially in Dongfang Bubi's presence. Moreover, it seemed that forces had been stationed there. Given Dongfang Bubi's nature, it was already a significant concession that he had not turned hostile on the spot. Yingquan, however, would not be foolish enough to speak candidly. There exists a plum manor. His voice was equally unremarkable as he feigned disinterest. Within it resides the plum manor's 4 friends, I am aware. That is my domain. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Bubi seemed on the verge of an explosion, instilling great unease in Yingquan. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it was Dongfang Bubi who felt the greater anxiety. I know that it is your domain, which is precisely why I must station troops there, Yingquan asserted. The Jiangnan martial arts community has been unified under my command. However, the Plum Manor's 4 friends are different. They have never considered themselves part of the martial world, thus they are disinterested in aligning with me. Moreover, they are firmly tied to you, Dongfang Bubi. If I do not guard against them, whom shall I guard against? The 4 masters are formidable, to say nothing of the gatekeeper, who was once renowned as a top-tier swordsman, famously known as the one-character lightning sword, Dingjian. The servants of the manor are all skilled in martial arts. As the Grand Governor of Jiangnan, how could I possibly allow such a force to linger within my territory? Yingquan's words rang with conviction, and he felt increasingly justified in his assertions, despite his nature as someone not prone to excessive speech. This was evident in Zhang Lang's expression, as he had never encountered a lord who could articulate so eloquently. My lord, where is your usual sternness? Dongfang Bubi seemed to suddenly recognize the validity in Yingquan's arguments. Just as he prepared to soften his tone, he was struck by the realization that he, Dongfang Bubi, was actually in a position to speak softly to others. Absolutely not. At that moment, Yingquan continued, Dongfang Bubi, I do not hesitate to inform you that I initially planned to resolve the matter in Luoyang and then return to Jiangnan to eliminate the Plum Manor. However, having encountered you yesterday, I have decided, out of respect for you, to refrain from acting against the Plum Manor, yet I must insist that your forces withdraw from my territory. Dongfang Bubi was torn between trusting Yingquan's words or not. Instinctively, Dongfang Bubi believed that Yingquan was aware of Renwashing's imprisonment at Meizhuang by Westlake, yet emotionally, he preferred to think that Yingquan was oblivious to this matter, merely acting out of caution against the Sun-Moon holy cult. This internal struggle left Dongfang Bubi in a state of torment. Am I still truly Dongfang Bubi? He silently interrogated himself. Under normal circumstances, he would have swiftly eliminated the person before him with a single strike. Yet now, he found himself devoid of any inclination to act. Dongfang Bubi had no need for such emotions. What he required was ambition and ruthlessness. Regardless of the situation, he could not afford to be so feeble. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Dongfang Bubi's mind, yet Yingquan remained utterly unaware of them. It cannot be, Dongfang Bubi softly uttered those 3 words, maintaining a calm demeanor, though the oppressive air previously felt by Yingquan had dissipated, replaced instead by an unfamiliarity. You have the final say. Yingquan nodded without any sense of discord. Then let us postpone for now. We can discuss it when you decide to move. If not, I can always reside there myself, as my headquarters in Jiangnan is also near Westlake. Surely, the environment there surpasses that of Cliff. You are deceiving me, Dongfang Bubi replied coolly. I am not deceiving you. My headquarters is genuinely located near Westlake. Yingquan swore that this statement was undeniably true. Ha. Dongfang Bubi subtly shook his head, neither affirming nor denying. When are we heading to Shaolin Temple? If we delay, everyone will have left. Dongfang Bubi shifted the topic, which was precisely what Yingquan had been yearning for. Let us depart immediately, Yingquan instructed Zhang Lang. To Shaolin, the northern deputy commander of the Jianghu, the grand commander of Jiangnan, Yingquan, has come to pay respects at Shaolin Temple. Why do you not hasten to welcome him? A chorus of Jianghu responded loudly. At this moment, another of Yingquan's generals, Chen Tao, approached him, whispering briefly before departing swiftly. More figures clad in black emerged from the mountainside, all veiled, their voices rising in unison. The leader of the Sun-Moon holy cult, Dongfang Bubi, pays his respects to Shaolin Temple. Sun-Moon holy cult, enduring for millennia, leader Dongfang, uniting the martial world. What a formidable slogan. Although Yingquan had long been aware of this motto, hearing it firsthand evoked a different sentiment. Does Lord Ying truly regard my Sun-Moon holy cult with any measure of respect? At this moment, Dongfang Bubi no longer referred to them as you and I. The Sun-Moon Holy Cult is certainly insignificant in my eyes. What I see is only you, leader Dongfang, while the rest are merely lowly beings. Yingquan replied nonchalantly. Since you address me as Lord Ying, I shall refer to myself as this official. Let us not shortchange one another. Lord Ying and leader Dongfang, forgive the old monk for not welcoming you properly. I beseech your pardon. An elderly monk emerged as the abbot of Shaolin, Master Fangjing. You are too courteous, abbot. Yingquan replied with a beaming smile. I have not sent a formal greeting and have intruded uninvited. It is the abbot who should not hold it against me for being an unexpected guest. Dongfang Bubi gazed at Yingquan, feeling compelled to exclaim, is it true or false? How can one feign goodwill towards the Shaolin Temple while concealing ulterior motives? The old monk, by what right does he place my name behind that of this corrupt official? Dongfang Bubi is indeed unique, as he directly ushered both individuals inside. His disposition may have always been thus, yet at this moment, it exuded an extraordinary arrogance. Yingquan sensed a possible connection to the earlier events, yet he could not fathom the precise reason. Unbeknownst to him, Fangjing was in a more precarious position. Dongfang Bubi's declaration left him in a quandary. Should he elaborate on Dongfang Bubi's statement, it would tantamount to acknowledging that Yingquan was indeed a corrupt official, and word would spread that the Shaolin Temple feared Dongfang Bubi. Compelled to clarify at the slightest inquiry, however, remaining silent would render him utterly unreasonable, a precarious position indeed. Chapter 26. Provocation of Shaolin, Dongfang's impetuosity. Amidst the myriad disturbances of the world, why must Dongfang Shizhu take them to heart? What does it matter who stands before whom? Furthermore, this old monk possesses his own rationale. The esteemed Dongfang should naturally follow behind Lord Ying. Master Fangjing intoned a Buddhist chant and spoke with a tranquil demeanor. Old monk, to speak frankly, I have come to Shaolin today to stir trouble. Should I leave unsatisfied, the day when my divine sect declares war upon Shaolin shall not be far off. Dongfang Bubi made his intentions unmistakably clear. Wait, Yingquan interjected, addressing Dongfang Bubi. What grievance do you hold against the Shaolin Temple that necessitates provoking them? Though his voice was not loud, all present could hear. The audacity of someone daring to speak to Dongfang Bubi in such a manner was astonishing, and it was equally remarkable that Dongfang Bubi did not retaliate. Ask this venerable monk whether our divine sect has any enmity with Shaolin. Although Dongfang Bubi spoke to Yingquan, his gaze was fixed upon Master Fangjing. Humph. Dongfang Bubi commands the demonic sect, while our Shaolin adheres to the righteous path. Naturally, we are irreconcilable. The speaker was Fangjing, whom both Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi had encountered the previous night. His temper was notorious, easily ignited. A sudden, chilling scream pierced the air. It was Fangjing. You are not welcome to interject here. Dongfang Bubi coldly declared. It was evident that he had been the one to strike first. Could this be the true essence of Dongfang Bubi? To resort to violence at the slightest provocation? Yingquan could scarcely comprehend how he had survived in his presence the previous day. Did he harbor the potential to become like Yang Lianting? No, no, no. He hastily dismissed the thought, a shiver running through him. Today, out of respect for the abbot of Shaolin and this corrupt official, I shall spare your life. But next time, fortune may not favor you so. Dongfang Bubi spoke with an air of nonchalance, dismissing the Shaolin Temple entirely. In truth, whether he regarded them or not had become inconsequential, for as Fangjing had stated, there was little prospect for reconciliation between the Shaolin Temple and the demonic sect. For over a century, the Sun and Moon sect has been embroiled in a bitter struggle with the righteous paths of the martial world, resulting in countless deaths, numbering in the tens of thousands. What a profound ocean of blood and resentment this is, to cast aside the sword and achieve Buddhahood in an instant. Do you not see that even the Shaolin Temple is eager to eradicate the Sun and Moon sect at once? At this moment, the enmity between the two factions cannot be resolved by mere words from one or two individuals, not even by the likes of Dongfang Bubi and Fangjing. To do so would be an injustice to their disciples and subordinates. Their parents and loved ones have perished at the hands of the other. How could they possibly let it go, but rather incite another wave of turmoil? This truth is well understood by Dongfang Bubi, Fangjing, and even by the likes of Zhuolingchan and Yubuchuan. They simply choose not to contemplate it. Each harbors their own selfish motives. Zhuolingchan seeks to dominate the martial world and requires an adversary to enhance his own prestige, with the Sun and Moon sect being the most fitting target. Yubuchuan, in his ambition to strengthen Huashan, also needs a means to divert Zhuolingchan's attention, which again points to the demonic sect. At this moment, Fang Cheng has been struck in the chest by a golden needle from Dongfang Bubi. Though gravely injured, it is not fatal, and at worst, he would be confined to bed for 10 days or half a month. Ba, it seems rather disrespectful for one to openly commit violence before the gates of our Shaolin temple. An elderly monk assists the fallen Feng Cheng and hastily administers a pill. You must be Master Feng Sheng, I presume? Dongfang Bubi inquires, gazing at Feng Sheng. Ba, indeed I am the poor monk. Who would have thought that the esteemed Dongfang would know of this humble monk's name? Master Feng Sheng replies calmly, betraying no emotion. Master Feng Sheng is well revered in the martial world, and I hold him in great esteem. Upon hearing Feng Sheng's acknowledgement, Dongfang Bubi's eyes gleam with delight. Ba, esteemed guest, do not speak such words, for this humble monk cannot bear such a burden. With each of his utterances, Master Feng Sheng begins with Ba, regardless of whether he harbors faith in his heart. At the very least, his lips are ever in tune with it. Dongfang Bubi then shifts his gaze towards Master Feng Sheng, stating, Today, in light of Master Feng Sheng's presence, I shall overlook your transgressions. Your attempts to sow discord are glaringly apparent. Yingquan speaks again. His voice low yet audible to all present. It is no more than adding fuel to the fire. Dongfang Bubi is adamantly unwilling to spare the face of the Shaolin Temple's abbot. Had he kept silent, all would remain peaceful, pretending not to know. Yet, Yingquan chooses this moment to voice such remarks, which will inevitably fall upon the ears of those with ulterior motives, leading to unnecessary complications. Perhaps Feng Sheng himself would not ponder too deeply, but what of his disciples? From now on, will they not harbor grievances towards those affiliated with Feng Sheng? That remains uncertain. Yingquan has never been one to shy away from undermining his foes. To take advantage of a misfortune, to strike a drowning dog, such matters come easily to him. While the onlookers lament Yingquan's cunning and treachery, Master Feng Sheng interjects. Ba, the talents of Abbot Feng Sheng surpass those of this humble monk by 100-fold. Might we not enter the temple to converse, lest it be said that Shaolin lacks hospitality, which would only serve to bring ridicule upon ourselves, however. I am but an unwelcome guest. My purpose in coming to Shaolin Temple today is solely to request the presence of an individual. Yingquan showed utter disregard for the Shaolin Temple. Given that he was already aware of the ambiguous relationship between Shaolin and the Eastern Depot, which aimed to conspire against the Ming dynasty, it was inconceivable that he would relent. However, at this moment, his influence was primarily concentrated in the Jiangnan region, making his immediate arrival impossible. The messenger sent to convey his message to Emperor Hongji had only just departed last night, leaving uncertainty surrounding the emperor's intentions. Yingquan's current objective was to establish a firm presence at the Shaolin Temple. Undoubtedly, the events of the previous night had already reached the Eastern Depot, and the collusion between the two factions had been exposed. With Yingquan approaching with great fanfare, the Shaolin Temple found itself in a precarious position, unable to ascertain the full extent of Yingquan's capabilities. The temple hesitated to gamble on this confrontation. Even though the emperor was temporarily suppressed by Li Guang, he still wielded considerable power. Should the emperor decide to confront Li Guang in a decisive battle, regardless of the outcome, Shaolin would undoubtedly find itself crippled. Neither the Shaolin Temple nor the Eastern Depot was fully prepared to provoke imperial authority. Moreover, Yingquan believed that not all monks within the Shaolin Temple were complicit in these machinations. The chaos of the previous night suggested that the majority of the monks were unaware of the situation. However, Master Feng Sheng was certainly in the know. His intent to silence Li San indicated as much. To Yingquan, Feng Sheng appeared anxious and guilty. Facing the formidable presence of himself and Dongfang Bubi, he merely feigned resistance while internally lacking confidence. The duration of the collusion between Shaolin and the Eastern Depot was beyond Yingquan's imagination. It was astonishing that the ostensibly honorable Shaolin Temple could not withstand worldly temptations and sought to involve itself in such matters. Little did they know, a single misstep could lead to their utter ruin. Regardless of whether one was a benevolent or malevolent guest, all who arrive are to be treated as such. The Shaolin Temple dared to allow the two masters to enter, yet remained oblivious to whether those masters would dare to step foot within. As for the matter of individuals of importance, that could be discussed later. Feng Sheng, the abbot, retorted to Yingquan, stating that since he had come, there was no reason to hesitate. Yingquan replied with a commanding voice, not waiting for Dongfang Bubi, and dismounted first, striding past the gathered monks toward the grand entrance of the Shaolin Temple. His imposing demeanor was reminiscent of a dragon or tiger, instilling a sense of pressure among the less formidable monks present. The small Shaolin Temple was but a place he could enter and exit at will. There was no territory in this realm that Dongfang Bubi would shy away from. With a hearty laugh, Dongfang Bubi swiftly maneuvered with remarkable agility, easily surpassing Yingquan and halting before him. Dog official, step back. It is only proper for me to lead the way, Dongfang Bubi declared, blocking Yingquan's path. This scene left the Shaolin monks trailing behind in bewilderment. Were these two not allies? Why were they now embroiled in discord? Meanwhile, Yingquan's Jianghu swiftly found themselves at odds with the members of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, awaiting their leader's command. Humph! I concede that I am no match for you, demon. What harm is there in yielding this once? Yingquan surprisingly admitted weakness. Yet, even in submission, he dared to label Dongfang Bubi a demon. The Shaolin monks secretly rejoiced. If these two were to clash, it would leave Shaolin in a position to benefit from their conflict. The members of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, hands already resting on the hilts of their blades, waited for Dongfang Bubi's signal till least you possess some self-awareness. In light of your profound understanding of matters, I shall graciously allow this dog official a moment of reprieve, so as not to be accused of relying solely on brute force to intimidate others, proclaimed Dongfang Bubi. It was indeed a startling scene. A group of Shaolin monks could hardly fathom that he would present himself in such a manner. Where was the infamous Dongfang Bubi, known for his mercilessness at the slightest provocation? Even more lamentable was the tension that hung thick in the air, with the Jianghu and the followers of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult poised for battle at any moment. Was it not agreed that upon a single command, the entire army would advance? No one could have anticipated that their leader would be of such a temperament. Within the guest chamber of Shaolin Temple, regardless of whether Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi were unwelcome guests, their statuses compelled the temple to maintain a facade of decorum. Especially in the absence of conflict. One could not help but wonder what individual lording sought during his visit to Shaolin Temple, inquired Master Feng Zhang. Hold on, Dongfang Bubi interjected once more. Why does the old monk inquire of me, yet direct his attention to that dog official? Indeed. Yingquan hastily interrupted Dongfang Bubi, retorting. Might you exhibit a modicum of decorum and refrain from incessantly referring to him as a dog official? Humph! Dongfang Bubi scoffed softly, falling silent as he settled into a chair, closing his eyes in meditation. Go be frank. In the eyes of all within Shaolin Temple, Dongfang Bubi was regarded as a fiend, his temperament erratic and devoid of reason, a fitting portrayal of his character. He was akin to a ticking time bomb, with the potential to erupt unexpectedly. While Shaolin Temple held no fear of Dongfang Bubi, the sheer number of monks present left them uncertain of their ability to contain him. Chapter 27. Fang Zheng's Anomaly. Lin Yi's grave injury. The weight of excessive concern foretold that today, Shaolin Temple would inevitably find itself under the influence of Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi. What I seek is the esteemed by Tai Gui, Yingquan stated with an air of indifference. Lord Ying, are you also here for Brother Bai? Master Fang Zheng inquired, momentarily taken aback, his surprise quickly overshadowed by a surge of worry, though the source of his concern remained elusive. What of it? Is there someone else besides me who seeks this individual? Yingquan feigned ignorance, posing the question. Naturally, Dongfang Bubi opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Yingquan and Fang Zheng as he declared. I too have come for this person. Upon hearing Dongfang speak, Yingquan silently cursed his luck, yet the unexpected nature of his words served to disrupt their line of thought. I inquired of Master Fang Zheng. Not you, Yingquan remarked, casting an admiring glance at Dongfang Bubi. I speak as I wish. What does it matter to you? Dongfang Bubi closed his eyes once more. Master Fang Zheng, Yingquan, observing Dongfang Bubi's sudden shift in demeanor, found himself at a loss to comprehend the cause of such a rapid transformation. Last night, a thief infiltrated the Shaolin Temple Sutra Repository, specifically seeking Brother Bai. I fail to understand why, despite Brother Bai being a lay disciple of Shaolin, and having had little interaction with the temple, the consensus insists he remains here. When he perished 10 days prior, Master Fang Zheng pondered aloud. Seeing his bewildered expression, Yingquan suspected that he was genuinely unaware of the situation, and thus chose not to dwell on it further. Yingquan's intention in coming to Shaolin Temple was never solely for the sake of Bai Tai Gui. Although Bai Tai Gui is of significance, it is far more critical to remain at Shaolin Temple. Awaiting the actions of Emperor Hongji, Yingquan sensed, albeit faintly, that this presented a unique opportunity for him to unify the martial world. Should he manage to dismantle Shaolin entirely, it would mark a substantial advance in his endeavor to unify the realm. A feat beyond the capabilities of any Jiangnan martial arts faction. I do not imply the Putian Shaolin Temple of FJ here. Of course, Master Hongya, who preserves the Sunflower Manual, is also affiliated with Songshan Shaolin Temple, effectively merging the two Shaolins into one. As for Dongfang Bubi, after several days of interaction, Yingquan discovered that he was rather lethargic. His concern for power was nowhere near as fervent as the legends suggested. When the opportune moment arose, Yingquan contemplated releasing Renwashing, seizing the chance to compel Dongfang Bubi to abandon the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Yingquan believed that dealing with runwashing would be far simpler than confronting Dongfang Bubi. As for his whereabouts in Shaolin Temple, there was no need for the abbot to trouble himself. This official has his own channels. This man, cunning as a fox, had even feigned death to deceive the court. What was worse, in order to safeguard his secrets, he poisoned his entire family, a crime of grave enormity. This man is a malignant tumor of the court. I implore Master Abbot to hand him over to me so that I may rectify the court's order. Yingquan spoke with conviction, as if the refusal of Shaolin Temple to surrender by Taiguei was tantamount to opposing the imperial authority. In truth, Shaolin Temple had already begun to defy the court. Both parties were well aware of this situation, yet each feigned ignorance. Yingquan was merely stalling for time, but was Shaolin Temple not doing the same? Yingquan had secretly resolved to take advantage of this opportunity to dismantle Shaolin Temple. If he could eliminate Li Guang in the process, it would be all the more advantageous, for the unparalleled master Dongfang Bubi would not always be at Yingquan's side. It could be said that Yingquan's audacity in Shaolin Temple was partially due to the backing of the court, but more so derived from the formidable reputation of Dongfang Bubi. This was the essence of leveraging the might of another. At this juncture, a member of the Jianghu entered the grand hall. Addressing Yingquan, "My lord, there are reports that a few days ago, Lu Zhengfeng of Hongshan sect led all disciples of Hongshan to the frontier. Now, the Hongshan sect is deserted, leaving only Master Imoda behind." A disciple of the Sun Moon Holy Cult rushed in and presented a handwritten note to Dongfang Bubi. "Master, a missive from Elder Chu Yang." Upon receiving it, Dongfang Bubi's countenance darkened with rage, and he hurled the note onto Yingquan, exclaiming, "Behold the mischief wrought by Lu Zhengfeng." As Yingquan processed the news of Lu Zhengfeng's expedition to the frontier, he was startled by Dongfang Bubi's outburst. He took the note, which read, "To the esteemed leader of the cult. Chu Yang has a profound friendship with brother Lu Zhengfeng. In this instance, Lu has ventured to the frontier to achieve military merit and slay enemies for the nation. I believe this course is infinitely superior to remaining in the central plains among those who feign righteousness while being hypocritical. By the time the leader reads this, I have already set forth alongside brother Lu, and I humbly beseech your forgiveness. My only granddaughter, Fian, has been sent back to Haimu Cliff. I hope the leader will take care of her, for I am exceedingly grateful. Respectfully, Chu Yang." Yingquan meticulously read out each word penned by Chu Yang, causing the monks within the grand hall to exchange bewildered glances. Most of them were aware of Lu Zhengfeng's situation, as the Songshan sect had consistently propagated the narrative of Lu's collusion with the demonic sect. However, they had not anticipated that Lu Zhengfeng would possess the audacity to lead all his disciples to the borders, nor did they expect that the demonic sect's Chu Yang would accompany them. "Excellent!" Yingquan exclaimed, directing his gaze towards the esteemed monks of Shaolin Temple and declaring, "This is the true man, the genuine hero. What our Ming dynasty requires is precisely such righteous and benevolent individuals, rather than those who are perpetually consumed by violence and conflict within the martial world. Lu Zhengfeng has set a commendable precedent." The monks of Shaolin Temple, however, had no intention of commenting on Lu Zhengfeng's actions, for even as ascetic monks dedicated to prayer, they could not escape the moniker of the martial world. In terms of national righteousness, Lu Zhengfeng had undoubtedly left them far behind. Moreover, some among them were even conspiring with the Eastern Depot, intent on subverting the Ming dynasty. "Hold on, I require an explanation from you." Dongfang Bubi interrupted Yingquan. "What explanation?" Yingquan replied nonchalantly. "Regardless of whether in the martial world or in historical records, Chu Yang and Lu Zhengfeng will undoubtedly be immortalized, becoming a source of pride for our generation. I am unconcerned with such matters. All I know is that your subordinate has absconded with mine, and I am here to demand an account from you." Dongfang Bubi gazed intently at Yingquan. "To speak candidly, Chu Yang was exceedingly loyal both to the Sun Moon Holy Cult and to Dongfang Bubi himself. Possessing skills and martial prowess that were unparalleled in this age, it was only natural that Dongfang Bubi would be incensed by the sudden departure of such a subordinate. The situation had arisen unexpectedly, leaving both Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi unprepared. Faced with Dongfang Bubi's pressing inquiry, Yingquan found himself in a precarious position. Due to the nature of his mission, Yingquan could not afford to treat Dongfang Bubi lightly. For the next 3 days, Dongfang Bubi would remain a particularly significant presence for him. "Name your conditions. As long as it is within my power, I shall not refuse," Yingquan declared to Dongfang Bubi. "You have said it." Dongfang Bubi's eyes brightened suddenly. "Indeed." Yingquan nodded. Within the confines of Shaolin Temple, the two had disregarded all the attending monks and brazenly engaged in business talks from now on. "Assist me unconditionally with a certain task," Dongfang Bubi proposed. "This?" Yingquan pondered, hesitating. Is it truly that difficult? Dongfang Bubi inquired, somewhat displeased. It is not. But no buts. It is settled. Dongfang Bubi asserted immediately, then, after a moment's reflection, added, rest assured, it shall not put you in a difficult position. Very well. Yingquan, realizing the matter could not be undone, and that upon completing his mission in 3 days, he would gain Dongfang Bubi's friendship, felt reassured. If every individual in the martial world possessed Lu Zhongfeng's fortitude, then our realm would certainly not resemble its current state, would it, Master Fangzheng? Yingquan remarked softly. Ba, the ascetic wishes to avoid entanglements in the worldly affairs, yet finds himself helplessly ensnared. If the old monk were granted the opportunity, he would certainly endeavor to learn from Master Lu, lest the Hengshan sect monopolize the advantages and gain the upper hand. Master Fangzheng's words were imbued with sincerity. Upon observing him, Yingquan discerned no signs of deceit. Coupled with his demeanor before the rain last night regarding the matter of Bai Taigui, it seemed he truly remained unaware. However, the collusion between the Shaolin Temple and the Eastern Depot was undoubtedly known to this venerable monk. Yet, the intricacies of the situation were numerous, prompting Yingquan to refrain from hasty conclusions. The abbot also harbored aspirations for the 5 borders, to advance to the front lines? Yingquan exclaimed in astonishment. Ba, Master jested. Fangzheng merely smiled, neither affirming nor denying. Bai Taigui is currently concealed within the Shaolin Temple, having arrived there in the company of Jianghu from the Luoyang Imperial Guard. Yingquan divulged another piece of information. Brother Jianghu? Master Fangzheng was momentarily taken aback. And what of the individual the abbot mentioned, who also sought Bai Taigui? This time, Yingquan feigned ignorance, yet felt compelled to inquire. That person is known as Yanzi Li San, a contemporary heir of the thief sect, and he firmly asserts that Brother Bai is indeed within the Shaolin Temple, claiming he even poisoned his sister, the wife of Brother Bai, of the Li family. Master Fangzheng remarked, indeed, not only his wife, but also the entire Bai household has fallen victim. While the poison was not administered by him, it was Bai Taigui who orchestrated it, with Zhang Lu executing the act. One of the purposes of my visit is to apprehend Zhang Lu, for he colludes with Bai Taigui, undermining the laws of the court, and thus deserves to be a cautionary example. Yingquan articulated each word with resolute authority, leaving no room for dissent. This preemptive strike established the culpability of Zhang Lu and Bai Taigui. Even if Bai Taigui remains hidden within the Shaolin Temple, Zhang Lu cannot escape justice. Last night, Yingquan personally witnessed Zhang Lu in the scripture depository. Capturing Zhang Lu would surely lead to Bai Taigui's downfall. An imperial guard entered to report to Yingquan. Speak, my lord. Lin Taibao has sustained grave injuries and is seeking assistance outside the Shaolin Temple alongside Jin Taibao, who has fallen into a coma, the imperial guard informed. The urgency of saving lives is paramount. Let us hasten to assess the situation. Yingquan promptly exited the Great Hall, making his way towards the entrance of the Shaolin Temple. Upon arrival, he indeed discovered Lin Yi, bloodied and struggling to maintain his composure, while several imperial guards were attending to his wounds. As for Jin Xiaoqiao, though her injuries were not immediately apparent, her pallor indicated she was unconscious. Chapter 28. Xiaoqiao poisoned, Zhang Lu deceased. Quickly, carry him inside. Fangzheng instructed my lord. Lin Yi glanced at Yingquan, his lips quivering as if to articulate something, yet he lacked the strength, closing his eyes and collapsing. His injuries are merely superficial, compounded by exhaustion. He is not in grave peril, Master Fangzheng assessed after examining him. He then approached Jin Xiaoqiao, his expression darkening. Yingquan hastily inquired, is her condition severe? Master Fangzheng, after taking the pulse of Jin Xiaoqiao, shook his head and addressed Yingquan, saying, this lady's injuries are not severe, yet her poisoning is grave. I fear she has little time left, and alas, there is nothing I can do. At this moment, Yingquan was quite anxious. Lin Yi had brought Jin Xiaoqiao to Shaolin Temple for help, which could imply 2 possibilities. Firstly, they might be agents of the Eastern Factory, aware of the collusion between the Eastern Factory and Shaolin Temple, thus seeking assistance. Secondly, they could know of her presence here, especially since Lin Yi seemed to have more to convey before losing consciousness. Yingquan speculated that they must have uncovered something significant and had come to report it to him. As for their injuries, it was evident that someone wished to silence Lin Yi. Such a scenario compelled Yingquan to seek the truth even more fervently. At that moment, Dongfang Bubi stepped forward, casting a casual glance at Jin Xiaoqiao's condition. Addressing Yingquan, he stated, I can help suppress her poison, but it can only be managed for a month at most. If there is anyone in this world capable of saving her, it would be the renowned healer, Ping Yizhi. However, if no treatment is obtained within a month, Her demise is inevitable, and even Ping Yiji would be powerless to assist. Dongfang Bubi spoke with a calm demeanor. Very well. Given her current state, we have reached the most critical juncture. I implore you, Master Dongfang, to lend your aid. Yingquan responded earnestly. Just then, a Shaolin monk hurriedly approached, a look of distress upon his face, exclaiming, Abbot, Master Jianghu who visited yesterday has passed away. What? This revelation startled not only Yingquan but also Master Fangjing, who immediately rose, demanding, when did this happen, and who is responsible? Abbot, this humble monk truly does not know. The young monk, visibly frightened, had never witnessed the abbot's wrath before. He had always perceived Master Fangjing as kind and approachable. Amitabha, the recent turmoil at Shaolin Temple is indeed a sign of troubled times. I beseech you, Abbot, to prioritize the greater good, Master Fangjing quickly interjected. Amitabha, I have succumbed to anger. Master Fangjing clasped his hands together, closing his eyes as he recited a Buddhist chant. Where is he? He inquired. At the back mountain, replied the monk before hastily departing. The murky waters of Shaolin Temple grew increasingly opaque to Yingquan. It was certain that the temple was in collusion with the Eastern Factory, yet who within Shaolin was involved remained ambiguous. Such matters were likely known only to a select few ambitious individuals within the temple, as the ranks of Shaolin had long been filled with loyal patriots across generations. Now, with the sole individual privy to the truth, Jianghu, deceased, Yingquan was convinced that someone sought to eliminate witnesses. When contemplating the notion of silencing, Yingquan instinctively thought of Jin Xiaoqiao and Lin Yi. These two must have known something significant. Bai Taigui, hidden within Shaolin, could only be known to Jianghu and another monk still in league with the Eastern Factory. With Jianghu's demise, it indicated that Bai Taigui's whereabouts remained a mystery. It was possible that Bai Taigui still concealed himself within Shaolin, or perhaps he had already fled elsewhere. At this juncture, Yingquan found the situation entangled with Shaolin Temple, yet it could be more accurately described as a mutual restraint between them. The individual concealed deep within Shaolin Temple is currently leveraging the temple as a bargaining chip in a contest of wits against Yingquan. It appears that, on the surface, Yingquan finds himself at a disadvantage in this moment. Yingquan cannot devise an effective countermeasure. He can only proceed cautiously, advancing step by step, striving to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. Dongfang Bubi is tending to Jin Xiaoqiao, while Master Fangsheng is caring for Lin Yi. Present, neither Jin Xiaoqiao nor Lin Yi has genuinely submitted to Yingquan, as evidenced by the lack of response regarding the Jade Pendant mission. Master Fangzhong, I wonder where that swallow, Li San, whom you mentioned earlier, might be? Yingquan inquired of Fangzhong, expressing a measure of sympathy for Li San's plight. However, Master Fangzhong is the prime suspect in the collusion between the Eastern Depot and Shaolin Temple, and Yingquan could hardly fathom the fate that would befall Li San should he fall into Fangzheng's hands. Speaking of this old monk, he exudes an air of authority, albeit with a somewhat cunning demeanor. Yet, Yingquan does not believe he would conspire with the Eastern Depot to undermine the Ming dynasty. Could it be that the true puppet master behind Shaolin Temple is someone else? Yingquan refrained from making rash conclusions, for to wrongfully execute an innocent while allowing the true culprit to escape would be the gravest folly. Nevertheless, Yingquan is certain that the current abbot of Shaolin Temple cannot be entirely blameless. Even if not a participant, he is undoubtedly an informed party. Li San, the swallow, truly lives up to his reputation as an heir of the thief sect. It is rather embarrassing to admit that he nearly eluded capture. Yet now he finds himself confined within the Discipline Institute of our Shaolin Temple. Fangzhong remarked nonchalantly, I wonder why you mention him, my lord? Fangzhong displayed a hint of wariness. Given that Bai Taigui has slain his sister, he is indeed a victim in this case. If it can be established that Bai Taigui visited Shaolin Temple, he must possess extraordinary abilities. Most importantly, he is a thief, having committed numerous heinous acts. As an official, it is my duty to apprehend thieves, Yingquan stated coolly. Furthermore, the commotion at your Shaolin Temple last night was considerable. Even from my position at the foot of the mountain, I was aware of the significant events transpiring within your temple. Upon hearing the abbot mention that someone infiltrated Shaolin Temple last night, how could I allow such scoundrels to roam freely in the world again? I am determined to capture him. This, Fangzhong momentarily faltered. Could it be that he does not wish to release him? One must remember that your Shaolin Temple does not possess the authority to impose private punishment. Given that the Discipline Institute has traditionally managed its own affairs, I shall turn a blind eye. However, should this involve matters of the court, do not expect me to remain indifferent. Yingquan's words carried an implicit suggestion, and how Fangzhong interpreted them was beyond Yingquan's concern. Yingquan also observed Fangzhong discreetly. He could not help but admire the man, for his ascent to the position of abbot of Shaolin was clearly not unfounded. He possessed considerable skill. Fang Zheng's expression remained largely unchanged compared to before. Instead, he addressed Yingquan. As it should be, I shall take you to Sealy San, my lord. This only deepened Yingquan's confusion, yet it did not deter him. Since you are so willing to allow me to meet this individual, there must certainly be matters transpiring that I am unaware of. For now, I shall proceed with caution. Since Li San is still at Shaolin Temple, there is no urgency to go there just yet. Let us first pay a visit to Jianghu. Although this individual has transgressed against the laws of the land, he remains a government official of our dynasty and a colleague of the Jianghu. It is unacceptable for him to be found in such an ambiguous manner within your Shaolin Temple, Yingquan stated, instructing several Jianghu to remain behind to safeguard Jin Xiao and Lin Yi, while he accompanied Master Fang Zhang to the location of Zhang Lu's demise. Chapter 29. The Art of Black Blood, the Shedding of the Golden Chan's Abbot. Every monk who encountered Fang Zhang paid their respects, and Yingquan observed with keen interest the genuine reverence they held for him, akin to that given to one's own parents, imbued with a sense of respect that perhaps also carried a hint of trepidation. Yingquan realized that, regardless of Fang Zhang's actions, he had treated these monks with kindness. Zhang Lu's corpse was draped with a white cloth, surrounded by several Jianghu whom Yingquan had never seen before. They were likely brought to Shaolin Temple by Zhang Lu himself. They were mere footnotes in this tale, unlikely to possess any knowledge of Zhang Lu's secrets. However, for the sake of caution, they were kept under watch, as the true culprit might lurk among them. Zhang Lu's expression was one of sheer terror, laced with disbelief, as if he had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. His complexion was ashen, and his body lay rigid. Yingquan meticulously examined Zhang Lu's corpse. The fatal blow had been dealt with a single strike, landing squarely on his chest. Upon inspection, he discovered a dark, glistening handprint upon Zhang Lu's chest, which piqued his curiosity. He inquired of Master Fang Zhang, "Master, can you discern what martial art led to Zhang Lu's demise?" Zhang Lu was also a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple and a contemporary of Fang Zhang. Though they were not particularly close, witnessing the scene before him stirred a sense of camaraderie, prompting Fang Zhang to respond, "In my humble opinion, Zhang Shidi has fallen victim to the Black Blood Divine skill of the Sun Moon Holy Cult." Black Blood Divine skill? Yingquan was taken aback. He was familiar with the Black Blood Needle, the signature technique of Chu Yang. Yet what exactly was the Black Blood Divine skill? The Black Blood Divine skill is precisely what it is, came a crisp voice from behind. Turning around, Yingquan beheld Dongfang Bubi. When Chu Yang employs the Black Blood Divine skill through needles, it manifests as the Black Blood Needle. When executed with the palm, it becomes the Black Blood Palm. Dongfang Bubi explained nonchalantly before casting a glance at Yingquan. The poison afflicting that young girl has been temporarily subdued. She shall awaken in about an hour. Do you know who was responsible? Yingquan inquired of Dongfang Bubi. It was by Tai Gue, Dongfang Bubi declared with conviction. Ba, Bai Shidi is a disciple of our Shaolin. How could such a martial art be attributed to him? Master Dongfang, do not speak carelessly and tarnish the reputation of our Shaolin, Fang Zhang retorted. Humph. Dongfang Bubi scoffed coldly. I assert it is him, and so it is. Believe it or not, that is entirely your choice. Would Dongfang Bubi deign to explain himself? Such a notion was laughable. Yet, Yingquan was aware of Bai Taigui's background and thus found himself inclined to trust Dongfang Bubi's words. Who discovered the body? Yingquan's brow gradually furrowed as he realized he was in a rather remote location, where few would venture unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Zhang Lu's corpse bore little sign of disturbance. This was indeed the primary crime scene. It was discovered by that monk earlier, who had gone to inform you, remarked one of the Jianghu under Zhang Lu's command. A monk? Yingquan inquired, somewhat perplexed, turning to Fang Zhang and asking, could you summon him? I have a few questions I wish to pose to him. Hiss. At that moment, Fang Zhang suddenly inhaled sharply, turning to Yingquan to exclaim, that monk? It's bad. What is it? Seeing Fang Zhang's expression, Yingquan understood that something was amiss and hastily queried. That monk? I have never seen him in the temple. Where am I to find him now? Fang Zhang lamented inwardly. By Tai Gue. Both Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi's eyes brightened as they instantly connected the dots, realizing that this monk must be a disguise of Bai Taiguei. Among the monks of Shaolin, no one would attract less attention than a monk himself, and given his background in Shaolin, he would undoubtedly be very familiar with it. Furthermore, there must be insiders within the temple aiding him, making the guise of a monk the perfect cover. Now that they knew someone was aware of his survival, and that Zhang Lu appeared to be his only vulnerability, the only recourse was to eliminate him. Little did Zhang Lu know that Bai Taiguei had lured him here solely to silence him. Thus, filled with terror and confusion, Jianghu fell victim to a deadly strike, an eventuality he had never anticipated from Bai Taigui. Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi could not afford to linger at the scene, for Jianghu was now of no further use to them. Their singular focus was to locate that Shaolin monk. However, with over 10,000 monks in Shaolin Temple, finding one among them was no trivial endeavor. Something feels off. Yingquan abruptly halted. What is it? Dongfang Bubi asked, puzzled. If that monk is indeed Bai Taigui, why would he need to speak personally with the abbot? Wouldn't that risk exposure? Yingquan posited. Hiss. Dongfang Bubi immediately grasped the implication. Fang Zheng was fabricating a story. He might be covering for the real Bai Taigui. We must return swiftly, Dongfang Bubi declared, launching himself towards the direction of the back mountain. Where is he? Yingquan inquired upon his arrival. He has already been taken away by the Shaolin people, replied a Jianghu who remained, though he was unaware of Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi's hurried return. This particular Jianghu was among Yingquan's elite from Jiangnan, brought by Zhenglang. To where did they take him? Yingquan pressed once more. I did not pay close attention. The Jianghu appeared somewhat embarrassed. No matter. Yingquan waved his hand dismissively. There were over 20 such Jianghu present, and the 7 or 8 accompanying Jianghu were being monitored by them. Thus, they had overlooked Fang Zheng and the other Shaolin monks' whereabouts. It was now certain that none of the Jianghu brought by Jianghu were disguised as Bai Taigui. The real Bai Taigui must have impersonated a Shaolin monk. Yet his current whereabouts remained unknown. This was dire. At that moment, a shout emanated from the direction of the discipline hall. Capturing the attention of Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi. It was recalled that Fang Zheng had mentioned Li San was imprisoned within the discipline hall. Something must have transpired. Instinctively, Yingquan concluded that Li San must be in trouble. Hasten to the discipline hall, Yingquan declared to Dongfang Bubi, and the two swiftly took to the air, propelling themselves towards the discipline hall. Upon their arrival, they found the discipline hall already besieged by the monks of Shaolin, who formed an impenetrable barrier. The abbot of Shaolin, Fang Zheng, had just arrived as well, and Yingquan collided directly with him. What remarkable skills the abbot possesses, Yingquan remarked nonchalantly. It was likely that Bai Taigui had long since departed from Shaolin. Yingquan fixed a steely gaze upon Fang Zheng. Ba, I truly do not comprehend the intentions of Lord Ying. Allow me to ascertain what has transpired within the discipline hall. Fang Zheng subtly distanced himself from Yingquan, while the assembled monks promptly made way for him. Shitty Fang Yuan, what calamity has befallen this place to cause such an uproar? Fang Zheng inquired as he approached a middle-aged monk. This monk was Fang Yuan, the chief of the discipline hall. Abbot Shixiang. Upon seeing Fang Zheng, Fang Yuan hurried forward, saying, I beseech you to forgive me, for in a moment of negligence, I allowed that scoundrel Li San to escape. He continued, this rogue is exceedingly audacious. Having left behind a note, observing that Fang Zheng's expression remained largely unchanged, he added, let me see it. Fang Zheng took the note from Fang Yuan's hand, glanced at it, and his expression shifted dramatically. Might I be permitted to take a look, abbot? Yingquan interjected upon witnessing this scene. This? Fang Zheng hesitated. Oh? Yingquan cast a slight smile at Fang Zheng. Could it be that there is something untoward? That is not the case, alas. Fang Zheng sighed and handed the note to Yingquan. After receiving it, Yingquan read aloud, to the esteemed monks of Shaolin, I express my gratitude for your hospitality during the night. I have now discovered the whereabouts of Bai Taigui, and thus I must take my leave, lest you accuse me of any future disappearances as being my doing. Upon finishing the note, Yingquan noticed that Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan were casting dark glances at him. Their eyes filled with a profound resentment that left Yingquan feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It dawned on Yingquan that Fang Zheng's reluctance to share the note was not due to any secrets about Shaolin, but rather the sheer embarrassment of the situation. The letter was a blatant declaration that the sender could come and go as they pleased, and that last night had merely been a ruse to feign capture. Now that the whereabouts of Bai Taigui were known, the sender was making it clear that they had no intention of remaining with Shaolin any longer. This was a tremendous affront, and if word spread, Shaolin's esteemed reputation would surely be tarnished. Such is the lament of a prestigious sect. Though they may wield great influence in the realm of martial arts, the heartaches behind the scenes are known only to themselves. Without mentioning the daily vigilance against the Wudong and the Five Mountain Sword sect, even with the emergence of some rising stars, Shaolin Temple must handle matters with utmost caution, as there is not a single individual who does not wish to ascend by stepping upon Shaolin's shoulders, seeking to make a name for themselves. In comparison, the Sun and Moon holy cult seems rather endearing. When the two factions meet, it is either a fierce confrontation or a deliberate avoidance, blunt and straightforward, unlike the intricate machinations and exhausting rivalries found among the righteous sects of the martial world. It is my fault for lacking discernment. Yingquan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, handed the note in his hand to Fang Zheng. Abbot, a corpse has been discovered outside the temple, but it is not one of our Shaolin monks, a young novice reported. Yingquan exchanged a glance with Dongfang Bubi, and then they both subtly nodded, indicating they had come to a mutual understanding. Let us proceed together, Yingquan declared. With a series of homicides occurring at Shaolin Temple, and I still present here, this audacious fiend dares to act so brazenly. Abbot, there is no need for concern. I shall take charge of this matter. Could Fang Zheng refuse? On both emotional and rational grounds, he could not refuse, nor was there any justification for such a denial. In truth, his heart was reluctant. Unsurprisingly, the deceased was indeed the monk who had previously communicated with them, meeting a fate akin to that of Jianghu. Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi arrived at Jin Xiaoqiao's location, only to find Lin Yi already leaning against her door, gripping his steel blade tightly, not relaxing for a moment, clearly still in a state of tension. Could you inform me of the situation you encountered? Yingquan inquired. However, Lin Yi's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Dongfang Bubi. It matters not. The sect leader is my friend. As for the grievances between you, we can address them once this matter has passed. Yingquan replied with a furrowed brow. Moreover, it is only with the sect leader's intervention that Xiaoqiao's poison can be subdued. We remain unaware if she has regained consciousness. My lord, can I truly trust you? Lin Yi posed such a question. What had transpired to cause this man of the Imperial Guards to exhibit such wariness and instinctual distrust? If you can earn my trust, then you may trust me in return. Yingquan would not indulge the whims of his subordinates. Thus far, he had only yielded to one person, his royal sister, the Empress. The other was, of course, Dongfang Bubi. This revelation took Lin Yi by surprise. Even Dongfang Bubi had not anticipated this side of him, seemingly never having witnessed it before. The 13 guardians of the Imperial Guards, Lin Yi, pledge my life and loyalty to you, my lord. Henceforth, I am willing to toil for you. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and knelt before Yingquan, as though he were prepared to move mountains and part seas in service. At this moment, the jade pendant trembled, and Yingquan understood that Lin Yi was genuinely devoted. Now, you may speak your mind. Yingquan stepped forward to assist Lin Yi to his feet, expressing genuine concern as he asked, also, in the future, please refrain from kneeling at every turn. We are comrades, and such displays are unnecessary. Primarily, it is Xiaoqiao, who, unbeknownst to her, has overheard some perilous news. When my subordinate encountered her, she was being relentlessly pursued by a group of individuals. Although their martial prowess may not be formidable, each one is insidious and treacherous, specializing in covert ambushes. Unfortunately, Xiaoqiao fell victim to one of their poison darts. My subordinate learned that a significant assembly of the Jianghu had gathered near Songshan, prompting an urgent rush to seek reinforcements for her escape. To my astonishment, the master has also arrived at Shaolin Temple. At this moment, Lin Yi's injuries have been duly bandaged. Such wounds are of little consequence to a Jianghu who lives by the sword. However, it astonishes Yingquan that those deemed insidious and treacherous by the 13 protectors of the Jianghu must possess an extraordinary nature. Could there be another force at play? Yingquan silently noted this in his mind. Do you know what Xiaoqiao overheard that has brought about such a deadly pursuit? She is one of the 13 protectors of the Jianghu. Yingquan inquired of Lin Yi, with a face marked by shame. Lin Yi replied, I am incompetent, I do not know. It is not Lin Ji's fault for his ignorance. He was never meant to know. At that moment, the door to Jin Xiaoqiao's chamber swung open. And who else could it be but Jin Xiaoqiao herself? Xiaoqiao, how do you feel? Lin Yi asked with concern. I am well enough. I shall not perish just yet. Despite her pale complexion, it was evident that she was exceedingly weak. My lord, now that Lin Gu has formally pledged allegiance to you, you would not abandon a mere girl like me, would you? I apologize for my previous transgressions. Jin Xiaoqiao spoke softly. Although she lacked her former vivacity, her whimsical spirit seemed to rise even higher. At present, what I wish to ascertain most is what forbidden knowledge you possess that has incited such a deadly pursuit. Are you aware that your life now hangs by a thread? With merely a month remaining? Upon receiving the jade pendant's indication and Jin Xiaoqiao's sincere allegiance, Yingquan resolved to reveal the truth to her, urging her to brace herself mentally. A month's time. Is it? That is ample, Jin Xiaoqiao declared, seemingly unperturbed. Yet, both Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi, as well as Lin Yi, discerned a hint of melancholy in her gaze, a yearning for life and an unwillingness to part with this world. Jin Xiaoqiao, merely 18 years of age, in the prime of her life, has devoted herself entirely to the Jianghu. Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words on how to console her. Caught in a dilemma, when he heard Yingquan say, "However, if within a month we can obtain the aid of Ping Yiji, there may yet be a glimmer of hope to eliminate the poison from your body." Chapter 31. A shocking revelation. Dongfang's fury, my lord. Are you saying that Xiao Qiao still has a chance? Lin Yi, momentarily setting aside his grievances about Yingquan's breathlessness, asked with astonishment. Even Jin Xiao Qiao, who had feigned strength moments before, could not help but gaze at Yingquan, her eyes shimmering with a profound longing for life. This world is indeed beautiful. Jin Xiao Qiao felt she had not yet fully lived. In any case, we must find Ping Yiji within a month. Everything else can be addressed later. Yingquan, despite not possessing absolute certainty, was nonetheless reluctant to confront disappointment, even if it was the indomitable Dongfang Bubi who spoke. If I declare that Ping Yiji can heal, then it is indeed so, Dongfang Bubi asserted with unwavering confidence. Now, you may disclose to me what transpired. Yingquan was deeply intrigued by the knowledge possessed by Jin Xiaoqiao. After departing from you that day, I wandered through Luoyang and stumbled upon a group of martial artists arriving from SX. Out of curiosity, I stealthily followed them and discovered they had received an invitation from a mysterious individual, beckoning them to Luoyang for an undisclosed purpose, though the compensation promised was substantial, Jin Xiaoqiao began. Subsequently, they observed the group merging with a small contingent from HB, among whom Yingquan recognized one individual, a leader from the Eastern Bureau. The two factions' leaders engaged in hushed conversation, and it was only towards the end that Yingquan discerned the phrases Westlake and Renwushing. Jan Xiaoqiao, visibly perplexed, remarked that she was unaware of any connection between Westlake and Renwushing. Upon hearing this news, Dongfang Bubi sprang to his feet, his violent internal energy surging forth. The already weakened Jin Xiaoqiao nearly succumbed to unconsciousness once more, had it not been for Lin Yi's timely support. Wait, let us hear what Xiaoqiao knows, Yingquan, disregarding the gravity of the situation, hastily restrained Dongfang Bubi, fearing that a violent outburst could devastate Shaolin Temple. Indeed, in this world, Yingquan's opinions were likely the sole considerations for Dongfang Bubi. As anticipated, upon hearing Yingquan's words, Dongfang Bubi sheathed his overwhelming aura, yet his piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, penetrated Jin Xiaoqiao's heart, instilling in her a profound terror, thus revealing the formidable power of the most feared figure in the martial world. Jin Xiaoqiao, summoning her strength, averted her gaze from Dongfang Bubi's eyes and softly inquired. At that moment, I interjected towards the Eastern Bureau leader, asking, "What are you discussing? Is it about Westlake or Renwushing?" To my surprise, upon hearing this, the two leaders exchanged glances and launched an assault upon me, aiming directly at my vital points. In that instant, I realized they were concocting a sinister plot aimed at silencing me. Not daring to linger, I fled and fortuitously encountered Brother Lin. Regrettably, our escape was rushed, leaving no time for conversation. Soon after, I felt a sharp pain in my back and lost consciousness, only to awaken here. Speak the truth to me. Do you truly know whether Renwushing is imprisoned at the Mei Manor in Westlake? Upon listening to Xiao Qiao's account, Dongfang Bubi understood that the information regarding Renwushing's captivity had indeed been divulged. As the sovereign of Jiangnan, Yingquan had no reason to remain oblivious. What was once unknown was now revealed. Would Yingquan confide in Dongfang Bubi? Clearly, he himself was uncertain. Previously bound by duty, he felt compelled to associate with Dongfang Bubi, yet now, he began to realize that he may have genuinely regarded Dongfang Bubi as a friend. For the time being, I shall place my trust in you once more. I hope you shall not deceive me again henceforth. The expression on Dongfang Bubi's face was one of complexity, leaving Yingquan utterly unable to fathom his thoughts. Furthermore, in Yingquan's mind, Dongfang Bubi was inherently twisted. Any actions he took seemed entirely justifiable, yet his current response was far beyond Yingquan's expectations. To speak frankly, upon hearing Jin Xiaoqiao reveal this news, Yingquan had already braced himself for the failure of the mission and a rift with Dongfang Bubi. I must now hasten to Meizhuang. You may manage the situation as you see fit, Dongfang Bubi declared before departing, seemingly placing no blame on Yingquan, yet harboring an unspoken rift within. You and 10 others shall remain at Shaolin Temple to recuperate while awaiting my instructions. The rest shall accompany me, Yingquan instructed Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao before summoning the remaining members of the Jianghu, totaling over 80 individuals, as they pursued Dongfang Bubi. Having just ascended the mountain, he addressed Zheng Lang. You are to take 30 men and position yourselves around Shaolin Temple, vigilantly monitoring their movements. Report any unusual activities to me at once. Additionally, leave 10 men to head towards Songshan sect to rendezvous with Chen Tao for monitoring Zhuolengshan. I refuse to believe that such a significant incident at Shaolin Temple would elicit no response from Zhuolengshan. With the tasks assigned, only 30 or so remained as they hurried towards Dongfang Bubi, who was still visible in the distance. I shall proceed ahead. You will meet me at West Lake, Yingquan urged, spurring his horse, realizing the advantage of riding a steed of exceptional quality. Although Dongfang Bubi had set off first, Yingquan was gradually closing the gap between them. Dong, my brother, Yingquan called out at that moment. What do you pursue me for? Dongfang Bubi replied coldly, devoid of any warmth. Go West Lake. There are those causing trouble on my territory, and I cannot remain indifferent, Yingquan asserted. Humph. Dongfang Bubi scoffed disdainfully. Let us see if you can keep up. With a sharp crack, Dongfang Bubi struck his steed, elevating its speed to a new level and further distancing himself. Yingquan could not help but smirk inwardly. If you had run this fast earlier, I would have had no chance of catching up. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, as voicing them might provoke Dongfang Bubi, leading to dire consequences. As for why Dongfang Bubi had slowed down to allow Yingquan to catch up, aside from himself, who could possibly decipher the workings of Dongfang Bubi's mind? Yingquan, having experienced Dongfang Bubi's temperament, especially his capricious demeanor, had long since grown accustomed to it. His prejudices against Dongfang Bubi were gradually dissipating, to the extent that he had nearly forgotten that Dongfang Bubi was a eunuch. He endeavored to treat Dongfang Bubi as a normal individual. One ran ahead while the other pursued. Although Yingquan's horse was indeed superior in strength, he nonetheless found himself trailing Dongfang Bubi. As Dongfang Bubi quickened his pace, Yingquan responded with a lash of his whip. When Dongfang Bubi slowed down, he promptly tightened the reins, because he was at a loss for words upon catching up with Dongfang Bubi. Chapter 32. The Plum Villa by Westlake. Encountering calamity. The journey to Westlake was fated to be anything but smooth. Midway through, Yingquan received alarming news. The Plum Villa had been breached. The elite Jianghu he had stationed there rushed to inform him. My lord, in the early hours of yesterday, a fierce blaze unexpectedly engulfed the Plum Villa. By the time we extinguished the flames, all that remained was utter devastation. Not a single corpse could be found, which is most peculiar. Dongfang Bubi, having overheard the words of the Jianghu, paused and inquired. Did you happen to see any unfamiliar faces enter the villa? Only a burly man and a young lad. No others were seen. However, once they entered, they did not reappear, and shortly thereafter, the villa was reduced to ashes, replied the Jianghu. Humph. Dongfang Bubi coldly huffed at Yingquan. Renwushing has escaped. It was not I who let him go. Yingquan muttered quietly. Whether or not you released him, it is still tied to you, for he vanished from your domain. Dongfang Bubi retorted angrily. You must provide me with an explanation. A tape? Yingquan silently scoffed, recalling that he had already asked for 2 tapes from him in recent days. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced. It was evident that Dongfang Bubi was on the edge, and should he ignite in fury, it would not bode well for Yingquan. Did you discern the identities of the 2 individuals who entered the villa? Dongfang Bubi queried. Alas, no. The Jianghu shook his head, adding it was too far. I could only discern their figures, but their features remained unclear. At this juncture, shall we still proceed to Westlake? Yingquan asked. Indeed. Why should we not go? Dongfang Bubi affirmed. I must see for myself what has become of my Plum Villa. Renwushing has already made his exit. If I do not seek him out, he will undoubtedly come to find me. Perhaps he is even now heading towards Haimu Cliff. Dongfang Bubi remarked coldly. Alternatively, I could go to the Plum Villa while you return to Haimu Cliff, Yingquan suggested. He immediately regretted his words, realizing that it was only the 2nd day of their mission. If Dongfang Bubi truly departed, he would be courting disaster. I do not trust you. I must see for myself to be at ease. Besides, the entirety of Jiangnan is your territory. If Renwushing were to re-emerge in the martial world, I cannot believe he could evade your watchful eye. Dongfang Bubi held a significant regard for Yingquan's influence. Very well, Yingquan nodded. Dongfang Bubi's reasoning resonated, and Yingquan himself did not believe that Renwushing would easily slip away from under his vigilant gaze. Though Renwushing had been absent from the martial world for nearly a decade, his notoriety still held sway. The astonishment on the face of the Jianghu upon realizing that he had been surveilling none other than Renwushing spoke volumes. One could only imagine the reaction if this individual were to learn that the enigmatic Dongfang Bubi was in his midst. Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi galloped forth, leaving the genie way behind, vanishing in an instant upon the road. The comparison of individuals can be quite disheartening. The genie Wei, secretly shaking his head, soon found himself in a lighter mood. Serving under such esteemed figures indeed made for a pleasant existence. With the message already delivered, he felt no urgency, lazily guiding his horse as he turned back. Are Lord Ying and the revered Dongfang present? Fang Zheng knocked on the door of Jin Xiao Qiao. Answered by Lin Y.It. Turned out that Master Fong had arrived, revealing that Lord Ing and Dongfang Bubi were en route to Westlake. Lord Ing had instructed that he convey to the abbot that the circumstances were sudden, leaving no time for farewells. Before Lin Yi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fang Zhang. No matter, let the esteemed guest remain at Shaolin Temple to recuperate. Have heard that this lady has been severely poisoned and requires the skilled physician Ping Yiji's treatment. I know he is in Kaifeng, not far from Luoyang. Once the two of you have regained some strength, I shall send someone to escort you to him. Thank you, master. I am infinitely grateful, Lin Yi replied. Ba. In that case, I shall not impose further with that. Fang Zhang rose to take his leave. Lin Yi, without further thought, returned to his quarters. Who was that just now? Jin Xiao, lying in bed, struggled to regain her strength after being struck by Dongfang Bubi's true energy. She found it difficult to even rise. It was the abbot of Shaolin, Master Fang Zhang. Lin Yi grasped Jin Xiao's hand, saying, Do not worry, dear sister. Ping Yiji is in Kaifeng. Once your health improves, we shall seek his aid. Jin Xiao replied softly, closing her eyes once more. The Eastern Bureau. Lin Yi inwardly scoffed, oblivious to the fact that his hand had clenched into a tight fist. The following morning marked the third day of Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi's companionship. Day and night they traveled without pause, finally arriving at Meizhuang by Westlake, leaving their two magnificent steeds utterly exhausted. Indeed, they were greeted by nothing but a heap of crumbling bricks and remnants. Yingquan gazed upon the desolate scene, feeling a twinge of regret. Meizhuang was undoubtedly a hidden paradise. Its artistic value alone was astronomical. Moreover, the collection of paintings and calligraphy housed there were masterpieces, each possessing significant worth. To add insult to injury, the fire had consumed all of Meizhuang's exquisite wines. Strangely enough, just as the genie Wei had claimed, not a single bone remained. This was a premeditated act, Yingquan declared to Dongfang Bubi. No kidding. Dongfang Bubi retorted bluntly. Did you not claim that the four friends of Meizhuang were under your command? Yingquan inquired. What are you implying? Dongfang Bubi questioned. Why is it that they vanished without a trace, alongside Renwushing? At this moment, Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi had arrived at the dungeon where Renwushing was imprisoned. As they spoke, Yingquan reached out to lift the lid of the dungeon. Be careful, Dongfang Bubi suddenly exclaimed. With one hand holding the lid, Yingquan instinctively glanced in Dongfang Bubi's direction, only to be taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Yingquan found himself enveloped in a sudden surge of force, propelling him into the air and causing him to crash to the side. In his place stood Dongfang Bubi, and a burly figure emerged from the dungeon, delivering a powerful blow that struck Dongfang Bubi. It was astonishing that someone could injure Dongfang Bubi. In an instant, Yingquan comprehended the gravity of the situation before him. This robust man could only be Renwushing. In a bid to save Yingquan, Dongfang Bubi had been struck with full force by Renwushing. Chapter 33. All appear, both engage in battle. Renwushing. Dongfang Bubi, having been knocked back by a single blow, fixed his gaze on the burly man, uttering the name with great effort. Indeed. Hearing Dongfang Bubi speak thus, Yingquan nodded inwardly, having already deduced the identity of this person as Renwushing. Hatred radiated from Dongfang Bubi, and Renwushing harbored no less animosity. Witnessing Dongfang Bubi injured by his own strike only fueled Renwushing's delight. Today, I shall ensure you have no place to rest. The arrogant and conceited side of Renwushing was laid bare. What about you? At this moment, Yingquan had already risen and approached Dongfang Bubi, inquiring with concern. Just a minor injury. Cough. As he spoke, Dongfang Bubi spat out a mouthful of blood. Supporting Dongfang Bubi, Yingquan felt his body grow weak, and hurriedly extended his hand to steady him, inadvertently pressing his palm against Dongfang Bubi's chest. Yingquan's mind was suddenly overwhelmed. The sensation was all wrong. Before Yingquan could react, Dongfang Bubi summoned an unexpected surge of strength, forcefully pushing Yingquan away while he himself fell to the ground. You. At this moment, Yingquan could barely articulate a coherent thought, his mind racing, his face flushed, feeling utterly helpless, struggling to find the words yet unable to voice them. Humph! At that moment, Renwushing let out a cold snort, striding forward, jolting Yingquan back to awareness. The cold moon treasure blade was unsheathed in an instant, emanating an ominous gleam that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Hold on! Yingquan bellowed. Who are you? Renwushing inquired, gazing at Yingquan. I am the officer of the Jianghu, Yingquan. Though Yingquan wielded the treasured blade, he possessed no absolute confidence in defeating Renwushing. However, he was resolute in believing that they could both sustain injuries. Moreover, since Renwushing had not perished, Yingquan was compelled to believe that the others within Meizhuang were still alive, especially the 4 friends of Meizhuang. It seemed they had now betrayed Dongfang Bubi. Could that burly man and the youth be Ling Huchong and Xiang Wentian? With a rustle, a squad of elite Jinyui surrounded the area, numbering around 50, each drawing their bows, aiming directly at Renwushing. In my domain, it would be prudent for the esteemed leader to refrain from excessive arrogance. Upon uttering these words, Yingquan hastened to the side of Dongfang Bubi, assisting her once more to her feet. He reached into his bosom and retrieved a precious pill, the renowned Zhuhua Yilu pill. This elixir is a sacred remedy for healing. Yingquan urged Dongfang Bubi, saying, "Quickly, take it." At this moment, Dongfang Bubi, disregarding all else, opened her mouth in anticipation of Yingquan's feeding. Unbeknownst to Yingquan, Dongfang Bubi was, in fact, a woman. In the face of such dire circumstances, Yingquan set aside any thoughts of delicacy and forcefully administered the Zhuhua Yilu pill to Dongfang Bubi, allowing her to heal and digest the restorative properties on her own. Rising to his feet, Yingquan gazed upon Renwushing, who was ensnared by the crossbows, and declared, "I initially intended to grant you a path to survival. Yet had it not been for her selfless act of rescue, I would have surely met my end at the hands of Yama. Renwushing, you would do well to surrender quietly. I can promise you a complete corpse." "Nonsense!" Renwushing erupted into laughter, looking at Yingquan with a mocking gaze. "Little child, do you have any idea who lies upon the ground?" "Dongfang Bubi," Yingquan replied nonchalantly. To my surprise, Dongfang Bubi was willing to endure my full force strike for your sake. "Surely you hold considerable weight in her heart," Renwushing remarked, his gaze towards Dongfang Bubi revealing an oddity that left Yingquan momentarily perplexed. Yingquan refrained from engaging with Renwushing's insinuations. Dongfang Bubi has wrought havoc upon the martial world, and all have sought her demise. "Today, I act in the name of justice," Renwushing proclaimed. "Then let us see whether your physique is stronger or the might of my crossbows." Words unfit for discourse lingered in the air. Yingquan, anxious about Dongfang Bubi's injuries, sought to buy time for her recovery, yet such a strategy was fraught with uncertainty. His primary intent was to compel Renwushing to retreat without battle. Alas, Renwushing silently mused, then called out towards the dungeon behind him. "Xiangzwusher, where are the brothers from Meizhuang?" "At your service." Then, 3 figures emerged from the dungeon, the foremost being the bright left envoy of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, Xiang Wentian. Behind him were the bald scribe and the painter. Furthermore, another individual emerged from the dungeon, one whom Yingquan recognized as Ling Huchong, the eldest disciple of Mount Hua, Ling Huchong. Yingquan looked at him in confusion. To be truthful, Yingquan had little interaction with Ling Huchong, having only crossed paths once. However, what puzzled Yingquan was that he had just seen Ling Huchong in Luoyang, at the entrance of Chuanyu Courtyard. How could he possibly have appeared in Meizhuang just days prior? "How did you come to be here?" Yingquan blurted out, seeking clarity. "It is a complicated tale. Suffice it to say, the Ling Huchong of now is no longer the same as the one from the Mount Hua sect." Ling Huchong replied with a calm demeanor, his eyes filled with a profound sorrow. Yet beneath that sorrow lay an unwavering resolve. What could have transpired to transform this once carefree wanderer of the martial world into the person he is now? However, under the current circumstances, Yingquan could not afford to inquire too deeply, yet he could not help but speculate in his heart. Could it be that Lin Pingji and Yu Linshan have taken a liking to each other? Now, Ling Hu Xiaoji is prepared to ally himself with my divine sect. Renwushing proclaimed, "No, that is not the case." Ling Huchong countered, "I can assist you, but I shall never join the demonic cult." Ling Huchong remained true to his nature. No matter the events that unfolded, his character remained fiercely independent. "Here I stand, with 5 formidable experts at my disposal. I wonder how many of them you can hold at bay." Renwushing raised his head proudly, addressing Yingquan. "Although this may be his stronghold, what can you do about it? Such arrogance, such audacity. You are welcome to test it and see how many of your 5 can walk out alive today." Is Yingquan the sort to tolerate threats? Certainly not. Even if Dongfang Bubi were to threaten him, he would resist, let alone Renwushing. At that moment, the Imperial Guard stationed nearby, under Yingquan's command, began to arrive in succession, and within a short span, an elite force of 300 had gathered, including 3 captains, all first-rate masters. The numbers of Yingquan's men were increasing, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire for Renwushing and his companions. This was not a strategic blunder. Renwushing had taken such a significant risk to lie in wait here, aiming to eliminate Dongfang Bubi in one fell swoop. Now that Dongfang Bubi was gravely injured, killing him was merely a matter of a final push. Yet, he had never anticipated the variable that was Yingquan. What astonished Ren Wuxing even more was the relationship between Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi, which had apparently grown so close. To be honest, he felt a twinge of jealousy, a desire to eliminate this pair of close allies. Chapter 34. A disagreement sparks a confrontation. Master of the teachings. It has been many years. I trust you have been well, came a soft, effeminate voice. It was none other than Supervisor Li, who had arrived, and Ren Wuxing joyfully responded, "Old friend, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner." Upon hearing the voice, he turned and exclaimed in delight, "What brings this eunuch here?" Yingquan, upon noticing Li Guang's figure, inwardly groaned. For Li Guang did not come alone. Rather, he was accompanied by a motley crew, most of whom were martial artists under Li Guang's covert control, rather than agents of the Eastern Depot, creating quite a chaotic scene. "My dear Lord Ying, it has indeed been a long time." After greeting Ren Wuxing, Li Guang turned his attention to Yingquan. "Supervisor Li, what a splendid mood you are in. Instead of accompanying the emperor at court, do you intend to assist me in capturing these rebels?" Yingquan pointed at Ren Wuxing, seeking to seize the initiative. Alas! Yingquan thought to himself, if only Li Guang had arrived a moment later, perhaps he could have driven Ren Wuxing away. But now, sigh. Yingquan sighed helplessly in his heart. "Dongfang Bubi, I truly did not expect you to be a woman. Had you been a eunuch, I might have been inclined to cast you aside without a second thought." Yingquan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The greatest peril he faced during his 3 days with Dongfang Bubi was not from her, but rather from Ren Wuxing and Li Guang. Yingquan considered himself no match for the duo, especially with the likes of Xiang Wentian and Ling Huchong among them. If it were Ling Huchong, who had mastered the Duga 9 swords, the situation would be even more troublesome. Of course, the presence of various individuals at Li Guang's side made it difficult to ascertain the caliber of their combatants. Given the current circumstances, it was exceedingly unfavorable for Yingquan, not merely in terms of numbers, but in quality. Even with Li Guang's arrival, they numbered no more than 100, whereas Yingquan's elite Jianghu had already gathered nearly 500. In a direct confrontation, it would surely lead to mutual destruction. This official has heard of the demonic cult's misdeeds in Jiangnan, and indeed, here stands the cult's leader, Dongfang Bubi, Li Guang said with narrowed eyes. "Who dares to claim she is Dongfang Bubi?" Yingquan interjected, cutting Li Guang off. "This esteemed brother Dong has graciously accepted my invitation to investigate the arson at Meizhuang, and as fate would have it, the leader of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, Ren Wuxing, is present. This manner must surely be his handiwork. I implore Supervisor Li to lend me your strength in apprehending this treacherous scoundrel, so that I may gain merit and favor before the emperor." Yingquan continued. "Humph." A crisp, cold snort echoed at that moment. "I am Dongfang Bubi. When did I require a change of name?" Dongfang Bubi slowly rose, her complexion still pale. Yet Yingquan sensed that her spirit had notably revived. "Ha ha ha!" Li Guang cast a bewildered glance at Dongfang Bubi, then looked at Yingquan with a mocking expression, slightly taunting. "Lord Ying, what will you do now?" "You." Yingquan glared at Dongfang Bubi with frustration, reproaching her gently. "Must you insist on being stubborn? Do you think that if I remain silent, they will simply let this go?" Dongfang Bubi did not meet Yingquan's gaze, but instead directed her attention toward Li Guang and Ren Wuxing. "Brother Dongfang, you truly understand the situation. I shall facilitate your journey," Ren Wuxing declared. "Yingquan, oh Yingquan." Li Guang shook his head, looking at Yingquan and remarked, "It seems even making you see reason as a challenge. Prepare to meet your end. Archers, ready." Yingquan commanded with a booming voice. At this moment, Dongfang Bubi appeared more than capable of self-preservation. However, it remained uncertain how much combat power she had left, when it came time to strike. Yingquan would not hesitate in the slightest. With a single command, 500 crossbows were unleashed in an instant, their might formidable, though this was merely against ordinary foes. For experts like Ren Wuxing and Li Guang, who were already on guard, it proved ineffective. "Brother Dong, I leave Ren Wuxing to you, while I shall engage in a demonstration of Supervisor Li's prowess." The 500 crossbows shot forth in the blink of an eye, and Yingquan could not afford to observe the casualties among Li Guang's men. He lunged directly at Li Guang. The cold moon saber was drawn, bypassing Ren Wuxing, aiming straight for Li Guang's head. His ghostly movements rendered Yingquan unable to keep pace. Dongfang Bubi, with a silver needle, shot toward Ren Wuxing. What a formidable Ren Wuxing! In a swift maneuver, he evaded the silver needle, his right hand dancing gracefully, capturing the flying needle and sending it hurtling back. As the elite troops of the Jianghu under Yingquan surged forward, despite their overwhelming numbers, they found themselves no match for the likes of Ling Huchong and his companions. This was largely due to the timely arrival of Li Guang's reinforcements. At this moment, Li Guang commanded nearly 300 men. While his numbers paled in comparison to Yingquan's forces, their martial prowess surpassed that of their adversaries. Gradually, the two sides reached a stalemate. Yingquan understood that the outcome now hinged on whether he and Dongfang Bubi would prevail, or if Li Guang and Renwushing would prove to be the more formidable duo. The fate of their subordinates rested upon the shoulders of their leaders. Yingquan dared not to underestimate the situation, nor could Dongfang Bubi afford to do so. He had not anticipated that he would arrive at the decisive moment of battle so soon. There were still many matters he had yet to comprehend and numerous tasks left unfinished. The instant Yingquan engaged with Li Guang, he realized the latter was a formidable adversary, terrifyingly so. When compared to Dongfang Bubi, Li Guang was but a hair's breadth behind in skill. The floating dust in Li Guang's hand shifted fluidly, embodying both strength and grace. Had it not been for Yingquan's reliance on the sharpness of his prized cold moon blade and his life-or-death determination, he would have likely succumbed to Li Guang's prowess long ago. Li Guang, being a cunning old fox, could effortlessly discern Yingquan's intentions in his eyes. He wondered what miraculous elixir Yingquan had bestowed upon Dongfang Bubi. Although he found himself at a slight disadvantage against Renwushing at this moment, he was in no imminent danger, skillfully evading peril with his ghostly footwork. What astonished Li Guang even more was the profundity with which Dongfang Bubi had mastered the Sunflower Manual. When Li Guang was of Dongfang Bubi's age, he had barely reached a fraction of that level. Even the current Yingquan was no match for him. From Dongfang Bubi's current combat capabilities, Li Guang surmised he would not be able to contend with him at the height of his power. However, in the realm of skilled fighters, the outcome often teeters on a knife's edge. When battle truly commenced, Li Guang harbored no apprehension towards Dongfang Bubi. While Yingquan fought fiercely, Li Guang was reluctant to engage fully. Should they both fall into a mutually destructive conflict, where would he seek redress? Li Guang held no illusions about Renwushing's character. Should Renwushing emerge gravely injured from this encounter, Li Guang would not hesitate to offer his assistance. If he could seize control of the Sun Moon Holy Cult, it would undoubtedly be far superior to an alliance with Renwushing. Li Guang waited for Renwushing to eliminate Dongfang Bubi, positioning himself to reap the rewards. Renwushing, undoubtedly, was calculating along the same lines. Two cunning old foxes, each with their own schemes. Even when slightly ahead, instead of pressing the advantage to eliminate Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi, they held back. Truly remarkable. Had Yingquan been privy to their thoughts, he would have joyfully exclaimed, "What a delightful turn of events! Just as I wished, do not stop." Chapter 35. The Fiery Jianghu, the Blood Battle at Mei Manor. Chapter 35. The Fiery Jianghu. Yingquan creates the blade amidst his desperate struggle. Yingquan remained oblivious to Li Guang's changes. However, Dongfang Bubi had perceived that Renwushing was dragging his feet. One is always most aware of their own affairs. Dongfang Bubi sensed that if Renwushing were resolute and willing to pay a price, he could undoubtedly eliminate him on the spot. Observing Renwushing's hesitation, Dongfang Bubi was filled with joy. "If you choose to delay, I am more than willing to accommodate." Dongfang Bubi was becoming increasingly at ease, while Yingquan was descending further into madness. At this moment, Yingquan's blade technique was restrained yet explosive, each strike as swift as lightning. Although Yingquan's movements were not particularly rapid, the sheer speed of his swordplay made it difficult for Li Guang to approach him carelessly. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. Yingquan's local forces were steadily increasing, with numerous local constables and officers joining the fray. The 30 elite cavalry brought from Songshan had also arrived on the battlefield, swiftly tipping the scales in their favor. Nevertheless, the banners of the Eastern Factory continued to enter the fray, and a substantial number of reinforcements for Li Guang were tirelessly rushing to the scene. The battle remained in a stalemate. Yet, it was always Yingquan's men who suffered, as Xiang Wentian, Tu Wang, and Dan Qingzi proved formidable, with no rivals to match their prowess. Even several hundred men, led by a few captains, fought valiantly for their lives. Ling Huchong, however, seemed to be acting out of some inscrutable intention, consistently holding back, seeking only to protect himself, and sparing no life. It appeared he had indeed mastered the Duga 9 swords. The Jianghu were notably prudent in avoiding provoking Ling Huchong, who was quite content to observe the unfolding spectacle. This deadlock showed no signs of breaking. The death toll continued to rise. Li Guang could afford losses. These martial artists were merely hired mercenaries, and their deaths spared him the need to pay them. Renwushing was equally indifferent, as none of his men were present. His only concern was to safeguard himself from treachery. However, Yingquan could not afford such losses. These individuals were loyal to his cause, even envied by Dongfang Bubi. The martial artists, each appearing to be a desperate outlaw, now found themselves amidst a field of corpses, with some bodies missing half their forms, others decapitated, their once fervent spirits having dissipated. Tubi Wang had killed nearly 20 elite Jianghu, but was ultimately ensnared by 2 captains, meeting a gruesome end at the hands of a frenzied mob. Dan Qingzi, having learned from Tubi Wang's prior missteps, found himself overwhelmed as 3 elites lunged at him, only to be mercilessly shot down by the arriving Jianghu, their bodies grotesquely intertwined by crossbow bolts. Yet they did not fall until now, still standing on the battlefield. As for Xiang Wentian, each time he sought to slay a Jianghu, Ling Hucheng would rescue the victim from his grasp, and whenever the Jianghu aimed to strike, Ling Hucheng would intercede before they could land a blow. In the battlegrounds of Yingquan and Liguang, as well as Dongfang Bubi and Ren Wuxing, no one dared to intrude. The energies of the 2 locales had solidified, leaving no space for a third party. Many martial artists serving Liguang began to waver. Though their lives were spent on the edge of a blade, none wished to become the first to lose their head. Once one fled, others soon followed, and soon the numbers would multiply. Yingquan's forces had sent over 1,000 men into the battle, and with 6 captains slain, only 300 remained, all bearing wounds, yet not a single one wished to retreat. As the adversaries advanced further, so too did they, yet when the opposing side momentarily retreated, they astonishingly began to accelerate their advance. To flee, one must possess the means to escape. The injuries sustained by the Jianghu, save for a few who were ambushed from behind by the enemy, were predominantly incurred in the frontal assault. This reveals their remarkable resilience. The Eastern Factory banner, directly under the command of Liguang, suffered complete annihilation with over 300 men, including 2 captains. The remaining members of the martial world also incurred casualties exceeding 300, and after the escape, only about 150 remained. This was an unavoidable predicament. The Jianghu, in a frenzy, relentlessly targeted the Eastern Factory banner, preferring to endure a strike from the martial artists rather than allow a single banner to escape unscathed. The current situation was utterly unforeseen by both Liguang and Ren Wuxing. However, Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The 2 understood that they could not afford to hold back in the slightest today. Otherwise, their own lives would be at stake. Even if Ren Wuxing were to exert his utmost effort, he might still fail to subdue Dongfang Bubi, with the probability of being counterattacked by him increasing exponentially. Thus, Ren Wuxing was reluctant and dared not to fight with abandon. Likewise, if Liguang were to throw caution to the wind, he could undoubtedly slay Yingquan, but he would also be gravely injured in the process. Yingquan no longer exhibited his previous madness. He wholeheartedly employed the Hu family sword techniques, seeking not to achieve merit but to avoid fault. Given the current circumstances, barring any unforeseen events, it was evident that his side had gained the upper hand. The Hu family sword techniques emphasized stability, complemented by the essence of the Gale blade, embodying a harmonious blend of stillness and motion, each strike infused with immense power. This rendered Liguang hesitant to act recklessly. Consequently, the result was that Yingquan was honing his swordsmanship against Liguang. He was organically merging the tranquility of the Hu family sword with the dynamic nature of the Gale blade, which was one of the reasons Liguang felt increasingly apprehensive. Yingquan had accumulated substantial mastery of his sword techniques. This time, he aimed to break through the bottleneck in his swordsmanship. Though he might still be unable to match Liguang's profound internal strength, in terms of technique, he was no longer at a disadvantage. With fluidity and purpose, he maneuvered with his treasured sword, meticulously guarding his vital points. Although it appeared defensive, another characteristic of the Hu family's sword techniques lay in their interplay of reality and illusion, with the genuine and the false intertwining. Coupled with the unpredictable transformations of the Gale blade, his strikes came with the speed of lightning, leaving Liguang utterly unprepared and, in his carelessness, suffering substantial losses. This deepened Liguang's wariness towards Yingquan. Simultaneously, he had added Ren Wuxing to his blacklist. Although the deaths of those martial artists were inconsequential in Liguang's eyes, the Eastern Factory banner that had come to their aid was his prized possession. With the entire force decimated, he held Ren Wuxing partly responsible for failing to eliminate Dongfang Bubi with full force. He also bore a grudge against Ling Hucheng, who, at this moment, was engaged in a confrontation with Xiang Wentian. Though the reason for their clash remained unclear, it was merely observed that Ling Hucheng was holding back at every turn, while Xiang Wentian found himself ensnared within Ling Hucheng's swordplay, unable to advance or retreat. Filled with vexation, it was evident that Ling Hucheng's martial prowess surpassed that of Xiang Wentian by a considerable margin. This scene ignited a mix of fury and astonishment within Liguang. Due to the fact that Xiang Wentian is well aware of the situation, he is often referred to by the moniker Tianwang Laoji, serving as the illustrious left envoy of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, possessing considerable renown in the martial world. Particularly notable is his self-created technique, the suction of power into the earth, which has left many in a in contrast. Ling Hu Chong, merely the foremost disciple of the Huashan sect, appears to him as nothing more than a junior, yet the revelation of such formidable skills stirs within him a myriad of thoughts. Chapter 36. The unexpected appearance of Yingquan and the shocking revelation the assembly of martial artists summoned by Li Guang ultimately disbanded without a fight, hastily retreating without a moment's pause. The Imperial Guards under Yingquan could no longer withstand the pressure, collapsing to the ground in droves, some unable to rise thereafter. Yingquan watched with a heavy heart, while Dongfang Bubi was inexplicably engulfed in sorrow. Both Li Guang and Ran Wuxing harbored mutual animosity, yet they could not help but feel a twinge of retreat in their hearts. Father, Uncle Dongfang. The sudden turn of events plunged Yingquan, who had previously glimpsed a glimmer of hope, back into despair. The newcomer was none other than Ren Yingying, accompanied by no less than 100 martial artists. Was this to be the day that Yingquan met his demise? A wave of melancholy washed over him. My good daughter, hasten to aid your father in battle. Though a decade had passed since their last encounter, Ren Wuxing immediately recognized his daughter. In contrast to Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi, Ren Wuxing found himself in high spirits at this moment. Just when he thought today's endeavor was doomed to failure, his daughter Ren Yingying arrived, leading a fresh contingent of over 100 fighters. Victory seemed within reach. Near Meizhuang, aside from their group, there was no one else lingering in the area. Jiangnan was Yingquan's stronghold. Yet after such an extended conflict, the absence of government troops was telling. Li Guang's influence was indeed formidable. By now, the only reinforcements for Yingquan were his loyal Imperial Guards and a handful of local experts. Perhaps due to Yingquan's previous overwhelming dominance over the local officials, combined with Li Guang's pressure, they were now content to watch from the sidelines, waiting to ally with the victor. The prospect of them risking their lives in the fray seemed utterly implausible. At this moment, Yingquan dared not flee. He was acutely aware that escape was futile. Dongfang Bubi also refused to retreat, her pride dictating that she would rather die in battle than withdraw. The Imperial Guards, who had previously collapsed, now leaned on one another to stand, ready to face the forces brought by Ren Yingying, as if to convey that they still had the strength to fight in this confrontation. Yingquan had already lost 700 elite fighters. Even if he were to escape today by chance, his vitality would surely be greatly diminished in the future. Yingquan and Li Guang, in a tacit understanding, ceased their hostilities. What was once the picturesque Meizhuang by West Lake had been reduced to ruins, now transformed into a scene of carnage. Yingquan bore numerous wounds, though they were merely superficial. His life was not in jeopardy. As for Li Guang, his attire was disheveled, but it was difficult to ascertain if he had sustained any injuries. Dongfang Bubi and Ran Wuxing gradually withdrew from the battlefield, leaving neither side with a clear advantage. It is merely due to Dongfang Bubi having endured a blow from Ran Wuxing that he appears somewhat more feeble. Yet among those present, aside from Li Guang, none dare to underestimate Dongfang Bubi at this moment. Currently, Li Guang stands as the most formidable, followed closely by Ran Wuxing and Yingquan, who are evenly matched, with Dongfang Bubi coming in a distant third. If one were to assert that the only individual capable of slaying Dongfang Bubi is Li Guang, it must also be noted that Ran Wuxing may not necessarily vanquish Yingquan before Li Guang strikes down Dongfang Bubi, and could very well meet his end at Yingquan's hands. For Ran Wuxing's most formidable skill, the star absorption technique, can only be activated in close proximity to the opponent. Moreover, the razor-sharp blade in Yingquan's possession, coupled with his unpredictable and astute swordsmanship, renders Ran Wuxing not unequivocally superior. This is the advantage conferred by a divine weapon, elevating Yingquan's combat prowess to an entirely different echelon. Only Li Guang, with his ghostly agility, affords Yingquan the sensation of being encumbered, unable to unleash his full potential. Oh, what a most peculiar sound in this moment of profound silence. This sound draws the attention of all present, who had previously halted their actions. It is Ren Yingying, whose heart, burdened by the sight of severed limbs strewn across the ground, compelled her, after long seclusion on the Blackwood Cliff, to finally purge the turmoil within her. It is not merely she, Ren Yingying, even among the assembled gentlemen, who among them does not wrestle with their own discomfort. No one mocks her. Even Ran Wuxing gazes upon his daughter with a paternal tenderness. This brutal clash has claimed the lives of over 1,000. A grievous toll indeed. Yet, Li Guang and Ran Wuxing's objective to eliminate both Dongfang Bubi and Yingquan remains unfulfilled. Ling Huchong and Xiang Wentian have long since ceased their conflict. Although Xiang Wentian is fiercely loyal to Renwushing, he is reluctant to harm the bond of brotherhood he shares with Ling Huchong. The number of Genie Wei still standing under Yingquan's command has dwindled to less than 200, while the over 100 brought by Ran Yingying lie in wait, poised for action. Li Chengdu, might you enlighten this official as to when you conspired with Renwushing? Yingquan embeds his blade into the earth, leaning upon it as if the very act of standing without support might send him tumbling. 10 years ago. It is not Li Guang who speaks, but Renwushing. Indeed. Yingquan is secretly taken aback, addressing Renwushing. So it was a decade ago that you harbored such treachery? Humph. Renwushing snorts disdainfully. I no longer wish to serve the Zhu family's dominion. The Sun and Moon sect is indeed intertwined with the court? Dongfang Bubi exclaims in astonishment. Indeed. The duty of my Sun and Moon sect is to divert the attention of the martial world, thereby fortifying his empire. Renwushing declares with indignation. Ha ha. Dongfang Bubi laughs heartily, as if a revelation has dawned upon him. So the Sunflower Manual is the bargaining chip in your dealings with the Eastern Depot? How unexpected that the uprising looms before us, yet I find my star absorption technique diverging from the path of the Sunflower Manual, leading to a deviation in my training and allowing you, a scoundrel, to succeed. Renwushing glares fiercely at Dongfang Bubi, his malice unmasked in his gaze. A scoundrel, you say? Dongfang Bubi muses softly, before erupting into a low, rumbling laughter that grows louder and more boisterous. Laughter erupted wildly, only to be abruptly halted. Renwushing, with a resounding exclamation, Dongfang Bubi scoffed. Do not think that I was unaware of your intentions back in the day. Dongfang Bubi cast a disdainful glance at Renwushing, stating, at that time, I was merely a vice leader of the divine sect. What merit did I possess to catch the eye of the Grand Master? It was only because of my youthful countenance that you entertained other thoughts, alas. Dongfang Bubi's words nearly caused Yingquan to spew forth a mouthful of blood. An exclusive revelation, a sensational scoop. Who would have thought that the esteemed leader of a sect, one with a daughter, would harbor such proclivities? It was utterly revolting. The only reason I refrained from ending your life back then was out of consideration for Yingying. Dongfang Bubi addressed Renwushing. Is this true? Even Li Guang glanced at Renwushing with an air of curiosity, unable to suppress his inquiries. Father. The nearly retching Ren Yingying gazed at Renwushing in sheer astonishment. This news was certainly not favorable for her. Cease your slander against my reputation? Renwushing barked angrily. Chapter 38. Awakening of the East. Ever-changing the fire had long since extinguished. The fish had already turned to cinders. What a scent! A clear and ethereal voice echoed through the tranquil valley on this serene morning for the first time. Dongfang Bubi felt as though his nostrils had been sullied. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the atmosphere here, listening to the gentle murmur of flowing water and the morning chirps of insects. Before him lay a flourishing scene. Even the bloodshed of the previous day seemed to fade into insignificance. Dongfang Bubi appeared to recall something. Yingquan. His furious call, at that moment, sounded almost melodious, for he had ceased to disguise his voice. Behind Dongfang Bubi, Yingquan seemed to be gradually entranced. The morning dew glistened upon Dongfang Bubi, evaporating with his outburst, transforming in Yingquan's eyes into a veil of mystic fog. The hazy beauty almost overwhelmed Yingquan, a virgin of 2 lifetimes with desire. Fortunately, he still knew who stood before him. Dongfang Bubi, he cautiously uttered. Dongfang Bubi slowly turned, looking at Yingquan with a hint of bewilderment, his eyes betraying a momentary shyness. Yet, it vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce intensity. Wait! Yingquan, sensing Dongfang Bubi's impending action, hastily interjected. Let us converse amicably. A gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. Hee. Dongfang Bubi regarded Yingquan with the look one might bestow upon a fool, chuckling softly twice before extending a delicate hand to brush aside a lock of hair from his forehead. Then, loosening his hairband, he gently shook his tresses free, allowing them to cascade down, the gentle breeze tousling them alluringly. Am I a gentleman? Dongfang Bubi smiled seductively, yet Yingquan clearly perceived the malice lurking in his gaze. Indeed. Yingquan nodded with unwavering certainty. You men are most fond of weaving falsehoods. Dongfang Bubi shrugged, having already risen to her feet and arranged her attire. You are not? Yingquan instinctively sought to retort, but as soon as the word man lingered on the tip of her tongue, she could not help but let out a wry smile. You are not even a man? So how can you claim to be a gentleman? This was something already well known. Why pretend otherwise now? Dongfang Bubi cast a disdainful glance at Yingquan, though whether there was any sense of reproach in her gaze, only she could discern. I did indeed know you were not a man, but I never anticipated you to be a woman. Yingquan hastily waved her hands, asserting that such matters should be clarified in advance to avoid unnecessary troubles later. That would be a case of suffering losses without gains, alas. Dongfang Bubi seemed to have been swayed by Yingquan's words, and then burst into laughter, bending over in mirth, unable to straighten up. Yingquan joined in the laughter, though her own amusement lacked conviction. Suddenly, Dongfang Bubi ceased her laughter and regarded Yingquan with utmost seriousness. This joke is not amusing at all. Yingquan felt like crying without tears, having realized where she had erred. In the eyes of the average person, not being a man naturally implies being a woman. I shall grant you another opportunity to explain. Dongfang Bubi spoke with a hint of indifference. Should Yingquan's response fail to satisfy her, she herself could not predict what actions she might take. You cultivate the sunflower manual, Yingquan exclaimed immediately. Does that have any bearing? Dongfang Bubi remained unmoved. Does not the sunflower manual state that to practice this skill, one must castrate oneself? Yingquan retorted. Who told you that? Dongfang Bubi's curiosity was piqued. After a decade of practicing the sunflower manual, she had never realized there was such a principle involved. Of course it was. Yingquan suddenly fell silent, pondering how to articulate her thoughts. Should she say that anyone who has watched the smiling, proud wanderer would know? Or that old Master Jean had informed her? It would be a miracle if Dongfang Bubi did not eliminate her in an instant. The evil-repelling sword manual? Yingquan quickly conjured a plausible explanation. For the evil-repelling sword manual is indeed derived from the sunflower manual. To practice this skill, one must castrate oneself, a notion I have encountered in the evil-repelling sword manual. Yingquan declared, convincing even herself, yet she could hardly deceive Dongfang Bubi. After all, the tale of Yingquan obtaining the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual and presenting it to the emperor was well known in the martial world. Moreover, Lin Pingzhi had previously uttered similar words in public at the Lu residence, making Dongfang Bubi quite familiar with them. This I shall let it pass this time. Though somewhat skeptical, Dongfang Bubi nodded in acceptance of Yingquan's explanation. Wait a moment. Dongfang Bubi's gaze turned toward Yingquan, a strange glimmer flickering in her eyes as she slowly approached Yingquan, saying, I wondered why you always maintained a vague distance from me. It turns out you regard me as some sort of eunuch. At that moment, Dongfang Bubi recalled their conversation after emerging from Green Bamboo Alley. So, his earlier claim of knowledge implied he was aware I was a eunuch. He pondered silently as to why he dared not speak out. Dongfang Bubi thought to himself. Stop. Yingquan cautiously tapped Dongfang Bubi's shoulder and remarked, men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Why didn't you mention that when you embraced me yesterday? Dongfang Bubi shot Yingquan a sidelong glance. In urgent matters, one must act according to the situation. Yingquan replied, if you feel wronged, I can let you embrace me in return. This matter, I shall let you off the hook for now. But there is still another issue that I must clarify with you. Dongfang Bubi showed no intention of retreating, stating resolutely, and Yingquan could feel the intensity of his breath. Yingquan, maintaining his composure, took a step back and said, Pray, continue. Heh. Dongfang Bubi certainly did not overlook Yingquan's action. Why did you ambush me yesterday? Are you foolish? Yingquan, disregarding the circumstances, retorted. If I hadn't knocked you unconscious, would you have gone to confront Renwushing? Even if you managed to kill Renwushing, could you escape from the 300 black-clad men that followed? Who am I? Escape. Just as Dongfang Bubi was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yingquan. Stop. It is well known that you are Dongfang Bubi. Does that mean Dongfang Bubi cannot perish? Moreover, if you were to die, how could I possibly contend against both of them alone in the future? Taking this opportunity to flee is the wisest course. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Yingquan attempted to persuade Dongfang Bubi. Bang. You, bang. Before Yingquan could finish speaking, he suddenly received a strike from Dongfang Bubi. The blow was exceedingly strange, without the slightest forewarning. Furthermore, Yingquan was completely unprepared for Dongfang Bubi, caught off guard, and was sent flying. Fortunately, Dongfang Bubi did not use his full strength, and with Yingquan's body currently protected by the Yijin Jing, he suffered no serious injury. Nevertheless, even so, the consecutive strikes from Dongfang Bubi left Yingquan profoundly overwhelmed. Dongfang Bubi indeed lived up to his name. In becoming a woman, he had become even more formidable and unfathomable. Chapter 39. Mission accomplished. Friendship of the East. Yingquan, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, felt inexplicably diminished since discovering that Dongfang Bubi was a woman, pondering, a true gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady. Today, I shall let him off the hook. Thus, It resulted in a one-sided beating. Aside from protecting vital areas, Yingquan allowed Dongfang Bubi to ravage him without restraint. This was solely because Yingquan had uncovered a secret. Being beaten could passively enhance the cultivation of the Yi Jing. After yesterday's training, Yingquan's Yi Jing had risen from the introductory stage to a higher level, and now, under Dongfang Bubi's onslaught, his internal energy flowed autonomously, refining his essence and marrow, with only a step remaining to reach the next tier, within grasp. Such a fortunate occurrence was precisely what Yingquan desired. At this moment, Dongfang Bubi was merely venting his pent-up frustration and had no real intention of taking Yingquan's life. Moreover, what perspective does Dongfang Bubi possess? It is hardly difficult for him to discern Yingquan's current state, and he is more than willing to indulge him. Such a resilient punching bag, Dongfang Bubi muses, has not graced his presence in quite some time. Awakening from slumber, he discovers that his injuries have substantially healed, and complete recovery is merely a matter of time. Now is the perfect opportunity to stretch his limbs. The two engage in a mutually beneficial exchange, each fulfilling their own needs. Why not relish in it? How are your injuries faring? Yingquan cautiously tends to the bruises adorning his face while simultaneously taming his disheveled hair. Your medicine is remarkable, Dongfang Bubi remarks. In this world, there exists but one such elixir, which has been savored by the illustrious Dongfang Bubi, rendering it worth its weight. Yingquan, having taken a beating moments ago, plops down onto the ground. Although his mastery of the Yi Jing has notably improved, the experience was undeniably unpleasant. Yingquan stretches his limbs and, taking advantage of the moment, sprawls out upon the grass, finding even sitting to be tiresome. If an opportunity arises to visit Haima Cliff, I shall present you with a token, Dongfang Bubi declares. What might that be? The sunflower scripture, perhaps? Yingquan remains reluctant to rise. The sunflower scripture? Dongfang Bubi seems to grasp something, settling down to face Yingquan. You did not, on that day, mistakenly believe that only eunuchs could cultivate the sunflower scripture, and thus discarded it, did you? Can I express regret now? Yingquan flips over, sitting up with a look of surprise directed at Dongfang Bubi. No, you may not. Dongfang Bubi huffs disdainfully. TCH. Upon hearing this, Yingquan merely reclines once more, disregarding Dongfang Bubi. The sunflower scripture may be out of reach, but what of the Taiji boxing classic? Dongfang Bubi inquires. Yingquan cannot fathom that happiness could arrive so suddenly, yet the subsequent tremor of the jade pendant stirs a sense of excitement within him. Task: spend 3 days in the company of Dongfang Bubi. Complete. Reward: the friendship of Dongfang Bubi, and a chance to receive the Taiji boxing classic as a gift when accompanying him to Heimfcliff. Splendid. Yingquan nods, involuntarily voicing his thoughts. What do you mean by splendid? Dongfang Bubi regards Yingquan with curiosity. I meant to say, Taiji boxing is splendid. Yingquan quickly clarifies. To be honest, these past 3 days have been arduous for Yingquan, particularly the final moments when he nearly lost his life. This is what he rightfully deserves. Is there truly no restriction on cultivating the sunflower scripture? Yingquan cannot help but inquire. There are indeed. Dongfang Bubi affirms. What are they? It depends on one's constitution. If the constitution is unsuitable, one risks falling into madness. Take Run Wushing for instance. He forcibly practiced the sunflower scripture and has found himself in his current predicament. Dongfang Bubi states matter-of-factly, am I suited for cultivation? Not at all. It would be tantamount to certain death. Even becoming a eunuch would not suffice. Dongfang Bubi asserts with unwavering certainty. Oh. Yingquan regards Dongfang Bubi with disdain. So, your intentions were not as noble as you claimed. It's fortunate that you did not offer me your sunflower scripture that day. Consider it merely luck on your part. Dongfang Bubi replies with a slight smile. At this moment, Yingquan has already gained the friendship of Dongfang Bubi, and their interactions appear to have become considerably more relaxed. Li Guang's conspiracy has been laid bare. The capital must surely be fraught with peril at this moment. However, with the presence of Mao Bin, it is likely that Li Guang will exercise caution. I fear I cannot venture to the capital at this juncture. Yingquan mused aloud. The Sunflower Manual, originally authored by the eunuchs of the previous dynasty, should not come as a surprise to have fallen into the hands of the Eastern Bureau. Yet, it is said that another version of the Sunflower Manual is safeguarded by Master Hongya of the Shaolin Temple. The F.J. Putian Shaolin Temple has been merged into one, though he destroyed it before his passing. The founders of the two sects of Huashan Sword Chi beheld this very text, yet one recorded half of it, and upon their convergence, they found their accounts mismatched. Humph! The decline of Huashan commenced from that point, while Lin Yuantu amalgamated their records, thereby comprehending the evil repelling sword technique. Yingquan continued, pausing momentarily before adding. But how did this Shaolin temple come to possess the Sunflower Manual? Could it be that the Eastern Bureau colluded with Shaolin at an even earlier date? This I cannot ascertain. Dongfang Bubi shook her head, genuinely unaware that a single Sunflower Manual could harbor such intricate entanglements. The court, the Eastern Bureau, Shaolin, Huashan, and the Sun and Moon Holy Cult. All these forces intertwined. I have diligently practiced the Sunflower Manual for a decade, yet I remain oblivious to its origins. Dongfang Bubi lamented, shaking her head in resignation, but then countered. Yet what of it? The crux lies in my mastery of it. Now that I have ascended to a higher realm, once my injuries are healed, even if Li Guang and Ren Wuxing join forces, I shall not be intimidated. Indeed, indeed. Yingquan interjected, saying, if I am not mistaken, the major thoroughfares of the north are now teeming with Li Guang's spies. The Jiangnan region, after all, is my domain. This time, I shall seek out those who remain inactive and see what they have to say. Just in time. Ren Wuxing has also emerged. You need not remain idle. I suspect that Blackwood Cliff must be bustling with activity now, especially upon your return. Yingquan remarked, I am still quite eager to uncover one matter. Dongfang Bubi inquired. Where, pray tell, is Bai Taiguei? This is no easy question to answer. This individual is exceedingly cunning and remarkably ruthless. Now that he has concealed himself, he is unlikely to show himself easily. Yingquan offered some words of reassurance to Dongfang Bubi. However, you need not fret. Since he is currently serving Li Guang, he will inevitably resurface. Surely our movements toward Meizhuang have been conveyed to Li Guang in advance. Are you suggesting that Li Guang, upon receiving his intelligence, intended to ensnare us both at the Shaolin Temple only to be thwarted by Jin Xiaoqiao, who disrupted their plan to rescue Ren Wuxing, leading Li Guang, forewarned, to follow us to Meizhuang? Dongfang Bubi speculated. Precisely. This way, it conveniently spared Ren Wuxing from the peril of being discovered by me, allowing us to unwittingly fall into our own trap at our base, while simultaneously obscuring Shaolin's link to his shadowy associates. Yingquan deduced, I surmise that Bai Taiguei is the principal figure coordinating between Li Guang and the Shaolin's clandestine forces, while Zhang Lu serves merely as an aide. Thus, Bai Taiguei was able to vanquish Zhang Lu at Shaolin. Chapter 40. Diverging Paths, the State of Westlake. Yingquan and Dongfang Bubi parted ways. To be honest, Yingquan felt a twinge of reluctance, especially upon discovering that Dongfang Bubi was a woman, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. Dongfang Bubi's steed, the snow-treading black steed, had gone astray. Under Yingquan's displeased gaze, she forcibly claimed the Baiyu Shifeng beast as her own, leaving without so much as a word of thanks. Vanishing into the distance, Dongfang Bubi promised Yingquan that she would personally deliver the Taijiquan Classic to him the next time they met. With many matters to attend to, Yingquan opted not to accompany Dongfang Bubi to the Blackwood Cliff. Moreover, given Dongfang Bubi's formidable prowess, Yingquan truly doubted that Ren Wuxing could pose a challenge to her. Although Yingquan lacked a fine steed, he was not bereft of silver, particularly after Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao pledged their allegiance. His space for treasures held a modest pile of silver, approximately 2,000 taels. Yingquan secretly lamented. Why could it not be silver notes? Such a hefty amount of silver was burdensome to carry and truly inconvenient for spending. Upon emerging onto the main road, the garb of the Jianghu served as a conspicuous banner. The local Jianghu easily recognized him, as he had previously fled southward with Dongfang Bubi. This region remained under Yingquan's influence. After all, the events at Meizhuang and Westlake had been quite significant. Even if they were somewhat slow to catch on, they ought to have been aware. Essentially, all Jianghu in Jiangnan had mobilized to search for the missing Yingquan. Just as Yingquan found himself in a predicament, local Jianghu scouts identified him. Through the local Jianghu's explanations, Yingquan learned that in this battle, over 50 elite members dispatched from their locale had returned with only 3 survivors, all bearing injuries. Fortunately, none were maimed. Yingquan silently expressed gratitude. It was revealed that those who had been disabled on the battlefield had voluntarily remained behind to fend off the pursuing enemy, all of whom had perished. This news struck Yingquan like a bolt from the blue. His nose tinged with bitterness, and his fierce eyes nearly brimmed with tears. These were all his loyal elites. Each loss was a profound sorrow. Here, Yingquan exchanged his Jianghu uniform for the attire of an ordinary wanderer, leaving behind some silver for the 3 Jianghu and casually taking a horse. This steed was not particularly remarkable, but it sufficed for travel, as this was Jiangnan. Yingquan understood that entering the capital would require considerable effort, for Li Guang was now more vigilant against him than against thieves. Above all, he could not allow word of his whereabouts to reach the palace. Yet, there were always others who could facilitate this, for instance, Qinjiao Pavilion. Yingquan was now acutely aware of the advantages bestowed by his convenient sister. Such a resourceful organization was readily at his disposal. Qinjiao Pavilion was indeed present in Westlake. However, unlike the last time, the current pavilion master was a strikingly beautiful woman, veiled and revealing only her piercing eyes. Even upon recognizing Yingquan as her superior, there was no hint of deference in her demeanor. She regarded him as though he were an adversary. In the realm of unspoken words, where conversation falters, Yingquan found himself unwilling to linger for even a moment longer in such an atmosphere. He divulged all that he knew to the enigmatic woman before him, shrouded in a veil that concealed her beauty, instructing her to relay the information back to the Emperor Hongji in the capital with utmost urgency. In truth, it was the Empress he wished to reach, for the Emperor remained oblivious to their existence. The ice-cold woman merely nodded, indicating her understanding, yet Yingquan harbored deep skepticism regarding her retention of his words. Upon exiting the Qinjiao Pavilion, Yingquan made his way toward Meizhuang. The area had long since been cleared of bodies, with over 100 Jianghu patrolling and investigating the vicinity. Local officials were also present, anxiously conversing with the Jianghu, their expressions betraying considerable tension. Additionally, local militias were stationed nearby, accompanied by numerous constables and catchers surveying the periphery, mere afterthoughts in a chaotic scene. Yingquan's mood soured in the Jiangnan region. Jianghu above the rank of 100 were well acquainted with Yingquan, and the Jianghu, upon spotting him, hastily abandoned his conversation with the officials to approach Yingquan. Bowing respectfully, "I greet you." Lord Ying, the Jianghu, Jiazheng, addressed him with deference. "Enough of this," Yingquan said, assisting the Jianghu to his feet. He recognized Jiazheng, who was stationed not far from Westlake, and appreciated his timely arrival. "My lord, I shall return immediately to rally the forces of JS to avenge our fallen brothers," Jiazheng declared fervently, motivated by the fact that his own brother had perished in battle. "I understand your sentiments. Yet I too feel the weight of this loss. The Eastern Depot shall be eradicated. Even if the Emperor should lay blame at my feet, it would spell doom for Li Guang," Yingquan asserted with unwavering conviction. The immediate course of action must be to remain poised, gathering strength, for the north remained Li Guang's stronghold. Yingquan's brow furrowed in silence. He too yearned to strike at the heart of the Eastern Depot and claim Li Guang's head. However, Jiazheng hesitated, seemingly on the cusp of voicing his thoughts. "There is no need for further discussion. When we eliminate the Eastern Depot, you shall lead the vanguard," Yingquan promised decisively. "What you must do now is execute the entirety of Li Guang's faction within JS. Those who dare to resist shall face annihilation. No survivors, not even the smallest creature. Furthermore, disseminate this information throughout our ranks. Can you accomplish this? I have awaited this day for far too long." Jia Zheng's eyes gleamed with ferocity. "Since it is said that we Jianghu slay without a flicker of the eye, let us allow them to witness firsthand whether we blink before we strike," Yingquan uttered with contempt, with such a significant event unfolding. He couldn't help but worry about Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao, who remained at Shaolin Temple. However, considering his own survival against Li Guang's assault, it was likely they too were safe from immediate harm. "Upon your return, there is another task at hand," Yingquan suddenly remarked. "Seize control of the local military authority. Given the precarious situation of the Emperor, it is prudent to retain military power firmly in our grasp." The subordinate acknowledged. "What about Hangzhou?" Jiazheng replied with a nod before inquiring further. After all, the surrounding areas of Hangzhou were the quickest to provide support, and the structures of the Jianghu in certain regions had been dismantled. There had not been a single Jianghu stationed here, especially since this was the headquarters of Yingquan in Jiangnan. "I will personally handle the matters here. Leave me a dozen or so individuals," Yingquan declared. "Understood." Jiazheng summoned the Jianghu from his command, immediately designating over 20 elite members, including a Baihu, to remain with Yingquan. Before galloping away with his Emi and as he departed, he cast a glance imbued with a hint of menace at the officials present, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips, as if he had already envisioned their dire fates. Chapter 41. Re-entering Meizhuang, Governor of Hangzhou. "My lord." A Jianghu approached to hold the reins of Yingquan's horse. "Have all the officials from ZJ gathered here?" Yingquan inquired casually to "My lord. Only the governor of Hangzhou, along with some local officials, are present," the Jianghu respectfully replied. "Humph." Yingquan scoffed coldly. At this moment, the officials began to congregate around him. Although Yingquan had changed out of his official attire into more common garments, none of the local officials failed to recognize him, nor would any dare to overlook his presence. "Governor Liu of Hangzhou." Yingquan addressed the foremost official. "I am here." Governor Liu quickly stepped forward to pay his respects, acutely aware that Yingquan's temper was likely to be foul, and any hint of negligence could cost him dearly. I understand you are a civil official, and engaging in martial matters is not your purview. I also know that many of your local elite came to provide assistance yesterday. There must have been numerous casualties. Yingquan inquired, "My lord, it is not that I am unwilling to exert myself. It is simply," Governor Lu sighed heavily, filled with frustration. "Fear not, you are one of my own. You have done what was necessary. Such matters of wielding blades and brandishing weapons are not suited for you scholars. However, it is quite intriguing that such a significant event yesterday went unnoticed by the station troops in Hangzhou. Can it be that a dignified governor of Hangzhou cannot even summon the local military?" Yingquan remarked, gazing at Governor Lu with a hint of perplexity. Since Yingquan assumed his position, he had concentrated his efforts on subduing and controlling the Jianghu of Jiangnan, maintaining a policy of alternating between punishing and winning over local officials. To avoid arousing the emperor's suspicions and the animosity of certain military leaders within the court, he had refrained from meddling with the military altogether. He accepted none who voluntarily surrendered. Governor Lu, as one who had willingly pledged allegiance, now found himself in a precarious situation under Yingquan's watchful eye. Should he falter in any regard, there would be no place for him to voice his grievances. Governor Lu could only diligently fulfill his duties, leaving no room for transgression in other matters. Yesterday, I was taken aback to hear that a fierce battle had erupted here at West Lake. I hastily dispatched all the capable individuals from the Yamen, summoning over 30 elite warriors, yet only 6 survived. This is undoubtedly a considerable blow to Lu Weiji. After all, those willing to serve the court as martial heroes are a rare breed. Little does the esteemed gentleman know. Lu Weiji lamented with deep grievance. "It is not that I am unable to summon troops, but rather that the station guard in Hangzhou, Chao Xianghua, is simply dead, alas," he sighed. "He claims to be unwell and does not make an appearance. I cannot lay eyes upon him, and without his orders, his 1,000 soldiers dare not leave their camp." Yingquan, observing Lu Weiji's predicament, patted him on the shoulder and declared, "You have my sympathies. From this day forth, you shall be counted among my ranks." Yingquan had a modest understanding of Lu Weiji's character, having witnessed the conduct of the local officials yesterday. However, regarding the others present, Yingquan cast a slightly ruthless glance at the other officials before turning again to Lu Weiji and inquired, "How many among them have secretly allied with Li Guang?" "I do not wish to hear the words, 'I do not know.' I expect you to speak the truth. Know that to be one of my followers, you must stand against Li Guang's forces. Any who align themselves with Li Guang or the Eastern Depot shall be dealt with mercilessly. One shall be slain for every 2 who conspire. Should the emperor cast blame upon me, I shall bear it." Yingquan fixed his gaze upon Lu Weiji, compelling him to declare his allegiance. Presently, Li Guang's strength and resources far surpassed those of Yingquan, yet Lu Weiji found himself serving within Yingquan's domain, leaving no room for hesitation. "My lord, they have all allied with Li Guang." Lu Weiji gritted his teeth, unable to suppress his anguish. He finally comprehended the cruel smile that Jia Zheng had worn upon his departure, as if he had foreseen this very moment. "Do you know what must be done?" Yingquan queried. "My lord, spare us." The remaining officials fell prostrate, hastily bowing their heads in supplication. "Is this the caliber of individuals we have?" Yingquan held these officials in utter contempt. What has become of the noble spirit of the Ming scholars? Has it all been devoured by dogs? These individuals are unworthy of their positions. "My lord." Though Lu Weiji longed to plead for their mercy, he recalled how they had imprisoned his entire faction while he was away seeking out the station guard, leaving them gravely wounded. He instantly quelled his thoughts. "Bring them here." At this moment, Lu Weiji steeled himself and stomped his foot, commanding loudly. The surrounding crowd quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Change was afoot. When the patrolling officers and their captains approached, Lu Weiji uttered a single command. "Arrest them all, my lord. You cannot do this. We are all officials of the court. You cannot act without the emperor's consent." One man shouted in protest. In an instant, the cold gleam of Yingquan's treasured blade flashed, and a crimson line appeared upon the man's neck. He stood momentarily stunned before thud. With a sudden thud, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to death in an instant. The ferocity of that strike was truly extraordinary. Yingquan, unwilling to waste words on such a person, found that the remaining individuals were notably more compliant. Observing the officials kneeling on the ground, numbering around 7 or 8, Yingquan remarked coolly, "Had I known it would come to this, why did we not act differently from the beginning? Would you not agree?" No one dared to utter a sound. As for Chao Xianghua, let him linger a while longer. It seemed as if Yingquan was speaking to himself at that moment. The man slain by Yingquan began to bleed profusely, the crimson liquid pooling at Yingquan's feet. Disgusted, Yingquan lifted his foot and stepped over the body, striding into the Mei Manor. Within the confines of the manor, aside from the need to remove all the corpses, the place retained its scorched appearance, now further tainted by the stench of blood. Yingquan felt a burgeoning ferocity awakening within him. In previous times, though he had been somewhat cold-hearted, he had never resorted to executing a defenseless official at the slightest provocation, nor had he ever issued the order to leave no survivors, executing all without mercy. It seemed the bloody battle at Mei Manor had profoundly affected him. Yingquan recognized his own dilemma but realized that the orders he had given would not be rescinded. Li Guang would undoubtedly pay a heavy price for this, particularly since he had a sister in the capital. The current state of affairs in the capital was uncertain, and although Li Guang could not return swiftly, his news would inevitably reach Yingquan after a delay. Alas! Yingquan sighed inwardly, cautiously descending into the dungeon of Mei Manor. Chapter 42. Yingquan stepping into the barracks. The dungeon was not as dark as Yingquan had imagined. It was quite dry, housing 3 corpses that had been drained to mere husks. Through his keen observation, Yingquan identified the deceased as Huang Zhonggong and He Baizi, 2 of the 4 friends of Mei Manor, along with the swordsman Ding Jian, known for his lightning-fast blade. Such a method of execution bore the hallmark of Ran Wuxing. In the area where Ran Wuxing was imprisoned, there lay a large stone slab inscribed with numerous characters, detailing the essence of his signature technique, star absorption technique. Yingquan perused it briefly, recognizing the flaws within, yet his mastery of the Shaolin's Eagle's Claw technique could serve to rectify the deficiencies. The star absorption technique could draw another's internal energy into oneself but could not truly assimilate it. Conversely, the Eagle's Claw technique could harmonize disparate energies, achieving a genuine unity. Yingquan was uncertain whether Ran Wuxing had tampered with this version of the star absorption technique, but he silently took note of it. Subsequently, he drew the cold moon saber and destroyed the slab. When Yingquan emerged from the dungeon, he was astonished to find an additional 7 or 8 corpses strewn upon the ground. What is this? He was taken aback to see that all the deceased were those officials identified by Lu Weiji as having secretly allied with Li Guang, and Lu Weiji's grasp was a blood-dripping steel blade. My lord, since I have resolved to follow you, I shall not waver. Let these individuals serve as my token of loyalty. Lu Weiji's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Although he did not seem like a novice at taking life, he was nonetheless quite unaccustomed to the grim reality. Just do it, he thought. However, I must admit that you truly possess the audacity. Yingquan could not help but regard Lu Weiji with newfound respect. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the 6 arts of a gentleman, he mused. While engaging in battle may pose a challenge, dispatching a couple of these lackeys from the eastern factory is well within my capabilities. Lu Weiji then boasted confidently, let all present disperse, Yingquan commanded, and then take me to meet the garrison commander, Chao Xiangjue of Hangzhou. What manner of individuals are these? Outside a military camp, the station soldiers barred the passage of 2 figures. Impudent fools! At that moment, a troop of embroidered uniformed cavalry appeared behind them, berating the soldiers. This gentleman is Lord Yingquan, the local pacification envoy of the embroidered uniform guard. Do not hesitate to pay your respects. The soldier hesitated slightly, for Yingquan's official attire was no longer in evidence, and he appeared as a mere wanderer of the martial world. Unwilling to act rashly, the soldier found himself in a quandary, especially as the formidable cavalry behind him could not be mistaken. Cursing under his breath, he lamented, of all times for such an occurrence to transpire during my watch, how unfortunate. He had certainly heard of the fierce clash between Lord Yingquan of the embroidered uniform guard and the eastern factory the previous day. Given the gravity of the situation, it was astonishing that their garrison remained inactive, and even more so that the governor of Hangzhou had claimed illness when seeking reinforcements. As he contemplated these matters, he suddenly noticed another figure beside Yingquan. Upon closer inspection, he recognized none other than Lu Weiji, the governor of Hangzhou, who had visited the day before. It was evident that the other person must indeed be Lord Yingquan. The soldier, quick-witted, promptly paid his respects to Yingquan before respectfully stating, Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I shall promptly inform my superiors. Ignoring the reactions of Yingquan and the others, he swiftly turned and dashed away with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers astounded. His keen sense of timing was commendable, prompting a knowing smile from Yingquan. All thanks to the Lord's esteemed reputation. Just as Lu Weiji was about to lavish praise, he was abruptly interrupted by Yingquan, who chided, Do not mention the term reputation. For the sake of this very reputation, over 800 valiant sons of the embroidered uniform guard have perished. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Yingquan kicked open the camp entrance and strode inside. Disregarding the gazes of the surrounding soldiers, as he marched, he proclaimed, Chao Xiangjue, garrison commander of Hangzhou, I have come today to collect your head. What further words do you have? His thunderous declaration startled everyone within the camp. The soldier on duty had only just reached the commander's tent and had not yet delivered the message. The surrounding soldiers instinctively grasped their weapons, encircling Yingquan and his companions, yet they lacked the courage to launch an attack. After all, not only did Yingquan have the governor of Hangzhou by his side, but he was also flanked by a contingent of elite cavalry from the embroidered uniform guard. They were merely ordinary soldiers, acutely aware of their inferior standing. Thus, as Yingquan advanced, the soldiers before him retreated, while those behind him slowly moved forward, creating an oddly harmonious scene devoid of bloodshed, at least for the moment. Unbeknownst to me, Lord Ying has arrived, and I have failed to extend a proper greeting, for which I sincerely apologize. From within the tent emerged a general clad in full armor, presumably the garrison commander of Hangzhou, Chao Xiangjue. At last, he has deemed it appropriate to make an appearance. Lord Ying, with a tone of disdain, remarked, I shall not inquire as to why you have refrained from deploying your forces. The reality stands before us, and you must reckon with it on your own. Ha ha ha. Chao Xiangjue let out a hearty laugh thrice, addressing Lord Ying. Although I have not sent troops to assist you, I have also not lent my support to Li Guang. It would be unjust to act in such an absolute manner. Therefore, if I am to meet my end, it is certain that Li Guang would concur. Lord Ying squinted at Chao Xiangjue, astonished that he would still dare to taunt him at such a critical juncture. Truly audacious. My elite Jianghu, once numbering in the thousands, has dwindled to fewer than 200 due to your inaction. Now tell me, do you not deserve death? Lord Ying continued. Your failure to engage has led to Li Guang sparing my life. Yet he has suffered the loss of 300 elite Dongchang warriors and 2 captains. Do you think Li Guang does not wish to see you dead? Lord Ying reiterated. Tio offend both the Jianghu and the Dongchang, and still believe there is a path to survival. With each statement, Lord Ying advanced, and the soldiers around him mirrored his movements. Chao Xiangjue's countenance gradually turned pale, revealing his dawning realization of his grave misjudgment. As a man from Jiangnan, it was indeed his duty to support Lord Ying. Yet, since Lord Ying's ascension, the spoils have become increasingly scarce, and Chao's actions have grown exceedingly cautious, devoid of his former bravado. Yesterday, hearing that Li Guang of the Dongchang had ambushed Lord Ying at Meizhuang, he naturally presumed Lord Ying would meet his demise and chose to remain idle, hoping Li Guang would succeed in eliminating him, thereby restoring his former privileges. However, fearing that Lord Ying might escape and seek retribution, he disregarded even Lu Weiji's pleas for assistance and the Dongchang's overtures. He fancied himself above the fray, observing the conflict from a distance, intending to ally with the victor. Yet, he could not have foreseen the current predicament. Lord Ying survived, but at the cost of over 800 elite Jianghu, while Li Guang, having spared Lord Ying, also incurred the loss of 300 elite Dongchang warriors. Now, he finds himself in a precarious position, with neither side favoring him. Whosoever regains their breath first will inevitably seek retribution against him. Indeed, Lord Ying has now come to confront him. My lord, even so, should you wish for my head, it shall not be so easily attained. For I still have 1,000 brothers at my side. Chao Xiangjue, as if regarding the 1,000 soldiers present as his final bargaining chip, resolutely stated. Chapter 43. The Conspiracy of Others. The assembled soldiers listened intently as it was revealed that Li Guang conspired with the former leader of the demonic sect, intending to overthrow the Ming dynasty, a true act of treason. Chao Xiangjue's inaction was tantamount to supporting Li Guang, thus constituting a grave crime of rebellion. This official, recognizing that you have been misled by this man and are unaware of the intricacies involved, has taken the liberty to plead on your behalf before Lord Ying. Provided you apprehend Chao Xiangjue, you shall be absolved of your transgressions and, in the subsequent campaign against Li Guang, earn your merits. At this moment, Lu Weiji suddenly stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. This declaration, however, was not made at Lord Ying's behest. Rather, it was an impulsive thought that emerged in response to Chao Xiangjue's words. Initially, there was an inclination to protect the soldiers of Chao Xiangjue, as they harbored their own thoughts, yet amidst them stood those fiercely loyal, steadfastly guarding their leader's side. Yingquan was secretly astonished. It appeared that this individual was not irredeemably wicked, for nearly 300 men remained untouched by Lu Weiji's words, revealing themselves as his steadfast companions. Chao Xiangjue naturally perceived the scene before him, recognizing that these 300 were his true brothers, his genuine soldiers. Ha ha! Chao Xiangjue laughed heartily twice, exclaiming, I never expected that despite my lifelong caution, I would commit such a grave error, finding myself in this predicament. I have no one to blame but myself. I never anticipated that so many brothers would still stand by my side. Ha ha, my life has not been in vain. After his laughter subsided, Chao Xiangzhua turned to Yingquan, his gaze tinged with a hint of helplessness yet brimming with determination. Lord Ying, now that matters have come to this, I have no words left to say. I only hope that you treat my brothers kindly. Though they may not compare to the elite of the Jianghu, they still represent 1,000 lives. I hope this may somewhat atone for my errors. Upon finishing this statement, Chao Xiangzhua drew his blade and swiftly ended his own life. Truth be told, Yingquan had anticipated this outcome as Chao Xiangzhua spoke. Yingquan admitted that he had indeed underestimated him before. Now, he appeared more like a man. Alas, he was dead. This might have been a means of proving oneself, yet Yingquan hoped that neither he nor his subordinates would ever resort to such a fate. A person who feels the need to validate themselves in this manner is one Yingquan could not justly assess. After all, Yingquan was not well acquainted with Chao Xiangzhua, but regardless, he would not regret his decision regarding this matter. If given another chance, even if Chao Xiangzhua had not taken his own life, Yingquan would have ensured his demise. From this day forth, the Eastern Depot shall not show mercy in Jiangnan. Wherever I, as an official, hold sway, any enemy encountered shall be eliminated without hesitation. Observing Chao Xiangzhua's self-inflicted death, Yingquan was naturally reluctant to make things difficult for the remaining soldiers. The death of Chao Xiangzhua evidently caught many of the soldiers off guard. At this juncture, Yingquan had long departed the barracks, leaving Lu Weiji alone. This was a significant test for him. Although the 1,000 men under Chao Xiangzhua were not of exceptional combat prowess, their potential impact in critical moments could not be underestimated. If Lu Weiji possessed the capability to secure their loyalty, Yingquan would not hesitate to extend his favor, but if he could not manage even this minor task, then, regrettably, the Jianghu does not nurture incompetence. Aligning with the Jianghu, particularly with Yingquan's faction, cannot solely rely on violence and bloodshed. In Jiangnan, a palpable sense of dread enveloped the populace. Any entity or official linked to Li Guang hastily concealed themselves, daring not to show their faces. The Jianghu in Jiangnan ran rampant, akin to rabid dogs, preferring to err on the side of caution rather than let any potential threats slip away. Ultimately, it was only upon Yingquan's command that the situation began to improve slightly. In Yingquan's sphere of influence, wherever the Jianghu made their presence felt, the streets would be deserted, with not a soul in sight. At present, the emperor's directives remained conspicuously absent, and the envoys dispatched by Yingquan to seek intelligence in the direction of the capital have either vanished without a trace or returned thwarted. Meanwhile, numerous troops in the north are stirring restlessly. Yingquan surmises that Li Guang, fearing exposure, has taken the initiative to strike first, effectively besieging the capital. Suddenly, a small banner from the Jianghu bursts into the tent, bearing an expression of urgency. Speak. Yingquan commands. Reporting to you, my lord, a man claiming to be Li Mingyang, the Minister of Revenue from the capital, bears your token and insists that he must speak with you in person regarding urgent news. The messenger speaks rapidly, anxious not to waste a moment. Bring him in at once. Yingquan's eyes brighten with anticipation. Moments later, a ragged individual, supported by the small banner, enters Yingquan's tent. Why, lord? The newcomer appears gaunt and clearly has endured considerable hardship. How did you manage to come here? What is the current situation in the capital? Yingquan inquires, motioning for a servant to fetch a stool. Li Mingyang expresses his gratitude, sits down, and replies, my lord, you may not be aware, but I initially intended to accompany you to Luoyang. However, unforeseen circumstances delayed my departure. The following day, after setting off, I found myself brushing past you at every turn until I encountered Lin A, the esteemed Lin Taibao, in Luoyang, and learned that you were heading toward Jianghu. Had intended to return, but overheard discussions among traveling martial artists regarding the affair between Li Guang and yourself at Meizhuang. I contemplated hastily returning to the capital to inform His Majesty, but alas, Li Guang, the treacherous scoundrel, had already sealed off all routes upon leaving the capital, with even the back roads guarded by the Eastern Depot's banners. I, possessing limited skills, could not breach these obstacles, yet I witnessed numerous Jianghu spies rushing forward, unaware of their fate. I feared the worst. Li Guang must be plotting something sinister. With the routes to the capital barred to me, it would be even more perilous for those within the city to escape. Consequently, the entire city of Luoyang fell under martial law. I seized a moment to discreetly don the attire of a beggar, which allowed me to slip away. Surely, Luoyang is now under Li Guang's dominion. Get to the point. I must know what news you carry that necessitates your personal audience with me, especially since I am already aware of much of what you've shared. Yingquan interjects, his impatience evident. Indeed. Li Mingyang, suddenly invigorated, responds to Yingquan. To the point. Li Guang is plotting rebellion, in league with Ren Wuxing of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, and is poised to launch an assault on the capital imminently. I beseech you, noble Ling, to mobilize troops to protect the throne. Is that all? Yingquan inquires, his expression impassive. Yes. Li Mingying nods affirmatively. Very well, someone take him to rest, Yingquan orders with resignation. For although Li Mingying's revelations merely confirmed his own suspicions, they provided Yingquan with a modicum of reassurance amidst the turmoil. Li Guang's treachery is exceedingly evident. This time, he has not even attempted to disguise his intentions. It is not merely Ren Wuxing who inspires confidence in him, but rather the Prince of Jin, Zhu Yugue. The task at hand is to dismantle the conspiracy between Prince Zhu Yugue and Li Guang. The reward for this endeavor is to become a pillar of the court, gaining the complete trust of Emperor Hongji, along with a treasure from the imperial treasury. Should the mission fail, it is certain that both the prince and Li Guang will leave no survivors. One would either meet death or live a life shrouded in anonymity, perpetually hunted. This was the Jade Pendant task that Yingquan had previously received. Chapter 44. Leader of the Loyalist Army. Initially, Yingquan had no inkling of who this Prince of Jin truly was. The Ming dynasty boasts numerous nobility, yet one with the title of Jin is indeed remarkable. His stature must be significant. Prior to the emperor's ascension, he would have been a formidable contender for the throne. However, since Yingquan arrived in this world, he had never heard of such a nobleman. Lu Weiji possessed considerable skill. Of the 1,000 soldiers under Cao Xiangjua, only a little over 200 had returned to the fields, the rest firmly under his command. At this moment, Lu Weiji stood beside Yingquan. Do you know the Prince of Jin? Yingquan inquired directly. The Prince of Jin? Lu Weiji was momentarily taken aback, contemplating. Where in the Ming dynasty is there such a nobleman? Is Lord Ying perhaps speaking in jest? My lord, I must confess, I have not heard of this Prince of Jin, Lu Weiji replied candidly. Prince Zhu Yugue, think again. Yingquan persisted, undeterred. My lord, that name sounds like it could belong to a brother of the current emperor. However, it is well known that the present emperor is the sole son of the late emperor. Could this prince be a cousin of the emperor? My lord, forgive my frankness, but I truly have not heard of Prince Zhu Yugue. I wonder from where you acquired this title? Lu Weiji queried, filled with confusion. Only upon becoming familiar with Yingquan did Lu Weiji realize that Yingquan was, in fact, quite approachable, unlike the stern demeanor he had previously exhibited that deterred others from approaching him. If he did not know, then so be it. Yingquan chose not to answer Lu Weiji's question, for it was indeed difficult to articulate, as he could not simply divulge the task bestowed upon him by the Jade Pendant. Since Yingquan was unwilling to share, Lu Weiji did not dare to press further, instead committing the name firmly to memory. Li Guang's rebellion loomed ominously. Yingquan was not overly concerned for the capital's safety at this moment, for the Zhu family had managed their affairs there for many years, and both the late emperor and the current one were no fools. The power of the capital had never fallen into the hands of other factions, not even Li Guang. It is likely that the capital now operated like a war machine, gearing up for conflict. Having served in office for many years, even Lu Weiji was unaware of the prince's true background, suggesting that it was well concealed. At present, Li Guang appeared to be in full control, basking in the glory of his position, yet none could fathom that behind him stood a Prince of Jin. This battle was fraught with peril. Until Yingquan could ascertain the true identity of the prince, he must not, and could not, act recklessly. Li Guang commanded numerous territories, most of which were renowned for producing exceptional soldiers, such as the Sanjin region, where the troops of Bingzhou were famously celebrated across the land. Furthermore, with control extending over regions like He.N, Shan.X, and Gon.S, Li Guang's dominion encompassed over 4 provinces. In contrast, Yingquan held sway over the southern regions, including Fu.J, Zhi.J, Jiang.X, and Hu.N, albeit without the thorough control that Li Guang wielded. Currently, apart from the southern territories firmly under Yingquan's dominion, other areas were merely under the allegiance of local Jianghu who had pledged loyalty to him, leaving the central government and military largely beyond his grasp. The headquarters of the Sun and Moon sect, located at He.B, encompassed parts of He.B, as well as the northern regions of Shan.D, Jiang.S, and N.H, marking them as the primary operational zones for the sect. It appeared that the imperial capital was subtly ensnared between the pressures of these two factions. As Yingquan gazed at the map before him, he pondered deeply. He was uncertain about the status of Liao, N and G.L, unaware if they still submitted to the Ming court, nor did he know whether the nomadic tribes beyond the Great Wall might seize the opportunity to raid southward. Nevertheless, Yingquan knew he must weigh all these factors carefully. Even the slightest miscalculation could herald the demise of the Ming dynasty. Throughout history, the act of inviting wolves into one's home had been a perilous endeavor for the people of the Central Plains, as evidenced by the calamity of the 5 barbarians disrupting the Han. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. Prince Jin, Yingquan murmured, I am eager to discern your true character. The situation in Jiangnan grew increasingly stable, as Yingquan's subordinates systematically subdued the various armies within their sphere of influence. The capital remained shrouded in silence, with news effectively sealed away. Dongfang Bubi had vanished without a trace, and the Sun and Moon sect seemed more united than ever. Constantly in motion, the spies dispatched by Yingquan returned empty-handed. The major thoroughfares leading north were heavily guarded, and just yesterday, Li Guang brazenly declared that Yingquan had betrayed the nation, branding him a rebel. Naturally, Yingquan refused to be outdone, publicly exposing the collusion between Li Guang and Ren Wuoxing. In an instant, both the martial world and the common folk were engulfed in trepidation. Chaos seemed imminent, and the realm was no longer the domain of the wandering heroes. Under the immense weight of the imperial court's armies, various sects had no choice but to pledge their allegiance. Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor, had risen in the south, and those truly loyal to the Zhu family were predominantly southerners. In this precarious situation, although they aspired to march to the capital in defense of the throne, they could not afford to fight separately, recognizing that Yingquan was the emperor's favored figure and a formidable martial artist. Thus, they unanimously endorsed him as the leader of the loyalist forces. Yingquan, in truth, employed no grand schemes. He merely dispatched a handful of elite Jianghu assassins under the cover of night to eliminate the leaders of various factions. Some defiant ones were directly slain, while those wavering were simply intimidated. Those who readily relinquished their military authority were treated to splendid feasts and fine wines. The following day, Yingquan feigned concern as he visited, subtly indicating, these assassins primarily aimed to eliminate our allied commander of the Kun Wang army, intending to bring about our demise without a fight. Alas, they arrived prematurely. Who could have foreseen that we had not yet convened to elect a leader? Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. With such words spoken, who among the assembly remained oblivious to Yingquan's ulterior motives? Firstly, he truly lacked the capability to assume the role of commander. Secondly, he feared that Li Guang might dispatch formidable assassins, and he possessed neither the skill nor the valor to confront them. After much contemplation, he concluded that preserving his own life took precedence. Coincidentally, those assailants had been entirely eradicated, with even their confidants discreetly eliminated by Yingquan himself. Consequently, the assembly unanimously elected Yingquan as their commander, while those who feigned dissent were subtly dissuaded by the cunning old foxes at their sides. Yingquan observed everything with keen eyes, yet his heart harbored no trace of exhilaration. Such a critical juncture, relying on such tactics to unite them filled him with an inexplicable sorrow. That moment, Yingquan had truly grasped the power of life and death south of the Yangtze River. His words carrying the weight of authority. Chapter 45. The Jin Wang's Overture. Chapter 45. The Jin Wang's Overture. A peculiar balance had emerged between both parties, with neither inclined to be the first to instigate war. While Yingquan remained steadfast and observant, he received a clandestine letter. The missive was from Li Guang, yet it bore the signature of the Jin Wang, Zhu Yugue, a figure Yingquan had long sought. This Zhu Yugue seemed to have materialized from thin air. Inquiries among esteemed and elder officials revealed that none had ever heard of such a noble. Receiving his correspondence piqued Yingquan's interest nonetheless. To the northern deputy of the Jianghu, Grand Overseer of Jiangnan, this prince has learned of your remarkable talents and presumes you have now gained full control over the regions south of the Yangtze River. I desire to transform our enmity into friendship, mutually safeguarding one another. Upon my ascension to the throne, I shall bestow upon you the title of King of Wu, thereby establishing a partnership, governing the river together, with neither party encroaching upon the other. Jin Wang Gue. At last, the Jin Wang made his debut in Yingquan's awareness. Though merely a name, it confirmed the existence of such a person. Ha! Ha! Initially, Yingquan smiled faintly, then suddenly burst into boisterous laughter, unable to contain himself for a moment. It was not until a messenger outside the tent reported in that Yingquan regained his composure. Enter. Yingquan slightly collected himself. My lord, there is someone outside the tent requesting an audience, claiming to be the elder Fei, one of the Lu gang. The messenger announced upon entering. Lu gang? Yingquan pondered briefly. He had had dealings with the Lu gang once, during Lu Zhengfeng's retirement, yet he now wondered what brought them to his doorstep. He promptly commanded, bring him in, my lord. I am Fei, one of the Lu gang, here to represent the entirety of our organization in pledging allegiance to you. The man stumbled in, appearing frail and pale, clearly bearing significant injuries. While I welcome your allegiance, Surely you must provide me with a reason. The Liu gang, led by the ambitious Wadao Han, is still far from their base, and Yingquan is deeply skeptical about their sudden allegiance. Moreover, with Mount D now besieged by the Baiyu sect, even local officials have pledged their loyalty to the sect, becoming its devoted followers. Yingquan harbors considerable doubt regarding how they managed to arrive here, my lord. Our Liu gang has been unexpectedly ambushed by the Baiyu sect and a multitude of soldiers. Zhuangju has met his demise at the hands of Yu Tianqing, and over 1,000 disciples have suffered misfortune. Now, only 100 or so disciples remain under my leadership, having fled across the sea. Alas, Fei Wen sighed, addressing Yingquan, I implore you to take us in, so that I may one day avenge this affront to our clan. You just mentioned how you arrived. Yingquan suddenly interjected, though he did not receive a precise answer from Fei Wen. By sea? Fei Wen replied, momentarily taken aback, BYC. Ha ha! Yingquan chuckled softly, remarking, the sea is indeed a fine route. Previously, he had been pondering how to break through the blockade set by Li Guang and the Baiyu sect. Yet it had taken Fei Wen's reminder to awaken him to this possibility. After years of maritime prohibition under the Ming dynasty, Yingquan had momentarily forgotten this avenue. Is it true that Yu Tianqing commands the soldiers against the Liu gang? Yingquan inquired once more. Have you heard any news regarding the first golden rainbow? The first golden rainbow? Fei Wen was momentarily stunned. After Yu Tianqing's return, he swiftly took control of the Baiyu sect. I later heard that the first golden rainbow fought valiantly against Yu Tianqing and unfortunately fell from a cliff, with their fate unknown. However, Yu Tianqing did lose an eye to the first golden rainbow during their confrontation. What? Yingquan exclaimed, taken aback. He could not help but grimace inwardly, for the situation had evolved so drastically, yet the first golden rainbow had still encountered misfortune. A pang of sorrow stirred within him. Ultimately, Yingquan made no substantial promises to Fei Wen. He merely instructed his soldiers to escort Fei Wen and the remaining disciples of the Liu gang to rest. Fei Wen, naturally not one to overstay his welcome, expressed his gratitude and departed. Yingquan then retrieved the letter from the Prince of Jin, a cold smirk crossing his face. Such treacherous ministers and rebels, daring to vie for the throne, were truly deluded. Presently, morale among his troops was high, and when the time was ripe, they would possess the strength to engage in battle. This conflict must be decisively won without delay, lest they be plagued by lingering uncertainties. Yet, Yingquan felt an urgent need to ascertain the true identity of the Prince of Jin. Without knowledge of this individual's real identity, even a victory over Li Guang would offer him no solace. Conversely, if this prince were to conceal himself once more, he might plot further schemes. Come forth, Yingquan commanded. My lord, what are your orders? A soldier on duty promptly entered to inquire. Summon Li Mingying, Lu Weiji, and all regional governors, as well as the Jianghu, to my main tent for a council, Yingquan instructed. Yes. What do you all think? Yingquan asked as Lu Weiji finished reading the letter from Prince Zhu Yugue of Jin, turning to address the assembly. My esteemed companions, although I have never heard of this Prince Jin, might it not be prudent for us to observe the unfolding events? Once the contest between the two brothers reaches its climax, we shall seize the opportunity to act. At this moment, the governor of Jishi, Cheng Zhua, proclaimed that during Yingquan's tenure as the commander of the Jishi Jinyue, he resolutely chose to align himself with Yingquan. His loyalty lies with Yingquan, not the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Such words are hardly surprising. However, there are dissenting voices. General Wang Shuangyue of the Zhejiang Coastal Defense expressed a contrary opinion. I cannot concur with your sentiments, Lord Cheng. At this juncture, as this rogue raises rebellion, it presents a golden opportunity for all present to slay the enemy and earn merit, to march into the capital and assist the emperor, thereby securing wealth and prosperity for our families. How can we remain passive spectators? This reasoning resonated deeply, garnering the support of numerous officers. Wang Shuangyue, the most esteemed general here, found himself regarded as the de facto leader among the assembly of generals. Nonetheless, there were many who sided with Cheng Zhua, though most were ambitious individuals eager to seize this moment for their own glory. Could Yingquan be oblivious to their ulterior motives? Certainly not. Yet, to be candid, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. When it came to claiming the throne, he felt both desire and inability. Moreover, Yingquan held little genuine interest in reigning as emperor. His primary curiosity lay in discerning the circumstances of his next reincarnation. Were it not for the task assigned by the Jade Pendant, he might not have even considered the emperor's fate. But of course he would concern himself with it, for his sister is the current empress and the sole consort of Emperor Hongji. His nephew is destined to be the emperor. Thus, the aspirations of these individuals are fated to be in vain. As for the opportunity to don the yellow robe, would Yingquan grant it to them? The moment he received the mission prompt, he understood that this was not his ultimate destination. A far broader world awaited his exploration. The throne of a mere world could not hinder Yingquan's relentless pursuit. So many worlds to conquer. This is the true reflection of Yingquan's innermost thoughts. Chapter 46. Observing the changes and watching the clouds? Well, Yingquan interjected calmly, interrupting the assembly's discourse. This Prince Jin, making such a stir upon his first appearance, do you truly know nothing of him? Despite having foreseen the outcome, Yingquan could not refrain from inquiring. Indeed, the assembly responded in unison with shaken heads. Prince Jin? At this moment, Li Mingyang questioned with a hint of confusion. You know, not only Yingquan, but all present turned their gazes upon Li Mingyang. I feel as though I have heard this name before, Li Mingyang said, somewhat nervously. Where? Why did you not mention it earlier? Yingquan asked, a tinge of impatience in his voice. None of you asked me. Li Mingyang replied defensively, wishing to explain himself. However, upon encountering the predatory gazes around him, he discreetly swallowed his words and stated, I heard it in Luoyang. It seemed a few from the Eastern Depot mentioned it, but they were quickly hushed by those nearby. It appears that this Prince Jin is indeed connected to the Eastern Depot. Yingquan remarked, perhaps it is this Duke of Jin who is covertly orchestrating the Eastern Depot. As he contemplated the city of Luoyang, he mused that ever since he arrived there following the death of Bai Taigui, he had not experienced a single day of tranquility. It is entirely possible that this Duke of Jin is hiding within Luoyang. After a moment of private reflection, Yingquan rose to his feet and declared, convey the order. Let the news of the Duke of Jin's overtures towards me spread far and wide, and let it be known that the struggle for the throne is inherently a matter for their royal family. If they wish for me to remain a mere bystander, so be it. Li Guang must meet his end, and the Eastern Depot shall be abolished henceforth. Should this not come to pass, a confrontation it shall be, indeed, my lord. Whether they be ambitious factions or royalists, neither can remain calm now. Fear not, for this is my strategy. We shall observe the unfolding events. Yingquan smiled subtly and left it at that. As for Li Guang's side, there was truly no informant from Yingquan infiltrating their ranks. Yet, he could not guarantee the absence of Li Guang's men within his own circle. At present, his sole ally was the esteemed Jianghu of the Jianghu Imperial Guard, though he was not present. News had arrived yesterday that Jianghu had taken command of the military authority in Jianghu and was currently organizing defensive measures. Additionally, there were the two governors of Jiaxi and Zhejiang, the grand commander of Fujie, and previously, Wang Shuangyue and Lu Weiji. Even Li Mingyang could not be trusted by Yingquan. At this moment, in Luoyang, Yingquan still had his two formidable generals, Zhang Lang and Chen Tao, along with 100 elite members of the Imperial Guard. However, to this day, no messages had been relayed back, causing Yingquan considerable concern for their welfare. Naturally, he did not forget Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao at Shaolin Temple. He had never anticipated such a multitude of changes, which left him unable to attend to every detail simultaneously. The battle at Westlake had now surpassed half a month, and he wondered if Jin Xiaoqiao had managed to find Master Yi Ji. The thoughts of Yingquan were not easily comprehended by others at that moment. He was the principal figure, and although his orders appeared somewhat obscure, they were disseminated northward with great fanfare. Without a hint of concealment, the content of the Duke of Jin's correspondence was also shared widely. For Yingquan's own faction, his commands were paramount, and there would be no room for doubt. However, for those who would later be integrated into his ranks, the situation was quite different. They had not truly pledged their allegiance to Yingquan. They were merely compelled to compromise temporarily, with Yingquan at the helm. Ultimately, Yingquan retained Wang Shuangyue for a private audience. This individual was renowned for his long-standing resistance against the incursions of Japanese pirates, holding considerable esteem within the military. If Yingquan could assert dominance over the various factions of troops here, then General Wang would undoubtedly be the ideal commander to direct them with finesse. General Wang, I have long heard of your unparalleled reputation for combating the pirates, Yingquan said with a smile. You flatter me, my lord, Wang Shuangyue replied, momentarily perplexed by Yingquan's situation. He was a man devoid of ambition, wholly devoted to the struggle against the pirates. Yingquan was well aware of Wang Shuangyue's character and felt a profound sense of trust in him. Speaking of the current military forces here, under the command of Yingquan, how can one proceed without embedding a few members of the Jianghu for reassurance? Allow me to be forthright. I wish to request that the governor prepare several sturdy vessels capable of navigating the seas, along with a few seasoned veterans experienced in maritime expeditions. Yingquan is cognizant that when dealing with a battlefield general like Wang Shuangyue, it is far more effective to speak plainly. My lord, do you intend to circumvent the mountainous region D and enter the territories of Hebei via the Bohai Bay? Wang Shuangyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Indeed, after much contemplation, this appears to be the only viable route to reach Hebei, especially now that news from the capital has yet to arrive, which causes me considerable concern. We are currently unaware of the location of their main stronghold. This conflict cannot proceed in such a manner, Yingquan asserted. The capital is oblivious to our present circumstances. They are likely besieged by rebel forces, otherwise, it would be improbable for not a single piece of news to escape. It is feared that within the capital, the factions of Jinwang and Li Guang are not insignificant. We must establish contact with the emperor before they fully seize control of the capital. Otherwise, we risk committing a grave error. Yingquan subtly shook his head, contemplating the gamble he was about to take. The gamble being to make contact with Emperor Hongji before Jinwang manages to breach the capital. The reason Jinwang has hesitated to launch an attack is due to the fear of a surprise assault from Yingquan. Why, one might ask, does he not eliminate Yingquan first? Let us not even delve into how long it would take to deal with Yingquan. If a stalemate ensues, the outcome becomes uncertain. Furthermore, the Imperial Guard stationed in the capital are no mere trifles. They are the elite of the Ming dynasty, possessing the confidence to stand against 10 or even 50 foes. To speak frankly, Yingquan's current military strength, aside from the elite troops under Wang Shuangyue, is somewhat lacking in combat capability. However, if Jinwang does not commit fully, he will find it challenging to defeat Yingquan in the short term. He dares not take risks, for if the emperor also launches an assault unexpectedly, facing enemies on two fronts would be a calamitous situation. The variables are simply too great. Thus, he contemplates that if he can placate Yingquan, deal with the emperor first, and then turn to address Yingquan later, would that not be a more advantageous approach? It must be noted that although the ultimate objectives of both parties differ, their current pursuits are remarkably similar. While the enemy remains still, I too shall remain unmoving. This is Yingquan's strategy at present, yet it is not a sustainable plan. If the enemy does not move, then one cannot afford to act. The forces at Yingquan's disposal are not truly his own. They have been precariously assembled into a coalition of loyalists through various means. Given time, such a fragile alliance is prone to change. Yingquan must seek transformation, and this moment presents an ideal opportunity. Chapter 47. News from Qinjiao Pavilion. My lord. This Yingquan has indeed become rather arrogant, daring to speak so boldly with his hastily gathered rabble, Li Guang remarked, holding a message that had come from Yingquan in Jiangnan. Addressing a middle-aged man, none other than the long-absent Jinwang, Zhu Yugue. This is but a ruse to sow confusion. Zhu Yugue delicately lifted the tea beside him, gently swaying it near his lips before taking a soft sip, exuding an air of tranquility. Such little theatrics he dares to flaunt before this king, however. Li Guang attempted to voice his thoughts but was interrupted by Jinwang. Rest assured, I shall not take your life merely for Yingquan. Jinwang raised his gaze to Li Guang, chuckling as he spoke. You have served me faithfully for many years. You are well acquainted with my temperament. Then, my lord, what shall we do now? Li Guang inquired. Yingquan desires us to take action. He seeks to make us wholly his. Jinwang rose and paced a few steps, then turned to face Li Guang once more, declaring, he wishes to probe my strengths and weaknesses. Let him do so. Inform Yu Tianqing to cease his involvement in matters of the Jianghu. These small fry can be dealt with later. Our immediate focus must be a full-scale assault on the capital. Jianghu folk are, after all, short-sighted. Furthermore, instruct your subordinates to seal off every exit of the capital, be it major roads or minor paths. Gather the troops from Heian and Nh, and march towards Jiangnan. After a moment's contemplation, Jinwang issued his command to Li Guang. Your Highness, although we have the capital surrounded, the defenses within are formidable. They are cut off from outside news, and we lack intelligence from within. If we act rashly, might it not be that after all, it is not merely an isolated stronghold? Should the northern border troops catch wind of this and march south to assist, Li Guang expressed his concerns. Such worries are unfounded. The Zhu family's ancestral decree forbids the border troops from interfering in the struggle for the throne. Their duty is to defend the Ming dynasty, not to protect the emperor. Jinwang showed no sign of concern. If they were to suddenly withdraw from the frontier to support me, as the emperor's brother, I need not lift a finger. Those southern generals would not be spared. Jinwang spoke with absolute confidence. My lord, urgent military intelligence has arrived from Jianghu. A messenger announced as he entered Yingquan's tent. Quickly, bring it forth. Within Yingquan's tent were Wang Shuangyue and Lu Weiji. Yingquan took the letter and, upon reading, discovered it contained news from Jiazhang at the Jianghu front. The Baiyu sect and the formidable forces of Shandi were advancing towards the capital, comprising approximately 50,000 elite troops, expected to arrive shortly. Additionally, The station troops from Hien and NH began to assemble, totaling around 90,000 elite soldiers, targeting the Jiangnan headquarters. If it were merely the 50,000 elite troops from the Baiyu sect and Shandie, the capital would not face significant peril, for there remained a guard of 50,000 within, with ample weapons and provisions. Even if the troops from the Shan X region joined the fray, the capital could withstand a siege for at least half a year. Yingquan studied the map, analyzing the current situation. However, the capital is now effectively restrained, and it appears that the Prince of Jin intends to clear his hands first to deal with me. General Wang, our forces currently comprise approximately 80,000 troops, among which the elite can be deemed your own 20,000, along with over 8,000 elite cavalry from the Jianghu across various regions. The remaining 50,000 are the local loyalist armies, a mixed bag in terms of quality. This battle is of utmost significance. Yingquan's brow gradually furrowed. The Prince of Jin, in orchestrating this rebellion, must have invested considerable time and resources, securing the allegiance of numerous officials, as a mere call to arms has rallied a quarter of the Great Ming to his cause. Had it not been for my fortuitous arrival in Jiangnan 3 years ago, where I established my authority by executing a number of officials, it is likely that the regions of Jiangnan would have also begun to rise in rebellion. At this moment, Yingquan found himself feeling somewhat fortunate. It is probable that there are indeed agents of the Prince of Jin among us, yet they have yet to reveal their true colors, presenting a genuine threat. Yingquan sighed inwardly, "My lord, what about our original plan to approach the capital by sea?" Wang Shuangyue suddenly inquired. "Let us not consider that for now. For the time being, command the troops to retreat, and all shall fall back to the Yangtze River, establishing defensive lines in its vicinity," Yingquan commanded. Truth be told, he was reluctant to part with the lands of Jiangnan, yet there were no fortifications to defend, and engaging in a direct confrontation would surely render them inferior to the Prince of Jin. Within the Qinjiao Pavilion of Hangzhou, since Yingquan commenced his dealings with the Prince of Jin, he had frequented this establishment, hoping it might yield favorable news. In the course of his visits, he learned of the ice-cold beauty known as Bing Yulan, whose name mirrored her frosty demeanor. "What news has come from the capital?" Yingquan inquired directly, for this maiden was too frigid to engage in jest. "There is no news," Bing Yulan replied, her tone as cold as her countenance, devoid of any warmth. "Alas," Yingquan sighed, as if he had anticipated this outcome, expressing his resignation. "However, there have been some developments from Luoyang," Bing Yulan remarked, observing Yingquan's demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. She actually smiled, though it was but a fleeting moment. Yingquan's keen perception caught it. This smile caused him to miss the latter part of Bing Yulan's words. "What?" Yingquan, slightly dazed, quickly inquired. Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao were taken by the Prince of Jin while receiving treatment at Master Yiji's residence, Bing Yulan disclosed. "What?" Yingquan exclaimed in astonishment. Not expecting that they had been captured, he cast an annoyed glance at Bing Yulan, questioning how she could smile at such news. "Was it schadenfreude? I assure you, it was not my intention." Yingquan discerned that Bing Yulan's earlier smile was genuine. Moreover, Master Yiji was also taken, who was specifically treating Jin Xiaoqiao's poison. Bing Yulan seemed to see through Yingquan's thoughts and continued, before reverting to her previous stoic expression, making Yingquan feel as though the smile had been but a figment of his imagination. Additionally, there is another piece of news. The 300 figures in black who appeared at the conclusion of the battle at Meizhuang were Jianghu operatives. Bing Yulan revealed yet another piece of information. This revelation incited considerable fury within Yingquan. Jianghu personnel? Aside from myself possessing such capabilities, it must be Commander Mao Bin. Could it be that he intends to seize the opportunity to eliminate both me and Li Guang? Yet, why does he not take matters into his own hands? Is it possible that he has been ensnared by Li Guang within the capital, unprepared amidst the tumult? Yingquan could only speculate in silence. After all, neither Li Guang nor Mu Bin was someone easily dealt with. If Mu Bin were trapped in the capital, it would be a boon for the emperor, at least ensuring a measure of safety. Mu Bin's martial prowess was on par with Yingquan, only slightly inferior to that of Li Guang. Chapter 48. Has Yingquan relinquished command? This visit primarily concerns a matter requiring your assistance. "Young lady," Yingquan addressed Bing Yulan, his tone earnest, "I shall not assist." Before Yingquan could elaborate further, he was abruptly interrupted by Bing Yulan. "You?" Yingquan was taken aback. This was entirely unexpected. "Do not trouble me with matters you cannot manage yourself," Bing Yulan replied decisively. However, Yingquan sought to negotiate. "There are no hows, Lord Ying. Please take your leave." Bing Yulan's demeanor remained unyielding, icy, and unapproachable. "I am your superior. Do you not intend to hear me out?" Yingquan spoke rapidly, denying her the chance to interject, and he cast a triumphant glance at her. "Guards, show him out." Yingquan found himself utterly powerless against the woman before him. Had she been a man speaking in such a manner, he would have undoubtedly retaliated with a blow before anything else. With a stern countenance, Yingquan strode into the camp. His frigid aura contrasted sharply with his previous demeanor, causing the soldiers to keep their distance, avoiding even a passing glance at him. Nevertheless, they speculated in hushed tones that Yingquan had returned transformed, piquing their curiosity about the misfortunes he might have encountered. Yingquan did not return to his own tent, but proceeded directly to Wang Shuangyue's quarters. The two were engaged in a secretive discussion, entirely shielding their conversation from prying eyes. Even Lu Weiji, who typically accompanied Yingquan, was nowhere to be found. Could it be that they were deliberating matters too sensitive to disclose, even to trusted subordinates? After some time, Yingquan emerged from Wang Shuangyue's tent, and a proclamation began to circulate throughout the military camp. By decree of the leader of the Loyalist army, Yingquan. From the moment we cross the river, all military operations shall be under the full command of General Wang Shuangyue, and no one else may interfere. This was a direct order from Yingquan. Though it left many perplexed, the soldiers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Not for any other reason than their concerns regarding Yingquan's command abilities. His martial skills were well recognized across the land, and the Jin King and Li Guang had refrained from excessively pressuring the Loyalist army, likely out of similar apprehensions. However, possessing great martial prowess did not necessarily equate to military acumen. These were entirely distinct matters, with General Wang Shuangyue, a man of considerable repute in the army, now at the helm. Both the soldiers and lower-ranking officers felt a significant weight lifted from their hearts. It seemed that Yingquan possessed some self-awareness after all. In a military camp in N.H., Li Guang held a piece of paper in his hand, expressing considerable joy as he addressed the King of Jin. "What news do you bring?" the King of Jin inquired, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he turned his gaze towards Li Guang. Yingquan's plan to circumvent Mountain D from the sea has now been shelved, and he has transferred all command of the troops to Wang Shuangyue, intending to abandon the northern regions and, upon crossing the river, rely on the formidable natural defenses of the Yangtze River to resist our forces. Li Guang respectfully reported. Indeed, the King of Jin nodded. The previous ruse to feign weakness did not escape this king's notice, and now this ploy of delay shall similarly be seen through. A strategy of delay? Li Guang inquired with evident perplexity, as he had not anticipated this, believing instead that Yingquan was merely exhibiting weakness, which had left him quite self-satisfied, etc. Yingquan undoubtedly has intentions to exploit the maritime domain. We must remain vigilant. Command all forces in N.H. to advance towards Jianghu with utmost urgency, striving to capture Jianghu before Yingquan can cross the river. Moreover, instruct the wandering Tianqing of the Baiyu sect to seal off all ports with unwavering determination. Should any anomalies arise, it is better to err on the side of caution than to allow any escape. The King of Jin articulated slowly while studying the map. How fare the envoys to Lake B? The King of Jin suddenly inquired. Still the same, Li Guang replied, shaking his head. Governor Su Ren of the Two Lakes has gathered his troops and placed the governor of Lake B under soft confinement, clearly harboring ambitions of monopolizing Lake B. Haha. The King of Jin scoffed with a touch of derision. He is a fool who, in his cleverness, has only ensnared himself. His short-sightedness will lead to his downfall, and he poses no threat. Do we know if he has any dealings with Yingquan? The King of Jin asked, a sudden thought striking him. According to prior intelligence, Yingquan seized Lake N from him, and the Genie Wei has eliminated many of his men at Lake N. Since the military coup, the two have had no dealings. Li Guang hastily divulged the information he had. Not merely his men. The King of Jin's brows furrowed for the first time. The spies we strategically placed in Jiangnan have inadvertently been eliminated by him, leaving us with but a handful. If one were to disregard his fortuitous timing, it would seem as though he is targeting this king directly. Truly, Yingquan is despicable. Were it not for his sudden emergence from Hami, we would not be beset by such troubles. It is regrettable that during the West Lake incident, you did not seize the opportunity to eliminate him. As the King of Jin spoke, his dissatisfaction towards Li Guang began to manifest. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. It was simply that the Eastern sect master of the Baiyu sect proved exceedingly formidable. After being struck by a full-force blow from Yu Tianqing, he still managed to retaliate, and the unexpected arrival of 300 men in black caught us off guard, allowing Yingquan to escape. Li Guang quickly clarified, revealing his evident respect for the King of Jin. Noticing the king's slight discontent, he hastily admitted fault, demonstrating the king's formidable character, for the director of the Eastern factory is not one to be easily subdued. Never mind, what has passed is in the past. If one were to hold you accountable, why wait until now? I am aware of what you have stated. Have you managed to uncover the whereabouts of those 300 men in black? This is the primary concern of Prince Jean. Not yet, but judging by their methods, they seem akin to the agents of the Jianghu. Li Guang remarked with a look of shame, for a dignified supervisor of the Eastern Depot. Having been ambushed for over a month without knowledge of his assailant's origins is rather embarrassing to admit. The Jianghu? Prince Jean pondered for a moment and said, "It appears that this fellow, Mao Bin, can no longer contain his restlessness and wishes to involve himself." With a confident smile, Prince Jean quickly concluded that those 300 men in black were indeed Mao Bin's people. "Surely not, Mao Bin?" Li Guang exclaimed in surprise, saying, "Over the years, the Emperor has not spared me from trouble. Mao Bin has always been the Emperor's vanguard, and now with the addition of Yingquan, should they join forces, even an old servant like myself would find it impossible to withstand. Mao Bin should surely understand the principle of mutual benefit. How could he possibly wish to eliminate us all in one fell swoop?" "So, have you been eliminated in one fell swoop?" Prince Jean revealed a mysterious smile, then turned to Li Guang. "With your capabilities, even if Mao Bin and Yingquan were to launch a joint attack against you, could you ensure your own survival?" Chapter 49. The three parties move in different directions, Your Majesty. There is currently a gathering of rebel forces outside the city. Approximately 50,000 elite troops are advancing from the direction of Mountain D, flying the banner of the Moon Worshippers. It seems that the Mountain D region has completely revolted. Mao Bin reported to Emperor Hongji from the outer walls of the capital that it is not only Mountain D. Regions such as River N, Mountain X, and Shangxi X were once the primary operational areas of Li Guang, and I suspect they are not faring any better. Emperor Hongji displayed no signs of joy or sorrow, as if these developments were entirely within his expectations. I had my suspicions previously, yet I did not anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly. At this moment, Emperor Hongji could not help but sigh, then continued, "I have always hoped to resolve this matter without deploying military force, seeking a peaceful resolution, yet I did not foresee that Emir Bai Taigue would escalate the situation to such a degree. Your Majesty, my spies have reported that Bai Taigue is not dead. He is a crucial figure connecting Shaolin and Li Guang," Mao Bin stated. Emperor Hongji smiled slightly and looked at Mao Bin. "I have already received reports from Yingquan regarding this matter. The Shaolin Temple colluded with the Eastern Depot many years ago. Unfortunately, before I could respond, my capital was besieged by these treacherous rebels, to the extent that not a single message has been sent out, effectively sealing ourselves within this city. Presently, I have no knowledge of the situation outside." Emperor Hongji smiled wryly, yet there was no sense of pressure. It seemed as though he did not regard these rebels at all. "I hope Yingquan can bring me some good news. Otherwise, this Grand Governor of Jiangnan will have served in vain." After expressing his helplessness, Emperor Hongji even began to jest with Mao Bin. "Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you to return, as this place is fraught with danger. Rest assured, Your Majesty, with myself and the esteemed generals present, along with our illustrious Ming dynasty's 50,000 imperial guards, we shall steadfastly defend the capital while awaiting reinforcements from the loyal armies across the land." At this, Mu Bin declared resolutely, "Ha ha." Hongji let out a hearty laugh. "No one can breach my capital." Under the command of Wang Shuangyue, Yingquan's loyal forces gradually retreated south of the Yangtze River, establishing their encampment along its banks. This region is predominantly manned by southern troops, with scarcely anyone lacking proficiency in navigating water. Compared to the northern soldiers, combat on water is exceedingly effortless. While Wang Shuangyue directed operations, Yingquan remained closely by his side, accompanied, of course, by Lu Weiji. Yingquan's most devoted subordinate, Li Mingyang, had been dispatched by Yingquan to Jiangsu to assist Jia Zheng with various administrative duties. Lu Weiji, faithfully remaining beside Yingquan, exhibited a marked change. Ever since Yingquan returned from his outing, he had been wearing a stern countenance, speaking little, let alone sharing a smile. This transformation left Lu Weiji feeling quite out of sorts, as if he were in the presence of a different individual altogether. Yet this was indeed the true Yingquan, who now approached his tasks with utmost caution and diligence, leaving no room for error in his work. Upon crossing the Yangtze, Wang Shuangyue instructed his trusted subordinates to prepare naval vessels and search the ranks for seasoned veterans with seafaring experience. Lu Weiji surreptitiously speculated whether the plan to provide direct maritime support to the capital was being resurrected. He yearned to inquire about the specifics from Yingquan, but upon witnessing Yingquan's frigid demeanor, any thought of engaging him in conversation swiftly evaporated. Alas! He wore an expression that seemed to repel both acquaintances and strangers alike. At this moment, within the entire loyal army, only Wang Shuangyue could converse with Yingquan. Presently, many generals were inclined to nominate Wang Shuangyue as the new leader of the alliance, yet he firmly rejected their propositions with stern words. Consequently, the relations among the Allied forces became increasingly opaque. My lord, they have retreated to the south of the Yangtze, yet regarding Jiangsu, Li Guang hesitated, clearly troubled. What has transpired in Jiangsu? Inquired Prince Jin. Alas, Li Guang sighed, saying, the forces in Jiangsu have fought recklessly, engaging our troops head-on, and the combined casualties on both sides have exceeded 10,000. Their total strength amounts to over 10,000 soldiers, bolstered by 1,000 elite Jianghu cavalry, facing our meticulously arranged 2,000 fine soldiers in Anhu, yet they have not faltered in the slightest. Reports from the front line indicate the need for your highness to dispatch additional reinforcements. Incompetence. Upon hearing this news, Prince Jin could not suppress an outburst of anger, though he quickly regained his composure. Relay the orders. Just as Prince Jin intended to issue a command, a scout outside the tent called out, My lord, urgent military intelligence from the factory supervisor. Quickly, bring it forth. At this moment, Prince Jin set aside his earlier intent to issue commands and decided to review the military intelligence without delay. The garrison in Jiangsu has suddenly retreated entirely, leaving the encampment deserted. Li Guang received the note from the scout and read it intently. How could they have vanished right under our noses? The countenance of Prince Jin was decidedly grim, revealing his profound dissatisfaction with the local military forces. Today, not a single piece of good news had reached him. He immediately commanded them to ascertain the whereabouts of this army, insisting that they must not simply vanish without a trace. After issuing his final decree, the prince closed his eyes and addressed Li Guang. You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a moment. As you wish, your highness, Li Guang replied, gradually retreating from the chamber. Is lording not present? On a massive warship upon the vast ocean, Jianghu inquired of the naval general Li Quan. No. Lording has instructed me to await his arrival here, then to circumvent Mount D and enter the territory of River B via the Bohai Bay. Li Quan, a trusted subordinate of Wang Shuangyue, was known for his reliability and adeptness, earning Wang's unwavering trust. Originally, Yingquan had intended for Wang Shuangyue to undertake this mission personally. However, considering the command issues within the Allied forces, the task was ultimately entrusted to Li Quan. It was evident that he had not disappointed. Li Mingyang was the individual dispatched by Yingquan to liaise with Jianghu, and having resided in the capital for many years, he possessed a far greater familiarity with the circumstances of River B than those who had never ventured there. Moreover, it was also a means for Jianghu to keep a watchful eye on Li Mingyang. As his arrival was rather suspicious, raising Yingquan's caution, it could be said that the very roots of Yingquan's journey to Luoyang had been stirred by this Li Mingyang. Furthermore, as Yingquan's plans frequently leaked and were consistently preempted by the adversary, leaving him feeling constrained at every turn, Li Mingyang had entered the realm of suspicion. 5 warships. My goodness, lording truly spares no expense, Jianghu exclaimed, astonished to find 4 additional vessels of similar stature behind him. Each of these formidable ships could accommodate 2,500 men, yet Jianghu's force now consisted of merely over 5,000. 2 ships would suffice. The remaining 3, while not devoid of personnel, could still contribute to the fight with approximately 200 men each, including essential crew members. Was this merely a show of intimidation? Jianghu mused inwardly. A brief narrative. An impromptu composition. War arrived with such abruptness. The village had lost its former tranquility. The invaders had finally succumbed to the temptation to strike. The villagers were gathered in one location, while I was summoned outside alone. I can speak Japanese. Is this my original sin? My father, having roamed far and wide in his youth, once studied abroad in RB, and upon his return, imparted this language to me. The villagers were well aware that my father and I were fluent in the tongue of the invaders. My father, frail of health, passed away early, leaving me to navigate life in the village alone. Since the soldiers' rebellion, I have suffered the scornful glances of my fellow villagers, feeling their judgment follow me wherever I went. I found myself harboring resentment towards my father. I resented him for teaching me the language of the invaders. Now that the enemy had invaded the village, the villagers had the audacity to push me to the forefront. Among the invaders were a few who could utter a phrase or two of Chinese, and upon seeing the villagers thrust me forward, they were informed of my ability to speak their language. I could clearly see the delight on their faces. Yet, I had resolved that no matter how they tormented me, I would not translate a single word for them. I believed I could uphold this vow. Regrettably, a Japanese officer addressed me, stating, "We have come to establish the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, to ensure that you thrive alongside our great RB Empire. Therefore, please do not resist us and cooperate willingly." What a farce! Would I translate such a deceitful tale to fool my fellow villagers? I regarded the officer with a cold stare, choosing silence. At that moment, I felt an unexpected surge of resolve within me. The RB officer smirked wickedly and raised his firearm, and I thought to myself, I too can become a martyr. To my astonishment, however, the weapon was not aimed at me, but at Li Deyi among the crowd. Known for his unwavering spirit, Li Deyi stood unflinching before the threat. I silently admired him. Well done. Translate. If you fail to translate, I shall shoot him, the officer declared, casting another glance in my direction. What should I do? Panic surged within me. The villagers were equally distressed, calling out to me, what are they saying? Xiao Huzi, hurry and translate. I found myself at a loss, torn between the greater good and the lives of my kin. What a struggle. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the RB soldier fired. Li Deyi fell, and before I could make a choice, it all happened so abruptly. The malevolent officer fixed his gaze upon me, sending a wave of dread through my heart. I yearned to scream, yet only a hoarse cry escaped my lips. This cruel fate, was I to be stripped of even the right to shout? The villagers fell silent, their eyes filled with contempt. Glaring at me, they directed their ire towards me, rather than the RB soldier who had just killed Li Deyi. Their accusatory stares terrified me, more so than the Japanese. Instinctively, I translated the officer's demands word for word. Little did I know, this would incite even greater animosity from the villagers. Did they blame me for not translating swiftly enough? For Li Deyi's demise? From that moment on, whenever the Japanese uttered a word, I would translate it without hesitation. I was terrified, fearful that a single misstep on my part could lead to the death of an innocent villager. I overheard the villagers whispering below, "Traitor!" Those two words pierced my ears like daggers. My heart ached, bleeding from the pain. I had become a traitor. Was it I who had sought this fate? It was you who had thrust me into this position. I translated for fear of the Japanese slaughtering you. Did you think I wished to serve them? I felt deeply wronged and profoundly hurt. Yet, while you showed me no mercy, I could not act unjustly. Enduring humiliation for the sake of duty is an age-old tale. What difference does one more make? Henceforth, I chose to ignore the villagers' glares, spending my days among the Japanese. Fortunately, neither I nor the villagers encountered further bloodshed. Deep down, I knew the only one I had wronged was Li Deyi. As the war escalated, the Japanese became even more brutal. Many nearby villages were obliterated. Here, however, things were relatively better. Although the villagers cursed me behind my back, I chose not to engage in their grievances. Whenever we crossed paths, I simply took care to avoid them. A small child suddenly dashed in front of me and exclaimed, "The 8th Route Army is about to advance. Your treachery as a Han traitor, along with the grandeur of your Japanese overlords, is drawing to a close." Upon hearing this news, my heart initially fluttered, only to be swiftly replaced by elation. I was well aware of the 8th Route Army's affairs and had long awaited their arrival. This would offer me respite. If they could vindicate me, it would be nothing short of a blessing. The 8th Route Army had indeed arrived. Yes, I made my way to assist them. I envisioned the accolades I would receive from my fellow villagers in the days to come. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my chest, followed by the crack of a gunshot. Bang. I had a grim inkling of what was unfolding. I had no time for further fantasies, nor did I wish to know who had fired the shot. I am truly not a traitor. Yet alas, no one would ever know. Perhaps it is for the best. Chapter 50. Two Springs of Yingquan, divided in two places at Mount Wudong in Hubei. A man clad in official garb inquired of the Wudong sect's leader, Shidao Stone, Shixiang. What are your thoughts on the recent events? Shidisu. If anyone can resolve this perilous situation, it is undoubtedly this person. Relying solely on Wudong's might is simply insufficient. It would be wiser to maintain the current state of affairs. For in a crucial moment, we may serve as a surprise force, possibly yielding remarkable results. Shidao addressed the official as Shidisu, revealing the latter's identity as Su Ran, the governor of Hubei, a fact none had anticipated, especially considering his affiliation with Wudong. The relationship between Wudong and the Ming dynasty has always been close-knit, yet Su Ran previously chose to remain an onlooker. Could there be hidden motives at play? The intricacies of this relationship were so convoluted that one could hardly decipher them in an instant. The Gunyu sword sect in the Taihang Mountains. It had been utterly annihilated. The once grand entrance now lay in ruins. Reduced to mere remnants of bricks. One could not help but lament. The first act of the rebel King Jin was to eradicate all stubborn elements within his ranks, and it was evident that the Gunyu sword sect was among them. Once dominant among the martial arts sects, how had they dwindled to such few remnants amidst the conflict? The Shandong Lu gang and the head of the Righteousness Alliance now saw only Fei when leading a mere 100 disciples seeking refuge with Yingquan. The expanse of Dongting Lake was similarly deserted. as many followed Lu Zhangfeng to the frontiers to combat the enemy, unaware of their current plight. The Huangshan sword sect swiftly allied with King Jin, leading to the complete downfall of Anhu. The Baiwei sect had evidently undergone a transformation, no longer presenting itself under the guise of a martial arts faction, dominating the realms of Shandong and Hubei. It now mustered 50,000 elite troops to besiege the capital. The Baiwei sect had originally been a martial faction supported by the Ming, and now, with their open rebellion, it seemed they were merely shooting themselves in the foot. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? Yingquan silently shook his head, pondering the fate of his sworn sister, Jin Lin, at this moment. Rest assured, you have not misread. This individual is indeed Yingquan. Yet, one might wonder how he arrived at this location alone. The terrain of the Taihang Mountains is notoriously intricate, ensuring that any ordinary person who ventured within would surely become disoriented. However, Yingquan was no ordinary individual. In his previous life, the training base he organized was established amidst the Taihang mountain range. Despite the passage of time and the inevitable changes it brings, the geographical essence remains unaltered, and Yingquan maintains an unwavering confidence in himself. Having traversed the Taihang Mountains, Yingquan has now entered the territory of Hebei. After undergoing a modest transformation, Yingquan appears to have aged over 20 years. Do not inquire about the origins of his knowledge. The legacy of the Jianghu speaks for itself. In these tumultuous times, the atmosphere is thick with martial law, and every major city is on high alert. It would be quite challenging for Yingquan to blend in unnoticed. However, to circumvent these fortified cities would require an exertion of immense effort. At present, Yingquan finds himself in the Baoding region of Hebei, with the headquarters of the Baiwei sect, the Wangyue Cliff, located in Dingzhou. The eastern leader has returned alone to confront Yushengxing. Though she was cast down a precipice, Yingquan does not believe her demise would be so uncomplicated. Surely, Yushengxing has employed some cunning scheme to ensnare the eastern leader. The critical routes leading to the capital have been completely sealed off, with even the smallest paths under constant surveillance for 12 hours a day. Alone, Yingquan cannot afford to act recklessly. After all, beneath the capital lies an elite force of 50,000 Baiwei troops. No matter how formidable Yingquan may be, confronting such a multitude is out of the question. Moreover, there is the ever-watchful Yushengxing. The Baiwei forces have been fully mobilized, and astonishingly, only a scant few remain stationed at the Wangyue Cliff. As Yingquan gazes upon the cliff, he feels a chill of trepidation. It is no wonder so few are left behind. To him, the surroundings are sheer cliffs, and even unguarded, no ordinary person could ascend. Even for himself, the endeavor would be exceedingly troublesome. Yet, having journeyed so far, it would seem a disservice not to take a look. Yingquan's primary objective in coming here is to sow discord within the enemy's ranks, thereby creating opportunities for his loyal forces and the capital's Imperial Guard. He is aware that his plans for maritime maneuvers have been compromised. Yet he remains undeterred. He intends to use the Grand Army of the Yangtze to distract some of the Jin King's elite troops, while the seasoned soldiers from Jiangsu, having recently endured a life-and-death battle, will sail towards the Bohai Bay. Here, he aims to disrupt their arrangements, confident that they will inevitably reveal a flaw. For he is a prized catch, one they cannot afford to ignore. It can be said that should he fall into their clutches, the Jin King's rebellion would undoubtedly become significantly easier. But would Yingquan risk exposing himself? In the Yangtze military camp, Yingquan sits in silence at the head of the table, his expression cold and unyielding. Wang Shuangyue and Lu Weiji, seated beneath him, have long since grown accustomed to his demeanor and pay it little mind. Why, Lord Ying, shall we simply wait here? There has been no word from the capital. Lu Weiji expresses his impatience. Yingquan remains silent, slowly directing his gaze towards Wang Shuangyue. There is no need for haste. My lording has already arranged matters. Wang Shuangyue replies with a mysterious smile, adding, all directives will now follow my command. Sighing quietly, Lu Weiji takes his leave. As he departs, others begin to exit in succession, leaving only Yingquan and Wang Shuangyue in the room. Miss Lan, this stalemate cannot continue. They are beginning to harbor suspicions, Wang Shuangyue remarks, glancing around to ensure no one else is present before addressing Yingquan. This is something you must contemplate. Yingquan coldly remarked, and indeed, it was the voice of a woman. Who is this blue maiden, daring to impersonate Yingquan in this manner? Wang Shuangyue could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. This girl exudes an icy demeanor. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he was acutely aware of it. On that day, Yingquan had suddenly entered his large tent, without uttering a word, and tossed him a letter penned by Yingquan herself. The letter revealed that the current Yingquan was merely a disguise crafted by the Blue Maiden, detailing some of her plans in full. After reading it, Wang Shuangyue felt a mix of delight and concern. After all, Yingquan's venture was fraught with peril, and any mishap could spell disaster for them all. It was only natural for him to worry. However, the Blue Maiden, masquerading as Yingquan, seemed utterly indifferent to Yingquan's well-being. No, she displayed a chilling attitude towards everything. Wang Shuangyue could sense that this coldness emanated from her very core. 3 days later, Yingquan personally led 1,000 elite guards and 10,000 seasoned soldiers, embarking from the sea towards Bohai Bay. This was Wang Shuangyue's strategic maneuver. He intended to divert the attention of the masses from the Blue Maiden impersonating while awaiting the true Yingquan's actions. Only Wang Shuangyue knew the whereabouts of the 5,000 elite soldiers from Jianghu. Seizing this opportunity to deploy over 10,000 troops was also a means of reinforcement and support. More importantly, it would allow the infiltrator embedded within the Allied forces to relay intelligence to the Jianghu. Chapter 51. The ghostly spirit on Wangyue Cliff. My lord, Yingquan has indeed taken to the sea route and is personally leading over 10,000 elite soldiers. Li Guang reported, having once again received intelligence regarding the movements of the loyalist forces. Quickly send word to Yu Tianqing, instructing him to guard all major ports and any possible landing sites. We must not allow these reinforcements to enter. The Jin Wang stroked his beard, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. And why, lord, what about our situation? Li Guang inquired. Leave 50,000 troops stationed across the river at Jianghu, while the remaining 40,000 shall converge with the 40,000 elite soldiers from Shanx to head towards the capital. Yingquan's scheme has been thoroughly discerned by this king. Eliminating them is merely a matter of time. Now, I shall personally pay a visit to the emperor's younger brother. The Jin Wang smiled faintly, exuding confidence. In this battle, victory is assured. He possessed such unwavering assurance. At Wangyue Cliff, Yingquan had unknowingly crept up quietly. To be frank, the scenery here was quite splendid. Clear mountains and flowing waters. Most importantly, it was easily defensible and difficult to attack, making it an ideal location for establishing a stronghold. Truth be told, this was Yingquan's first visit here, and she was utterly unfamiliar with the winding paths within. Before long, she found herself lost. She wandered into a small courtyard, a rather diminutive space, where 2 individuals stood guard outside. Yingquan pondered silently about who resided within. How could there still be guards at this time? As she stealthily approached, her curiosity deepened. Has anyone thought of the words of the enemy? Quietly enter the village. Do not shoot. A young girl dressed in green emerged from the room, holding a tray of tea. She approached the 2 guards and softly said, Dear brothers, it pains me to see you toil so hard watching over me each day. Would you care for some tea? Although her voice was melodious and affectionate, her bright, sparkling eyes darted about, making Yingquan realize that the situation was likely more complicated than it appeared. Miss Chu, please do not trouble us further. Lest the master holds us accountable, we truly cannot bear the consequences. One of the men replied with a bitter smile. Humph. The young girl snorted lightly, shattering the teapot she held onto the ground, and directed her words at the 2. If you do not let me go, when my grandfather returns, or when Sister Yu comes back, you shall face the consequences. Miss Chu, why make it difficult for us? The 2 men, clearly exasperated, lamented their ill fate of being assigned to serve this young lady. While they were not overly concerned about her grandfather, they certainly dared not offend the sister she mentioned. Yu Shuangshuang, the only daughter of Yu Tianqing at that moment, Yingquan recognized the young girl as Chu Fian, whom he had encountered previously at Lu Zhengfeng's residence. It was no wonder the 2 men were so anxious upon hearing their names. With a swift motion, Yingquan leapt into Chu Fian's courtyard and entered through the window of the room. He was convinced that such situations occurred frequently outside, and that this young girl, Chu Fian, would ultimately fail and obediently return indoors. After a flurry of arguments, the outside gradually fell silent, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Yingquan sat casually on a chair at the side, showing no intent to conceal himself. Bang! The door was kicked open with a thud, startling even Yingquan. The young girl, muttering curses under her breath, strode in without glancing in Yingquan's direction. Hey! Suddenly, she called out, not waiting for Yingquan to respond before continuing. Who are you, that you can sneak into Wangyue Cliff? Although the girl did not look at Yingquan, her words could only be directed at him. At this moment, Yingquan was astonished, utterly perplexed about how he had revealed his presence. The little girl no longer recognized him. Yet, he was curious to know how she discerned someone was here. Noticing Chu Fian had not raised an alarm, he smiled slightly and inquired, Alas! Chu Fian turned back, regarding the stout man in front of her, his 40s evident, with a furrowed brow and eyes full of suspicion. This man claimed to be an official, somewhat familiar, Yet she had indeed never encountered him before. Humph. Chu Fian shrugged her shoulders, finding such mentally taxing matters hardly worth her contemplation. She remarked, "Good sir, I assure you that I have never encountered you before. If you seek my assistance in any matter, I suggest you promptly abandon that notion." Yingquan, inwardly mocking himself, realized the source of the misunderstanding when Chu Fian referred to him as "good sir." "I am Yingquan. You, a mere child, have only crossed paths with me once within the Lu residence. Now that I have altered my appearance, it is hardly surprising that you fail to recognize me." Yingquan then turned his gaze toward Chu Fian and inquired, "Yet I am still curious. How did you come to discover my identity?" Feeling somewhat awkward at being addressed as "good sir" by a young girl, he decided to alter his self-reference. Chu Fian hastily closed the door and approached Yingquan, thoughtfully circling around him. "So it is you. It is all your fault that Lu Zhengfeng deceived my grandfather." Chu Fian positioned herself directly opposite Yingquan, her eyes fixed on him, filled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Hee. Yingquan conceded that he had given up on extracting any useful information from this young girl. He had posed a question to her twice, yet she persisted in feigning ignorance. Truly a remarkable talent. "As for you, my eyes are not blind. You scaled the wall into my courtyard, then entered my room through the window. Did you think I would not see?" she scoffed. "And you call yourself an official? How foolish." Chu Fian made a face at Yingquan. Yingquan secretly supported his head, realizing he had indeed been overly suspicious. After all, Chu Fian was merely around 14 years of age. How much cunning could she possess? This must be the nature of youth. Yet he remained perplexed by how she had spotted him when he was certain no one else was around. Was it merely coincidence? Yingquan quietly sought a way out of his predicament. "Uncle, what brings you to Wangyue Cliff?" Chu Fian inquired. "You call me uncle?" Yingquan exclaimed, laughing in disbelief. "I am but 6 or 7 years your senior. Calling me uncle makes me sound ancient. You can address me however you wish. Yet in this current situation, do you expect me to call you big brother?" Chu Fian playfully retorted, sticking out her tongue and teasingly scolding him. "How shameless! You, indeed, are quite the clever little sprite." Chapter 52. The child suffers in silence. "What am I doing here?" Yingquan chuckled softly. "What business do young girls have in prying into the affairs of adults? Perhaps to see if I can be of assistance." Chu Fian replied with a glint in her eyes. "Ha ha!" Yingquan laughed quietly, cautious not to alert the two outside. He gently patted Chu Fian on the head and said, "You cannot even take care of yourself, yet you wish to aid me? At the very least, I know every path leading to Wangyue Cliff, while you, an adult, are akin to a headless fly, careening about and crashing into my room." Chu Fian pouted, her sarcasm evident as she occasionally glanced at Yingquan, eager to discern his thoughts. To her surprise, Yingquan remained unfazed, grinning as he observed her antics. "Humph!" The young girl, in a fit of anger, plopped down onto the bed, casting a sulky glance at Yingquan and pouting. "I'm not playing anymore. It's boring. You just want to go out, don't you?" Observing her demeanor, Yingquan refrained from further teasing, recognizing her youthfulness. Despite her quirky nature, he held a fondness for this spirited girl. In that moment, he wished to avoid disappointing her and replied, "If you wish to go out, it's quite simple, but you must heed my commands once we step outside." "Oh." The young girl immediately sprang from the bed, clapping her hands in celebration. "Hooray! We're finally going out. Does this mean I'm still a minor girl who turns right?" A wave of intense guilt washed over Yingquan. How could this little girl trust me so readily? He mused silently. "Fian." Before Yingquan could make any further move with Chu Fian, a familiar voice resonated from outside the courtyard. "Ah." The young girl's expression instantly fell, her eyes filled with anxiety as she turned to Yingquan. "Oh no, oh no. Sister Yu is here. You must hide quickly." "You Shuang?" Yingquan's face lit up. Her arrival was perfectly timed. "Greetings, miss," came the voices of the two guards from outside the door. "Is everything all right with Fian?" Yu Shuang inquired, for typically, at this hour, a mere call from her would send Chu Fian rushing out to report any grievances against the guards, detailing how they had bullied her. Although he knew Chu Fian's claims were likely exaggerated, he would play along to keep her spirits high by feigning punishment of the guards. Yet, the silence from within was unexpected. "Forgive us, miss. Just moments ago, Miss Fian attempted to sneak out again, and we two brothers had to block her return. She is probably still sulking," one guard quickly explained. This inadvertently provided cover for Chu Fian. Not bothering with Yingquan any longer, Chu Fian flung open the door and leaped outside, directing her ire at the two guards. "Pa, how shameless. 2 big men bullying me, a weak girl, every day." Then, turning to Yu Shuang with a pitiful expression, she transformed into a picture of innocence. her eyes fluttering as if urging tears to spill forth. Sister Yu, please don't listen to their nonsense. They are utterly wicked. Please teach them a lesson for me. Very well. Sister Yu shall avenge you. Yu Shuangshuang smiled and addressed the two guards. Do you know what to do now? Yes, miss. The guards exchanged resigned glances, sharing a knowing smile. One of them flipped over and stood on his hands, clearly accustomed to this routine. They had expected Chu Fian to relent as she usually did. But to their surprise, the young girl furrowed her brow and pouted at Yu Shuangshuang. Sister Yu doesn't like Fian anymore. You always use the same trick. What do you suggest we do to punish them? Yu Shuangshuang looked at Chu Fian with affectionate eyes. Then, Chu Fian pretended to ponder for a moment, her delicate brows furrowed tightly, indicating that the matter at hand was far from simple, and conclusions should not be drawn hastily. Let them run, Chu Fian suddenly exclaimed with a spark of inspiration. Make them run incessantly. Whoever stops first must lie down for an entire day, without permission to rise. This? Yu Shuangshuang was taken aback. Unable to fathom that this clever girl possessed such a mischievous idea, she immediately turned to the two disciples. Let us proceed as Fian suggests. Silently lamenting for the two, she thought that at worst, they could be reassigned to a more favorable position later, but for now, they had to endure hardship. This ignited a silent competition between the two, for losing was one thing, but the one who faltered would have to lie on the ground for a day. Without the right to get up, such humiliation was intolerable. Although they were martial artists, it was a matter of pride. Oh, Chu Fian's youthful spirit shone through as she clapped her hands in delight. Did you hear that? Quickly, follow the orders. She resembled a proud little peacock. The two needed no further encouragement and began their sprint. With them off, it was now just the two of us. What do you wish to discuss? Little girl? Yu Shuangshuang was no fool. She could easily see through Chu Fian's trivial tricks. She knew the girl was up to something, yet she felt confident in keeping the girl firmly under her control. However, she was aware that within the girl's chamber was Yingquan, who harbored an intense hatred for her father, Yu Tianqing. Naturally, Chu Fian was oblivious to the entanglement between Yingquan and Yu Tianqing. It was likely that when Chu Yang had sent her to Wangyue Cliff, Yingquan and Yu Tianqing had not yet clashed, and during her time on Wangyue Cliff, she had been effectively placed under soft confinement, with no exposure to the outside world. What could possibly be wrong? It's just that those two are exceedingly annoying. Anyone would feel this way if confined here for so long. Chu Fian replied with a dejected expression. Chu Fian was not naive. On the contrary, she was quite astute. Did she not realize she was under soft confinement? She was aware, but what could she do to resist? She was merely a 14-year-old girl, without her grandfather by her side. What could she accomplish alone? With her peculiar and whimsical demeanor, who could tell whether she was merely putting on a brave face or if her heart was filled with loneliness? Without her grandfather, Wangyue Cliff was not her home. The child's heart is heavy, but the child remains silent. This encapsulates the turmoil within Chu Fian at present. The arrival of Yingquan instinctively signaled a potential opportunity to escape Wangyue Cliff. She was well aware of her grandfather's relationship with Lu Zhengfeng. Lu Zhengfeng had already pledged allegiance to Yingquan. She had witnessed this firsthand. Her grandfather had assured her that the Eastern Sect Master would look after her at Wangyue Cliff. Yet what she received instead were Yu Tianqing and Yu Shuangshuang. Fortunately, she had been closely attached to Yu Shuangshuang since childhood, who showered her with affection, and because of Yu Shuangshuang's regard, Yu Tianqing had spared her from a calamity. Now, with no kin at Wangyue Cliff, apart from Yu Shuangshuang who still cared for her, others largely disregarded her. What could a blossoming young girl like Chu Fian do? What could she possibly achieve? Chapter 53. Intruders in forbidden ground shall be executed without mercy. Accompanying Chu Fian, Yu Shuangshuang stepped into the room. Suddenly, she felt two sharp taps on her body, rendering her immobile. Realizing that her acupoints had been sealed, she turned her gaze toward Chu Fian, a hint of confusion mingling with a surge of anger. How could she have fallen into the hands of this young girl? It was utterly inconceivable that another person lurked within this place. Where was she? The headquarters of the Baiyue sect, Wangyue Cliff. The thought of being so stealthily approached sent a chill down her spine. Miss Yu? Chu Fian approached Yu Shuangshuang, her expression rather enigmatic. Who are you? And what brings you to Wangyue Cliff? Yu Shuangshuang, the sole daughter of Yu Tianqing, maintained her composure in the face of danger, garnering a measure of respect from Yingquan. Miss Yu, it seems that the esteemed often forget their manners. How do you think I should deal with you? Yingquan smiled faintly, extending a finger to gently lift Yu Shuangshuang's chin. You are. A sudden realization struck Yu Shuangshuang, and she gazed at Yingquan in astonishment. Yingquan! Yingquan chuckled softly, retracting his hand and addressing Yu Shuangshuang. Miss Yu, you possess remarkable insight. Now that you find yourself in my grasp, do you have anything to say? Perhaps on a whim, I might choose to spare you. Oh. Yingquan felt a tug at the corner of his garment and turned to see Chu Fian. Could you possibly let Sister Yu go? The young girl implored, her demeanor pitiful and full of distress. She had discerned the palpable enmity between Yingquan and her beloved sister. You wish for me to spare her? Yingquan was not taken aback. Although Chu Fian's nature was somewhat mischievous, her youth had shielded her from the cruelties of the world. Do you understand that her father, in collusion with Li Guang, nearly took my life? Yingquan merely stated this to Chu Fian, then turned to Yu Shuangshuang and inquired, might you enlighten your little sister on whether, had the roles been reversed, you would have spared me? Certainly not. Yu Shuangshuang replied with unwavering resolve. You both. Chu Fian was now in a state of great anxiety, caught between her beloved sister and the individual who could potentially aid her escape. The conflict left her utterly flustered and at a loss for how to proceed. Do you now comprehend your predicament? Yingquan scoffed coldly, regarding Chu Fian. Could his judgment truly be swayed by a mere child? Even if she were the granddaughter of Chu Yang, what of it? Miss Yu, it seems fate has led you into my hands today. Do you have any final words? Pray, share them with me. At that moment, Yingquan resembled the quintessential villain from countless tales. His adversary had fallen into his grasp, yet instead of swiftly concluding the matter, he engaged in idle chatter. There are no final words, for Lord Ying cannot possibly take my life. Should you do so, you would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of your days, with a confident smile. Yu Shuangshuang exuded an undeniable allure, even though she found herself momentarily immobilized. Yingquan's stubborn temper flared as she declared, You say this official dares not to kill you? On the contrary, I am determined to end your life and will see what remorse it brings me. Drawing her frost moon dagger, she pressed it against Yu Shuangshuang's neck, adding, Truth be told, I would genuinely regret taking the life of such a lovely maiden. As she spoke, she prepared to apply pressure. No, Uncle Dongfang, cried both women in unison. The word no escaped Chu Fian's lips in a moment of fear, while Uncle Dongfang was uttered by Yu Shuangshuang. The power of these 4 words was anything but ordinary. A crimson line had already appeared on Yu Shuangshuang's neck, and a moment's delay could lead to her untimely demise. Yingquan was compelled to halt, for in the Ming dynasty, she considered herself to have 2 vulnerabilities, one being her own empress sister and the other, the leader of the Dongfang sect. Yingquan gazed at Yu Shuangshuang, signaling that she must provide a satisfactory explanation. Meanwhile, Chu Fian, relieved that Yu Shuangshuang had narrowly escaped harm, exhaled quietly. Only I know the whereabouts of Uncle Dongfang. If you kill me, no one will ever learn his fate. Yu Shuangshuang rushed to explain. Though she had considerable confidence that Yingquan would not kill her, she had indeed danced on the precipice of death. She had no doubt that Yingquan was capable of taking a life. Yet she refused to surrender her own in vain, wasting her youth. She wished to preserve her existence. Uncle Dongfang survived after my father cast him down the cliff. Merely sustaining severe injuries, I have hidden him away. As she spoke, a blush crept across Yu Shuangshuang's cheeks, tinged with a hint of shyness. You know? Yingquan, observing her expression, could easily surmise that Yu Shuangshuang had uncovered the true identity of Dongfang. Hence, she now leveraged this knowledge to barter for her temporary safety. After more than a decade, I never realized Uncle Dongfang was a woman. Yu Shuangshuang chuckled self-deprecatingly, then continued, Now I understand why Uncle Dongfang harbors such deep resentment towards my father. I have no interest in hearing such matters, Yingquan interjected. Merely inform me of the current whereabouts of the Dongfang leader, and I shall spare your life. That location is known only to a select few. Aside from me, no one can guide you there. Yu Shuangshuang asserted, I shall trust you this once. Yingquan lowered her blade, releasing Yu Shuangshuang from her paralysis and said, I hope you will not play any tricks on me. You have seen my swordsmanship, naturally, Yu Shuangshuang replied as she rose to depart. Wait. Chu Fian, seeing the conflict momentarily subdued and the intention to seek the Dongfang leader, cried out, What about me? What about me? You promised to take me with you. You cannot break your word. Chu Fian's eyes sparkled with longing and hope, nearly in tears. No. You are now in the presence of Yu Shuangshuang, who remarked, What is there to worry about? Can I not protect a mere young girl? To be candid, Yingquan found such a gaze intolerable. At that moment, he realized that this little girl was even more challenging to deal with than his own queen sister. Before the queen, Yingquan could easily escape and evade her presence. However, when it came to this little girl, he simply could not bring himself to abandon her. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian was overjoyed and exclaimed to Yingquan, "You are the best, big brother. Is this indeed the hiding place of the East?" With Yu Shuangshuang's guidance, the three evaded all patrols and sentinels, reaching the innermost depths of Wangyue Cliff. Before them stood a cave entrance, marked by a stone tablet inscribed with the familiar words, "Forbidden Ground of the Divine Sect. Trespassers will be executed without mercy." Chapter 54. The Unwillingness and Resignation. Forbidden Ground of the Divine Sect? What sort of place is this? Chu Fian inquired with curiosity. This is where the sect leaders of past generations have secluded themselves, and also their final resting place, Yu Shuangshuang explained. I have hidden Uncle Dongfang here. Currently, with my father absent from Wangyue Cliff, none dare approach. Is there no one guarding this place? Yingquan asked, You think the divine sect is merely any place? Since a monument has been erected here, disciples would not dare intrude. Yu Shuangshuang replied confidently, expressing her faith in the discipline of the Baiyue sect's disciples. Let us hope so. Yingquan thought to himself, wishing for no unforeseen incidents at this juncture. The cave was enveloped in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Yet, Yu Shuangshuang produced a luminous pearl from her bosom, casting a faint glow that barely illuminated the path ahead. Sister Yu, I am afraid. Chu Fian grasped Yu Shuangshuang's arm tightly, as the sight of some bones and decaying corpses on the ground overwhelmed her. Fear not. Yu Shuangshuang reassured her with a gentle pat on the head, continuing to lead the way. We shall soon be out of the cave. After some time traversing the cave, Yingquan finally spotted a glimmer of light ahead, signaling their imminent exit. The first thought that struck him upon emerging was that it resembled a paradise untouched by the world. He yearned to reside in such a place forever, never to leave again. Chu Fian, too, was filled with astonishment. Having grown up on Wangyue Cliff, she had been unaware that such a beautiful locale existed nearby. Yu Shuangshuang, however, remained remarkably composed, evidently having become immune to the beauty of this environment after numerous visits. Where is the Eastern sect leader? At this point, Yingquan was understandably more concerned about the whereabouts of the Eastern sect leader. Follow me. Yu Shuangshuang gestured to Yingquan, indicating that now that she had brought him to this place, there was no room for trickery. They entered a valley, secluded from the outside world, where no one would suspect that behind a dark cave lay such a breathtaking realm. Fresh and unspoiled, a thatched cottage appeared before them, simple yet harmoniously integrated with the surroundings. Yu Shuangshuang opened the door of the cottage, revealing a woman lying on the bed within. Yingquan gracefully traversed past Yu Shuangshuang and approached the bedside, scrutinizing the figure before him. Who else could it be but the Eastern sovereign? In that moment, upon their first encounter, she appeared just as she does now. Indeed, the allure of the Eastern sovereign is even more pronounced beneath her feminine guise. Yingquan yearned to caress her cheek, yet, midway through the motion, he hesitated and gradually withdrew his hand. He chuckled softly to himself, pondering the nature of his relationship with her and why he felt such trepidation. With a steady grip on the edge of the bed, he took her pulse. To his bewilderment, the Eastern sovereign's pulse was remarkably stable. Although somewhat weakened, there were no other signs of distress. Intrigued, Yingquan cautiously infused a small amount of his vital energy into her. As the energy circulated within her, he probed further but found no trace of internal injury. What could possibly be the matter? Yingquan pondered silently. Hey, have you had your fill of groping? A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Not yet, Yingquan instinctively replied, his eyes snapping open and locking onto the Eastern sovereign. To his surprise, she had opened her eyes at some point, now fixating on him with a mixture of bashfulness and a hint of ire. Isn't she supposed to be more flustered than angry? Yingquan mused, perplexed. Are you all right? Although somewhat bewildered, he felt a surge of relief upon observing her current state. When do you plan to release me? The Eastern sovereign reiterated, without addressing his question. Yingquan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his hand resting on her arm, and hurriedly withdrew it, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. I thought you were unresponsive, and I feared something had happened. So you presumed it was acceptable to act so frivolously towards me? The Eastern sovereign's tone turned serious, leaving Yingquan somewhat flustered. Indeed, it seems Uncle Dongfang can indeed keep you in check. At that moment, Yu Shuangshuang interjected. Enough of this uncle business, the Eastern sovereign retorted, directing her gaze towards Yu Shuangshuang. I'm accustomed to it. I can't change now, Yu Shuangshuang boldly asserted. Now, you may enlighten me on how you arrived here, the Eastern sovereign said with a slight smile, her eyes turning back to Yingquan. Despite their conversation, he could still discern her underlying frailty. After swiftly recounting his experiences since arriving at Wangyue Cliff, The Eastern Sovereign turned her attention to Yu Shuangshuang and inquired, "Were you intending to deceive him by withholding my condition?" This revelation left Yingquan in a state of shock. Yet upon witnessing Yu Shuangshuang's somewhat awkward expression, he began to piece together the situation. Indeed, one could observe the Eastern sect master laboriously propping herself up against the bed. She slowly uttered, "This seat engaged in a fierce battle with Yu Tianqing at the summit of Wangyue Cliff, only to be ambushed and betrayed, plummeting down the precipice and sustaining grave injuries. Fortunately, Shuangshuang chanced upon me and rescued me, concealing me here, thus averting disaster." The Eastern sect master let out a quiet sigh, lamenting, "However, I am utterly incapable of summoning even a fragment of my internal power, rendered akin to a helpless being." Although her tone was light, anyone could discern her helplessness and resentment. To possess unparalleled skills, yet be unable to wield even a fraction of them is a burden that few could bear. The fact that the Eastern sect master could still engage in conversation at this moment greatly exceeded Yingquan's expectations. "So, you were merely sleeping?" Yingquan suddenly interjected. The Eastern sect master hesitated, then nodded, more or less, merely recuperating, not truly asleep. "Then why did you not call for me?" Yingquan inquired. "I in such a state, how could I possibly recognize you at once? At present, I am devoid of even the strength to swat a fly. I initially intended to strike you down when you were careless, but who could have anticipated that you would channel a sliver of internal energy into me, allowing me to discern your identity?" The Eastern sect master expressed her exasperation. Indeed, this cursed disguise technique. After a brief period of cleansing, Yingquan finally restored her original visage. "Might you tell me your name?" Yingquan finally posed the question she had longed to ask since their first meeting. Dongfang? Dongfang? Hehe. Yingquan's expression at that moment must have been quite remarkable. "What of your injuries?" Yingquan remained concerned about the Eastern sect master's current condition. "Aside from being unable to wield martial prowess, I feel somewhat feeble. As you can see, if not for necessity, I would not even wish to leave the bed." The Eastern sect master's dejected demeanor did not escape Yingquan's keen gaze. Chapter 55. Uncovering the key to the problem. Do you know the reason behind this? Yingquan did not wish to witness such a state in the Eastern sect master, as her true essence was that of a formidable leader, unmatched and unyielding. "I do not know." Dongfang shook her head and continued, "I awoke to find myself in this condition. You may yet be unaware of the circumstances outside. Yu Tianqing, Li Guang, and a certain Prince Jin have conspired to rebel. Currently, the followers of the Baiyue sect, alongside the elite forces of Shand, numbering 50,000, have already reached the outskirts of the capital, and the situation remains uncertain. I came to Wangyue Cliff intending to seize the opportunity presented by the vulnerability of Yu Tianqing's stronghold, hoping to discover a strategy to break the impasse." Yingquan revealed her purpose for coming to Dongfang. "So, you are not specifically here to seek me." At this moment, Dongfang's focus was not on Yingquan's intentions, but rather on this particular question. Yingquan realized her mistake. Although the current Dongfang was not her match, she could not help but feel a measure of trepidation before her. Was it perhaps because she was aware that Dongfang was a woman? However, Yu Shuangshuang is also a woman. Does she not feel this way herself? Is it possible that I have developed feelings for Dongfang? Yingquan was startled by this sudden thought that emerged within her. "How could that be?" Yingquan exclaimed immediately. "What?" Dongfang looked at Yingquan with confusion. "Oh, I previously heard from Elder Feiwen of the Liu clan that you were struck off a cliff by Yu Tianqing." "So?" Yingquan hesitated to speak. "You thought I was dead?" Dongfang was not surprised. Anyone who heard such news would not assume they were still alive. Never mind. The main reason I am still alive is because of this." Dongfang took something from beside the bed and handed it to Yingquan. "The Taiji Divine Art?" Yingquan looked at the manual in astonishment. Indeed, upon arriving at Wangyue Cliff, I already knew that Yu Tianqing had regained control of the Baiyue sect. I originally did not wish to provoke him further. Taking the Taiji Divine Art was already enough, yet I did not expect to encounter him head-on. Thus ensued a fierce battle, in which I managed to injure Yu Tianqing, forcing him to flee in haste. However, he surrounded Wangyue Cliff in layers, leaving me no choice but to retreat to the summit, intending to clarify matters with him and concede the Baiyue sect. At this moment, Dongfang's tone was filled with deep resignation. Little did I know that I waited for him at the mountaintop for 2 days, yet he never appeared. During this time, I perused this remarkable martial arts tome and began to comprehend its intricacies. The world declares the Qinghua treasure mirror to be the best under heaven, yet they are unaware that upon mastering the Taiji Divine Art, it is by no means inferior to the Qinghua treasure mirror. Dongfang secretly admired the legendary Master Sanfeng of Wudong. Indeed, he was a rare genius. Aside from the eminent Master Bodhidharma of Shaolin, There is hardly anyone who could surpass him. Yingquan also nodded in agreement, acknowledging Sanfeng's illustrious reputation, which remained unparalleled in both past and present. On the third day, Yu Tianqing finally appeared before me, ostensibly to negotiate, yet his intentions were far from benevolent, as he launched a covert attack. Fortunately, I had anticipated this and countered, rendering him one-eyed. Regrettably, Yu Tianqing was merely bait. The true mastermind lurked behind the scenes. Just as I was about to eliminate Yu Tianqing, a figure clad in black ambushed me, catching me off guard and sending me plummeting down the cliff. Dongfang spoke fiercely, expressing disdain for such a defeat. Yu Tianqing is not yet capable of that, Dongfang sneered. After all this talk, it seems that it was the Taiji divine art that led you to this predicament. Why then do you say it saved your life? At this point, Yingquan was genuinely perplexed. Do you understand the essence of the Taiji divine art? Dongfang inquired. Utilizing strength against strength, yielding to overcome rigidity. Yingquan indicated that she understood to some extent. Precisely. If not for these 8 words, I would have had no hope of survival. Dongfang silently rejoiced. During my descent, I forcefully operated the Taiji divine art, leveraging the cliffside to significantly slow my fall. The moment of impact. I only knew that I had not perished. Upon awakening, I found myself here, alongside Shuangshuang. Dongfang expressed sincere gratitude towards you Shuangshuang. Forcefully operating the Taiji divine art? Yingquan took note of this and instinctively felt that Dongfang's current predicament might be related to is something amiss? Dongfang inquired, casting a glance at Yingquan that bore a hint of reproach. I had promised you that I would personally hand over the Taiji divine skill at our next meeting, and it appears that I have not broken my word. I would rather not possess such a Taiji divine skill. Yingquan interjected swiftly, clearly unsettled by Dongfang's words. Indeed, it was Dongfang's commitment to fulfilling her promise to him that had led her to the Moonwatch Cliff to procure this tome of Taiji divine skill. Could it be that the root of this issue lay in her own fault? In light of this, she felt an even greater obligation. Although Yingquan expressed such sentiments, he still opened the Taiji divine skill and meticulously examined its methods of cultivation. To speak truthfully, this was a supreme martial treatise devoid of any specific techniques. Its understanding was entirely dependent on one's own fortune and insight. As for the method of cultivation, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Yingquan circulated a small amount of true energy within himself, finding no discrepancies. On the contrary, this surge of true energy was remarkably pure, surpassing even the quality of the true energy cultivated through the Yijinjing technique within his body. However, once this true energy returned to his dantian, it ceased to respond to his commands. This Yingquan secretly rejoiced, for he had indeed found the right direction. I believe I have discerned the source of the problem, he said to Dongfang. It cannot be that simple. The Dongfang master was a prodigy. Otherwise, she could not have reached her current level of mastery. It was hard to believe that she had not thoroughly studied her internal condition. Thus, it was only natural that she would find it difficult to accept Yingquan's assertion that he had grasped the crux of the matter in such a short span of time. I just attempted to manipulate a trace of true energy according to the operational principles of the Taiji divine skill, but upon returning to the dantian, it became ungovernable. Yingquan paused before continuing. Both the Yijinjing and the Taiji divine skill operate in this manner. I suspect that your prior forceful manipulation of the Taiji divine skill has caused all your internal energy to operate according to its principles, which is why you are now unable to cultivate. Yingquan articulated his hypothesis. If your conjecture holds true, then what is the cause? Dongfang asked, puzzled. At this moment, she had begun to trust Yingquan's deduction, believing that she had not merely experimented with the operational methods of the Qinghua treasure mirror and the Taiji divine skill, but had indeed tried every technique she knew without success. If this were the case, then it was the Taiji divine skill that posed the problem, Yingquan whispered, as he truly could not believe it to be so. Chapter 56. Over 70 years of unrivaled power in the world. Wait. Dongfang suddenly halted, looking at Yingquan with a perplexed expression. What did you just say? The Yijinjing technique? Indeed. Yingquan nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling that Dongfang was unaware that the martial arts he practiced were derived from the incomplete remnants of the Shaolin Yijinjing. He explained, this matter is rather lengthy. I stumbled upon this divine skill by chance, yet it remains a fragmented version. Nevertheless, it has immensely benefited me. Truly, I find you increasingly inscrutable, Dongfang remarked, her voice tinged with skepticism. First, it was the Wudongstian Zong, and now, the Shaolin Yijinjing. Both are the esoteric secrets of their respective sections. I am now deeply suspicious of your true identity. She regarded Yingquan with a wary gaze. What identity do you speak of? Yingquan replied with a slight smile, sincerity radiating from him. I am the northern deputy of the court's Imperial Guard, the Grand Commander of Jiangnan, the current leader of the Royalist Army, and, additionally, a friend of the Dongfang sect leader. Friend? Dongfang was momentarily taken aback by this term, her expression darkening as she coldly retorted, "If you pity me, it would be best for you to leave at once. Whether in the present or the past, I have never possessed the luxury of friends." Her declaration was resolute, yet a flicker of reluctance in her eyes remained deeply concealed, unnoticed by Yingquan. Even at such a time, you still flaunt your sect leader's pride, though you think you are still the unrivaled champion of your. Although Yingquan was oblivious to Dongfang's current sentiments, her demeanor was undeniably a display of stubbornness. A facade of bravado. Choosing to disregard her, Yingquan settled down beside her, fully immersing himself in the cultivation of the I Ching Jing, diligently refining the Tai Chi true energy within his dantian. After a duration equivalent to a stick of incense, he suddenly opened his eyes, radiating vigor and vitality, his face aglow with excitement. "Dongfang, I have found a solution," Yingquan proclaimed. What? During Yingquan's meditation, Dongfang had fallen asleep, and only upon hearing his voice did she groggily open her eyes. The I Ching Jing skill. It has the capacity to assimilate all internal energies, merging them into one, Yingquan elaborated. However, my body currently cannot accommodate any true energy at all. How can I possibly cultivate the I Ching Jing? Furthermore, the emotional energy within me might conflict with the Buddhist true energy of the I Ching Jing. Dongfang considered the implications, realizing that while the theory was sound, there was no practical avenue for execution. There is another method. Have you forgotten about Yu Tianqing's signature skill, the absorption technique? Yingquan suggested with a faint smile. But who else can master such a skill, aside from him? Dongfang inquired, though upon observing Yingquan's self-satisfied expression, she could not help but surmise, could it be you? Indeed, it is I, Yingquan declared with a grand gesture, bowing slightly to Dongfang. Dongfang acknowledged that she had never truly seen through this individual. Each time she believed she had uncovered his secret, he would unveil yet another card. Fortunately, they were not adversaries. Otherwise, it would present her with considerable headaches. What of Shuang? Dongfang suddenly questioned, realizing it had been quite some time since she last saw Yu Shuang. Rest assured, she cannot escape. Yingquan flashed a charming smile. He would not regard Yu Shuang any differently just because she saved Dongfang's life. Yu Shuang had already been subdued by him once more, and now she was under the watchful eye of Chu Fian. I mean, do not harm her, Dongfang sighed inwardly. Although he was deeply entrenched in the ways of Yu Tianqing, he could not bring himself to be ruthless towards Yu Shuang. He had cared for her in the past, which had led to the current predicament involving her. Setting aside other matters, the power within you shall be appropriated by me. Yingquan smiled lightly. He reveled in such mutually beneficial endeavors. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence. Dongfang, known for his decisive nature, would not waver once he had resolved upon a course of action. For now, this was deemed the only viable option. To think that he would have to relinquish the powers he had painstakingly cultivated over the years to this individual before him was, to be honest, somewhat disheartening. Yet, one must dismantle to build anew. Dongfang believed that after this ordeal, his mastery of the flower of emotion would undoubtedly reach new heights. At this moment, he had already seated himself on the bed, leaving Yingquan feeling rather awkward. What is this situation? With the matter at hand, I must not falter. Yingquan encouraged himself silently as he approached Dongfang, both of them extending their hands and pressing them firmly together. An extraordinary synchrony ensued. They both shuddered simultaneously, their faces flushing, and exchanged disdainful glances before hastily closing their eyes, preparing to channel their energies. To say that Yingquan could absorb energy was a stretch. Since acquiring the manual left by Yu Tianqing at Westlake, he had merely skimmed through it, primarily focusing on the martial philosophies within. The ability to absorb another's inner strength without merging it with one's own was undoubtedly a significant flaw. Yet this did not warrant a complete dismissal of the martial art. Now was the time for it to shine. Without this technique, Dongfang would likely have lost all hope of restoring his power in this lifetime. Dongfang had reached a point where he could no longer disperse his own energy. Yingquan could hardly take a moment to appreciate the sensation of Dongfang's palm against his own, activating the absorption technique to draw forth Dongfang's power. Indeed, without any obstruction, it began to surge into Yingquan's body. A continuous flow linked the two together. At this juncture, Yingquan found it impossible to halt the process. The purity of Dongfang's energy was astonishing. Yingquan speculated that Dongfang's original flower of emotion energy was inherently pure, and after being rigorously tempered by the Taiji divine skill, it had reached an even higher level. The true energy within Yingquan began to circulate autonomously as per the principles of the I Ching Jing, with Dongfang's energy flowing into him through his arm, gradually becoming assimilated. Dongfang's internal energy dwindled, and as Yingquan could not cease, he began to feel overwhelmed. The immense energy circulating within him brought forth a sensation of pain in his meridians, a clear indication of the colossal energy he was currently harboring after the refinement through the I Ching Jing. Slowly, Yingquan opened his eyes to behold Dongfang before him, a sudden calculation forming in his mind. The vital energy within Dongfang has been entirely depleted, and Yingquan has estimated that it is nearly twice that of his own. Yingquan gradually channels the vital energy he has already transformed through his right hand into Dongfang's body, while the remaining untransformed energy continues its metamorphosis, slowly forming a grand cycle within their two bodies. The speed has increased by more than twofold. Uncertain of how much time has passed, Yingquan lowers his hand and inspects the vital energy within himself, now unprecedentedly robust. His 25 years of cultivation, combined with Dongfang's nearly 50 years, have now blended into one, indistinguishable and equally pure. Yingquan is now confident that he is invincible in this world. Even at his peak, Dongfang would not stand a chance against him. Suddenly, a loud thud pulls Yingquan back from his reverie. It is Dongfang, whose body has suddenly collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 57. The identity of the Jianghu exposed beneath the capital, a formidable force of 150,000 rebel troops has gathered. The momentum is tremendous, and the name of the Jianghu has spread to every corner of the Ming dynasty. The rebels have been besieging the city for 2 days, yet to no avail. The capital is the highest in the Ming, and the notion that such a vast army could forcefully seize it is nothing short of a fool's dream. This is understood by Emperor Hongzhi, the Jianghu, Li Guang, and even Yingquan himself, which is why Yingquan remains unhurried in his military endeavors. It is known that there are spies of the Jianghu within the city, yet their identities remain a mystery. Even to Li Guang, on one occasion, Li Guang attempted to subtly probe the Jianghu for information, but his efforts were in vain, resulting in a harsh reprimand from the Jianghu. Let the emperor come forth to answer. The Jianghu, mounted on a magnificent steed, boldly called out to the soldiers atop the city wall, his voice resonating with authority, suggesting he is indeed a formidable figure. You are the Jianghu? A man clad in resplendent red dragon armor stood atop the city gate, and who else could it be but Emperor Hongzhi himself? I know not whence your title of Jianghu derives. Standing atop the city wall, Emperor Hongzhi gazes at this so-called Jianghu, genuinely unaware of this individual. How could a member of the Zhu family, such as myself, be casually known by a castaway like you? The Jianghu, Zhu Yugue, laughed heartily at Hongzhi's words, dismissing them with ease, and proceeded to expose Hongzhi's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, whether you, Zhu Yuchang, are truly of the Zhu bloodline remains uncertain, but my father is none other than the Crown Prince Zhu Jianji of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yugue proclaimed loudly. Nonsense. Emperor Hongzhi, enraged yet laughing, found this an affront to his dignity. His father, during the reign of Ming Xianzong, had favored the beloved consort Wan, who wielded absolute power in the harem. His mother, having gained the emperor's affection, became pregnant with him but was doomed when consort Wan discovered this. It was only through the assistance of the chief eunuch Zhang Min and other palace maids and concubines that both he and his mother were spared. Now, at this moment, a Zhu Yugue suddenly appears, claiming to be a descendant of the crown prince, and audaciously recounts his past. How could Emperor Hongzhi possibly endure such an insult? Rebels, cease your nonsensical prattle. Who among the realm of the great Ming is unaware that Prince Huaixian, the heir apparent, tragically departed this world before the tender age of 6 due to illness? How dare you now audaciously invoke his name to deceive the unwary? Humph! Emperor Hongzhi uttered a cold snort, declaring, Rebel, surrender now, and I may yet spare your life. Delay until my loyalist army arrives, and you shall lose that chance forever. Ha ha ha! Prince Jin, Zhu Yotsong, below the city walls, laughed maniacally, addressing Emperor Hongzhi with disdain. Do you not know who conferred the title of Prince Jin upon me? It was none other than Emperor Xianzong, your own father. Zhu Yugue brandished a decree, casting it to the ground, and continued, Do you think that only you managed to escape the consequences of your treachery? Little do you know, my father did not perish at the hands of your father. The illustrious heir of the great Ming has been cast into the depths of obscurity. Can you fathom the suffering endured by my family? My father lived in secrecy, only to be discovered by your father, whose short-sightedness led him to feign compassion, issuing a decree that no one should learn of our true identities, promising to leave us in peace if we remain silent. Ha ha ha, what a grand jest. He has brought us to this sorry state, seizing the rightful realm that belonged to us. Did he think that by sparing us, I would simply acquiesce? Your father failed to eradicate my lineage, but I shall not repeat his blunder. From this moment forth, only one of us shall remain. Zhu Yugue finally expressed the words he had long harbored, and he appeared considerably lighter in spirit and demeanor. However, atop the city, Emperor Hongji found himself at a loss. These revelations were never shared by his father, and now, Zhu Yugue's impassioned oration left him uncertain of the truth. Fortunately, Emperor Hongji was a man of considerable resolve, and he proclaimed, regardless of your lineage, you have committed treason. Thus, you are guilty of a crime against the state, and there is no forgiveness for such an offense. Your flowery words cannot alter this undeniable truth. Nay, I have merely come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. It is you and your father who are the true conspirators against the throne. Deserving of execution, could Prince Jin falter in this war of rhetoric? Certainly not. His confidence in rebellion stemmed not only from his troops, but also from the historical intrigue surrounding Zhu Jianshan and Zhu Jianji. If he could firmly establish this narrative, seizing the realm and ascending to the throne would be a matter of course, and the ministers would have little cause for dissent. Let us see what you are capable of. At this moment, Emperor Hongji was somewhat flustered. Neglecting to engage further, he uttered a single phrase and descended from the city walls. All soldiers, heed my command. Prince Jianghu Yugue bellowed, and his voice, remarkably, penetrated the ears of each of the 150,000 soldiers without the need for a signal flag. What sorcery is this? Aside from the lion's roar of Shaolin, it is unlikely that any other martial arts can rival it. The Jin Prince Zhu Yugue possesses such formidable skills. He must be extraordinary. Attack the city. Your abilities have yet to be restored. Why must you insist on following? Yingquan helplessly gazed at Dongfang before him. Indeed, it was right before him, do not misunderstand. It was two individuals sharing a single steed, which happened to be Yingquan's Baiyu Sifeng beast. Neither Yingquan nor Dongfang anticipated that this horse was so remarkably sentient, having lingered beneath Moonwatch Cliff without departing, only to leap forth the moment they descended the mountain. It was truly a delightful surprise. For individuals, one magnificent horse. Since there was no other steed to compare with the Baiyu Sifeng beast, Dongfang was more than willing to ride alongside Yingquan. Moreover, she insisted on taking the lead. Having unwittingly benefited from Dongfang's decades of arduous cultivation, Yingquan found it nearly impossible to counter her natural inclination to yield. Once she made a decision, he would not dare to oppose her. That day, after Yingquan completed his cultivation, Dongfang, having exhausted all her energy, could no longer sustain consciousness and fainted. As a man, Yingquan found it unseemly to take action at that moment. So he summoned Yu Shuangshuang and Chu Fian to attend to Dongfang. Though be honest, Dongfang's cultivation of the love flower treasure mirror was indeed an extraordinary art. From the moment Yingquan concluded his work, it began to operate autonomously, requiring no guidance from his vital energy, generating by itself. The following morning, Dongfang had yet to awaken. Yingquan had initially intended to leave Yu Shuangshuang and Chu Fian behind to care for Dongfang. Yet, unexpectedly, as he was about to depart, Dongfang awoke and insisted on accompanying him to the capital. You are still an invalid. Although Yingquan was reluctant to let her go, he did not vocalize his objections. Thus, along with Yu Shuangshuang and Chu Fian, the four descended from Moonwatch Cliff together. Yingquan had originally planned to capture Yu Shuangshuang to coerce Yu Tianqing into submission, but was dissuaded by Dongfang. The current scene depicted Yingquan and Dongfang sharing the Baiyu Sifeng beast, while Yu Shuangshuang and Chu Fian rode on a fine steed of impressive stature, undoubtedly of high quality, yet not quite a match for the Baiyu. Chapter 58. This presence is not dead report. In Yu Tianqing's large tent, he was startled awake by a sudden commotion. Get in here. Yu Tianqing barked in anger. Master, someone has shot a feathered arrow into the military camp with a strong bow, bearing a letter addressed to you. Bring it here. Yu Tianqing's interest was piqued. For the esteemed Yu great leader, Yu Tianqing gently read aloud, then glanced at the messenger still in the tent. Scolding with a smile, what are you still doing here? Get out quickly. Yes, to make a long story short, your daughter is in my custody. If you wish for her to live, you must obediently heed my words. Yingquan, after tearing open the letter, Yu Tianqing slowly read aloud, only to be suddenly filled with rage. Reaching out to shred the letter, however, halfway through his motion, he abruptly stopped in contemplation. He mused, You, Yingquan, are far away in the Jiangnan region, while Shuangshuang resides at Wangyue Cliff. What prowess do you possess that could ensnare my daughter? This is but a scheme to disturb my resolve. I must not fall for it. Yu Tianqing, with a secretive smile, placed the letter upon the table. What now? What new calamity has arisen? Just as Yu Tianqing intended to recline, he was once again disturbed by the same voice. Master, a missive from Wangyue Cliff. Wangyue Cliff, bring it here at once. A sense of dread surged within Yu Tianqing, as if he had foreseen the impending news. Seizing the letter, he commanded the messenger, get out. Without further ado, he tore open the correspondence, revealing the contents. The eldest daughter and the granddaughter of Chu Yang, Chu Fian, have gone missing as of yesterday. A furious roar erupted from Yu Tianqing, sending the tent flying as if caught in a tempest. The surrounding soldiers and members of the Baiyue sect, bewildered, gathered to investigate, only to behold a man consumed by madness. Bring forth the men, Yu Tianqing bellowed. Instantly, over a dozen of his most trusted confidants rushed in, kneeling before him. Master, quickly assemble a party and hasten to Wangyue Cliff to ascertain the whereabouts of the young lady. Yu Tianqing steadied his tumultuous heart and commanded. Yes, in a flurry, they vanished from sight, truly the elite of the Baiyue sect. In a secluded spot outside the camp, Yingquan gazed at the figures and inquired of Dongfang. Who are these people? I cannot say. It seems Yu Tianqing has concealed his strength well over the years. Perhaps I have merely been a laughingstock as the sect leader all this time. Dongfang chuckled self-deprecatingly, tinged with a sense of resignation. At least your title as the world's foremost is not unfounded, Yingquan retorted. You promised not to harm Shuang. Dongfang looked intently at Yingquan. I vowed not to injure her, and so I shall not. That I merely intend to leverage her name to intimidate Yu Tianqing, Yingquan whispered. The time we agreed upon is nearly upon us. This opportunity shall serve to disrupt Yu Tianqing's plans, Yingquan declared. What agreement? Dongfang questioned. My naval landing forces are set to arrive at Tonggu in Tianjing in a few hours. This is my assurance. Yet it requires Yu Tianqing's cooperation. Yingquan grinned mischievously. If Yu Tianqing departs the main camp, what is your confidence in reclaiming the Baiyue sect? Yingquan inquired. If I can locate Elder Tong Wanli, a loyal confidant of mine, I would possess a 50% chance. Dongfang pondered quietly. Miss you? It seems you must endure a slight inconvenience, Yingquan remarked, thinking of the unconscious Shuang hidden away. While he had intentionally left Chu Fian to care for her, believing himself to be quite considerate, report. In the grand tent beneath the capital, the Prince of Jin commanded. Speak, my lord. It appears something has transpired with Yu Tianqing. A scout knelt and reported. Be specific. It seems there has been an incident involving Yu Tianqing's daughter. He has dispatched numerous elite troops back to Hebei for reinforcements, the scout replied. Report. A scout has come to report. Speak. Your Highness, news from Jiangnan indicates that 3 days ago, Yingquan personally led a fleet of approximately 10,000 men to sea, intending to land at Bohai Bay. Now, both sides in Jiangnan have engaged in several fierce battles, resulting in countless casualties. Report. Speak. Yu Tianqing requests an audience. Please. Your Highness, my daughter has been captured by Yingquan. Before Yu Tianqing could fully enter the tent, he exclaimed loudly, Halt! The Prince of Jin interrupted the just-arrived Yu Tianqing, stating, You have been deceived. My internal sources inform me that Yingquan has indeed set sail with a fleet of 10,000, targeting Bohai Bay. The Prince of Jin declared decisively. You must leave behind 5,000 elite soldiers here and personally proceed to Bohai Bay to oversee the battle. It is imperative that you annihilate Yingquan's forces entirely, the Prince of Jin resolutely commanded, his words leaving no room for Yu Tianqing to refute. But my daughter, Yu Tianqing attempted to protest. There is no buts. If Yingquan manages to launch an assault from the sea, not only will your daughter be lost, but once he establishes a foothold, reinforcements will continuously flow in from the sea, leaving you with no escape. The Prince of Jin glared at Yu Tianqing, as if to say that any dissent would lead to your immediate demise. Yet, this formidable Yu Tianqing dared not harbor any thoughts of rebellion, reluctantly acquiescing. I shall proceed at once. After exiting the Prince of Jin's tent, Yu Tianqing returned to his own camp, gathered 100 guards, briefly instructed the left envoy of the moon worship sect, Nie Changfeng, and then galloped off towards the direction of Tianji. Once Yu Tianqing departed, Dongfang and Yingquan stealthily infiltrated, both possessing formidable skills, and at present, Yingquan was nearly unmatched in the realm, merely in terms of martial prowess. This small military camp posed no significant hindrance to the two. Carelessly seizing a soldier, it just so happened to be one of Tong Wanli's subordinates, who, as a member of the moon worship sect, naturally recognized the leader Dongfang. Mistaking him for a ghost, the soldier was so terrified that he could scarcely utter a word. This was an inevitable circumstance. Dongfang had been struck off a cliff in full view of the masses at Wangyue Cliff. witnessed by no fewer than 10,000 followers, and this soldier was merely one among them. Master Dongfang, T.S. not my subordinate's business. If you seek vengeance for Su Hun, you might as well approach Master Yu. The trembling followers stammered. Hee. Master Dongfang chuckled coldly, having completely overlooked this detail. Now, the followers of the Sun and Moon sect believed themselves to be dead, while Yu Tianqing remained alive, thus depriving them of the opportunity to pledge their loyalty. Hence, from her and Yingquan's perspective, it appeared that Yu Tianqing had swiftly gained control over the Moon worship sect. However, they had neglected the fact that she had already been deemed dead. I am not dead. Take me to meet Tong Wanli. Dongfang's face was cold, exuding an aura of ice that rendered the nearby Yingquan utterly helpless. Chapter 59. The rebels seek to storm the city. Chapter 59. The rebels seek to storm the city. Subordinates salute the master. Within a tent, a burly man with a thick beard knelt towards the east and spoke. Indeed, you are the only one who appears somewhat normal. Upon witnessing Tong Wanli's formal greeting, Eastern felt elated, as there was no shock akin to encountering a ghost. The master's fortune was boundless. Transforming peril into safety was, of course, a matter of course. Tong Wanli was astute. Upon first seeing the supposedly deceased Eastern master suddenly materialize before him, did he not feel fear? Yet, fear must not manifest. He complied obediently, greeting as he had always done, for whether human or specter, neither would hold any grievances against him. Uncertain of the master's intent, Tong Wanli inquired. Naturally, I have come for vengeance. I am already aware of who ambushed and cast me into the abyss, and I aim to render him irretrievably lost. Eastern spoke coldly. Tong Wanli silently exhaled. As long as he was not here to trouble me, all was well. How many troops does Yu Tianqing possess? Eastern asked. Originally, there were 50,000 elite soldiers, but the recent siege incurred around 5,000 casualties. Now, only 45,000 remain. Tong Wanli answered candidly. And what of the king of Jin? Yingquan interjected. At this moment, Tong Wanli realized there was another presence. He cast a puzzled glance at Yingquan, then looked at Eastern with an inquiring gaze. Speak. Eastern commanded with a single word. Yes, the king of Jin has been receiving a continuous influx of reinforcements. There should now be around 150,000. Tong Wanli calculated briefly in his mind and replied. Excellent. Eastern nodded, then continued with his inquiries. Who holds authority in Yu Tianqing's absence? The left envoy, Nie Changfeng. If I were to eliminate Nie Changfeng, how confident are you in commanding these 40,000 elite soldiers? Eastern queried, reasoning that since Nie Changfeng had openly rebelled, there was no need for leniency. Master, that individual is not to be harmed. Tong Wanli immediately cautioned. Why? Eastern's brow furrowed, realizing the complexity of the question. It appears that our sect still holds sway here, yet one cannot ascertain how many spies from the Eastern factory and the king of Jin lurk in the shadows. Should he perish, it could spell disaster. Tong Wanli elaborated. That presents a dilemma. Yingquan silently nodded, acknowledging Tong Wanli's capabilities. Of the over 40,000 elite soldiers, how many can you command? Yingquan inquired further. Regrettably, Yu Tianqing has never trusted me in the rear. He specifically sent my troops to the front lines, totaling over 10,000. Tong Wanli chuckled at his own predicament. This makes matters much easier. Yingquan smiled subtly, thinking, this time, let Yu Tianqing reap what he has sown. Let it be a case of chickens flying and eggs breaking. An officer called from outside. Report, master. Tong Wanli signaled to Eastern and Yingquan. Both aware of the gravity of the situation, they concealed themselves. Do not ask where I hid. I cannot see either. Enter. The king of Jin commands that at noon, we shall besiege the city. With my division as the vanguard. Left envoy requests the elders to convene for strategic discussion. Understood, you may leave. I will follow shortly. Tong Wanli feigned a demeanor of attending to official duties and waved dismissively at the messenger. The messenger, unsuspecting of any ulterior motives, promptly withdrew. Master, this. Tong Wanli expressed a note of urgency, as the time until noon was less than an hour, making it seemingly impossible to execute any plans. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity. He was perplexed about how to gain entry into the capital. Yingquan's eyes sparkled with realization. Thus, when we commence the siege, I shall masquerade as your personal guard to seize the chance to infiltrate the city. The Eastern Master shall remain here. Should a suitable moment arise, you must subdue Nie Changfeng, and when the time is ripe, you will strike decisively into the military tent of King Jin for a swift victory. What moment? Tong Wanli inquired. The instant the city gates swing wide open is your cue to act. At that juncture, Regardless of whether you have command over these 40,000 elite troops, you must proceed as planned, Yingquan asserted. But Tong Wanli hesitated, wishing to voice further objections. No need for more words. Eastern interrupted brusquely. Humph. My powers have ascended to a new level. Even if it were truly King Jin who cast me from that cliff, he shall meet his demise here today. Master, please wait. I shall return momentarily. Seeing Eastern's resolve, Tong Wanli refrained from further protest and departed the tent, heading towards Nie Chongfeng's grand pavilion. Eastern, can this individual truly be trusted? Yingquan could not help but inquire. Trustworthy, Eastern replied with an air of indifference. As noon approached, the moment was nigh. Nearly 200,000 troops had assembled outside the city, while the garrison within the capital had dwindled to fewer than 50,000. Your Majesty, why not gather the able-bodied youths from the capital to assist in the defense? The number of rebels outside continues to swell, and the reinforcements have yet to arrive. It is perilous. Malbin expressed his concerns from the side. If the regions outside have all revolted, do you think Zhu Yugue would remain idle? He would have long since rallied the nation's forces to launch a full-scale assault on the capital. Emperor Hongji remarked, I am unaware of how many loyal soldiers of the Ming dynasty remain beyond the city walls, but even if they all turn traitor, they would not all align with Zhu Yugue. They would prefer to carve out territories and reign as kings in their own right. Could it be that Yingquan, far away in Jiangnan, harbored similar ambitions? Malbin speculated quietly. Die in this world. Anyone may rebel against me, but Yingquan shall not. I place my faith in him, Emperor Hongji declared confidently with a smile. Issue the command to mobilize all able-bodied youths within the capital to enlist. We must expedite their training, and I expect to see results within 3 days. The Emperor reiterated his orders. Yes, bang. Just as Malbin acknowledged the command, a cannon fired from below the city walls. The rebels were launching their assault. A commanding officer shouted, and the remaining soldiers, having anticipated this moment, swiftly took their positions atop the walls. Loose arrows. As soon as the enemy entered range, a volley of arrows rained down from the ramparts, instantly claiming countless lives. Niez was sure, the archers atop the walls are relentless. Zhu Yugue is evidently intent on exchanging our brothers' lives for their arrows. Tong Wanli spoke to Nie Chongfeng, who was valiantly leading the charge. What can we do? Zhu Yugue currently holds the upper hand and possesses formidable martial skills. We have no room for resistance. How could Nie Chongfeng not feel heartache for his fellow compatriots? Witnessing them fall one by one beneath the enemy's arrows, a feeling of indescribable frustration swelling within him. Upon hearing this, Tong Wanli sensed a glimmer of hope and was about to utter more words when he was subtly restrained by Yingquan, who was disguised as a personal guard. If he were to voice any words of persuasion to surrender to Nie Chongfeng now, it would surely alarm the enemy. If things went awry, it would be a case of losing more than one gains. Chapter 60. Yingquan's desire to ascend the city wall. The city walls of the capital stand as the finest of the Ming dynasty. Presently, the most significant flaw within the capital lies in the inadequacy of defensive equipment. After many days of attrition, supplies have been severely diminished. While arrows are manageable, wooden logs, stones, and oil are in dire scarcity. After all, no one anticipated a direct assault on the capital, and this move by the king of Jin caught Emperor Hongji utterly unprepared. However, the king of Jin also lacks many essential resources, particularly powerful siege machinery. At this juncture, lives are being sacrificed to procure the necessary defensive armaments for the capital. This is the nature of war. It is Yingquan's first encounter with such a large-scale conflict. Moreover, it is the least forgiving type of siege warfare. In the contest between the attacking and defending forces, although certain tactics may be employed in the details, the bulk of the struggle ultimately hinges on the lives at stake. Just as in the current scene, as over 40,000 men, acting as vanguards, rushed to the foot of the wall, they had already suffered thousands of casualties. Despite the lack of defensive weaponry on the city walls, ladders were swiftly erected, and Nie Chongfeng and Tong Wanli, indeed exceptional, demonstrated their lightness of foot, swiftly ascending the ladders to the battlements. As Yingquan, serving as Tong Wanli's personal guard, he naturally could not reveal overly advanced martial prowess. To the eyes of the other soldiers, he appeared merely as a fortunate elite. Yingquan joined the first wave to scale the walls, only to discover a scene far removed from his expectations. There were already axe-wielding sentinels prepared on the battlements, ready to strike down anyone who approached. Nie Chongfeng and Tong Wanli, who had arrived earlier, found one blocked by Mu Bin while the other was met with resistance from a young general. There was no opportunity to expand their gains, and instead, they were forced to retreat step by step. Yingquan performed a swift roll, evading a sudden downward strike, and with a forceful palm, he repelled the axe-wielder a few steps back. Seizing the chance, he surged onto the city wall. This moment opened a breach, allowing a dozen skilled members of the Bayou sect to flood in, with numbers on their side. No one paid much attention to Yingquan. Seizing a moment of chaos, he feigned injury from an axe strike and rolled into a pile of corpses. The once mighty northern deputy of the Jianghu, now nearly invincible, Yingquan, found himself resorting to such tactics to infiltrate the capital, illustrating the limited role individual martial prowess plays in the midst of a vast battlefield. Report: Jianghu, commanding the battle from below the walls, received a dispatch from the Bay of Bohai. The presence of Yingquan's naval forces has been confirmed, comprising 5 warships and approximately over 10,000 men. Please, Your Highness, provide your instructions. Command Yu Tianqing to annihilate the enemy completely after they land, sparing no one. The sect leader, King Jin, has ordered us to leave no stone unturned in exterminating Yingquan's forces. Humph, that wretched scoundrel. Such sweet words. Here I stand with merely 20,000 men, yet he dares to dream of obliterating 10,000, his most elite troops, before Jianghu even ascends to the throne, seeking to undermine my power. Naturally, Yu Tianqing's spirits were not lifted, for although the majority here were but SD soldiers, those loyal to him were his greatest shield. Should he expend them all, Jianghu might very well turn his sights upon him next. This is evidently an attempt to ensure mutual destruction between himself and Yingquan. Do you know the current state of the capital? Yu Tianqing inquired. The siege is ongoing and has persisted for an hour. Combined casualties have likely surpassed 10,000, the scout reported. Who is leading the charge? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianqing urgently pressed it is Niez Washur and Elder Tong, the scout replied. Damn it! Yu Tianqing cursed under his breath. I knew Jianghu had ulterior motives in assigning me elsewhere, sending them to take the lead. I wonder if my 5,000 elite forces will even survive half of this. The change of titles in his tirade reveals the depths of his fury. Sect leader, what should we do now? The scout queried. What else can be done? Dispatch men to summon all our brothers still there to come here for support. Yu Tianqing retorted vehemently. But what about King Jin? I care not for that. Inform Jianghu that the enemy here numbers not 1,000, but 30,000. Should he fail to send reinforcements, I will not be able to hold them off. Yu Tianqing declared, go quickly. Upon finishing his command, he noticed the scout lingering in the tent and kicked him. What are you dawdling for? Alas, yes. The scout silently mourned for himself, reluctantly exiting the tent and heading toward the city. What? King Jin's ire was palpable. Yu Tianqing truly possesses audacity? Report. Speak. The disciples of the Moon Worship sect have retreated. The messenger relayed. King Jin furrowed his brow while studying the map, addressing the scout sent by Yu Tianqing. Perfect. Withdraw your men, but remember, ensure that Yingquan is utterly annihilated. Should there be even a hint of failure, I shall make certain you regret it. Thank you, my lord. The scout felt a wave of relief wash over him, expressed his gratitude, and exited the tent. What? Nie Changfeng was taken aback by this news, only to be consumed by rage. Though the sect leader appears to have safeguarded the lives of our brothers, offending King Jin is truly unwise. What a pity that this splendid city cannot be captured by our hands. To speak candidly, the situation has escalated to such a degree that the originally formidable force of 45,000 elite troops has suffered over 10,000 casualties after 2 hours of fierce battle. They have stubbornly managed to inflict significant losses on the Imperial Guard of the capital, taking down more than 5,000 of their finest. Now, the hard-earned gains, secured at the cost of their brothers' lives, are at risk of being snatched by the Duke of Jin, who would sit idly by and reap the benefits, a situation far more infuriating than when they were leading the charge. However, the command of the leader must be obeyed, especially since they have received the Duke's consent. The decision is no longer within Nie Changfeng's purview. With the remaining 30,000 elite soldiers, Nie Changfeng set off towards the Bohai Bay for reinforcements, leaving with a heavy heart. By Tong Wanli's side, the figure of the Eastern leader was unmistakable, yet, at this moment, not a single individual could recognize him. Leader, the enemy has landed. How many? 5 warships, approximately around 10,000. Have the brothers lay in ambush and wait until they are all ashore before striking. We must not allow them to escape. The leader truly possesses remarkable foresight, having known of their landing here from the beginning. I lack such ability. The news came from the Duke's infiltrators hidden in Jiangnan, Yu Tianqing replied, shaking his head slightly, revealing the truth. All right, ensure the brothers are well concealed. Yu Tianqing reiterated. Leader, a scout has approached again, reporting, my lord of the 5 warships, only 2 have disembarked personnel, totaling around 5,000. What? Yu Tianqing's expression soured at the news. If they were to strike recklessly, his 20,000 troops could indeed overpower the 5,000 elite. But such an action would undoubtedly alert the remaining 5,000, posing a significant problem. Is Yingquan among these 5,000? Yu Tianqing pondered for a moment and inquired again. If Yingquan could be eliminated, the remaining 5,000 would pose little threat. Chapter 61. The 300 Jianghu guards. The scout immediately reported, no sight of Yingquan. This complicates matters, Yu Tianqing mused, furrowing his brow, then suddenly broke into a smile. Addressing the scout, relay the order. Do not touch these 5,000. Let them pass unimpeded. Upon the completion of the command, you must promptly head towards the capital to meet Niezwusher, who is en route here, and inform him of these 5,000 troops. They shall handle this matter. After speaking, Yu Tianqing felt a sense of self-satisfaction, believing he had the advantage of foresight. Understood. The scout, having received the command, wasted no time lingering. The 5,000 troops advanced swiftly towards the capital without encountering any obstruction. Jia Zheng remarked to Li Mingyang, I did not expect their vigilance to be so lax. Such a critical location has no defenders, not even a single sentry. It is indeed peculiar. Could there have been some incident in the capital? Li Mingyang expressed his concerns. These 5,000 troops truly belong to Jia Zheng's 5,000 men. Yet, they have been mistaken by Yu Tianqing as the 1,000 troops led by Yingquan. Disguised as Bingyu Land, remains uncertain whether this counts as a case of cleverness backfiring. Undoubtedly, both Yingquan and the Duke of Jin had not anticipated this turn of events. Yingquan initially envisioned having these 5,000 men provide cover for the 10,000 troops, drawing out the ambushed soldiers hidden here, and then, upon the arrival of the elite forces, decisively annihilating the defending army. However, he never anticipated that circumstances would so easily shift. The siege of the capital concluded with the resounding call to retreat from King Jin. Standing at the foot of the city, King Jin proclaimed loudly, Zhu Yutang, I shall speak candidly. This king has learned the whereabouts of Yingquan, and he is likely to have already met his demise. Your reinforcements, there is no need to wait any longer. Witness as I breach your city gates come dawn. King Jin Zhu Yogui's face radiated with delight, evidently having received some fortuitous news. Yet, those still atop the city walls were momentarily struck dumb. If Yingquan had perished, did that not imply that the one impersonating him, Bing Yulan, had encountered an unfortunate fate? The wave of bitterness and regret surged within Yingquan. Had it not been for his incessant pleas for Bing Yulan's assistance that day, perhaps, alas, Yingquan sighed inwardly, vowing, Lady Lan, I shall avenge you. Although he remained unaware of the identity of the perpetrator, Emperor Hongji snorted coldly, addressing King Jin. My Ming soldiers number in the millions. What does the absence of a single Yingquan signify? Zhu Yugue, I have no desire to converse further with a traitor like you. I shall await you here to see what prowess you possess to breach my capital come tomorrow. Both sides withdrew, dispatching soldiers to clear the battlefield of the fallen. Your Majesty, at this moment, Yingquan unexpectedly employed the technique of sound transmission, stating, Please remain calm. I, Yingquan, am here. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, then elated, discreetly glancing toward the direction from whence Yingquan's voice emanated, swiftly pinpointing his location. Why, beloved minister, why are you here? To Yingquan's astonishment, Emperor Hongji's internal strength was remarkably profound, enabling him to utilize the same sound transmission technique, a revelation that utterly caught Yingquan off guard. Who would have imagined that a sovereign of a nation could possess such capability? At this juncture, the matter requires further elaboration. I beseech your Majesty to assist me in extricating myself. I have been concealed here since the siege commenced at noon today, Yingquan said with a wry smile, tinged with an air of helplessness. Upon hearing Yingquan's words, Emperor Hongji understood that he wished to maintain his anonymity for the time being. The emperor held a substantial level of trust in Yingquan. Come forth, Hongji called out to those nearby. Swiftly, all soldiers and commanders gathered around the emperor, respectfully awaiting his instructions. Truth be told, whenever the enemy besieged the city, Emperor Hongji personally oversaw the battle, never stepping down from the walls. Although he did not slay a single foe, his mere presence served as the greatest morale booster. Yingquan had no desire to listen to Emperor Hongji's words. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly rolled off the city wall and descended into the capital. Fortunately, his decades of martial training had endowed him with over 70 years of internal strength. Otherwise, feigning death for such an extended period would have been utterly impossible. Inside the capital's Qinjiao Pavilion, in the Huahuang Chamber, Your Majesty, please remain calm. Are you aware of my reputation in the martial world? Yingquan inquired lightly. Could it be that you are the Grand Commander of Jiangnan? Before the Hongji Emperor could respond, the Empress spoke up. Indeed. Yingquan nodded affirmatively, stating, since the defection of King Jin, he has mistakenly believed he has secured control over the loyalist forces under my command. Yet he has completely overlooked my influence in the martial world. Does that mean they are hiding within King Jin's territory? The Hongji Emperor's eyes brightened. This was undoubtedly splendid news. However, Your Majesty, these individuals from the martial realm may not be inclined to take risks and involve themselves in court affairs unless they see a significant benefit. Though they serve as a backup for me, I cannot place all my hopes upon them. Yingquan paused momentarily before expressing their shortcomings. While they are excellent for expanding our achievements, they are not the key to defeating the enemy. Yingquan shifted his posture and continued. The key to breaking the enemy lies at this moment. Even the Hongji Emperor and the Empress held their breath, eagerly awaiting Yingquan's revelation. Who goes there? Just as Yingquan was about to articulate the critical point, he suddenly halted, shouting as he leaped toward the window. At that instant, the Hongji Emperor and the Empress swiftly exited through the door. The Hongji Emperor inquired, Who is it? I could not see clearly. Yingquan furrowed his brow and turned to the Hongji Emperor and the Empress, questioning, Is there anyone else who is aware of your and the Empress's whereabouts? When I left, no one knew. The Hongji Emperor's face darkened at this moment. Neither did I. The Empress's expression was equally grim. The Emperor, engaging in such a clandestine matter with Yingquan, had naturally not informed anyone. Nevertheless, despite this, their movements had still been discovered, causing a surge of alarm within the Emperor's heart. It seems we cannot wait until tomorrow. We must act tonight, ensuring we initiate our plan before that traitor can spread the news. Yingquan declared resolutely. Very well, let us head to the military camp at once. The Hongji Emperor nodded in agreement. Every moment counted, and the one who acted swiftly would seize the upper hand in this decisive battle. Empress, please mobilize the Jianghu guards. The Hongji Emperor instructed. I take my leave. The Empress responded, disregarding her appearance as she swiftly executed her lightness skill, her speed astonishing. It was truly unexpected that both the Emperor and the Empress possessed such profound martial prowess. Yingquan secretly admired them. Had it not been for some means of self-defense, relying solely on the inner palace guards, my dragon throne would have long been toppled by Li Guang. The Hongji Emperor scoffed. 5,000 elite cavalry have already assembled within the city gates. 300 Jianghu guards, disguised as Yingquan's personal guards, surround him in the center. Soldiers, that rebel Zhu Yugue dares to boast that he will breach our capital by tomorrow. Let us see if he can survive the night. The time to defeat the enemy is tonight. Though the voice of Yingquan was not particularly loud, it resonated powerfully, clearly reaching the ears of all the soldiers present. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers, composed yet fervent, emitted a series of low growls, reminiscent of tigers poised to pounce on their prey. Yingquan could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from these 5,000 elite troops. He understood that these valiant men were acutely aware that this mission could very well be their last. Their task was to sacrifice themselves. Your Majesty, please personally lead the remaining 20,000 elite soldiers as reinforcements. Should the situation change, I implore you to provide immediate support. Yingquan addressed Emperor Hongji, who stood at the rear to bid them farewell. The single word but encapsulated the resolute determination of an emperor in this moment. At this time, over 30,000 elite soldiers remained within the capital. Yingquan led 5,000 as the vanguard, while Emperor Hongji commanded 20,000 to follow as support, with the final 5,000 elite troops led by the Empress as the last line of reinforcements. Yingquan was uncertain if all his arrangements were in place, hoping fervently that no errors would occur. The city gates quietly swung open, and the hooves of the 5,000 elite cavalry were wrapped in cotton, muffling the sound considerably. Yet, in the stillness of the night, the faint clatter still echoed. With a surge of energy, they charged directly into the enemy's central camp. Upon Yingquan's command, the 5,000 surged into the unguarded encampment of Prince Jin. The prince's army of 150,000 was at rest. Although vigilant soldiers detected the enemy's approach and sounded the alarm, there was no time for the camp to prepare. Chaos ensued, and the front lines became a tumultuous mess. Seeing this, Yingquan realized that his message had not yet been relayed by the traitors within the city. Your Highness! Li Guang burst into Prince Jin's tent, exclaiming, 5,000 elite cavalry have been dispatched from the capital to launch a surprise attack on our front camp, and now it is in disarray. Humph! Prince Jin displayed no signs of concern, replying to Li Guang, what is there to fear? My front lines boast 50,000 soldiers. Even in a moment of confusion, what does it matter? Sighing, Li Guang considered the improbability of 5,000 troops successfully ambushing their 150,000-strong camp. Send orders for the left and right camps to quickly regroup and annihilate these 5,000 MNIT. Seems that the old emperor is indeed at his wit's end to resort to such desperate measures. Prince Jin chuckled, confident that victory was within his grasp. Ever since yesterday, when the messenger from Yu Tianqing reported that Yingquan's naval landing force had been completely wiped out, along with Yingquan himself, Prince Jin had breathed a sigh of relief, believing that breaching the city was now a matter of time. Report. A scout shouted from outside. The front camp is ablaze. The left and right armies are unable to provide support. What? Upon hearing this, Prince Jin, along with Li Guang, hurried out of the tent to investigate. To their astonishment, they were met with a sea of flames. Those trapped inside could not escape, and those outside could not enter. Was this a trade of 5,000 elite soldiers for my 50,000 troops? Anger surged within Prince Jin as he remarked, "Humph, what audacity! Even without my 50,000 front lines, I still command 100,000 soldiers. I doubt a mere capital can halt my advance." The expression on Prince Jin's face darkened ominously. Report. A scout galloped swiftly from the rear of the army, exclaiming, "Jiangnan is in peril. Jiangnan?" A sudden wave of anxiety surged within the heart of Prince Jin. Chapter 63. The foundations of this prince, speak. The expression on Prince Jin's face darkened as he anxiously inquired. Governor Su Ren has launched a surprise attack on our rear, and the loyal troops from Jiangnan have seized the opportunity to engage us. Both sides are now encircled, resulting in heavy losses. The scout reported hastily to Su Ren. Prince Jin gritted his teeth, then took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure and restore his previous demeanor. Yet, the tremor in his hands betrayed the fury that seethed within him. What is the current situation in Jiangnan? He asked. Su Ren is leading 20,000 troops northward and has already entered the territory of Hebei. The scout replied without delay. Humph. Prince Jin scoffed coldly. What storm can a mere 20,000 troops conjure? Dispatch orders to disregard the 50,000 troops at the front and the 5,000 cavalry in the capital. Command the left and right armies to assault the city at once. We must breach the capital before reinforcements from Hubei arrive. Yes, report. Another scout rushed forward. Speak. Prince Jin responded, scarcely allowing himself time to ponder. The forces of the Bayue sect are swiftly approaching, numbering approximately 30,000. The scout announced. Ha ha. Prince Jin's countenance brightened instantly. They arrive most opportunely. Kill. A thunderous command reverberated amidst the inferno. Flames surged skyward, parting to reveal a path. Approximately 1,000 cavalrymen surged forth from the blaze. Leading the charge was Yingquan. Report. Yet another scout dashed to Prince Jin's side, not waiting for him to speak before declaring. The reinforcements from Shaanxi and Gansu have encountered ambushes by bandits in the Taihang Mountains and cannot advance. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. Prince Jin's recently calm demeanor was once again roused. Report. Begone. My lord, the Bayue sect has turned against us. They are assaulting our troops besieging the city, and the emperor himself has emerged to lead the charge, as if the entire army has mobilized. The scout, undeterred by Prince Jin's brusque dismissal, knelt and spoke urgently. What? Prince Jin Zhu Yugue felt as though the world had darkened before his eyes, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Clarify this matter at once, he demanded. Seizing the scout by the collar, a raucous laugh suddenly filled the battlefield. Having just broken free from the encirclement of flames, Yingquan recognized the voice as belonging to Dongfang. Realizing that Dongfang had successfully captured the forces of the Bayue sect, she declared, "You treacherous coward, daring to launch a surprise attack on me at Wangyue Cliff. Today, I shall send you to meet the King of Hell." Dongfang had already separated from the main forces, employing her lightness skills to soar directly into the central tent from the opposite side of the battlefield, dragging along a captive who appeared still alive. Master Dongfang? Prince Jin Zhu Yugue gazed at the newcomer with a hint of trepidation. Countless soldiers clamored to advance, yet were unable to withstand the onslaught of the 30,000 Bayue sect members outside. Prince Jin commanded a total of 50,000 in the front, another 50,000 on the flanks, 20,000 in the center, and 30,000 in the rear. Now, 50,000 troops are ensnared in the inferno. Not all soldiers can break through like the cavalry led by Yingquan. To the left and right, two armies of 50,000 are poised to besiege the city, yet they are caught unawares by the sudden onslaught of 15,000 loyalist troops. Indeed, it is the loyalist army, spearheaded by Jianghu and the disguised Yingquan, being Yln Zhu Yugue. Do you see who this is? Dongfang throws a person to the ground with a thud. Yu Tianqing. At the very moment the individual landed, the Jin Wang recognized him instantly. My lord, Yu Tianqing sighed in frustration. We have all fallen into the trap. Ha ha. Naturally, you have been ensnared. At this moment, Yingquan, accompanied by the remaining 1,000 elite cavalry, approached the central military tent. Yingquan. Although it was the first time Jin Wang laid eyes upon Yingquan himself, he was utterly convinced that this was indeed Yingquan. Jianwang Zhu Yugue. Yingquan would certainly not mistake Zhu Yugue either. I still command an army of 50,000. Do not rejoice too soon, Jin Wang, now considerably more relaxed, observed that Yingquan had revealed all his cards and did not display the same fury as before. Soon, it will all be over. Yingquan remarked coolly, Dongfang, my greatest miscalculation was not anticipating your survival, and that you would once again replace Yu Tianqing. I must admit I underestimated you. Jin Wang, however, gazed towards a tent above with a hint of admiration. Spare me your flowery rhetoric. I have come here solely to take your life, to avenge the ambush from that day. At this moment, seeing his arch-nemesis, Dongfang felt a surge of excitement, eager to engage. The remnants of the defeated army were converging here. Jin Wang's 50,000 besieging troops could no longer withstand the onslaught of the enemy. Yingquan quietly awaited the gathering of these remnants, also anticipating the arrival of his own forces. Zhu Yugue. The emperor was drenched in blood, clearly having claimed many lives. Yet the 2,000 elite soldiers behind him had suffered little loss, each glaring at Jin Wang and his troops like ravenous wolves. After days of pent-up frustration, today was finally an opportunity for a proper release. The most formidable elite unit of the Ming, the Imperial Guards, confronted the enemy head-on, proving their unparalleled combat prowess on the battlefield. Just an hour ago, you boasted of capturing my capital by tomorrow, yet here we are, having driven you to your central military tent. Ha ha! Emperor Hongzhi could not contain his laughter, for his spirits were undoubtedly high. Minister Jianghu of the Jianghu pays his respects to your majesty. At this moment, Jianghu, along with Li Mingyang and Being Yln, led over 10,000 loyalist troops to the front. Here, Yingquan had gathered over 20,000 elite soldiers from the capital, more than 10,000 loyalist elites, and nearly 30,000 followers of the moon worship sect, totaling 60,000 troops. Meanwhile, Jianwang Zhu Yugue's forces had dwindled to less than 80,000, their morale shattered, now at a distinct disadvantage. I do not wish to see the soldiers of the Ming continue to bleed. I now offer you an opportunity. Take your own life, and I shall not trouble these soldiers. Emperor Hongzhi declared from his steed with imposing authority. Humph! Jianwang first let out a couple of cold snorts. He then began to chuckle lightly, followed by hearty laughter. Then came a burst of wild laughter, accompanied by the proclamation. This king has not yet lost. I still command 100,000 soldiers and possess the foundations of 5 provinces. Just as Zhu Yugue was about to continue, a commotion erupted from the rear guard. The governor of Hunan and Hubei, Su Renqin, arrived late, pleading for the emperor's forgiveness. Forgive us, forgive us, forgive us. The echoes of thousands resounded, shaking the very heavens and earth. Such an intimidation was startling, far more abrupt than the earlier flames from the front lines. In an instant, the soldiers of Jin Wang were left bewildered, feeling as if their retreat had been cut off by the advancing army. What now? Yingquan inquired with a slight smile. At this moment, I trust that my followers from the rivers and lakes have already begun their actions. Chapter 64. The 108 Arhut Formation. Zhu Yugue declared, Zhu Yutang, this king has not fallen to your hands. Suddenly, Zhu Yugue exclaimed, had it not been for Yingquan, everything would be different now. Yu Tianqing, you have misled me. At this juncture, Zhu Yugue turned his gaze towards Yu Tianqing. If not for his subordinate's sudden betrayal, even Yingquan would have been powerless to turn the tide, my lord. Yu Tianqing responded to Zhu Yugue's words with a sigh, lamenting, alas, my defeat is not unjust. The 5,000 troops he had previously let pass were not the same as those who had reported back to Jin Wang. Yet he had remained oblivious, foolishly waiting for the remaining 5,000 to emerge. The outcome was predictable. These 5,000 encountered Nie Chongfeng's 30,000 troops. At this moment, Nie Chongfeng no longer held sway over his forces. Dongfang and Tong Wanli had conspired to place Nie Chongfeng under house arrest. Coincidentally, they encountered the messenger sent by Yu Tianqing and seized the opportunity to eliminate him swiftly, sending him to meet the king of hell. Dongfang, Tong Wanli, and Jia Zhang had cleverly set a trap, stealthily advancing towards Yu Tianqing's ambush site. As fate would have it, Bing Yulan, disguised as Yingquan, arrived with 10,000 troops and engaged in battle with Yu Tianqing. This was a consequence of the earlier misdirection caused by Jia Zhang's 5,000 troops, leading him to believe there were no ambushes in this area, thus allowing him to become somewhat complacent. Fortunately, Dongfang and the others arrived just in time. For Bing Yulan, this was undoubtedly welcome news. But for Yu Tianqing, it was a harbinger of doom. Dongfang exchanged no further words, for it is said that enemies meet with heightened animosity. With his greatly enhanced powers, Dongfang was no match for Yu Tianqing, who found himself ensnared with no escape. The soldiers present, primarily from the Mountain D forces rather than the followers of the moon worship cult, lost their morale upon witnessing Yu Tianqing's capture. Coupled with the ferocity of the enemy, they scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in every direction. Great leader Yu, we meet again, Dongfang remarked, gazing down at the subdued Yu Tianqing. Returning to the present. Regardless of whether you have fallen to my hands, today, I am the victor. Emperor Hongji paid no heed to Zhu Yogui's words. Indeed, even in defeat, this king shall drag you down to hell with me. With that, Jian Wang spurred his horse forward, charging directly at the emperor. Another figure surged forth from the ranks of the Jian Wang's army, with the same target. Emperor Hongji, hemph, with a cold snort. A phantom suddenly materialized before Zhu Yugui, engaging in a clash with him. Subsequently, both were sent flying. Zhu Yugui, tonight you are mine. It was none other than the Eastern sect leader. In this confrontation, they were surprisingly evenly matched, leaving Yingquan both astonished and apprehensive. To be candid, his own martial prowess was merely profound. In a true battle, he was certain he would not stand a chance against the East. Another figure, however, did not reach Emperor Hongji, as they were intercepted. Yingquan recognized the assailant as Li Guang, the chief of the Eastern factory. The other was a eunuch who had been closely attending to the emperor. Could it be Huayan? Yingquan speculated silently. The swordsmanship of this eunuch was remarkably sharp, and his speed was on par with Li Guang. Your Majesty, Yingquan approached Emperor Hongji, softly calling out. What is the matter? To the emperor, it seemed that the situation was already settled. That traitor. Yingquan's brow furrowed slightly as he remarked. He has yet to reveal himself. No matter, once this day passes, Zhu Yugui will certainly not survive. That traitor must be hidden close to me, and his identity is likely not ordinary. It is probable that only Zhu Yugui knows who he truly is. Once Zhu Yugui perishes, who will know his identity then? Emperor Hongji's voice was not soft. If that traitor were present, he would undoubtedly hear it. Yingquan believed that given the individual's status, he must be present at this very moment. Since no one knows his identity, he shall obediently carry out my orders. Wouldn't you agree, Commander Ma? The emperor abruptly turned to Mu Bin beside him, catching him off guard, causing him to momentarily freeze. However, he quickly regained his composure and respectfully replied. As it should be. These 4 words held profound implications. Yingquan cast a knowing glance at Mu Bin, as if he had come to an understanding. The 4 were all peerless masters of their time. The central army tent had long been torn asunder, while some nearby generals could barely maintain their footing. The soldiers had retreated over 20 meters. The only ones able to approach were Yingquan and the emperor, along with a portion of the Jinghong guards, numbering perhaps 30, all of whom were the elite among elites. However, the situation was starkly different for the Jian Wang. The Jian Wang's entire personal guard consisted of over 100 men, and none faltered. Ha ha ha! The Jian Wang roared with arrogance. Zhu Yozhuang, you have fallen for my trick. With a loud command, the Jian Wang ordered, kill this dog emperor. Over 100 personal guards surged forward at the command. The remaining 30 Jinghong guards steadfastly shielded Emperor Hongji behind them. Form ranks. Yingquan noticed that the weapons in the hands of these personal guards were not the usual swords or spears of the battlefield, but rather each wielded a staff that reached eye level. Indeed, they were simply clubs. Hey ha! The formation instantly transformed. What is this? Yingquan was taken aback, and at that moment, he clearly discerned that the Jian Wang's personal guard numbered 108, encircling him and the emperor tightly, continuously rotating. Yingquan had a sudden realization. The 108 Arhat formation. At this moment, Emperor Hongji squinted his eyes and affirmatively declared, this is a grand formation composed of the 1018 Arhats array, its power enhanced by more than tenfold. It appears that today, the odds are heavily stacked against us. He sighed inwardly, lamenting, I had believed victory was assured, that the situation was settled. Yet, I did not anticipate that Zhu Yugui and Shaolin would present me with such a predicament. With loyal ministers present, I shall ensure the emperor's safety. Yingquan, momentarily unable to fathom the intricacies of this formation, felt a surge of trepidation merely by observing it. He pondered who among the Shaolin monks was orchestrating this array. Raising his voice, Yingquan addressed the Shaolin sect, hoping that adhering to the customs of the martial world might yield some benefit. Umitba, I am Wensheng. Indeed, a personal guard shuddered, his armor shattering to reveal an aged countenance. None other than Master Wensheng, whom Yingquan had once encountered at Shaolin. The master was a figure of the world beyond, so why engage in such murky waters? At that moment, Yingquan realized that the connection between Shaolin and the Eastern Depot was none other than the venerable Master Wensheng before him. However, this individual was renowned, seemingly incapable of such treachery. Umitba, in the realm of martial arts, one is often bound by circumstances. As long as this old body of mine can still move, I must assist Tai Gue. Master Wensheng solemnly proclaimed, his words devoid of any hint of regret. Chapter 65. The Wudong Tai Chi sword formation. The battlefield was divided into 3 arenas. Initially, Yingquan believed that personal martial prowess would hold little significance amidst the chaos of war. However, he now found himself compelled to reconsider his earlier assumptions. A single expert may not sway the outcome of a battle. Yet when 2 masters clash on the battlefield, the scenario drastically transforms. As it stood, the air crackled with energy, rendering it impossible for ordinary soldiers to approach, while archers from both sides hesitated to release their arrows. Yingquan could only conclude that he was still too young. Without practical experience, one lacks the authority to voice opinions. Nonetheless, he felt a flicker of relief at having refrained from recklessly charging into the Jin Wang's main tent. Otherwise, confronted by the formidable 108 Arhats array, alongside the unparalleled masters Jin Wang and Li Guang, he would undoubtedly have received an unforgettable lesson. Tai Gue? In an instant, Yingquan seized upon Master Wensheng's words. It was none other than by Tai Gue, the pivotal figure who had embroiled him in this turmoil. Umitba, at this juncture, there is no longer anything for me to conceal. Jin Wang is Tai Gue's junior disciple, having entered Shaolin at a young age and received teachings from his master. Yet, it is I who have meticulously imparted his martial skills. Though referred to as his senior brother, I am more akin to his mentor. Truly, a tragic entanglement, Master Wensheng stated, his demeanor strikingly serene, revealing not a trace of joy or sorrow. The master had evidently resolved to oppose the court. Emperor Hongji, having heard of Master Wensheng's esteemed reputation, inquired. Umitba. Wensheng softly intoned a Buddhist chant, acknowledging that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, as Shaolin now brazenly rebelled, intent on assassinating the reigning emperor. If the emperor cannot be slain, then it shall spell the utter doom of Shaolin in the days to come. At this moment, Shaolin and King Jin are akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Strike! Master Wensheng commanded. With a resounding shout, 108 Shaolin monks raised their voices in unison, and the formation commenced its mesmerizing operation, a dazzling spectacle of flailing staffs that left Yingquan utterly helpless. Kill! Yingquan, finding no alternative, resolved to personally experience the might of Shaolin's Luohan formation. The cold moon saber was drawn, its chilling gleam foreboding. Fortified by over 70 years of internal cultivation, he plunged into the heart of the formation. Yet, being but a solitary individual, Yingquan found himself ensnared by merely 36 monks of the Luohan formation, rendered immobile. His formidable skills bore no fruit. No matter where he struck, countless staffs would descend upon him. Neutralizing his every attempt, he unleashed 2 waves of blade energy, only to have them thwarted by 18 monks in concert, their staffs remarkably unscathed. A surge of astonishment coursed through Yingquan. He realized these Shaolin monks were undoubtedly elite guardians, all proficient in their craft, likely on par with the finest masters of the age. The remaining 72 monks dispatched 18 to besiege Mu Bin, while the other 54 encircled Emperor Hongji, launching a ferocious assault under Master Wensheng's direct command. The formation shifted with relentless aggression. Your Majesty, do not panic. The Wudong Stone Taoist is here. In the nick of time, a Taoist priest, accompanied by dozens of disciples, soared in from the distance. It was Su Ren, the head of Wudong, arriving with reinforcements from the 2 lakes. The governor of the 2 lakes merely uttered a calm phrase before plunging into the fray surrounding the emperor. The Taiji sword formation. With a resounding cry, the stone Taoist commanded, and with a harmonious chorus, dozens of swords were drawn, their blades glimmering under the moonlight with extraordinary brilliance. The entrance of Wudong struck Shaolin like a sudden, jarring wake-up call. The previously advantageous position vanished in an instant. The Taiji sword formation, conceived by the Wudong masters to counter Shaolin's Luohan formation, was a peerless array crafted from the utmost efforts of the sect's leaders. Its operation was seamless and synchronized, resembling a Taiji diagram, with 7 individuals forming a group, a total of 49, at the peak of the formation's power. The might of the Taiji sword formation lay not merely in its offensive capabilities, but rather in its unparalleled defense and absorption. The moment the Taiji sword formation was established, it separated the Luohan formation from Emperor Hongji. The attacks of the Luohan formation were silently absorbed by the Taiji sword formation, which then counterattacked instantaneously. This was the inaugural appearance of the Taiji sword formation, catching the Shaolin monks off guard and delivering a significant blow. Stone Taoist. Master Wanxing steadied himself, gazing at the newcomer, and remarked, "I did not anticipate that your Wudong sect would also wade into this murky water. If you, Shaolin, are involved, why should Wudong refrain?" The stone Taoist smiled faintly, pride swelling within him at witnessing the might of his own formation. He knew that the efforts of his predecessors had not been in vain. After today, Wudong would firmly overshadow Shaolin. "Ha ha, so it is," Master Wanxing smiled grimly, addressing the stone Taoist. "So, your Wudong sect is indeed aligned with the court. The moon worship cult is merely a facade devised by the imperial court to control the entire martial world through a duality of righteousness and malevolence." At this moment, Master Wanxing seems to have grasped some profound truth. Regardless of whether the Shaolin Temple is present here today, Wudong will undoubtedly come to their aid. Following a mournful cry, it became apparent that a victor had emerged from the clash between Huayan and Li Guang. Huayan is a ruthless individual, willing to embrace mutual destruction, trading wounds with Li Guang at every turn. Ultimately, he sacrificed his right arm to plunge his sword into Li Guang's chest. "Huayan," Emperor Hongji exclaimed in shock. "Fear not, your majesty, I am not yet dead." Crumpled on the ground, Huayan expended all his strength to utter this phrase before succumbing to unconsciousness. Although Li Guang had not yet perished at this moment, discerning eyes could easily see that his breaths were shallow, and death was merely a matter of time. "Master Wanxing, I have long wished to experience your esteemed skills." The stone Taoist twirled his long sword, a deep azure blade that, in terms of appearance, surpassed even the Hanyue saber wielded by Li Guang. Could this be the famed sword of the Wudong sect's successive leaders, Zhenwu? The Tai Chi sword array had already merged into the fray with the Luohan array. Yet Yingquan remained isolated in battle, feeling exceptionally constrained. It was frustrating to possess unmatched prowess yet find oneself powerless against the 36 adversaries before him. Mao Bin faced perilous circumstances, barely managing to hold his ground. Seizing the opportunity while the stone Taoist and Master Wanxing clashed, Emperor Hongji suddenly lunged towards the 18 assailants besieging Mao Bin, with 30 liberated Jinghang guards at his back. The more individuals in the Luohan formation, the greater its might. 18 was merely the foundation. Now, with 30 Jinghang guards present, each of whom was no less formidable than the 18, along with the two masters, Emperor Hongji and Mao Bin, their combined strength created a lethal opportunity for Mao Bin. Naturally, Emperor Hongji would not squander Mao Bin's earnest efforts. He slowly gathered his energy before thrusting a palm towards a monk in front of him, this strike condensing the full quintessence of his 5-layered power. Like a golden dragon emerging, the monk was sent hurtling away, eyes wide open in shock, failing to close them even in the face of death. Chapter 66. Yingquan is a man of thought. The 18 Arhats array cannot be formed with even one man absent. Without a complete formation, danger looms. Emperor Hongji and Mao Bin, along with over 30 Jinghang guards, unleashed a brutal massacre upon the 18 Arhats. Indeed, it was a massacre. Their methods were exceedingly cruel, particularly the 30 Jinghang guards, who, upon seizing their prey, would immediately dismember their opponents without a shred of mercy. They were a band of deranged eunuchs, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The 18 Arhats had been annihilated. With this, the formation of 108 Arhats revealed certain vulnerabilities. At the very least, Yingquan no longer felt the oppressive weight that had previously burdened him. He gradually regained some capacity to defend himself. Indeed, it was merely the ability to parry. The path to counterattack remained distant. The 36 Arhats dared not let their guard down for even a moment, fully aware that they had only temporarily subdued Yingquan. Any hint of relaxation would grant him the opportunity to strike back and shatter their formation. If one were to declare that Yingquan is the most cautious, while Emperor Hongji and the Jinghang guards epitomize cruelty, and that the Luohan array and Taiji sword formation are the largest in scale, then it is in the realm of the East and Prince Zhu Yugue where the fiercest battles rage. Their confrontations have transcended mere terrestrial bounds, with their fierce clashes visible in the skies above. The East, wielding the enchanting flower treasure mirror, boasts unparalleled speed, yet Prince Zhu's steadfast and extraordinary prowess, which defies convention, secures his position of invincibility. His strength surpasses even that of Yingquan. Wherever they tread, dust and debris fly, leaving devastation in their wake. The entire central military encampment is rendered unrecognizable. The inferno at the front has gradually dwindled, with soldiers strewn across the ground, some lifeless, others having narrowly escaped death. The ground bears the charred remnants of battle, and the air is thick with the pungent scent of scorched flesh, prompting involuntary retching at the grim realization of its origin. Wounded soldiers moan in agony, some still struggling to arise, writhing in pain. Yet, the East and Prince Zhu remain oblivious to their suffering. Their battle rages on with fervor, and each gust of their unleashed energy mercilessly alleviates the torments of the injured nearby. Some of the more mobile injured soldiers, desperate for release, even throw themselves into the fray, seeking liberation. The East is indifferent to their lives, and Prince Zhu is even less concerned. In this moment, they are but mere ants. Together, the two sides boast nearly 200,000 soldiers, all helplessly observing the skirmishes within the central military zone. The pallor of despair is undeniable upon their faces. Such martial prowess exists in the world. What significance remains for their own existence? And what of their fallen comrades? If the ultimate victory hinges on their confrontation, why not resolve it directly from the outset? Why wait until so many have perished? This is the silent outcry of their hearts, yet their voices remain stifled. Both the Emperor and Prince Zhu demand their sacrificial obedience, for their sole purpose is to adhere to commands. This is their lamentation, as well as the essence of their existence. The Taiji sword formation led by the Stone Taoist has become deeply entwined with a faction of the Luohan formation commanded by Master Wansheng, resembling two colossal engines of slaughter that consume all in their vicinity. Governor Su Rian of the Two Lakes, confident in his martial prowess, perceives the stalemate between his senior brother and Shaolin, and bellows, "Senior brother, I come to assist you." No. The Stone Taoist, caught off guard by this exclamation, could scarcely react before shouting in protest. Alas, it was too late. Su Rian had already plunged into the nexus of the two formidable arrays, the very battleground of the Stone Taoist and Master Wansheng. With a resounding crack, an invisible wave of energy rippled through the air, sending Su Rian hurtling backward with greater speed than he had approached. A deluge of crimson sprang forth. Had it not been for a vigilant Jianghu guard, who swiftly caught him, it is likely that his life would have already slipped away. Huh. The Stone Taoist exhaled quietly, feeling a twinge of relief within. The clash of the two arrays is a realm where no one can intervene, nor does anyone dare to. The battle between Dongfang and King Jin was one where no one could intervene. For even Emperor Hongzhi could not keep pace with their rhythm. Should he rashly intervene, it might disrupt Dongfang's tempo instead. The only opportunity to expand their gains lay with Yingquan. To suppress Yingquan, not a single one of the 36 arhats could be spared. At the Emperor's behest, 20 of the 30 Jianghu guards were dispatched to assist Yingquan. As for Mao Bin, he was gravely injured and now received treatment akin to that of Huayan and Su Ran, lying aside while the remaining Jianghu guards tended to him. Yingquan, however, had his own intentions. Waiting for assistance was not his style. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Arhat formation, he was determined not to underestimate it. To gradually draw these 36 Arhats away from their main force, he began to maneuver outward. At this moment, they had moved to the forward camp, where things were somewhat better. Yingquan primarily focused on defense, yet he did not release an overwhelming force, allowing the surrounding wounded to escape calamity. The direction Yingquan moved was precisely where Dongfang and King Jin were clashing. Countless golden needles danced in Dongfang's hands, sometimes as unpredictable as a celestial steed soaring through the skies, and at other times as fleeting as a gazelle's horns. Zhu Yugue, relying solely on his iron palms, guarded his vital points, rendering Dongfang's sharp needles ineffective against him. The 20 Jianghu guards found no opportunity to strike and dared not draw too near. This time, the three battlefields resembled a black hole, smashing and devouring all nearby objects. Another resembled a volcanic eruption, with energy surging forth, continuously wreaking havoc on everything around. The remainder was Yingquan, who stood as a cohesive whole, impervious even to the energy unleashed from the clash between Dongfang and King Jin. This situation could not persist. Yingquan felt a growing urgency. He had initially hoped to use the residual force from the battle between Dongfang and Zhu Yugue to separate himself from the 36 Arhats. Yet it only served to solidify their unity. Now, they had exhausted their techniques. The 36 Arhats functioned as one, combining their powers to launch an assault on Yingquan. The might of 36 individuals was formidable. Yingquan could initially withstand it, but gradually, he began to falter. Was this not akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot? Yingquan couldn't help but lament his predicament, realizing that the Jianghu guards who sought to assist him bore anxious expressions. This observation, however, brought to mind the Wudong Taiji sword formation behind the Jianghu guards, suddenly alerting Yingquan. At this moment, he could no longer afford to hesitate, forcing all the energy within him to circulate the Taiji divine skill. He divided yin and yang with his hands and stepped upon the 8 trigrams with his feet, opting not to confront the 36 Arhats power head-on, but to employ the principles of Taiji, yielding to overcome hardness. To dismantle the Shaolin Arhat formation, Shaolin Kung Fu was synonymous with unyielding strength, rarely embodying softness, and this Arhat formation represented the epitome of steel and might. Now, Yingquan felt increasingly at ease, yet he dared not show even a hint of complacency, for he knew that after executing the Taiji divine skill, his power would likely no longer be under his control. A swift resolution was imperative. With a mighty gathering of energy, Yingquan let out a resounding shout. Chapter 67. This prince has no regrets in his defeat. Boom. The air resonated with a thunderous sound that seemed to rend the very fabric of the heavens, casting a pall over the surroundings. Though the earth did not quake violently, the area was left in disarray, a chaotic tableau strewn with debris. Following this cacophony were the disordered cries of despair. Clap. Finally, the sound of something striking the ground echoed through the air. After this trio of resounding noises, silence enveloped the encampment of Yingquan and the 36 Arhats, leaving no further sounds. Even Dongfang and Zhu Yugue, stationed not far away, instinctively ceased their actions. Dongfang was deeply concerned for Yingquan, just as Zhu Yugue held a similar regard for Shaolin. To him, Shaolin was akin to home, a source of warmth. At this moment, the 108 Arhats who had accompanied him had suffered heavy casualties, with half already fallen, while the remaining half were locked in a fierce struggle against the Tai Chi sword formation of Wudong, their prospects grim. Yingquan lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Scattered Shaolin monks appeared to have sustained internal injuries, but miraculously, none had perished. They remained alive, albeit stripped of their fighting spirit. Dongfang hurried to Yingquan's side to assess his condition, a gesture mirrored by Zhu Yugue. Yingquan slowly opened his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he addressed Dongfang. I just exerted all my strength to wield the Tai Chi divine art. You can see the outcome for yourself. With that, he coughed up a mouthful of blood yet managed a faint smile, adding, This blood.it has brought me a certain relief. His voice gradually weakened, and Yingquan understood why Dongfang had once been reluctant to rise from his bed. His very essence felt utterly depleted, leaving him in a state of disillusionment. How regrettable it was! Yingquan silently lamented that, despite his formidable prowess, a moment of carelessness had cost him only 36 Shaolin Arhats, when he could have achieved a far greater victory, such as personally capturing King Jin. Zhu Yugue? Now, that seemed a daunting task. Struggling to regain his composure, Yingquan leaned on Dongfang for support and unsteadily rose to his feet. Casting a glance at King Jin, You are by Tai Gue, King Jin, having reassured the injured Shaolin Arhats, responded to Yingquan's declaration. Indeed, I am by Tai Gue. At this juncture, you find yourself at a dead end? Why persist in further needless sacrifices? Yingquan attempted to persuade King Jin. Needless sacrifices? King Jin scoffed at this, retorting with unwavering resolve. If I were to surrender now, it would render the lives lost in battle a futile sacrifice. Ha! Yingquan was taken aback. Indeed, if King Jin were to capitulate, how could he justify the sacrifices made by those who had perished for him? How could he face Master Wenxing, who was fighting valiantly? Zhu Yugue would rather die than surrender. Death, in battle, is the only honorable end. Enough of this idle talk. If this prince survives today, I shall ensure that Zhu Yuzhang meets his demise in the future. King Jin, Zhu Yugue, is a man of exceptional capability. If he were to ascend the throne, his achievements would rival, if not surpass, those of Zhu Yuzhang. A sovereign endowed with such formidable military power is bound to act without restraint. Emperor Hongji believed himself to be no match for the Prince of Jin and, from beginning to end, refrained from acting impulsively, choosing not to personally engage in a life-and-death struggle with Zhu Yugue. This is precisely what a ruler ought to do. To place the right individuals in suitable positions, allowing them to fulfill their designated roles. Much like the earlier confrontation against Zhu Yugue, where he merely seized the opportunity to eliminate 18 Arhats. With the formidable Dongfang standing guard, Zhu Yugue could never reach Emperor Hongji, unless someone could hold Dongfang at bay. Zhu Yugue, however, was unwilling to accept defeat. Faced with such dire circumstances, he could scarcely conceive of any chance for a comeback. Did he wish to confront Zhu Yozong in a mutual destruction scenario? He did not desire that, should one perish while the other survives. The Ming dynasty would remain as robust as ever. But if they were to perish together, Zhu Yugui pondered what fate might befall them. Would the young emperor ascend once more, with eunuchs or external relatives seizing control of the court? The throne Zhu Yugui sought was, on one hand, a reclamation of what he believed was rightfully his, and on the other, a conviction that his reign would far surpass that of Zhu Yozong. Yet, the present situation had deviated drastically from his original plans. First, the emergence of the Dongfang sect master, who placed Yu Tianqing under house arrest, seizing control of the Baiyu sect's power. Then, the sudden appearance of Yingquan, which unraveled all of his arrangements in Jiangnan. He had willingly relinquished his position as the governor of Luoyang, intending to ensnare both Yingquan and Dongfang, yet unforeseen complications arose. Now, the advantageous siege of the capital was irreparably marred by Yu Tianqing's carelessness. Might you enlighten me on how you intend to resolve this predicament? Zhu Yugui could not help but admire Yingquan, who, with the existing resources, managed to unite such a multitude of forces, ultimately leading to the failure of his advantageous position. Initially, I had even abandoned my plan to rescue the capital. Yingquan, supported by Dongfang, spoke softly while assessing his own physical condition. Yet, the appearance of one individual sparked a flicker of hope within me. Yingquan smiled gently. Dongfang's sect master? Zhu Yugui inquired, at this moment. Not only Zhu Yugui but also Emperor Hongji, Dongfang, and even the severely injured Mao Bin sought to uncover this answer that could alter their fates. Nay, this individual is the governor of Hangzhou, Lu Weiji, Yingquan revealed unequivocally, sparing no effort in disclosing the answer. It can be said that most present had never heard of this name. Yet this majority certainly did not include Prince Jin Zhu Yugui. What? It is he. Zhu Yugui chuckled bitterly. So it was him. Has he also betrayed me? No, he is a loyal subordinate, diligently conveying intelligence on your behalf, Yingquan replied. You had long suspected him. Zhu Yugui sighed resignedly. Initially, I held some doubts. On Westlake, this individual ruthlessly dispatched 8 men, coincidentally all of whom were legal, that is to say, your men, Prince Jin Zhu Yugui. They seem to have come to meet their demise willingly, merely to present Lu Weiji with a token of allegiance. Yingquan, with admiration, remarked, I must say, what a grand endeavor this is. It appears that even a garrison from Hangzhou has been sacrificed for this purpose. I presume he is one of your own. Indeed, they are all loyal subjects of this king. Zhu Yugui finally discerned where the oversight lay. So, are all the intelligence conveyed by Lu Weiji mere fabrications? Zhu Yugui chuckled self-deprecatingly, lamenting his naivety in believing he had grasped all of Yingquan's movements. All of it is true. Not a single falsehood exists, Yingquan asserted once more. This revelation stirred a tempest of realization. Ha ha! Zhu Yugui was initially taken aback, then fell into despair, grasping Yingquan's meaning. Certainly, the disseminated information was accurate, yet there remained aspects that had never been revealed, or even Lu Weiji himself was oblivious to them. It was akin to Yingquan being right before him in the capital, while Lu Weiji's reports claimed he was at sea, leading over 10,000 elite troops to provide support. The gaze of the king of Jian swept to the side and, indeed, he discovered another Yingquan amidst the loyalist forces. This king does not suffer defeat in vain. Chapter 68. When Shang's ascendance on the battlefield, the king of Jin had come to realize that he had mistakenly believed that Yingquan, who he thought resided in the south, was merely an impersonator, intended to mislead Lu Weiji and further provoke erroneous judgments and commands. Meanwhile, the true Yingquan had seized the opportunity amidst this deception. It now appeared that he had succeeded. The king of Jin harbored another question. How had Dongfang survived? Yet, it seemed unlikely that anyone would divulge that information to him. His grand schemes had invariably been thwarted, either directly or indirectly, by these two individuals. Could they be the fated nemeses sent by heaven to challenge him? At this moment, even the once mighty king of Jin found himself beset by melancholy and resentment towards the heavens. Gradually, he began to untangle the threads of events, coming to an understanding of where he had faltered. Zhu Yugui, you have no more chances left, Yingquan, catching sight of something, was suddenly elated and addressed Zhu Yugui. Zhu Yugui, taken aback, noticed that many more individuals had appeared in the arena, some familiar, yet many were strangers. However, their attire revealed them to be denizens of the martial world. Lord Ying, I apologize for my tardiness. A middle-aged nun interjected, revealing herself to be the esteemed Master Jianghu of the Taixing Mountain S Lonely Maiden Sword sect. Behind her stood a multitude of martial figures, seemingly a band of northern warriors. Poverty-stricken nun, I have the honor of meeting the Emperor. Master Jianghu offered a respectful bow to Emperor Hongji. And who might this be? Emperor Hongji, unfamiliar with her identity, inquired of Yingquan. This is Master Jianghu of Taixing Mountain. I presume the individuals behind her are the renowned warriors of Taixing? Yingquan queried. The heroes do not claim such titles. The bandits of Taixing Mountain, however, are indeed infamous throughout the martial world. A burly man laughed heartily, showing no fear in the presence of the Emperor. Your Majesty, the reinforcements from Jianghu's Shan X and Gan S are being thwarted by these so-called bandits of Taixing Mountain, which has afforded me this opportunity. Yingquan promptly sought recognition for their contributions from Emperor Hongji. Is that so? To his own astonishment, Emperor Hongji had not anticipated such assistance from the martial world. Qiu Zhiyun of Huangshan arrives late. A resonant and righteous shout suddenly filled the entire arena. It was Qiu Zhiyun from the Huangshan sword sect, accompanied by his foremost disciple, Balefeng. Yingquan promptly introduced him. Qiu Zhiyun. The Jianghu gritted his teeth, casting a venomous glare at the newcomer, wishing to rend him to pieces. At this moment, he remained unaware that Qiu Zhiyun's initial allegiance was a ruse. Even if it had not been a deception then, it was certainly a falsehood now. Various figures from the martial world continued to converge upon this place. With each arrival, the Jianghu's countenance darkened further. He could already envision the dire state of his territory. Initially seeking an opportunity to escape and plot a resurgence, it now seemed that such a chance had evaporated. Zhu Yugue, your fate is sealed. Do not recklessly squander the lives of the tens of thousands of soldiers behind you. Emperor Hongji seized this moment to loudly proclaim, aiming to undermine Jianghu Zhu Yugue's resolve. Ha! The splendid prospects of this kingdom have been utterly ruined by your hands. Zhu Yugue's face contorted with madness, his eyes brimming with an unwillingness to accept defeat. Boom! A tremendous sound drew everyone's attention. The shockwave from this colossal noise even caused Yingquan to tremble involuntarily. Senior brother, the Jianghu called out anxiously, hastening towards the source of the commotion. Master? Emperor Hongji also abruptly spurred his horse forward, his figure swaying as he landed beside the fallen stone Taoist. This scene was utterly unforeseen by all. The stone Taoist was, in fact, the master of Emperor Hongji. Yingquan had always been aware of the peculiar relationship between Wudong and the imperial court, yet he had not anticipated such intimate ties. This elucidated why, when he sought assistance on Wudong Mountain, the stone Taoist had readily agreed and dispatched a disciple to summon Governor Su Ran from the Two Lakes, facilitating a peaceful resolution and escorting Yingquan through the backroads to the region of Shan X. This route allowed them to circumvent heavily guarded areas like Heian, traversing the Taihang Mountains, and entering Hebi, ultimately reaching Wangyue Cliff, where he encountered Dongfang. It could be said that without the aid of Wudong, Yingquan alone would hardly have arrived here, at the very least not in the current circumstances. The stone Taoist and Master Wenxing simultaneously spat out blood, their disciples suffering casualties, with numerous lives lost. The clash between the two formations had exhausted all their internal power, while those of lesser cultivation had their very essence absorbed by the grand array, leaving them utterly helpless. Ha ha. Cough cough. Cough cough. After a light chuckle, the stone Taoist was seized by a fit of relentless coughing. Wenxing, today I have indeed experienced the prowess of your Shaolin techniques. The stone Taoist and Wenxing belonged to the same generation. Thus addressing him by his Dharma name was entirely appropriate. Umitba, Master Shi, the Grandmaster of Wudong's Taiji sword array, has also borne witness. It is not in vain that I have traversed this world, for such treatment is something even the abbot has not received. At this moment, Wenxing, with the support of Jianghu Zhu Yugue, struggled to sit cross-legged before the stone Taoist, hands clasped together, summoning whatever strength he could muster despite his weakness. Senior brother, you. Upon hearing Wenxing's words, the Jianghu felt an ominous premonition and tentatively inquired. No matter. Master Wenxing had seen many things, but upon hearing Zhu Yugue speak, he immediately understood his intent and interjected, saying, since time immemorial, who among us has escaped death? Umitba, I have long anticipated this day, merely a passage to the realm of bliss. With a hearty laugh, he added, ah, you old monk possess a remarkable clarity of mind. The Taoist priest, upon hearing Wenxing's words, disregarded his own frailty and retorted with a mocking expression. Umitba, venerable monk, I have one request that I hope the emperor will grant. However, Wenxing paid no heed to the Taoist and turned his gaze towards Emperor Hongji, stating, the matter of aiding Prince Jin was solely decided by me. Abbot Shixiang has been placed under my house arrest and is unaware of these events. I beseech the emperor to spare the remaining innocent monks of Shaolin. Unacceptable, Emperor Hongji responded with unexpected firmness. Sighing inwardly, Master Wenxing lamented, "Alas, I should have foreseen this. Insurrection is a transgression that no sovereign can forgive. Umitba, I ought to have anticipated such an outcome." He shook his head despondently, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Turning to glance at the surviving Shaolin arhats behind him, a wave of melancholy washed over his heart. "Umitba," Master Wenxing softly intoned, joining his palms together and closing his eyes. With a sudden, forceful motion of his head, the venerable monk attained enlightenment in that very spot. "Shixiang," Zhu Yugue cried out in anguish, supporting Wenxing's lifeless body. A surge of potent qi erupted, sending invisible shockwaves reverberating outward. Those severely injured disciples of Shaolin and Wudong, who lay moaning on the ground, found their orifices bleeding and succumbed to death in an instant due to this roar. Even Yingquan, devoid of internal power, was caught off guard and expelled a mouthful of blood, injuring his lungs in the process. "This is the lion's roar of Shaolin," exclaimed Dongfang, tightly guarding Yingquan's heart meridian in astonishment. Chapter 69. An unfathomable situation. Not only Yingquan, but also the Taoist priest stood directly opposite Wenxing, in close proximity to Zhu Yugue. Caught off guard, he was stunned by the lion's roar, his ears ringing, and his head spinning. Coupled with the prior injuries sustained in the battle with Wenxing, he fainted with his eyes rolling back. Emperor Hongji, taken by surprise, could only focus on his own defense. By the time he reacted, the Taoist priest had already collapsed to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips. Even among the thousands of soldiers who had retreated, some could not suppress their nausea and began to retch uncontrollably. The severely wounded Mao Bin, Huayan, and Su Run remained on the brink of death, blood streaming from their orifices. Yingquan sat cross-legged on the ground, while Dongfang, positioned behind him, attempted to shield him from Zhu Yugue's lion's roar, but found it impossible to spare a hand to subdue the now senseless Zhu Yugue. This lion's roar had indeed drawn upon Zhu Yugue's entire life force. Emperor Hongji, Shirtai Yi, Qiu Zhiyun, and Beilifeng, these four formidable masters in peak condition, could only focus on their defense, too wary to divert their attention. Emperor Hongji silently regretted, wishing he had acted sooner and overwhelmed Master Wenxing before he could speak. Yet beneath the superficiality, one could hardly have anticipated that Zhu Yugue had cultivated the Shaolin lion's roar to such profound depths. At this juncture, it was a contest of who possessed the greater strength, Umitba. Just as everyone found themselves rendered immobile, a voice chanting the Buddha's name resonated from behind Zhu Yugue's army, managing to somewhat suppress his lion's roar. The soldiers, in a remarkable display, instinctively parted to create a path for this monk. "Your Majesty, the Shaolin Temple is willing to seal its doors for a century. I, an old monk, can intervene to resolve this perilous situation, provided your Majesty spares Zhu Yugue." A slightly aged voice gradually emerged. Emperor Hongji, with some difficulty, lifted his head to behold the old monk standing alone. He recognized him as Master Wenkai, the abbot of Shaolin. Hongji felt a surge of astonishment. Had Wenxing not claimed that Wenkai was under house arrest? How could he so fortuitously appear at this moment? Could it be that he had been concealing himself nearby since daybreak? At that moment, Emperor Hongji dared not utter a word, fearing that any sign of weakness might render him unable to withstand Zhu Yugue's onslaught. This old monk, how shameless to seize this opportunity. Dongfang, in his determination to protect Yingquan from harm, refrained from withdrawing, lest any misfortune befall her. Despite all calculations, this crucial detail had been overlooked. Presently, with Dongfang's protection and the distance from Zhu Yugue not being excessively far, Yingquan could still manage to speak. "Do not mind me. Take the opportunity to eliminate Zhu Yugue. Such an action would instantly turn the tide," Yingquan said to Dongfang. "Absolutely not," Dongfang immediately countered, speaking with gravity. "Without my protection, do you believe you would still be alive?" Following his earlier outburst, Yingquan had unleashed all of his internal energy without reservation. At this moment, though not entirely devoid of power, he was hardly in a position comparable to Dongfang. Dongfang's own abilities could not be wielded for his benefit, while Yingquan's internal energy was entirely depleted. Should Dongfang withdraw his strength, Yingquan would undoubtedly face a grim fate. What is there to consider? This is the only course of action. Otherwise, that old monk will systematically dismantle us one by one. Yingquan urged anxiously, "If he dares to harm a single hair on your head, I shall lay waste to his Shaolin temple." Dongfang declared with conviction, even drawing the attention of Master Wankai. Ba. Naturally, Master Wankai discerned the precarious situation of Dongfang and Yingquan, and he intoned a Buddha's name, adding, "There is no need for concern, my esteemed benefactors. The old monk merely seeks a promise from the emperor. If His Majesty agrees to my previous proposition, a simple nod will suffice to resolve this crisis. Should His Majesty decline, Ba, the Buddha says, if I do not enter hell, who will? Henceforth, I shall bear the weight of any sins." On the surface, Master Wankai appeared to be negotiating with the emperor, yet the underlying intentions were crystal clear to all present. Should the emperor acquiesce, the situation would resolve amicably. However, should he refuse, one could only wonder what actions the old monk might undertake. After all, at this moment, the only one still possessing the strength to move freely among those present was the abbot of Shaolin, Master Wankai. Emperor Hongji felt a profound sense of desolation in his heart. A momentary lapse in judgment has astonishingly led to a situation where one's advantageous position has deteriorated to such an extent. Hongji can now faintly grasp the sentiments previously experienced by Prince Jin, Zhu Yugue, akin to the unpredictable oscillations of a roller coaster, leaving one in suspense, uncertain whether the next moment will bring elation or dread. Regrettably, the present Zhu Yugue appears utterly lost, and it is evident that there exists a profound bond between him and Master Wanqing, akin to that of a father and son. Zhu Yugue's anguished cries continue to resonate. Meanwhile, Master Wanzai gradually approaches the emperor. Even he, as he nears the epicenter of the lion's roar, seems to tread increasingly slowly. The prowess of Prince Jin is a rarity in the world, seemingly boundless. First, he engaged in a fierce battle in the east, and now, with the full force of his lion's roar unleashed, he exhibits no signs of fatigue, leaving all in awe. The emperor may still be unaware that Prince Jin is an extraordinary martial talent, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, having mastered the temple-guarding techniques of Shaolin, particularly the great demon-subduing Heart Sutra. Coupled with the aid of Shaolin's great elixir, the prince's internal power must exceed a century. Were it not for the emergence of an extraordinary figure from the east, it is likely that none present would stand a chance against him. As Master Wanzai speaks while advancing, Emperor Hongji cannot discern whether he is merely engaging in alarmist rhetoric to undermine his resolve. Yet witnessing Zhu Yugue's current predicament makes it seem as though Master Wanzai's words ring true. If this is indeed the case, the individuals present may find themselves utterly outmatched by Prince Zhu Yugue's formidable strength. What should be done now? Naturally, Emperor Hongji does not wish for his demise. Yet as he observes Master Wanzai closing in, a sense of unease begins to creep in, revealing a crack in his composure. Poof! Caught off guard, Zhu Yugue's lion's roar strikes unexpectedly, injuring him internally and causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Zhu Yugue is indiscriminate in his attacks, targeting all without distinction, rendering him incapable of precise targeting. Whoosh! Pft! Clap! Ah! Following a series of strange sounds, as everyone exerts themselves to defend against Zhu Yugue's lion's roar, it suddenly dissipates entirely. No one anticipated this turn of events. Initially safeguarding their own power, without external pressure, their energies surged chaotically within, resulting in significant injuries to this assembly of the world's elite martial artists. Ironically, it is their own protective internal force that has inflicted harm upon them. Even Dongfang has coughed up blood, splattering it upon Yingquan, who is barely leaning against him. Yet, devoid of internal strength, Yingquan feels little effect aside from a slight weakness. Including Master Wanzai, as the obstacles before him vanish, his excessive momentum propels him forward, stumbling and falling to the ground. Chapter 70. Please, senior brother, take action. Chapter 70. Please, senior brother, take action. What is this? Yingquan is equally astonished, sensing a dark light streaking past in the distance, as Dongfang's protective energy surrounding him instantly disperses. Then he feels a weight against his back, realizing that Dongfang has collapsed behind him. In an instant, the scene before him transforms dramatically, catching him completely off guard. In this perilous scene, Yingquan felt a surge of emotions. At that moment, King Zhu Yugue of Jin was impaled directly through the chest by a colossal crossbow, the weapon firmly anchored to the ground. Yet, astonishingly, King Zhu Yugue remained standing, still clinging to a breath of life. Yingquan was profoundly struck by this sight. The unparalleled master, King Zhu Yugue, even if he had faced Dongfang in a final confrontation, the outcome would have inevitably been Dongfang's exhaustion and defeat. Yet, here was a master of such caliber, on the brink of death at the hands of this strategic crossbow. Yingquan was filled with an urgent desire to uncover who had unleashed this formidable weapon when it had arrived, and the size of the mechanism capable of launching such bolts. Master Wenzai trembled as he rose, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed upon the mortally wounded King Zhu Yugue. Slowly, he approached Zhu Yugue's side, extending his wrinkled hands to gently cradle his face, caressing it repeatedly, unwilling to accept the grim reality before him. He had already witnessed his disciple, Wansheng, locked in a fatal struggle with the Taoist stone man, resulting in mutual destruction. Now, another of his disciples, King Zhu Yugue, was also on the verge of dying before his very eyes. Despite his relentless efforts to thwart their plans, he had ultimately feigned ignorance, even covertly aiding their endeavors, pretending to be ensnared by Wansheng. He had intended to remain hidden, hoping that, should any misfortune arise, he could emerge to safeguard them. Yet, just as success seemed within reach, the appearance of this crossbow shattered all his calculations. He now possessed no leverage for a renewed negotiation with Emperor Hongzhi. Without Zhu Yugue's restraint, he was merely an elderly monk from Shaolin, slightly better off than the other masters present. Emperor Hongzhi, Qiu Zhiyun, Bai Lifeng, and Master Zhengyi had all managed to rise to their feet. Dongfeng, having been momentarily incapacitated by the backlash of his own power, had now regained his previous commanding presence, deepening Master Wenzai's despair. The thought of another colossal crossbow lurking somewhere, waiting to strike, led Master Wenzai to surrender all hope of resistance. As he continued to caress Zhu Yugue's face, tears began to stream down his cheeks. And he spoke softly. Master Guai, though I have not sheltered you as Wansheng did, I have genuinely regarded you as my own child. Now, witnessing your tragic fate, I can no longer face your father. With Shaolin's rebellion against the court, it seems the temple may soon cease to exist. I am the eternal sinner of Shaolin, unworthy to even mention meeting the Buddha. I can only hope to descend into the Avici hell to atone for the sins of this life. This heartfelt lament was directed at Emperor Hongzhi, likely with the intention of pleading for the mercy of the innocent monks of Shaolin. Little did he know that Emperor Hongzhi paid no heed to his sentiments, instead gently assisting the stone man to his feet, allowing him to lean against his chest, and softly calling out, Master! However, the stone man had fallen utterly silent, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, presumably having been shocked to death by Zhu Yugue's lion's roar. It is truly unexpected that you, Zhu Yugue, the foremost martial artist in the realm, would meet such a humiliating demise. Emperor Hongzhi had calmed considerably. Gazing upon the soon-to-be deceased Zhu Yugue, his heart was filled with a multitude of sentiments. Today was indeed a day of incessant surprises, an outcome even he could not have anticipated. When Wenzai appeared, he had already given up, despair engulfing him. He thought that should Wenzai dare approach him, he would, even at the cost of his own life, strike him down, ensuring their mutual destruction. In the Ming dynasty, there are emperors who die in battle, but none who beg for mercy. Which general has come to assist? Emperor Hongzhi gently laid the stone man down and stood up, calling out loudly towards the direction from which the giant crossbow was fired. At this call, all eyes turned to see who this individual was that could alter the course of events and indirectly save their lives. Yingquan and Dongfeng could not help but glance back. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yingquan was instantly moved to tears, a profound warmth and sense of security blossoming within him. Your Majesty, I have arrived late to your aid. Please forgive me. Parting the throng of soldiers, a female general clad in phoenix armor emerged. It could only be Yingquan's sister, the Empress. The Empress was drenched in sweat, her face pale and weak. It was likely that this arrow had drawn upon all her strength to pierce Zhu Yugue with such precision. The Empress's arrow had struck perfectly, altering the fate of our great Ming dynasty. A moment destined to be recorded in history. Upon realizing that it was indeed his own Empress who had delivered the shot, Emperor Hongzhi could hardly contain his elation, laughing boisterously as if he had survived a great calamity. Your Majesty is magnificent, roared the 5,000 elite troops beside the Empress in unison. Subsequently, the court echoed their cries. Your Majesty is magnificent. May the Emperor enjoy boundless fortune. Roars of laughter ensued. At this moment, Emperor Hongzhi's pride swelled even further. You have all been misled by the Jin Prince. As long as you are willing to voluntarily defend the borders, I shall spare your lives. This declaration was directed at the remaining tens of thousands of soldiers under the Jin Prince. As for Shaolin Temple, Emperor Hongzhi closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and declared, I do not wish to hear that name ever again. Although he had contemplated sparing Shaolin, witnessing the tragic deaths of over 50 Wudong disciples led by his master, the Stone Man, hardened his resolve. Blood must be repaid with blood. Even though the principal culprit was already deceased, his heart's enmity could not be assuaged when I acknowledge you as a venerable monk of your time. Take your own life? Hongji spoke coolly to Zai, the one who had nearly dictated his fate. Senior brother, grant me cough, cough, a swift end cough, cough. I would rather die at your hands. At that moment, Zhu Yugu suddenly opened his eyes, filled with unyielding resentment, and with all his strength, uttered this final statement, as if experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. Umitba, the old monk ultimately wishes to implore the emperor to spare the innocent monks of the Shaolin Temple. After Master Zai finished speaking, unwilling to witness Zhu Yugue in such a state of despair, he gently pressed down upon his head, sending Zhu Yugue on his way. With tears streaming down his face, Master Zai, having personally witnessed the demise of the Jinwang Zhu Yugue, then sat upon the ground and loudly proclaimed his final chant of the Buddha's name in this world, his devotion palpable, though the tone bore an unmistakable hint of regret. Umitba, Chapter 71. Absorption of the essence of the Jade Pendant. Following this battle, the followers of the Jinwang were all secretly captured by the various individuals that Yingquan had previously arranged. The principal officials faced collective punishment, their families suffering as well, though some fortunate souls managed to narrowly escape disaster. Whether they choose to live in obscurity or diligently hone their skills in preparation for revenge, Yingquan remains unconcerned, for the world of martial arts is thus: you kill me, I kill you, an endless cycle of conflict. As for the Shaolin Temple, it seemed that Master Zai had left behind certain instructions, for when Yingquan led his army to the site, save for a few elderly monks who had not departed, the temple was utterly deserted, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The scripture pavilion of the Shaolin Temple, however, was presented intact to the court, with all martial arts manuscripts and Buddhist scriptures being appropriated for state ownership. Merely a handful of elderly monks remained, and Yingquan was not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. He ordered a contingent of soldiers to temporarily manage the Shaolin Temple before returning to the capital to report. Ying Aiqing has been basking in considerable glory lately. Emperor Hongji has truly managed to seize control of the Ming court, his word carrying immense weight. Yet he finds himself at a loss regarding his capable minister and brother-in-law, all reliant upon the emperor's renown. Yingquan clasped his fists and spoke with meticulous formality. For reasons unknown, Yingquan always presented a rather stiff demeanor in the presence of Emperor Hongji. Although he bore no intent to offend, he had never sought to ingratiate himself either. Never mind. Emperor Hongji waved his hand. Having long since experienced the emperor's temperament and not particularly caring, he addressed Yingquan. Last time, it was thanks to your intervention that calamity was averted. Now that Mao Bin is dead, I shall appoint you as the commander of the Jianghu and bestow upon you a dragon robe. The foremost figure of the Jianghu, Mao Bin, along with the newly prominent Huai'an and the governor of Hunan and Hubei, Su Run, all perished in Zhu Yugue's ferocious roar. Thank you, your majesty. Yingquan responded with a respectful gesture. By the way, all treasures housed in my private treasury are of the finest quality. You may select one at your leisure. Emperor Hongji felt that merely elevating Yingquan to the position of commander of the Jianghu was insufficient to demonstrate his favor. Thus he conveyed this news to Yingquan. Thank you, your majesty. Yingquan appeared to have anticipated this, revealing no trace of surprise. The emperor, initially eager to witness Yingquan's overwhelming gratitude, swiftly lost interest, offering a wry smile before summoning a eunuch in charge of the treasury to escort Yingquan away. At this moment, Yingquan had successfully subdued all the major sects within the martial world. Having witnessed the might of the army, the various sects, displaying a remarkable sense of compliance, raised no objections and collectively expressed their willingness to heed the court's summons in the future. Within the court, numerous officials, particularly those in military positions, were also hastening to send their children to the prominent sects under the emperor's directive, aiming both to promote the assimilation of the martial factions and to serve a purpose of surveillance. The Baiwei sect had already been dissolved by Dongfang, with those willing joining the ranks of the imperial army, while a select few elite members became part of the Jianghu. The majority, however, chose to accept a monetary reward and return to their agrarian lives. Now, having completed his mission, Yingquan had earned the right to initiate the cycle of reincarnation anew. The only source of inconvenience for Yingquan was Dongfang, who had taken residence in his estate without so much as a word of greeting, behaving as if she were the mistress of the house. Despite her masculine attire, all the servants in Yingquan's household were acutely aware of her true gender. This fact, however, was strictly forbidden to be disclosed by Dongfang, and should anyone be caught gossiping, they could only imagine the consequences. Is this the private treasury? Yingquan gazed at the unassuming palace, which was not only remote but also in a state of disrepair, having evidently never undergone any renovations. "Sir, please follow me." The eunuch showed no signs of surprise, perhaps due to Yingquan's current favored status, which rendered him reluctant to offend. The eunuch opened the palace door, revealing an empty interior. Just as Yingquan was pondering, the eunuch stepped inside first, brushing his hands against a column before gently tapping it. Suddenly, a section of the floor lifted, revealing a passage leading downward. Much to Yingquan's astonishment, this passage was flanked by exquisite luminous pearls, serving solely for illumination. "Lord Ying, please," the eunuch gestured. "After you," Yingquan replied courteously, following the eunuch down the passage. What a peculiar location for a private treasury. Reflecting the emperor's extraordinary caution, the passage was not long, and soon they arrived at the end, where a grand door crafted entirely of pure gold awaited them, adorned with swirling dragons, a symbol of the royal lineage. The eunuch produced an irregular iron disc and pressed it against the center of the door, precisely at the intersection of the dragon motifs. Remarkably, this object fit seamlessly into place, showcasing the skill of the artisans who had crafted this magnificent door. Before the eunuch retrieved the key, Yingquan was unable to discern any mechanism to unlock it. The treasury was not particularly vast, but as the Hongji emperor had indicated, it was filled with unparalleled treasures. Armor impervious to blades, swords capable of severing hair with a mere breath, pearls from the depths of the ocean. Though modest in size and quantity, it was enough to leave Yingquan awestruck. Clad in his own modest attire, he could only claim a single Hanyu sword, which barely qualified him for access to this imperial treasury. The emperor had granted him the liberty to select an item at will, a reward for his mission. Yet, he had not anticipated that this reward would not be directly bestowed upon him in the form of a jade pendant, but rather that he would personally descend into the private treasury to make his selection. Wait, the jade pendant? Yingquan suddenly felt as though he had grasped something significant. He abruptly turned around to find a small pedestal in the corner, upon which lay a splendid jade pendant. This pendant, entirely resplendent, was crafted from white jade. Yingquan discerned a most peculiar phenomenon. This jade pendant was remarkably akin to his own Yingyang jade pendant. In astonishment, he quickly retrieved his Yingyang pendant, and upon comparison, the outcome left him utterly astounded. The white jade piece bore an uncanny resemblance to the white section of his Yingyang pendant. When the two came into contact, the white jade began to gradually dissolve, melding seamlessly into the white segment of the Yingyang pendant. What could this signify? Yingquan hastily glanced outside, relieved that the eunuch had not followed him in. Upon turning back, the white jade had vanished without a trace. Yet the Yingyang pendant had returned to its previous tranquility. Yingquan quickly calmed his mind and spirit. Delving into the pendant, he discovered that aside from the previously completed tasks, there was now an additional line of large characters at the pinnacle. Successfully absorbed the essence of the jade pendant. The pendant shall no longer provide a task system. The next cycle shall initiate a new functional system. What? Yingquan was somewhat taken aback, for he knew that the tasks issued by this pendant had significantly enhanced his strength. Although the number of tasks had dwindled in the later stages, without those initial tasks, he might not have achieved his current stature. Suddenly, due to the absorption and fusion of this inconsequential jade pendant, the task system was on the verge of vanishing. It would be disingenuous not to feel astonished, however. The prospect of a new system had indeed piqued Yingquan's curiosity. Chapter 72. Yingquan, on the verge of tears just as he was engulfed in worry, the jade pendant underwent yet another transformation. All task information vanished entirely, and within the space, a new jade pendant emerged, the very piece that Yingquan had just absorbed. Although this white jade was precious, Yingquan deemed it utterly unworthy of being placed within the emperor's treasury. "Lord Ying, have you made your selection?" The eunuch urged from outside the door. With a flicker of thought, the absorbed white jade materialized abruptly in his hand, allowing Yingquan to breathe a silent sigh of relief. "Very well," he proclaimed, raising the jade pendant to signal to the eunuch before stepping outside. The eunuch, observing that Yingquan had chosen the most unremarkable jade pendant, felt a pang of regret but still remarked, "Lord Ying, there are numerous treasures among these. To select merely this one jade pendant is truly alas." Yingquan smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "This official has taken a liking to this pendant at first glance. It seems to be fate at play, and I am quite satisfied with this item." "Then alas." The eunuch chuckled, seemingly lost in thought. "As you wish, my lord." Following which, he performed a series of motions to close the door, not bothering to check further. Does the eunuch not need to inspect anything? Yingquan kindly inquired. Upon hearing this, the eunuch, despite the fact that they were alone, discreetly pulled Yingquan aside and whispered, "The emperor has decreed that lording must enter the treasury, and I am forbidden to accompany you. Regardless of what you take or how much, I am not to intervene." Upon hearing this, Yingquan was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry, and looked at the eunuch with a face full of regret, saying, "Why did you not mention this earlier? Is there any chance I could enter once more? My lord, please do not make it difficult for me. The emperor has commanded that once you emerge, whatever you have taken, in whatever quantity, will belong to you. However, re-entry is not permitted." The eunuch glanced at Yingquan, a hint of guilt in his gaze. "A trap! A blatant trap against me. How would it have helped if you had informed me beforehand? Taking advantage of my honest disposition." Yingquan silently vented his frustrations, exhaling deeply, continually reminding himself, "What I gain is fortune. What I lose is fate. My lord, are you unwell?" The eunuch, in a fleeting moment, perceived a menacing expression on Yingquan's face, causing him to feel a twinge of panic. Should Yingquan take out his frustrations on him, it would indeed be a grave misfortune. Yingquan slowly turned his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Is there anything amiss with me?" However, this slight smile appeared rather sinister in the eyes of the eunuch, who dared not speak further and hastily replied, "Since my lord is well, you should promptly report back to the emperor. Indeed, that is the proper course of action. Please lead the way." Yingquan nodded in agreement. With a sigh of relief, the eunuch quickened his pace, eager to distance himself from Yingquan. Upon meeting the emperor again, Yingquan refrained from mentioning the earlier incident, and surprisingly, Emperor Hongji did not inquire about what Yingquan had taken. "My lord has a matter he wishes to discuss with your majesty." Yingquan suddenly posed, "Speak." In the eyes of Emperor Hongji, Yingquan appeared omnipotent, seemingly capable of overcoming any challenge. Seeing Yingquan seeking assistance was quite a delightful surprise. "Your majesty, please take a look." Yingquan produced a scripture from his robes and presented it to the emperor. "The Tai Chi divine skill?" Emperor Hongji exclaimed in astonishment. "How did you come to possess this?" "To my knowledge, it was stolen from Wudong 80 years ago. It was taken by members of the Baiyu sect. This was gifted to me by the Eastern leader," Yingquan explained. "The Eastern leader?" Emperor Hongji was familiar with the Eastern leader and Yingquan's close relationship, yet he had not anticipated it would extend to such a degree that such a formidable skill would be handed over so readily. However, this Tai Chi divine skill seems to have some issues. Once one follows its prescribed methods, the cultivated true energy becomes uncontrollable. Yingquan candidly stated, "Knowing your majesty's affiliation with Wudong, I presumed you might discern any potential problems." "How did you come to know this?" Emperor Hongji, slowly perusing the text, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Have you perhaps practiced it?" "Not only I, but even the East is involved. Fortunately, the issue is not grave and has already been resolved. However, I truly regret the potential loss of this remarkable martial art." Yingquan remarked, on that day, Yingquan had activated the Taiji divine skill, unleashing all the true energy within his body without leaving a trace behind. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Moreover, with the Shaolin temple now deserted, Yingquan would certainly not overlook the profound I Jing hidden within its walls. The entirety of the I Jing had now fallen into his possession, and his body was now infused with the purest essence of its true energy. "I surmise you must possess a martial arts manual that rivals the Taiji divine skill to have offered it up. Am I correct?" Emperor Hongji inquired, setting aside the martial arts manual he held. "Indeed, it is the authentic Shaolin martial art, I Jing." Yingquan had never concealed this matter. "Temph," Emperor Hongji lightly scoffed, saying, "I knew you had ulterior motives in seizing Shaolin's affairs. Now, look at the state of things. All the monks from Shaolin have fled, while you enjoy the company of the East, having acquired a formidable bodyguard. Yet what of me? I must tirelessly investigate their movements. It is exhausting. Your Majesty, you exaggerate. It is our brothers of the Jianghu who toil tirelessly, working day and night so that your Majesty may sleep more soundly." Yingquan replied promptly. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongji realized he had no retort, and with a chuckle, he chastised, "You seek to take credit for yourself. I would not dare, yet every word I speak is the truth." Yingquan clasped his hands and continued, "Your Majesty, we have located the monks of Shaolin." "Oh?" Emperor Hongji paused in surprise, exclaiming, "Why did you not speak of this sooner?" "They have all gone to the border, volunteering to confront the enemy, requesting only that your Majesty preserve the plaque of the Shaolin temple." Yingquan did not respond to Emperor Hongji's question. "Absolutely not. My Ming dynasty nearly faced destruction due to that very Shaolin temple." Immediately, I will issue orders to the border troops to encircle and annihilate the Shaolin monks. Additionally, I command the local officials to set the Shaolin temple ablaze, leaving no trace behind. Emperor Hongji's ire was ignited at the mere mention of the Shaolin monks, rendering him incapable of calmly deliberating the matter. Naturally, this was a common human reaction, especially for one wielding the immense power of Emperor Hongji. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. Since the instigator has been dealt with, the remaining Shaolin monks are largely unaware of the circumstances. They are still adrift. Should Your Majesty choose to enact a harsh punishment, it would be ideal to eliminate them entirely. However, if any skilled martial artists manage to escape and take to the shadows to assassinate our court officials in retaliation, would that not be counterproductive? I propose we make this matter public, revealing the collusion between Prince Jianghu Yugui and Shaolin in their open rebellion. This way, they may come to understand the true nature of the situation. Subsequently, Your Majesty could grant clemency to the remaining monks of the Shaolin Temple, allowing them to atone for their sins while serving at the border, and doing so, we maintain the Shaolin Temple's signboard and firmly secure it under the court's control. Alongside Wudong, to jointly oversee the affairs of the Jianghu, Yingquan presented his suggestion to Emperor Hongji. Chapter 73. Someone is up to no good. Ultimately, Emperor Hongji acquiesced to Yingquan's proposal. However, matters pertaining to Taiji Xiangong remained shrouded in silence. The Emperor Hongji chose not to mention it, and Yingquan feigned ignorance, opting to act as though nothing had transpired. Upon returning to her residence, she found Dongfang seated in the main hall, astonishingly attired in women's clothing reminiscent of their first encounter, adorned in a striking red ensemble. "What are you up to?" Yingquan inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, and today I bear tidings of great joy to share with you," Dongfang replied, her gaze lowered. "Joyous news?" Yingquan was taken aback, and upon observing Dongfang's attire, an epiphany struck her, causing her face to flush crimson as she stammered, "This but..." Her incoherence piqued Dongfang's curiosity, prompting her to lift her head, revealing Yingquan's current demeanor. "What is it? How is it that you have already conjectured?" Dongfang questioned. Yingquan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, just as she was about to concede when Dongfang continued, "I have discovered the whereabouts of my sister." Wait a moment." Yingquan abruptly halted, turning to Dongfang, retracting her previous statement, and asked, "Are you saying you have found your sister?" "Indeed." Dongfang nodded affirmatively. "Ha." Yingquan instantly regained her composure, albeit with a hint of disappointment. "Sister? What, upon finding your sister, do you not rejoice?" Observing Yingquan's expression, Dongfang's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. "Rejoice? How could I not? From now on, your sister shall be my sister." Yingquan's spirits lifted instantly. "I shall ensure no one dares to bully her." "She truly is your sister." Dongfang regarded Yingquan with a knowing glance before continuing. "Why sister?" Yingquan furrowed her brow and said, "But I do not recall having a sister." "Wait a moment." Yingquan suddenly paused, as the mention of sister triggered a recollection. Could it be the disciple of Master Jingyi, Miss Jinlin? Precisely. What a twist of fate. Yingquan smiled faintly, her brief encounter with the young lady having left a positive impression. "Where is she now?" Yingquan inquired. "She is currently under the protection of your two subordinates, Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao, making her way to the capital," Dongfang informed her. "You sent Xiaoqiao out when she has only just begun to recover." Yingquan shook her head, noting that in Dongfang's domain, not a single maid was to be found. All the servants were men. Even Jin Xiaoqiao, recently healed, had been dispatched. "How disdainful must you be of other women?" Yingquan longed to ask, yet upon weighing their respective strengths, she realized her chances of being soundly defeated were nearly absolute. Could this be construed as an act of monopolizing oneself? At this moment, Yingquan was determined to confront the other party. The ambiguity of their daily interactions had become exceedingly exhausting. Dongfang. Yingquan gently called out to Dongfang. Dongfang seemed to sense something amiss and responded softly. "I got this, Yingquan once again fell into a stuttering mode, utterly oblivious to the words escaping his lips. Just as Dongfang grew impatient, a shadow suddenly darted towards them at great speed. "Watch out!" Dongfang swiftly pushed Yingquan aside, launching a golden needle that struck the shadow down to the ground. "Humph!" Dongfang let out a cold snort, her mood exceedingly foul, teetering on the brink of violence. In a flash, she vanished from sight. "Dongfang?" Yingquan called out, alas, as he watched Dongfang retreat into the distance. The words he wished to convey remained unuttered. Casting his gaze upon the culprit sprawled on the ground, he discovered it to be a small crossbow bolt, still tethered to an object. Before Yingquan could unravel the item, a loud thud drew his attention. Lying there was a bruised man, rendered incapable of movement. KSK. At such an inopportune moment, provoking Dongfang had left him with but a single life. Should I deem him fortunate or unfortunate? Yingquan regarded the man with a hint of regret. Just then, Dongfang descended from the air, addressing the injured man. You had better provide me with a compelling reason, or else. Sighing, Yingquan intervened before Dongfang could elaborate, gradually approaching the man and unbinding the object from the crossbow bolt, revealing a letter it was addressed to Yingquan personally. Who sent you with this? Yingquan inquired as he opened the letter. The man trembled incessantly, unable to utter a single word. Huh? Yingquan glanced at Dongfang and remarked, You've sealed his voice. What reason could he possibly offer you? Would it not be more sincere to simply end his life? Humph. Dongfang replied coldly, her expression betraying no warmth. Very well. Yingquan nonchalantly kicked the man, who then violently coughed up blood, clutching his chest and wailing in agony. Dongfang gazed at Yingquan in silence, realizing that his resentment far exceeded her own. Yet, unexpectedly, a flicker of amusement crossed her features. As Yingquan held the letter, an unexpected wave of tension seized him. His grip tightened so fiercely that he nearly crumpled the document, his eyes ablaze with fury. Dongfang, taken aback by his sudden rage, swiftly approached him and gently took the letter from his grasp, reading aloud. Lord Ying, your sworn sister Jinlin and your 2 subordinates are now in my possession. If you wish for their survival, you must venture alone to the desolate Yunshan, 100 miles outside the capital. Tomorrow night, I await your favorable response. As Dongfang read aloud, his voice grew increasingly intense, causing the nearby flora to sway in response. An overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth. Had one not known that this was the residence of Yingquan, one might have feared that a single outburst could obliterate the surroundings. Dongfang, suppressing his fury, turned the letter over once again, yet found no signature from the sender. With a sharp kick, he sent the man soaring into the branches of a tree within the courtyard, and with a hint of a growl, demanded, Speak. Who sent you with this message? Dongfang's tone was terrifying, teetering on the brink of eruption. Should he lose control, chaos could ensue at any moment. Yingquan, however, understood Dongfang's actions all too well. His long-lost sister had undoubtedly been a lingering regret in his heart. He had intended to bring her to the capital and protect her from any grievances. Yet, he never anticipated that she would be abducted on the way, along with 2 members of the elite Genie Wei, who possessed such audacity to provoke Yingquan's ire. Dongfang was confident that only he and Yingquan were aware of Jinlin being his sister. Jinlin herself remained oblivious. This is truly a despicable villain. The situation was clearly escalating. Yingquan had managed to regain some composure. Mere anger would resolve nothing. Speak. Dongfang continued to press the archer for answers. The man merely pleaded for mercy, insisting he knew nothing, which only inflamed Dongfang's rage further. With a swift motion, he struck him down, eliminating the source of disturbance. Who would dare obstruct the wrath of the Dongfang leader? Yingquan could only stand by, applauding the decisive action. Where is Huanyun Mountain? Once the servants had removed the body from the courtyard, Dongfang inquired of Yingquan, his tone devoid of emotion. Should all proceed without mishap, today would mark a momentous occasion. Yet, who could have foreseen that someone would provoke his wrath? Dongfang vowed silently that even the emperor would not escape unscathed. Observing Dongfang's demeanor, Yingquan recognized the gravity of the situation and shook his head helplessly. I will immediately mobilize the army to encircle Huanyun Mountain. No, what if they harm Jinlin? Dongfang immediately countered. Earlier, they might have considered killing Jinlin to resolve the matter, but now, our reactions had surely been communicated to them. Particularly yours. Yingquan pondered, noting, after all, they only know Jinlin is my sworn sister, but they cannot ascertain whether I would risk myself for her. He continued, your extreme reaction, coupled with the brutal death of the messenger, will embolden them further. Even if they cannot threaten me through Jinlin, they undoubtedly recognize they can threaten you. I, Dongfang, am not to be trifled with by a mere band of rogues. Upon hearing this, Dongfang regained some composure, yet the thought of Jinlin in peril ignited a tempest of rage within him. If they were to place a knife against Jinlin's throat and say to you, Eastern sect leader, if you wish for Jinlin to survive, you must kill Yingquan, how would you respond? Yingquan, unperturbed, turned his gaze towards the east and spoke. The Eastern leader momentarily faltered, truly uncertain of what choice to make. Therefore, as long as you do not go tomorrow, I shall have a 50% chance of rescuing Jinlin, Yingquan declared. Only a 50% chance? The Eastern leader inquired. Perhaps even less than that. Yingquan contemplated for a moment before responding. Then why do you not allow me to go? Upon hearing this, the Eastern leader was instantly enraged. If you go, there will be no opportunity whatsoever. Yingquan stated without hesitation, I cannot concern myself with many matters. Tomorrow is tomorrow. Jinlin has already been captured. How can you expect me to remain at ease? The Eastern leader suddenly rose, pacing back and forth several times, and addressed Yingquan. If you will not take me, I shall go on my own. I wish to see who possesses such audacity to disturb the peace under the auspices of the Tai Sui. Without waiting for Yingquan's reaction, the Eastern leader executed a light-footed maneuver and soared out of Ying's residence. By the time Yingquan realized what had happened, she had vanished without a trace. This is dire. Yingquan silently lamented, for if anything were to happen to Jinlin and the Eastern leader, it would be a lifelong regret for him in the Ming dynasty. However, should they discover the relationship between Jinlin and the Eastern leader, it may not be entirely adverse. At the very least, if they still value their lives, they would refrain from recklessly harming Jinlin. And even afterward, they would hesitate to release her, for no matter what, as long as the Eastern leader ensured Jinlin's safety, it would mark their doom, having crossed the Eastern leader's boundaries. With this thought, Yingquan found himself less troubled. In fact, a plan gradually began to take shape in his mind. Sect leader, this Jinlin's background is likely quite formidable. A man spoke to their leader. It seems even the Eastern sect leader has been stirred. What exactly transpired? The leader inquired. The brother delivering the message had just shot a crossbow bolt into Yingquan's residence and had not yet managed to escape when he was captured by the Eastern leader. I can assure you, when the Eastern leader apprehended that brother, she was unaware of the message's contents. Within less than a stick of incense's time, an ominous aura suddenly filled Ying's estate, followed by the brother's cries of anguish and pleas for mercy. And soon thereafter, we beheld the brother's lifeless body, covered in wounds. I can recognize it as the handiwork of the Eastern sect leader. The man conveyed every detail he knew to the observing leader. Eastern? The leader was slightly taken aback. Bring Jinlin here. We must thoroughly interrogate her about her relationship with the Eastern sect leader. Young lady, you would do well to candidly disclose your connection to the Eastern sect leader. The leader demanded. I have never met the Eastern sect leader. How could I possibly have any relation to him? Jinlin replied, somewhat fearful. You had best speak the truth. The master, with an air of malevolence, approached Jinlin, extending his right hand to lightly graze her neck, stating, at this moment, I am merely using my finger. Had I chosen a blade or applied a modicum of pressure, you would surely meet your demise. Thus, before you speak, I advise you to ponder carefully. Jinlin, on the verge of tears, desperately retorted, I truly have no connection to him. Yet, she valiantly suppressed her overwhelming fear. A toast offered is not to be refused. The master raised his hand, intending to strike Jinlin, but was abruptly halted by a burly man beside him, who implored, Master, please refrain from such actions. I observe that the Eastern master is particularly anxious regarding this young girl, suggesting there are undisclosed matters at play. Should you harm her, it may provoke the Eastern master, and that would be troublesome indeed. After all, dealing with Yingquan is no trivial matter, the burly man asserted. Humph! The master reluctantly lowered his hand, for he indeed lacked the confidence to confront both the Eastern master and Yingquan simultaneously. In that fleeting moment of relinquishment, an insidious idea sprouted in his mind. Since the Eastern master held such concern for this young girl, why not seize Jinlin firmly within his grasp, instigating a conflict between Yingquan and the Eastern master? Lost in thought, the master erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. The burly man, shaking his head in resignation, stepped back, casting a reassuring glance toward Jinlin. Gratefully, she nodded in acknowledgement. For the time being, this imposing figure had afforded her a reprieve. Bring forth those 2 imperial guards. Following his manic laughter, the master commanded his subordinates. Responding swiftly to his orders, an astute individual hurriedly made their way to the location where Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao were detained. Humph! Their efficiency was commendable. In mere moments, the battered Lin Yi, bound and helpless, was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Jin Xiaoqiao, however, was merely restrained at the wrists. You despicable scoundrel, you Tianxing, Lin Yi bellowed, glaring at the master before him. Chapter 75. Swallow Li San visits the Ying Manor at this juncture. I am beyond caring for notions of decency. Yu Tianxing staggered over to Lin Yi, delivering a brutal kick that sent him sprawling, ferociously declaring, that young girl may be untouchable, but you, I have no such reservations, Lin Ge. Although Jin Xiaoqiao's hands were bound, her legs remained free, and she rushed to Lin Yi's side. You would do well to divulge the girl's secrets, lest you endure unnecessary suffering. Otherwise, today, you shall face dire consequences. Yu Tianxing advanced menacingly, pressing his foot upon Lin Yi's face. At this moment, Jin Xiaoqiao, stripped of her martial prowess, found herself powerless against Yu Tianxing. Ha ha ha! Cough cough. Lin Yi let out a low, sardonic laugh, then coughed violently, blood trickling from his lips, as he defiantly proclaimed, Yu Tianxing, dream on. Slap. Yu Tianxing delivered a forceful kick to Lin Yi's chest, sending him crashing against the nearby steps with a thud. Gurgling sounds escaped Lin Yi's lips as he appeared severely injured, blood oozing continuously from his mouth. You reap what you sow. With a swift motion, Yu Tianxing drew the sword from a nearby companion and approached Lin Yi, pressing the blade against his neck. At that moment, Lin Yi's eyes widened in fury, fixing a steely gaze upon Yu Tianxing as he declared, Come on, if I, Lin Yi, were to furrow a single brow, I would no longer be a member of the Genie Way. A sly grin crept across Yu Tianxing's face, yet he paid no heed to Lin Yi's bravado. Instead, he turned to Jin Xiaoqiao and remarked, TSK, it seems our little Taibao is quite concerned about Lin Taibao. Why not speak up? If you reveal what you know, I shall spare Lin Taibao's life. With that, he playfully waggled the sword at Lin Yi's throat. Jin Xiaoqiao felt a surge of indignation. However, she was genuinely unaware of the background of the young lady named Jin Lin. She and Lin Yi were merely dispatched by Dongfang to escort her to the capital. They knew that Dongfang, a woman, had an ambiguous relationship with their master, and they had observed how their master consistently indulged her. They were aware that there was not a single maid in their master's residence, all of which was orchestrated at Dongfang's behest. It was clear to them that, barring any unforeseen events, Dongfang would become the lady of the Ying household. Yet now, they had botched the task, with their master's sworn sister being captured by Yu Tianxing, and it seemed that this Jin Lin girl shared a close connection with Dongfang. How could they face the consequences of their failure? Naturally, they would be willing to accept punishment. Lin Yi had long resigned himself to death. Yet even so, he was unwilling to perish in such a humiliating manner. Witnessing Yu Tianxing use him as leverage against Jin Xiaoqiao only fueled his resentment. The relationship between the sect leader and Miss Jin was known solely to the sect leader herself. Even their master was in the dark. You press us, brother and sister, for answers in vain. Jin Xiaoqiao suddenly gritted her teeth and spoke, casting a defiant look at Yu Tianxing. If you have the guts, kill us. Lord Ying will surely avenge us. Ha ha. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy upon hearing Jin Xiaoqiao's words. Those of the Genie Way were not so easily intimidated, however. When Yu Tianxing noticed Lin Yi still had the audacity to laugh, he delivered another kick, and this time, Lin Yi truly could not muster a smile, collapsing into unconsciousness. Master? A burly man stepped forward and inquired, Are we still heading to Huangyun Mountain tomorrow? Of course. Why would we not go? Yu Tianxing replied emphatically, I intend to reclaim my honor tomorrow. Initially, it was merely to deal with Yingquan, but now that that wretched Dongfang is involved, I shall ensure they all remain with me. But, the burly man hesitated, seemingly wanting to express something further. Nye Changfeng, Yu Tianxing's voice thundered, my decisions are not to be questioned. Were it not for your timely rescue during the chaos, I would have made you pay dearly. It turned out that this burly man was none other than Yu Tianxing himself. On that fateful day of battle, one of his trusted subordinates discreetly facilitated his escape, seizing the opportunity amid the chaos to rescue Yu Tianxing, who lay unattended on the ground, thereby allowing Yu Tianxing to narrowly evade a dire fate. Had it not been for this turn of events, he would surely have perished beneath Zhu Yogui's formidable roar. Meanwhile, Dongfang ventured into the desolate expanse of Huangyun Mountain, only to find it utterly deserted. Indeed, Huangyun Mountain was as barren as it was rumored to be. Sparse patches of weeds timidly broke through the earth, with not a single respectable tree in sight. Dongfang found it quite perplexing why the meeting location had been designated here. However, he cast aside his speculations and plunged forward. Is there any news of Dongfang? Yingquan inquired of Zheng Lang beside him. Some brothers have reported seeing the leader headed towards Huangyun Mountain. Zheng Lang replied. He has arrived too early. Yingquan silently shook his head, his heart now in disarray. Have we identified the culprits? Yingquan pressed. Some brothers spotted Nye Changfeng of the Baiyue sect lingering in front of the mansion. He swiftly departed upon witnessing the messenger being carried out. Zheng Lang hurriedly informed him. Have you located their hideout? I have failed and lost track of them. Zheng Lang's expression was one of deep remorse. Then why are you still here? Go investigate. Yingquan's tone was stern, his mood exceedingly foul. The Baiyue sect had already disbanded. Could there truly be someone who had managed to rally them once more? Yu Tianqing? A sudden thought struck Yingquan. After the tumultuous battle that day, Yu Tianqing had vanished without a trace. Could it be him? Yingquan surmised that if anyone could have rallied Nie Changfeng, it could only be Yu Tianqing. Suddenly, a rustling noise caught Yingquan's attention from above. Who goes there? He bellowed, hastening outside and leaping onto the rooftop, where indeed, a figure awaited. Who are you? Yingquan inquired, his gaze narrowing as he found the figure slightly familiar, yet he could not quite place them. Lord Ying, you are known for your forgetfulness. I am Li San. We have met before. The small, unassuming figure bowed slightly, revealing his identity. So it is you. Yingquan squinted, recognizing that this was a precarious time, and he questioned the motives behind this unexpected visit. Are you not afraid that I shall have you apprehended, yet you dare to present yourself before me? Yingquan remarked with a sudden smile, though it was evident to all that his words carried no sincerity. Lord Ying, if you have need of my humble services, I shall not be a burden. Li San, well aware of Yingquan's intentions, hastily conveyed his purpose. I have encountered a peculiar incident that may pertain to you, and I have come to relay this news. Speak. Yu Tianqing has abducted your beloved sister-in-law, and he holds 2 of your esteemed protectors captive, Li San declared. How do you know of this? Yingquan furrowed his brow, a hint of suspicion in his voice. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and I have already ascertained their location. Li San replied confidently. Now, state your conditions. Yingquan nodded slightly. He was somewhat aware of Li San's capabilities. Since Li San claimed to possess knowledge, he undoubtedly did. However, individuals like him were typically motivated by self-interest. It was utterly inconceivable that he would assist without a purpose. Chapter 76. Lord Ying is yet to see his 25th year. There was, however, a matter I seek your aid with. Li San did not conceal his intentions and spoke directly. I wish to join the Jianghu. Ha. Yingquan smiled faintly and candidly replied. Notes. Li San was utterly taken aback by Yingquan's immediate rejection. Perplexed, he inquired, why not? Lord Ying currently oversees the Jianghu, a position second only to the emperor himself, who must also rely upon you. Surely, this trivial matter could be resolved with but a nod from you. This is indeed a matter that requires my approval, and if I do not grant it, no one can permit you to join the Jianghu, Yingquan stated coolly. Not even the emperor can intervene. You, Yanzi Li San, are well aware of your own standing, allowing a thief to join the Jianghu? Ha. Yingquan did not express all his thoughts, believing that Li San could comprehend the unspoken implications. Please leave. Out of consideration for your message, I shall refrain from apprehending you today, but next time. You may not be so fortunate. With that, Yingquan gestured for him to exit. He'll be frank. Yingquan had no genuine need for Li San's assistance. The Jianghu of the Ming dynasty was omnipresent, and locating the traces of the Baiyu sect was merely a matter of time. Moreover, Li San had revealed a crucial piece of information. The mastermind was Yu Tianqing. Come, let Miss Yu Shuangshuang join us for a discussion. Yingquan disregarded Li San, leaping down from the rooftop and exclaiming loudly. Indeed, it is Yu Shuangshuang. Yu Shuangshuang had remained under Yingquan's watch, especially since Yu Tianqing's disappearance, which compelled her to hide deeply. Though she had kept Chu Fian as her companion, why Lord? Li San, undeterred, followed him down and said, I do not necessarily wish to join the Jianghu. I merely seek to abandon this covert existence and embrace the light. I implore you to grant me a suitable identity. This was already Li San's most modest request. In negotiations, one typically inflates their demands and settles for something reasonable. Yingquan, having experienced the era of information explosion in his past life, was not easily deceived by Li San's ploys. However, he would not grant Li San's wish so readily. The words of a thief could not be trusted, and it was wiser to keep him close at hand rather than allow him to roam freely. Very well then, you may start as a humble servant by my side. Yingquan tossed out this remark and ceased to pay Li San any further mind, for Zhang Lang had already brought Yu Shuangshuang and Chu Fian over. Miss Yu, there is a matter I must convey. Your father, Yu Tianqing, has captured my sworn sister, your uncle Dongfang's biological sister, and has arranged to meet me at Huangyan Mountain tomorrow night, stipulating that I may only attend alone. What do you propose we do about this predicament? Though Yingquan harbored no desire to trouble a young maiden, the astute Yu Shuangshuang, despite her tender years, possessed an exceptional intellect and was known for her cunning. Why not propose a solution, Miss Yu? Yingquan said with a sly smile, feeling momentarily like a nefarious villain in the court, a so-called hound of the imperial court in the realm. Since Master Ying has already conceived a plan, why should he trouble a mere girl? Moreover, I have been under Master Ying's watch for days, and he is fully aware of what I have or have not seen, Yu Shuangshuang remarked, gazing at Yingquan. Ha. Yingquan chuckled. It is said that Miss Yu is remarkably clever, and indeed you are. Allow me to be forthright. Your father has captured my sworn sister, yet he remains unaware that his daughter has fallen into my grasp. Now, we must release news of your whereabouts. Whatever the master decrees, why summon a mere girl? Yu Shuangshuang's spirits, naturally, were far from buoyant. She recognized that she had become a hostage, and her sentiments were likely shared by many. What shall we do? Yingquan paid no heed to Yu Shuangshuang. Instead, directing his gaze towards Li Sa, and it appeared that with the lady in his possession, this time, without my assistance, her life would not be in peril. Yet, I had not anticipated that the young girl, Jianlin, was the younger sister of the Eastern sect leader. Given the temperament of the Eastern sect leader, it seems that Yu Tianqing's fate may be dire. Li San could not help but lament the unfortunate circumstance surrounding Yu Tianqing. Xiao Lang, Yingquan called at your service. Notify all the Jianghu in the capital to disseminate the news of Yu Shuangshuang being in my custody, particularly to the major inns. Any signs of movement must be reported immediately. Understood. As dusk approached, it was likely that the news of Yu Shuangshuang's predicament would spread throughout the capital's martial circles. However, the tale only grew more convoluted with each retelling. Especially upon reaching one particular ear, the story had transformed entirely. Dongfang had scoured the entirety of Huangyun Mountain without uncovering a trace of anyone. This mindless venting gradually brought her to a state of calm. She slowly entered a tavern on the outskirts of the city, where she overheard a group of martial artists discussing. Have you heard? Mastering of the Jianghu has abducted Yu Tianqing's daughter, the former leader of the Baiyu sect, claiming he intends to take her as a concubine. That's not right. It's not merely a concubine. Yingquan has already compromised the young lady, yet he refuses to take responsibility. Now, Yu Tianqing has specifically captured Yingquan's sworn sister, demanding an explanation for his daughter's plight. Is that so? I heard that Yu Tianqing forcibly occupied Yingquan's sworn sister, unaware that his own daughter was in Yingquan's possession, resulting in Yingquan employing a method of retaliation against him. Teak. A somewhat younger individual remarked, who can ascertain the veracity of this news? Yet, it is indeed true that lording enjoys considerable favor. It is said that Yu Shuangshuang is renowned as the most exquisite beauty in the martial world. Should she truly become Lord Yingquan's consort, it would hardly tarnish her reputation. I have heard that Lord Ying is yet to reach the age of 25, with a future that is boundlessly promising. Silence. Eastern, incensed by these words, especially upon hearing that Lord Ying was under 25, violently overturned the table before him. With a swift flick of a golden needle, he instantaneously claimed the life of the young martial artist. It was unfortunate for that youth to have spoken so recklessly in Eastern's presence, sealing his fate as one of Eastern's fallen minions. She is an elder martial artist gazed curiously at the enchanting figure clad in red before him. Suddenly struck by an idea, he knelt upon the ground, weeping profusely as he implored, "Spare me, Eastern Lord, have mercy." Of course, Eastern had not changed her attire, nor had she the time to do so. She still donned her striking red garments. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Eastern paid no heed to those around her and strode purposefully toward the capital. Eager to discern the true nature of the situation at the Ying residence, in her absence of merely half a day. So much gossip had already spread throughout the city. Chapter 77. Those who fancy rooftops. The Ying residence was aglow with light. Even as the night deepened, Yingquan sat in the seat of honor, surrounded by numerous subordinates, including his two formidable aides, Chen Tao and Zheng Lang. Their survival was largely due to Master Wanzai's covert assistance. Even Lin Yi and Jin Xiaoqiao owed their lives to his intercession. This was also a significant reason why Yingquan had urged the emperor to spare the Shaolin monks who had ventured to the frontier. Had those four met a tragic end at Shaolin Temple, it would have been unthinkable for Emperor Hongji to intervene. Yingquan himself would have been the first to eradicate the temple. One cannot help but acknowledge that Master Wanzai's moment of contemplation had indeed saved Shaolin Temple. My lord, according to intelligence from Li San, we have indeed tracked the whereabouts of Yu Tianqing, Chen Tao announced, presenting a note from the small flag he had received. I had long asserted that Yu Tianqing and his companions were within the city. It is a courtyard he acquired in his youth. Upon hearing Chen Tao's words, Li San immediately adopted an expression of realization, completely forgetting his earlier anxiety. However, only a handful of Baiyu cult members were present. Yu Tianqing, Nie Changfeng, and Miss Jean, along with the two protectors, were nowhere to be found. Ignoring Li San's reaction, Chen Tao continued, "What else have you discovered? At present, these are the only findings." Chen Tao responded softly. Yingquan nodded thoughtfully before turning his gaze toward Li San. "Is there anything you have not disclosed?" Yingquan always maintained a watchful eye on Li San, suspecting that this individual had come with some hidden agenda. he would not believe a single word of Li San's previous assertions. I only know this much. Chun Tao's report confirmed that Yu Tianqing had indeed long since vacated his lodgings. Very well, Yu Tianqing is indeed a cunning individual. Last time, he suffered a significant setback at my hands, and now he dares to stir trouble right under my nose. If he does not exercise caution, it would indeed be peculiar, Yingquan remarked with a hint of disdain. Yingquan was confident that news of Yu Shuangshuang had certainly reached Yu Tianqing's ears. As long as Yu Shuangshuang remained out of sight, neither Jin Lin, Lin Yi, nor Jin Xiaoqiao would be in imminent danger. However, Yingquan harbored some concerns. Should Yu Tianqing truly descend into a state of heartbreak and madness, disregarding Yu Shuangshuang's consolation, he would find himself at a loss. After all, he was somewhat reluctant to harm a young lady. He continued his pursuit of Yu Tianqing's whereabouts while instructing his brothers to keep a close watch on Huangyun Mountain, especially on all routes leading there, particularly the smaller paths, which required vigilant surveillance. Yingquan concluded his orders. Chen Tao, stay close to Li San. You must not leave his side. Yingquan had already risen to his feet, but paused to add, Do you not trust me? Li San replied, astonished, I do not trust you. Yingquan nodded curtly before exiting the hall. Alas. Li San attempted to voice his thoughts, but was halted by Chen Tao's arm. Li San, please. With a dismissive gesture, Li San shrugged off Chen Tao's arm, declaring, if I wish to leave, you cannot stop me, naturally. I am well aware of the prowess of Yanzi Li San. If he wishes to depart, let him do so, for I shall not impede him. Having followed Yingquan for many years, Chen Tao could easily surmise his intentions. By aligning himself with Li San, it was evident that Yingquan was providing Li San with an opportunity to escape. Li San, being equally astute, quickly recognized this as a calculated ploy by Yingquan. If he were genuinely inclined to ally himself, he would willingly remain close to Chen Tao. However, if he harbored ulterior motives, he would still need to walk closely alongside Chen Tao to dispel Yingquan's suspicions. Should there be even the slightest misstep, one could only hope to evade Yingquan's grasp forever. I shall precisely choose not to leave. Li San retracted the leg he was about to step forward with and returned to Chen Tao's side, stating resolutely. Upon departing, Yingquan made his way towards the chamber where Yu Shuangshuang was temporarily detained. At this moment, Dongfang had returned to Ying Mansion, fortuitously spotting Yingquan alone. Initially intending to approach him, she found that Yingquan had already turned a corner, rendering her invisible to him. Uncertain of her thoughts, Dongfang held her breath and stealthily followed. Yingquan paused at a secluded room, guarded by numerous genie Wei, freshly assigned to this task today, rather than the household servants. Observing that Yingquan did not knock but instead directly entered, Dongfang felt a twinge of confusion, for she knew this place to be merely a vacant room with no occupants. Not wishing to alert the guards outside, she circled to the back and, with a leap, ascended the rooftop. Carefully displacing a roof tile, she peered down. Inside was none other than Yu Tianqing's daughter, Yu Shuangshuang. They had descended from Wangyue Cliff together, but after a fierce battle outside the capital, Dongfang had lost all news of Yu Shuangshuang and her father. Today, I overheard that Yu Shuangshuang is in the hands of Yingquan outside. Initially, I assumed that Yingquan had deliberately released this information to confound Yu Tianqing, but to my astonishment, it is indeed the case. Yet, why has Yingquan never mentioned this to me? Dongfang felt a sense of confusion, unaware that his hands had clenched tightly together, turning somewhat pale. It is also possible that Yingquan only captured Yu Shuangshuang today. Dongfang was attempting to comfort himself. Lord Ying, you have confined me for nearly a month. At this moment, Yu Shuangshuang suddenly spoke up. A month? Dongfang was taken aback. It had been 28 days since the last great battle, which is indeed close to a month. Dongfang suppressed his thoughts, only to hear Yingquan continue, You should thank your father. Yu Tianqing, if he hadn't suddenly appeared and abducted my sworn sister, you might have been imprisoned for a lifetime. Yingquan remarked with a wicked smile. You scoundrel! Upon hearing Yingquan's words, Yu Shuangshuang was filled with rage and couldn't help but curse aloud. Shameless! Those in the room also heard Yingquan's remarks and inwardly cursed. What a pity! Yingquan, seated in his chair, stretched lazily and said, To be honest, if I were to let you go just like that, I would truly be reluctant. However, after much contemplation, I still believe my sworn sister is of greater importance. Therefore, once I exchange Jin Lin from your father tomorrow, you shall be free, Yingquan declared. Are you serious? Yu Shuangshuang could hardly believe that Yingquan would be so benevolent, questioning him with skepticism. Indeed, my words carry weight. Yingquan smirked mischievously. Thus, I require your cooperation tomorrow. Should anything happen to my sworn sister or my subordinates, Do not blame me for being ruthless. Therefore, it is best for you to pray that your father has not done anything excessive, Yingquan concluded. After speaking, he exited the room and, with a single leap, ascended to the rooftop. What on earth? Upon reaching the rooftop, Yingquan's pupils dilated as he witnessed an astonishing scene. Chapter 78. Is it truly appropriate to discuss this now? As Yingquan reached the rooftop, he was suddenly struck by a beam of golden light, catching him completely off guard in his haste to evade. He still sustained a wound to his left arm. Crash! Hearing commotion from above, Yu Shuangshuang hurriedly opened the door, only to be halted by the guards at the entrance, unable to venture out to investigate. What is happening? She had no choice but to inquire. No worries, I simply slipped while climbing to the rooftop. Yingquan revealed half of his body, addressing Yu Shuangshuang. To prevent your father from attempting to abduct you tonight, I shall be sleeping on your rooftop. If you are not at ease, why not come inside to sleep? Yu Shuangshuang suggested after a moment's thought, but immediately regretted it. Although they were children of the rivers and lakes, inviting a man into her room to sleep in the middle of the night felt highly inappropriate. Hee. As Yingquan smiled, contemplating whether to acquiesce, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar hand upon his waist. Instantly, his expression shifted to one of solemnity as he remarked, Miss Yu, do you take me for someone else? Please rest assured and sleep peacefully. Little did Yingquan know that upon hearing his response, Yu Shuangshuang exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he truly agreed to enter, it would have been a case of miscalculation. This moment led Yu Shuangshuang to perceive that perhaps Yingquan was not as detestable as she had initially thought. However, the truth of the matter would forever remain beyond her grasp. Once Yu Shuangshuang stepped into the room, Yingquan slowly turned his head, feeling quite awkward as he looked at Dongfang beside him. Gently, he took Dongfang's jade hand from his waist and set it aside. He then utilized his inner strength to expel the golden needle lodged in his left shoulder, sealing the acupoint in that area. What are you doing here? Yingquan inquired cautiously. I came as I thought of you. Dongfang replied, settling beside Yingquan. Did I ask your arm all right? Dongfang asked softly. Oh? Yingquan exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Dongfang, exclaiming, You actually care about others. In a flash, a beam of golden light reappeared in Dongfang's hand. Yingquan responded nonchalantly, nodding as he said, with the Jing internal skill, everything is manageable. Arrogance is a malady that must be cured. Yingquan lamented inwardly, pondering how he would navigate his future days. Yingquan, Dongfang called gently. Let us wed. Yingquan continued. The pair suddenly felt that something was amiss. What did I just say? Yingquan asked, staring at Dongfang, while inwardly he groaned, realizing he had inadvertently spoken his true feelings. He braced himself for the impending wrath. You did not say anything, Dongfang asserted with certainty, a look that nearly convinced Yingquan. Once we rescue Jin Lin, we shall wed. Since Yingquan had already voiced it, he was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. You, at that moment, Dongfang seemed to lose her regal composure, resembling a bashful maiden unsure of what to say. What do you mean by you? Yingquan retorted. But, there is no but. You need only to agree, Yingquan interjected, halting Dongfang's attempt to speak. Yet, that settles it. Yingquan concluded hastily, not allowing Dongfang to finish her thought. Is it truly suitable? Dongfang dared to ask. It is suitable, Yingquan affirmed with conviction, stating, Whoever dares to claim otherwise will come to know the taste of imprisonment from my position as a Jin Wei. Unsuitable, Dongfang suddenly declared, leaving Yingquan at a loss for words. Could you refrain from being mischievous? Yingquan silently pleaded. Pift, Dongfang remarked, observing Yingquan's stunned expression. Can you truly endure me? I doubt. Are you aware that I am already 33 this year? Dongfang stated. 23? Yingquan nodded. Replying, It is evident. Dongfang gazed at Yingquan in speechless disbelief. The depths of human shamelessness could indeed reach such heights, a realm unto itself. I cannot possibly allow you to have multiple wives and concubines. Dongfang was acutely aware of a man's propensity for infidelity. In this era, which capable man does not possess a harem? Emperor Hongji was a rarity, and Dongfang suspected that his temperament was not dissimilar to Yingquan's, both belonging to the type strictly governed by their wives. Of course, Dongfang was unaware of the term wife governed. Is this something we could negotiate? Yingquan inquired cautiously. Absolutely not, Dongfang retorted, his expression stern. If you desire multiple wives, go and seek your charming maidens. I truly went. Yingquan feigned rising from his seat. You dare? Pfft. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and Yingquan shrugged, saying, Dongfang, it seems I have fallen into your hands for this lifetime. Dongfang fell silent for a moment, then, with a bemused expression, looked at Yingquan and remarked, "It is I who have wed you, not the other way around. You had best clarify our relationship before speaking." "Is that so?" Yingquan suddenly sat upright, scratching his head and saying, "It's your overwhelming aura that led me to believe I was marrying you. Tomorrow is Singles' Day. Yingquan shall flaunt a bit of affection. My sister has been taken, and discussing these matters now seems rather inappropriate." Dongfang suddenly recalled that his sister was still in someone else's grasp. Has Yingquan, in his heart, come to hold a more significant place than his own sister? Why did he forget his sister entirely upon hearing Yingquan mention this? Dongfang silently berated himself, while Yingquan, perceptively, refrained from broaching any such topics. "Jinlin is in the hands of Yu Tianqing," Yingquan stated. "I know." Dongfang nodded. The following morning, Dongfang hastily summoned Yu Shuangzhuang to as for Yingquan. He was reflecting in solitude. The leader of Dongfang is not one to be possessed by just anyone. Even Yingquan must pay a price. Since last night, Yingquan had been lost in contemplation. The desolate Yunshan had been entirely encircled. By the time Dongfang and Yu Shuangzhuang emerged together, Yingquan quickly approached Dongfang, saying, "I will not concern myself with anything else. But if Jinlin suffers even the slightest grievance, Dongfang glanced at Yu Shuangzhuang and warned, "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." In front of Yu Shuangzhuang, Dongfang still preferred to refer to himself as uncle. This. Yu Shuangzhuang offered a wry smile, secretly praying that her father would not act rashly. Her life hung precariously on his whims. Before Yingquan and the others could leave the residence, they noticed a member of the Genie Wei supporting an injured man as he entered. This individual was battered and bruised, his clothing soaked in blood, congealed and severely wounded. Yingquan hurried forward to inspect, and upon doing so, recognized the man. It was none other than Lin Yi, the esteemed Lin Taibao, who had been dispatched to retrieve Jinlin, my lord. Lin Yi seemed to sense the presence of Yingquan, yet upon opening his eyes, he weakly uttered a single word. "I am here," his subordinate. So ineffectual. Lin Yi's pallid visage was suffused with a blend of grief and indignation as he tremulously retrieved an object from his bosom and placed it into Yingquan's hands. Chapter 79. The winds tonight are somewhat fierce. Ying, my lord, fortune favors you. The pact of Huangyun Mountain remains intact. However, I implore you to ensure the safety of my daughter. Should any misfortune befall her, and if your sister were to encounter any dire consequence, I fear it would be difficult to account to the Eastern sect master. After perusing the letter in his hand, Yingquan transferred it to the hands of the Eastern envoy. Upon observing the unconscious Lin Yi, he addressed the other subordinates. "Take him below to rest." Although both parties had agreed to convene this very night, in the interest of absolute precaution, Yingquan resolved to arrive early. As for his earlier insistence that Lin Yi venture forth alone, with Yu Shuangzhuang in his possession, did he truly need to fear Yu Tianqing? With 1,000 elite Jinui assembled, complemented by forces previously stationed at Huangyun Mountain, their numbers exceeded 2,000. Yingquan held little faith that, ensnared within such a meticulously woven net, Yu Tianqing could escape the clutches of Huangyun Mountain. "I shall accompany you." After much contemplation, the Eastern envoy finally expressed her determination, feeling an unsettling premonition that something dreadful would transpire should she remain behind, her heart in turmoil. "Eastern envoy, there is a vital point I must clarify." Upon hearing that the Eastern envoy also intended to attend, Yingquan realized it was futile to attempt to dissuade her. Pondering for a moment, he solemnly cautioned, "If Yu Tianqing dares to meet at Huangyun Mountain, he surely harbors some nefarious scheme. Remember, in critical moments, if the situation becomes untenable, you must prioritize your own safety." "And what of Jinlin?" the Eastern envoy inquired. "In life, perfection is a rarity. Should an unforeseen event occur, one must be prepared to relinquish that which is necessary." Yingquan's intent could not have been clearer. Should her life be endangered, sacrificing Jinlin's existence might be inevitable. "You?" The Eastern envoy's countenance turned icy at the implication. Such a scenario represented the worst-case outcome, one she fervently hoped to avoid. Observing her distress, Yingquan sighed inwardly, expressing his helplessness. Yingquan recognized that the prospect of the Eastern envoy sacrificing her life for Jinlin was entirely plausible, which was precisely why he had wished to prevent her from accompanying him. Arriving at Huangyun Mountain, they found no one except Yingquan's own men. "Zhang Lang is in charge here, Xiao Lang. Have you detected any anomalies?" Yingquan inquired. "Here, there are only stones, not even a patch of grass. There is truly no place to conceal oneself," Zhang Lang replied with a fist salute. "We must remain vigilant." "Yu Tianqing would not have chosen this location at random," Yingquan said to Zhang Lang. His desire for vengeance against me has been brewing for quite some time. I even suspect that this abduction of Jean Lin serves merely as a convenient pretext. Conduct a thorough search once more, Yingquan commanded. Understood. The location where Yu Tianqing has taken refuge remains elusive. The news relayed by the awakened Lin Yi indicates that Yu Tianqing's position is in constant flux, and he is predominantly in a state of unconsciousness, utterly unaware of his surroundings. Even this morning, he was struck down and subsequently brought near the Ying residence by none other than Ye Chongfeng. As the night deepens into inky darkness, devoid of moonlight, a sense of desolation pervades the atmosphere, infused with an air of impending doom. Yingquan recalls an old adage, "A night as dark as this, when the wind howls, is a night for murder." In such a somber night, even Yingquan is compelled to instruct his subordinates to light torches for illumination. Under the flickering flames, the desolate and barren Yaoyun Mountain seems to acquire a semblance of vitality. In the distance, a fire dragon also emerges. They've arrived. Yingquan remarks casually, "Indeed, it is the appointed hour of darkness." Yu Tianqing, seemingly materializing from thin air, leads a troop that appears to have sprung forth unexpectedly. Strangely, none of the Jin Yiwei spies under Yingquan's command detected their presence. How peculiar! If they were within the capital, such a formidable assembly would surely have been scrutinized by the Jin Yiwei, unless they are not in the capital at all. If not, then where might they be? Heh! Yingquan chuckles self-deprecatingly, realizing that since they have already made their appearance, there is no point in dwelling on such matters. The position of Yu Shuangshuang is conspicuously marked. Yingquan has deliberately commanded a pole to be erected atop the mountain, just 2 or 3 men high, with Yu Shuangshuang bound at its pinnacle. Surrounded by torches, her pallid complexion is rendered flushed by the smoke. Yu Shuangshuang's perception of Yingquan has plummeted to an all-time low. With her mouth gagged, she wisely refrains from struggling or moaning, silently cursing Yingquan. "You dog official, beast, shameless." Yingquan. Upon arriving at the designated location, Yu Tianqing is pained to see his daughter bound to the pole, gritting his teeth as he gazes at Yingquan. Yu Tianqing, upon noticing Yu Tianqing's approach, remains unperturbed, leisurely seated in his designated chair, and with a gentle wave of his hand. Whoosh! Countless archers instantly raise their crossbows, approximately 100 aiming at Yu Shuangshuang, while the remainder is directed towards Yu Tianqing and his entourage. "Be sensible, and present my sister-in-law and the little Tai Bao, or else you and your daughter shall meet a fate worse than death." Yingquan declares with malevolence, "Do you understand?" Suddenly, Yingquan's tone shifts, a wicked grin emerging as he addresses Yu Tianqing. "I have long harbored intentions towards you, and was lamenting my inability to capture you. How fortunate, you have delivered yourself unto me. If I do not graciously accept, would I not be remiss in disregarding the earnest efforts of the esteemed Yu de Jianghu? You dare!" Yu Tianqing exclaims, a surge of anger propelling him to pull a companion before him, shielding himself. Illuminated by the torches, Yingquan recognizes her as Miss Jean Lin. Lording it this moment, although Jean Lin was engulfed in fear. She bravely suppressed her terror and addressed Yingquan, saying, "My Lord Ying, you need not concern yourself with me." However, before she could finish her words, Yu Tianqing struck her mute acupoint. "Release my daughter, and I shall return your sworn sister to you." Yu Tianqing attempted to negotiate with Yingquan. Dongfang, observing from behind, found it peculiar that Yingquan had suddenly seized the initiative. This was decidedly illogical. Not a fool, Dongfang quickly discerned the urgency in Yu Tianqing's gaze directed at Yu Shuangshuang, realizing that he was just as anxious for Jean Lin. Could this be the so-called distraction born of concern? Since Yingquan's feelings for Jean Lin were far less profound than Yu Tianqing's for Yu Shuangshuang, he remained calm and thus gained the upper hand? Indeed, if I do not intervene, there is a substantial chance I could have secured Jean Lin. "Do as you wish," Yingquan suddenly bellowed, instantly rendering Yu Tianqing speechless. "Should you harm even a single hair on Jean Lin's head, I shall shoot an arrow at Yu Shuangshuang." As he spoke, Yingquan raised his formidable bow, and with a swift motion, the arrow was released before anyone could react. Crack! Yu Shuangshuang, already terrified, had tightly shut her eyes. "No." Yu Tianqing instinctively shouted, only to see that Yingquan's arrow had merely grazed Yu Shuangshuang's scalp, embedding itself in the wooden post behind her. The tail of the arrow still quivered slightly, and had one been closer, they would have noticed Yu Shuangshuang trembling, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "Oh dear." Yingquan stood, sheepishly scratching his head, and remarked, "I sincerely apologize. The wind tonight is rather strong, causing me to miss my target." He then picked up another arrow, preparing to draw his bow once more. "Hold your fire," Yu Tianqing shouted urgently. Yingquan slowly turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Yu Tianqing. What's this? Has the esteemed leader of the Yu sect changed his mind? Where's brother Dongfang? Yu Tianqing reiterated, lifting Jin Lin in his grasp. If you wish to spare Jin Lin from harm, release Shuang at once, or I shall be compelled to act. Upon hearing this, Dongfang behind Yingquan grew increasingly agitated. Yingquan, realizing the gravity of the situation, silently cursed. This fellow was indeed aware of the deep bond between Dongfang and Jin Lin. Humph! Without allowing Dongfang a moment to speak, Yingquan swiftly loosed an arrow, aimed not at anyone but Jin Lin. What? Even Yu Tianqing was taken aback. This was a blatant scheme. It was now a matter of whether Yu Tianqing would shield Jin Lin from this arrow. Crack! As expected, knowing Yingquan's intentions, Yu Tianqing had no choice but to adhere to the script laid out by Yingquan. Do you truly disregard her life? Yu Tianqing grasped the arrow shot by Yingquan, looking at him with incredulity. Unable to restrain his urge to act, Dongfang felt a sense of relief upon witnessing the current situation. Are you not fearful of provoking Dongfang? He inquired. Dongfang had already disguised himself in the attire of the Jianghu, posing as a personal guard beside Yingquan, much to Yu Tianqing's ignorance. Dongfang. Yingquan smirked devilishly. The affairs I undertake are beyond her intervention. Moreover, as long as I can apprehend all of you thieves in one fell swoop, who will know that Jin Lin met her demise at my hands? If you were to take matters into your own hands and kill her, it would save me considerable effort. Yingquan spoke with a nonchalant air. Are you suggesting that you had no intention of rescuing Jin Lin from the very beginning? Yu Tianqing suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Tiske. Yingquan regarded Yu Tianqing with a look of incredulity. My dear Yu, how have you not yet grasped the gravity of the situation? It is you who seeks my assistance in releasing your daughter, not the other way around. Of course, I can candidly inform you that regardless of whether you release Miss Jin Lin today, the outcome remains the same. Death awaits you? Yingquan added emphatically. Yingquan secretly nodded. This was indeed the correct stance for a court enforcer dealing with the martial world. While he felt quite satisfied, it would be disingenuous to claim that he was unconcerned for Jin Lin's well-being. Should anything untoward happen to her today, he would undoubtedly find himself an eternal enemy of Dongfang. Wait! Yu Tianqing suddenly interjected. Release my daughter, and I shall set Jin Lin and Xiao Taibao free? Oh? Yingquan chuckled lightly. On what grounds should I trust you? The number of followers Yu Tianqing brought was not insignificant, totaling perhaps 300 or 400. One of his subordinates pushed another woman forward, revealing the young Taibao. Jin Xiaoqiao. Release her? Yu Tianqing tightly shut his eyes and demanded. He understood that although Yingquan appeared indifferent to Jin Lin, he would not dare to harm her life recklessly. The previous arrow had been shot with the certainty that he would not falter. In Yingquan's eyes, Jin Lin was his only talisman. Should she perish, he would act without reservations, regardless of the hand that struck her down. Jin Xiaoqiao slowly emerged from Yu Tianqing's ranks, her demeanor far more composed than Lin Yi's. My lord, she began, kneeling before Yingquan, overwhelmed with remorse. Do not be troubled. Yingquan stepped forward to assist Jin Xiaoqiao, offering her his seat momentarily. Such sincerity. Yingquan regarded Yu Tianqing with a slight smile. Since the esteemed leader Yu has set an example. Then with a wave of his hand, he directed Zhang Lang. Release her. Yu Shuang's hands remained bound, and her mouth was still gagged with a piece of torn cloth. Regardless, both you and your daughter are trapped today, so I am unperturbed by your change of heart. Yingquan continued. Allow Miss Yu to pass. What? This revelation stunned even Dongfang, while Yu Tianqing was equally taken aback. Before the eyes of many, Zhang Lang released Yu Shuang. You, Shuang, with tears glistening in your eyes, walked unsteadily toward Yu Tian. Although Yingquan had released Yu Shuang, the numerous guards in resplendent attire maintained their bows and crossbows firmly aimed at Yu Tian's companions. Not daring to relax for a moment, upon witnessing this scene, Yu Tian suddenly burst into laughter, releasing his grip on Jin Lin and forcefully pushing her toward Yingquan. This action momentarily eased the tension that had gripped Dongfang, who had been anxiously on edge behind him. Yet, the anxiety that had accompanied their departure from the estate showed no signs of abating. Dongfang found himself at a loss, silently admonishing himself. Perhaps I am overthinking this. He then cast a fierce glance in Yu Tian's direction, resolutely vowing to ensure his suffering would be unparalleled. As Jin Lin moved toward Yingquan, she found herself face to face with Yu Shuang. Yu Tian, observing Shuang draw nearer, felt an uncontrollable smile begin to curl at the corners of his lips. As Shuang and Jin Lin passed by each other, he could not help but chuckle aloud. Just as he was about to erupt in laughter, It felt as though a hand had seized his throat, cutting his voice short. Except for Yingquan and Zhang Lang, everyone present, including Dongfang and his 2,000 elite guards, was rendered speechless. And even Jin Lin found herself in a state of confusion. At that moment, the only individual still active was Yu Shuangshuang. As she walked past Jin Lin, in the fleeting instant of their encounter, Jin Lin was startled to see Yu Shuangshuang suddenly wink at her. Then, in an astonishing turn of events, the bound Yu Shuangshuang deftly untied her hands, spat out the rag in her mouth, and swiftly lifted herself into the air, both of them soaring down from the summit of the desolate Yun Mountain. Master Ying, I shall take my leave with your sister first. The voice of Yu Shuangshuang resonated in the air, surprisingly sounding like that of a man, none other than Yin Zili San. Yu Tian realized he had fallen victim to the schemes of this unscrupulous official. An enraged roar erupted from his lips. Dongfang, equally astonished, cast a bewildered glance at Yingquan, for even he had no idea when Li San had managed to disguise himself as Yu Shuangshuang and infiltrate their ranks. She could affirm that the girl she had awakened that morning was indeed the genuine Yu Shuangshuang. Where is Shuangshuang? Yu Tian bellowed, having taken every precaution, only to find that Yingquan had taken advantage of the night to orchestrate this deceit, employing someone to impersonate his daughter. Rest assured, Miss Yu is quite safe. Not here at all, Yingquan replied, gazing intently at Yu Tian. If you have any final words, now is the time to speak. What final words do I possess? Ha! Upon hearing that Yu Shuangshuang was not present, Yu Tian visibly exhaled in relief. Allow me to send you to hell. Yu Tian suddenly shouted, Nie Changfeng, why do you hesitate to act? His command came as a startling reminder to Yingquan, who realized that Nie Changfeng's absence had persisted far too long. Boom. Deafening sound shattered the tranquility, causing Yingquan to feel the mountain beneath him tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted from below. Afterward, a series of explosions erupted incessantly, not only underground but also on the surface of the mountains. Numerous areas began to exhibit signs of collapse. Fire! Yingquan observed the smug expression on Yu Tianqing's face and realized that he might have fallen into a trap tonight. Swish, swish, swish. These crossbow bolts could only eliminate some inconsequential figures around Yu Tianqing, failing to harm a master like him. Many of the Imperial Guards had already been swallowed by the fissures of the mountain, and even beside Yingquan, a massive chasm had opened up, seemingly bottomless. This mountain is hollow. In that instant, Yingquan comprehended everything. The reason he had been unable to locate Yu Tianqing was that he was concealed within the depths of the wild cloud mountain. The choice to meet at night was strategic. It made lighting torches seem perfectly reasonable, thereby triggering the black powder hidden throughout the wild cloud mountain. He now understood why they could not meet that very night, but had to wait an extra day, so that he could explore the wild cloud mountain and arrive with peace of mind. It appeared that Yu Tianqing had been plotting against him all along. As for why the mountain was hollow, that was no longer of any importance. Yingquan, this time next year will mark your demise. Yu Tianqing laughed heartily. Quick, let's go. Dongfang grasped Yingquan's arm and urged him. There is no escape. Yingquan shook his head slightly. Just as he spoke, a loud bang resonated beneath their feet. Dongfang abruptly wrapped his arms around Yingquan's waist and charged toward Yu Tianqing, debris flying behind them. Crack! A sharp, massive rock struck Dongfang squarely in the back. Spurt. Caught off guard, Dongfang coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet he fought to maintain his balance, ultimately rolling to the ground alongside Yingquan. The aftermath of the explosion left Yingquan dazed, his ears ringing with a persistent buzz. Ironically, they landed right at Yu Tianqing's feet. Tisk tsk. So it was the esteemed Dongfang who had fallen here. Yu Tianqing looked at the two on the ground with a manic glint. Oh, why do you look so disheveled? With a swift motion, he stomped on Yingquan's chest. My dear Ying, where has your earlier bravado vanished to? The force of the stomp was tremendous, causing Yingquan to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood, yet he felt a surge of clarity in his spirit. Glancing at Dongfang, he realized that Dongfang had indeed lost consciousness, his back severely contorted. A blazing fury ignited within Yingquan. He had never felt such rage before. Even upon realizing that all of this was Yu Tianqing's scheme, he felt a stirring of emotion. Now, Yingquan sensed that he could no longer contain himself, as if he were about to explode, especially with the true energy within him surging uncontrollably. Without knowing where the strength came from, he suddenly grasped Yu Tianqing's leg, which was pressing down on his chest, and violently hurled him aside. Yingquan's injuries were not severe. It was merely Yu Tianqing's stomp that had slightly affected his lungs. But at that moment, he paid no heed to such matters. he flipped over and charged directly at Yu Tianqing. Though Yu Tianqing was not a match for Yingquan, he was not without means of defense. Yingquan relentlessly pursued Yu Tianqing, delivering blows with unyielding ferocity, disregarding all considerations for the latter's safety in a desperate attempt to end his life beneath his fist's point. One might wonder why blades were not employed. The explosions had long since obliterated any trace of them. Yu Tianqing was destined to be ensnared, unable to escape his fate. Even when resorting to the skill of energy absorption, he unwittingly compelled Yingquan to transfer nearly 70 years' worth of his own cultivated power directly into him, resulting in the catastrophic rupture of his meridians and his untimely demise. Yingquan, having exhausted his entire reservoir of energy, was left powerless to sustain his own body and tumbled down the hillside, ultimately rolling to the side of Dongfang's lifeless form. The entire scene of Haoyun Mountain had been irrevocably altered. Neither the 2,000 Imperial Guards led by Yingquan nor the 400 subordinates of Yu Tianqing had emerged unscathed. Perhaps only Li San and Jin Lin had managed to escape the calamity. Blood gradually flowed forth, coalescing in the direction of Yingquan. Jin Lin, having successfully fled, cast a glance back at the entirety of Haoyun Mountain, now enveloped in a surreal crimson glow. The following day, within the Imperial Palace, the Empress remarked, "Haoyun Mountain has been ravaged beyond recognition, littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Yet, peculiarly, there is not a single trace of blood." Emperor Hongji inquired, "Have there been any reports regarding the whereabouts of my brother-in-law?" The Empress, filled with anxiety, pressed, "Is there any news of Yingquan? His whereabouts remain undiscovered, and Dongfang's disappearance is equally troubling." Chapter 81. A millennium slumber as a sleeping immortal. A thunderous clap resonated atop Mount Hua, an extraordinary phenomenon that awakened an individual who ought not to have roused at this hour. "What do the winds and moon bear witness to? What tempest brews outside?" An aged voice resonated from a thatched cottage on Mount Hua. "Master, this is indeed remarkable," a clear, youthful voice responded. "While I was engaged in a game of chess with Mingyue, a thunderclap shattered our board and ejected a person into our midst. It was Qingfeng who spoke. Let me take a look." With a creak, the door of the thatched cottage swung open, revealing a figure with white hair yet youthful countenance, a true immortal. "What a disturbance to my peaceful slumber! How long have I been asleep this time?" the elder inquired of the young acolyte beside him. Qingfeng calculated for a moment and replied, "It has been approximately 11 years since the last time you awakened." "Esteemed master, only 10 years." The elder shook his head. Even as an immortal, he felt rather out of sorts at this time. Accompanied by the two young acolytes, he ventured to the site of the incident, where indeed lay a person clad in an unusual black dragon robe, reminiscent of an imperial court official's attire. Yet, the elder could not discern to which official rank it belonged. Thus, he turned to the two acolytes and asked, "Has the attire of officials in the Song dynasty changed since my last slumber?" "Not at all, master. Do you suggest this individual is a court official?" Mingyue inquired. "There is an unmistakable aura of the court emanating from him." The venerable ancestor observed with a discerning eye and then remarked, "Moreover, one's hands are stained with considerable blood. This is a person of resolute disposition." "Oh!" exclaimed Mingyue, sticking out her tongue, "Master, he is not a good person." Smack! Ouch! Mingyue rubbed her head after receiving a light strike from her master. "Master, why did you hit me? Does killing many render one a bad person?" The ancestor, somewhat sternly, replied, "I suspect that the lives I have taken may not be fewer than those of this individual." "Understood, master." Mingyue promptly admitted her fault. Suddenly, a series of groans interrupted the ancestor's instruction of his disciple, followed by the inquiries. "Where am I? Who are you?" "Who am I? Master, he has awakened." Qingfeng pointed at the person struck by lightning and announced, "This is Mount Hua, and we are known as Qingfeng and Mingyue." Qingfeng gestured towards himself and Mingyue, then turned to the ancestor, saying, "This is our master." He then looked at the individual on the ground with a bemused expression and added, "As for who you are, do you not know yourself that you come to ask us? Who am I? Ah." The man clutched his head on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his body trembling as he shouted, "Who am I?" Sighing, the ancestor regarded him with some pity, withdrew the floating dust in his hand, and waved it twice while murmuring incantations. His other hand continued to calculate something, but the more time passed, the closer his brows knitted together. Standing alone was no longer sufficient for the ancestor's spellcasting, and he began to move his feet, embodying the path of the Bagua. Suddenly, the ancestor halted abruptly, extending the floating dust to caress the man's head, commanding, "Fool, awaken!" Thud. The man suddenly collapsed, devoid of any further movement. "Master, this?" Qingfeng exclaimed, startled by the sight, promptly inquiring. "First, there are the 108 demon stars in chaotic times, then the celestial retribution of the scarlet-beard dragon descending to ruin the Song dynasty. And now, the reincarnation of the golden-winged great Ming King. And now, an individual even I cannot fathom has arrived." The ancestor shook his head, somewhat wistful. If this person is utilized well, he could be as loyal as a hunting dog and as fierce as a falcon. However, if he cannot be controlled, one may instead suffer from his backlash. The ancestor spoke with an air of detachment. "Is this person truly so formidable?" Qingfeng asked in astonishment, recognizing that the ancestor's assessment referred to none other than Zhao Kuangyin, the founding emperor of the present Song dynasty, as evidenced by the poetic lines. "Do not say there is no true sovereign in the world, for from one birth, two dragons have come," referring to Zhao Kuangyin and his brother Zhao Guangyi. Before the ancestor could respond, the individual on the ground rolled over and deeply bowed to the ancestor, respectfully stating, "Disciple Yingquan, I thank the venerable ancestor for saving my life." "What did you say your name was?" the ancestor inquired. "Disciple Yingquan," the man replied. "Ha ha." The ancestor's face broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Yingquan, eagle dog? Marvelous, truly marvelous. Now, do you know whence you came?" the ancestor asked curiously, pondering how his cultivation could not discern the man's origins. The disciple's mind was enveloped in a haze of confusion, and it was only thanks to the enlightenment from the venerable ancestor that he could recall his own name. The rest was a complete blank. Yingquan lamented with a sense of distress. Who was this venerable ancestor? Surely, Yingquan's words could not escape the discerning gaze of the ancestor. Indeed, Yingquan could remember nothing at all. "But do you know the origin of the garments you wear?" the ancestor inquired, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "The dragon robe?" Yingquan gasped, pondering why he would adorn such an item and what his previous status could have been. "The dragon robe is not a garment for just anyone to don." "You know of it?" the ancestor asked, curiosity evident in his gaze directed at Yingquan. "The dragon robe? Who does not recognize it?" Yingquan remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. "Look and see if you possess any other notable artifacts that might assist you in recalling your past," the ancestor suggested. "Indeed," Yingquan responded with newfound excitement. This was indeed a splendid approach. While searching his entire being, he turned to the ancestor and asked, "May I inquire about your honorable title, esteemed ancestor?" The ancestor replied, "I am Chun Tuan, known as CII in the future. You may refer to me as Mr. Shi or simply Sir." So it turned out that this venerable ancestor was none other than the famed sleeping immortal. "Chun Tuan, sleeping immortal?" Yingquan exclaimed, instinctively producing a token from his person. "Sleeping immortal?" Upon hearing this name, the ancestor smiled, clearly pleased, and remarked, "Who has bestowed such a delightful title upon me? It resonates perfectly with my essence." He cast a knowing glance at Yingquan and inquired, "Have you heard the legends of your ancestor? Did you bestow upon me the name of the sleeping immortal? The tale of Chen Tuan who slumbered for a millennium is well known." "Who could possibly need you to name me?" Yingquan chuckled, but then suddenly froze, muttering to himself, "Indeed. How could I know the name of the ancestor as if it had spontaneously emerged from my mind?" After speaking, Yingquan looked to the ancestor with a beseeching expression, hoping he could shed light on his predicament. "You see, the contents of your mind are known only to you. No one else can assist you." The ancestor waved his hand dismissively. "Let me take a look at that token you possess." Upon examining the token in Yingquan's hand, the ancestor remarked, "There is nothing preventing me from doing so." As Yingquan handed it over, he caught a glimpse of the words inscribed upon it, Jianghu. "What sort of official institution is this? I have not heard of it," the ancestor mused. He then began to calculate, akin to how he had initially gauged Yingquan, yet found only a void. No origins and no consequences. Quite peculiar indeed. Chapter 82. The elusive dream without trace. With a resounding clap, the ancestor flung the Jianghu token towards Yingquan, commanding, "Now, take a look and discern what this is. It may well reveal your origins, Jianghu." Yingquan furrowed his brow in contemplation, pacing back and forth, straining to remember, ultimately concluding. It felt familiar, yet he could recall not a single detail. The ancestor, stretching leisurely, remarked, "Then take your time to ponder." As Yingquan was about to tuck his token back into his bosom, he suddenly realized that his garments were already riddled with scars and could no longer be worn. He could only beseech the old ancestor, "Esteemed ancestor, do you possess any spare clothing? Might you lend your disciple an outfit?" With that, he spread his arms wide, presenting the tattered dragon robe before the old ancestor. Since you have consistently treated me with the respect due to a disciple, would you consent to accept me as your student? The old ancestor, however, disregarded Yingquan's request and posed a question instead. Disciple, it is an honor to bow before you, master. Yingquan immediately knelt down, performing 3 bows. He then rose and addressed Qingfeng and Mingyue, saying, I pay my respects to both senior brothers. Oh no, no. Qingfeng hastily waved his hands at Yingquan, exclaiming, we are but mere attendants beside the old ancestor. In truth, we ought to address you as senior brother. This left Yingquan momentarily speechless as he glanced at the old ancestor. Haha. The old ancestor chuckled. Stroking his beard, you are the closed-door disciple of the old ancestor, and thus it should be so. As a closed-door disciple, does this mean I have several senior brothers? Yingquan inquired with utmost reverence. The old ancestor has 8 disciples, of whom only 3 have received my direct teachings. They have long since descended the mountain to establish their own paths. The old ancestor squinted his eyes, grinning unabashedly, showing no discomfort about the lack of filial obedience from his disciples. Why did the old ancestor send my senior brothers down the mountain? Yingquan was taken aback. While it did not equate to expulsion, it seemed unlikely that any disciple would willingly accept such a fate. Hush, you shall not escape either. When I fall asleep, it may last for 100 years. What use is there for you to remain on the mountain? Better to descend and elevate the old ancestor's reputation. First, to achieve success and glory. Second, to benefit the common folk and leave a lasting legacy. The old ancestor stated dismissively, however. Yingquan wished to voice further inquiries but was interrupted by the old ancestor. Each individual's fortune differs. One must not force matters. When the time comes, even if you wish to stay by the old ancestor's side, it will not be within your control. Your destiny is sealed, and you are destined to stir up a tempest. I have received your teachings, Yingquan. Seeing that the old ancestor was unwilling to elaborate, ceased his questioning and continued, Master, if that is the case, should you not also provide me with a Taoist robe? Hee hee. The old ancestor chuckled lightly. Indeed, that is fitting. Qingfeng, bring a Taoist garment for your junior brother. Yes. This Taoist robe feels much more invigorating. The old ancestor observed Yingquan, who had completed his grooming. Though he lacked an imposing demeanor, there was a subtle air of pride about him. The old ancestor inwardly mused. I was right. This lad is not someone easily subdued, yet it is a pity he is a gem for salvation. Unwilling to be outdone, this was the first impression Yingquan left on the old ancestor. However, the old ancestor noted that Yingquan's Buddhist skills needed refinement to align with the tenets of Taoism. Gazing at Yingquan's form, the old ancestor, without a hint of movement, suddenly appeared before Yingquan's face, startling him. Smack! As the venerable ancestor lifted the floating dust and gave it a swift toss, Yingquan's body began to spin uncontrollably. Instinctively, Yingquan sought to resist, yet he found himself utterly powerless, his entire form no longer under his own command. Accepting this reality, he chose to relinquish his worries. Having already taken the ancestor as his master, he believed that the elder would not bring him harm, thus allowing the ancestor to act freely. This was the essence of the Shaolin's Jing. At this moment, the ancestor had seized Yingquan's residual strength, lifting him into the air. The floating dust was positioned behind the ancestor's neck, while his right hand tapped rhythmically on Yingquan's back. Following this, both hands began to rotate, causing Yingquan's body to whirl through the air like a grand windmill. After approximately the duration of half an incense stick, the ancestor gently lowered Yingquan to the ground. By this time, Yingquan was already dizzy and disoriented, his body feeling as limp as a puddle of mud. As Yingquan opened his eyes, he perceived shimmering golden stars before him. Just as he was about to utter something, he suddenly noticed the ancestor's floating dust swaying before his eyes, and in an instant, darkness enveloped him. He fainted and fell into a deep slumber. Hoo. Just after succumbing to unconsciousness, a loud snoring soon followed. Humph! The ancestor, pleased with himself, stroked his beard. Sleeping Immortal? This title is not given lightly. Let us see how formidable the Sleeping Immortal truly is. Master's temper remains unchanged as ever, Mingyue whispered to Qingfeng. Yet, she observed Qingfeng, who was gazing straight ahead, seemingly lost in thought, and she sensed that something was amiss. Mingyue slowly turned her head, and indeed, the corner of the ancestor's mouth had lifted slightly as he said, Mingyue, carry your junior brother back to his room, and remember, should he awaken, do rouse the ancestor. With that, he stifled a yawn, exclaiming, No, I must catch up on my sleep. Mingyue glanced at her petite frame and then at Yingquan, letting out a resigned sigh. Oriental, no. Go away. Junior brother, how are you? Mingyue, filled with a tinge of panic, but more so with concern, observed Yingquan as he murmured in his sleep, his body trembling incessantly. His hands clutched the bedding tightly, sweat pouring from his forehead, and his teeth clenched tightly. The name Oriental emerged most frequently from his lips, which Mingyue presumed to be a person's name of great significance to Yingquan, as he always spoke it with profound concern. However, what Mingyue needed to do now was to awaken Yingquan promptly. He could not remain lost in his dreams, for should he lose himself completely, even the reputed sleeping immortal, Chan Tuan, would likely have no means of rescue. Junior brother, awaken swiftly. Mingyue summoned all her energy and shouted into the air. Ah, with a cry of despair, Yingquan suddenly sat upright, still murmuring, Oriental, Oriental. Hoo-hoo. After a prolonged period, he gradually calmed down, reaching up to wipe the sweat from his brow. A sudden jolt seemed to awaken him considerably, and upon catching sight of the bright moon before him, he hastily inquired, what just transpired? It appeared that my senior brother had been trapped in a nightmare, repeatedly calling out a name. Seeing Yingquan had returned to his senses, Mingyue felt a silent sigh of relief within her heart. A name. Upon hearing Mingyue's words, Yingquan concentrated deeply, attempting to recall the identity of the person he had called out. It was Dongfang. Mingyue seemed to grasp his thoughts and spoke up. Dongfang? Slowly, Yingquan closed his eyes, rummaging through his memories, feeling a sense of familiarity yet unable to retrieve any specific details. As he tried to recollect the dream he had just experienced, it had already vanished without a trace. Ah? Yingquan let out a frustrated roar of discontent. Chapter 83. This is not the ancestors' routine. Outside, a robust voice echoed, tinged with evident impatience. I say, you rascal, ever since you arrived at my Huashan, there has been no peace. Just as I settled down to sleep, you began your raucous shouting. With that, the door was thrust open. Master! Mingyue exclaimed upon seeing the visitor. Master! Yingquan quickly descended to the ground, respectfully bowing. What has transpired to make you, a mere child, raise such a ruckus? The ancestor cast an unfriendly glance at Mingyue. This. Mingyue initially panicked, then glanced at the now-awake Yingquan, her heart leaping with joy as a plan formed. Master, did you not say you would awaken upon seeing junior brother regain consciousness? Now that junior brothering has awakened, you two have been roused by this child. Is it not a win-win situation? You little monkey, you are truly cunning. Since your junior brother has awakened, swiftly return to your studies. The ancestor, upon hearing this, extended his left hand and lightly tapped Mingyue on the head as a form of reprimand. Yes, Mingyue responded promptly, hastening out the door and closing it behind her, letting out a deep sigh, thinking to herself, thank goodness I was quick-witted. All right. Once Mingyue had distanced herself, the ancestor turned to Yingquan and asked, you have been asleep for 3 days and nights. How do you feel? Gulyalu. Yingquan's face flushed, and he bashfully replied, I feel hungry. The ancestor found himself at a loss for words. Heh. The ancestor chuckled lightly, which only deepened Yingquan's embarrassment. Eat this. The ancestor produced a pill and presented it to Yingquan. Without suspicion, Yingquan accepted it and swallowed it whole, only to then inquire, Master, what is this? Well, this is called the 100-day death-denying pill. If, after 100 days, I do not provide you with the antidote, even immortals will find it difficult to save you. The ancestor spoke gravely to Yingquan. Pooh! Yingquan could not suppress his laughter. Why do you find this amusing? The ancestor observed Yingquan's laughter with confusion, finding it quite peculiar that he was not frightened. With the prowess of the master, is it truly necessary to resort to elixirs to harm a disciple? If I am not mistaken, this must be the legendary fasting pill, is it not? Yingquan mused, gently caressing his now normal belly. Are you familiar with the fasting pill? Yingquan's words startled the ancestor. Such knowledge was not common to all. The ancestor's curiosity regarding his origins grew ever more intense. Indeed, Yingquan replied, momentarily taken aback. How is it that I know of the fasting pill? He then turned to the ancestor and inquired, Master, are you a celestial being? I am a slumbering immortal. What do you think? The ancestor replied with a hint of irritation. Then I suppose that makes me a disciple of the immortal? Yingquan continued. Provided you do not commit any treacherous acts against your master. The ancestor shrugged nonchalantly, resembling a playful old boy. Does that mean I could attain immortality? Yingquan asked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Not at all. The ancestor shook his head. Why not? Yingquan's enthusiasm abruptly waned. It is not within your destiny. The ancestor left the matter ambiguous. Yingquan chuckled wryly. Ah well, to have an immortal as a master is already a monumental fortune. Now that you have consumed the fasting pill, there are certain matters I must impart. The ancestor said, his previous mirth replaced by a serious demeanor. Yes, master. Yingquan replied respectfully, standing attentively to absorb his master's teachings. Have you recalled your origins? Yingquan shook his head, remaining silent. Sigh. The ancestor, though having anticipated this outcome, could not suppress a sigh. I am no celestial being. I cannot even assure my own immortality, let alone yours. The ancestor continued without waiting for Yingquan's response. I am a practitioner of the way. I have long since seen through the tumult of this mortal realm. I would have preferred not to concern myself with someone like you, but since fate has brought you to my doorstep, I am not one to shy away from challenges. Today, I shall formally accept you as my disciple. Bow, thud, thud, thud. After 3 resounding bows, Yingquan knelt and said, Please grant me a Dharma name, master. You are not a practitioner of the way. Why would you need a Dharma name? The ancestor replied indifferently. Master, will you not teach me the way? Yingquan was taken aback. It seemed peculiar to become a disciple under a Taoist yet be denied the opportunity to practice the way. I shall teach you strategies for aiding the world and defending the nation, as well as the skills for combat, the ancestor offered. What use is that in this era of peace? Yingquan countered. Master, please teach me the way instead. Once I attain mastery, how delightful it would be to live as a carefree immortal. Yingquan spoke with great yearning. You may learn my martial arts, but the practice of Taoist techniques is strictly forbidden. Do you even know what time it is? The ancestor's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity as he questioned. What time? Yingquan asked, perplexed. Has the master truly been so slumberous as to be unaware of the passage of time? Currently, it is. It is. Yingquan stammered, struggling to articulate. What is it? The ancestor leaned in closer, pressing for an answer. It is. Master, please forgive me. I am unaware. Yingquan's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear. With a clap of his hands, the old master proclaimed, Could it be that my newly acquired disciple has lost all sense of time after sleeping for 3 days? Truly, he is a mischievous old rascal. Yingquan mused silently to himself. Yet he felt an undeniable frustration regarding his own mind, as he struggled to recall certain things that he ought to know. Meanwhile, in the eyes of the old master, he effortlessly articulated matters that should have eluded him. How perplexing. At that moment, Yingquan suddenly pondered a question and addressed the master. Master, what year is it now? Let us discuss this later, but why have I unexpectedly found myself here with you? A bolt of lightning from the heavens brought you down. The old master replied casually. Surely, master is deceiving me. How could a lightning strike deliver a person? Yingquan was deeply skeptical. Why not? Are you not aware of the title of Emperor Gochun? The old master inquired. Lei Junzi, of course. Who doesn't know him? Yingquan responded without a moment's hesitation. He was struck down by lightning, the old master declared. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden clap of thunder echoed through the sky, shaking Mount Hua with a tremor. Following this, the air was filled with the calls of birds and the cries of monkeys. Humph! A cold snort followed, and soon after, Mount Hua returned to tranquility, the sky devoid of any unusual phenomena. Does this not qualify as divine? Yingquan gazed in awe at the formidable display of power from the old master, filled with admiration. Little did he know, the old master secretly reveled in delight. Young lad, do you think the Emperor Gochun is incensed? I merely invoked a thunderous decree to ensure your obedience to my words. Just as the old master basked in his self-satisfaction, he heard Yingquan say, Master, if you do not permit me to cultivate the way, you could at least impart the thunder technique from earlier to me. The old master felt a surge of frustration, thinking, this is not the right approach. Chapter 84, Such a trial, I ask you, are you prepared? Master. Yingquan addressed the old master with utmost seriousness. I did not fully grasp the finger technique just now. Could you demonstrate it once more? The old master followed Yingquan's gaze to his own right hand, where the finger technique had yet to be entirely released. How audacious! The old master sighed inwardly. Looking at Yingquan, he said, Since you wish to see, I shall grant you another glimpse. The old master's expression became sharp in an instant, his right fingers deftly moving as he pointed toward Yingquan's feet. Crack! Ouch! A thunderous roar erupted at Yingquan's feet, sending him sprawling in all directions. Well, do you still wish to learn the thunder technique? The old master remarked, stroking his beard. Such power, why would I not learn? Though Yingquan was determined to leap to his feet, he quickly realized that the vital energy of his Yi Jing had already dissipated before his slumber. Recalling the old master's words prior to his unconsciousness, he understood that his vital energy had been dispelled by the master. Yet he did not mind, for the master's current prowess surpassed that of the Yi Jing by at least tenfold. Though the internal power had dissipated, the physical prowess remained intact. With a sudden spring, he rose to his feet, pushing against the golden mountain and bowing reverently before the venerable ancestor. He humbly implored, "Master, please impart your teachings." Humph! The ancestor let out a cold snort and addressed Yingquan, stubborn and unyielding. With a sharp crack, a book struck Yingquan's head. Overjoyed, he hastily picked it up, believing it to be a sacred text bestowed by his master. However, upon examining it, his expression darkened as he read aloud the conspicuous title. 300 Tang Poems? What? The ancestor furrowed his brow and lunged forward to snatch the book from Yingquan's grasp, his face flushing with embarrassment as he quickly tucked it into his own robe, exclaiming, "No, this one is the correct text." Humph! The ancestor coldly rebuked Yingquan once more, stubborn and unyielding. With another swift motion, he flung a different book at Yingquan's head. Reluctantly, Yingquan picked up the book and questioned the ancestor. "Why must you reiterate your previous statement? I don't recall that at all." "Never mind, master. You should take a rest. I vaguely hear the call of the Duke of Zhou's daughter." With that, he paid no further heed to Yingquan and ambled towards his thatched cottage, muttering, "Once you have assimilated these texts, you may descend the mountain at your leisure." As soon as the words left his lips, the ancestor's figure vanished. Alas! Yingquan rubbed his eyes, muttering to himself, "Surely, I must be dreaming." Then, glancing at the book in his hands, he lamented, "Oh, master, there is clearly but a single tome here, and yet you wish for me to assimilate it before sending me down. Is it not obvious you wish to cast me away? Must I abandon my pursuit of the Tao?" As Yingquan scrutinized the book, he noticed the bold inscription on its cover, "Table of Contents." Ah, what is this situation? He released the table of contents with a swish. In an instant, the area around him transformed, and Yingquan's figure vanished, replaced by an ocean of books, beneath which he became ensnared. Suddenly, with a thud, a disturbance arose from a certain spot within the sea of books, causing many volumes to tumble, revealing a head and a pair of hands. It was none other than Yingquan, who cried out in despair, "Table of Contents! I knew it couldn't be this simple." After much effort, Yingquan finally extricated himself from the sea of books and cast a scornful glance in the direction where the ancestor had departed. "Is this not a divine method? Refusing to allow me to cultivate the Tao? Humph! Wait! This official..." Yingquan paused in confusion, pondering the meaning of this phrase. Could it be that I was truly a high-ranking official before? To hell with it. He casually picked up a book titled Sima's Art. Then, he grasped another that bore the bold title The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Turning his gaze, he found additional texts such as Wu Zi, Wei Liao Zi, and 6 Secret Teachings, all devoted to military strategy and the like. What is this? Huang Di Neijing, Bin Chao Jing, Shanghan Zabing Luan. Where are the Taoist texts I sought? Yingquan silently lamented, "What is all this? Military strategy? Medical arts? Not a single Taoist scripture in sight." As Yingquan lowered his head, a bitter smile immediately graced his lips. Who claimed that the classics of Taoism were absent? With tears of frustration welling up, he lifted the Tao Te Ching in his hands and turned to the first page. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. He then tossed it aside. "I am not Yin Shi. How could I possibly glean the secrets of cultivation from the Tao Te Ching?" With a casual flick, Yingquan cast the Tao Te Ching from his sight. Suddenly, to his astonishment, he realized it had vanished without a trace. What a curious occurrence. Why did this venerable scripture simply disappear upon being discarded? "Young man, the elder has said you are not suited for the path of cultivation. Yet you remain unconvinced. What cultivator would ever treat the Tao Te Ching so carelessly? You are the first to do so." The elder, who had seemed to fade from sight, reappeared before Yingquan, holding the very Tao Te Ching he had cast away. "Master, this..." Yingquan's astonishment was palpable. "Initially, I placed the Tao Te Ching among these texts to ascertain whether you possess the affinity for cultivation. It appears now." The elder shook his head in resignation. "Indeed, one cannot force what is not meant to be. What sort of test is this? If I had not discarded it, would I have been able to cultivate?" Yingquan inquired curiously. "No," the elder replied, shaking his head. "Would it have sufficed had I read it earnestly?" Again, the elder shook his head. "Please, master, enlighten me. Do you recall what book you first picked up?" the elder asked. Yingquan raised the Sima method in his hand, a dawning realization washing over him. Must the disciple be the first to grasp the Tao Te Ching amidst all these volumes? He looked at the elder in disbelief, unable to accept his own deduction. No, the elder reiterated, but before Yingquan could pose another question, he continued. You must seize the Tao Te Ching the moment it appears among these texts, read it thoroughly at once, and commit it to memory. Only then will you pass the trial. At that moment, it seemed as if a voice echoed. Such a test, I ask, are you prepared? Yingquan was loath to gaze upon the elder's countenance, feeling as if he were merely a plaything in the elder's hands. Indeed, it felt like a jest. Who could possibly succeed under such stringent conditions? Otherwise, why would the number of Taoists dwindle while that of monks flourished? Do you not find the criteria excessively harsh? The elder inquired with a profound smile. This smile led Yingquan to believe there was a glimmer of hope, and he hastily replied, Yes, the severity is warranted. You have no true connection to the path of cultivation, and by accepting you as a disciple, the elder has already taken a monumental risk. You cannot descend from Huashan without mastering these texts. However, should you succeed, Huashan will no longer be able to retain you. The elder gazed at Yingquan with a hint of melancholy, then retrieved another book from his robe and solemnly handed it to Yingquan, stating, By imparting this scripture to you, I transgress the precepts. From this moment forth, I shall truly become the sleeping immortal. Ha ha! When will I awaken from this slumber? With that, the elder's figure began to fade, gradually disappearing until not a trace remained in this place. Apart from the myriad of books surrounding Yingquan, there lay the ancient scriptures left behind by his master, with no trace of the venerable figure to be found. Master? Yingquan suddenly felt a pang in his heart and could not help but cry out. He vaguely sensed that this might be his final farewell to his master. Chapter 85. Do you remember the 100-day deadly pill? Alas, the master ultimately did not reveal himself. Yingquan took out the tome bestowed upon him by the master before his departure, inscribed with the title The Heart Sutra of Correct Change. Upon turning to the first page, he encountered the master's annotations. This scripture was derived from the ancient sage, the Taoist of the Ma-Yi, and later comprehended by this humble monk, hence this compilation. A pity. A pity? Yingquan felt somewhat perplexed. Why would it be a pity? As he turned the page, he discovered that the master had indeed gleaned a rare martial art from this classic text of Taoism. It turned out to be merely a form of internal cultivation, which was indeed somewhat regrettable. Yingquan thought to himself, yet he could not resist the urge to continue perusing it. Truly, it was an extraordinary skill. Yingquan rejoiced. With such a divine technique to protect him, what did it matter whether he cultivated the Tao or not? This book was extraordinary, not only integrating the principles of Taoist change, but also merging the essence of Buddhist mindfulness. Mastering it to its profound depths would allow one to attain self-awareness of the Tao of change, transcending the mundane perceptions of right and wrong, and connecting with the innate awareness of existence. With this skill, one could directly access the primordial realm of martial arts. Moreover, it possessed the ability to predict fortune and misfortune, enabling one to seek benefits and avoid harm, ensuring success in all endeavors. Indeed, the master was a genius. Such a divine art was no less exhilarating than the pursuit of the Tao. At that moment, Yingquan disregarded the surrounding strategies of warfare, medical practices, and the like, viewing them merely as trivial knowledge. Elevating his own strength was his foremost priority. Within Yingquan's body, the sinews and bones had already been refined by the divine muscle transformation technique, rendering him exceptionally resilient. Coupled with the master's previous actions, all of his internal power had been infused into Yingquan's flesh and blood, not dissipating without cause. At this moment, Yingquan possessed a formidable strength forged by his postnatal cultivation, albeit not yet fully realized. Now, Yingquan's potential was extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a rare martial arts prodigy of a millennium. If he were to cultivate to the realm of the primordial, would he not also be considered a terrestrial immortal? Yingquan secretly rejoiced. Seated on the ground, with his heart directed towards the heavens, he chanted softly. The Tao of change encompasses all phenomena. One must understand the practical application to find utility. The sayings of the 6 lines are not mere distortions. The movements of yin and yang, the flow of vital energy. The hexagrams reveal to humanity, devoid of written words. The essence of yin and yang resides within. The Tao of change permeates, allowing entry to all streams. One must know that the way of life requires self-realization. The secular understanding is steeped in antiquated tales. Losing its original essence, the Tao of change becomes shallow. With a total of 672 characters of the incantation for cultivation, accompanied by illustrations of meridian circulation, Yingquan became utterly engrossed in this practice, unable to extricate himself. Time slipped away, and suddenly there were several crisp sounds. Yingquan's long still body began to tremble slowly, and the dust of fallen leaves gradually departed from him, gently drifting to the side. "Oh, brother, quickly look, the junior brother is stirring." A voice suddenly emerged, belonging to Mingyue. Indeed, the junior disciple possesses remarkable talent. In the mere span of 100 days, he has cultivated the Zheng Heart Sutra to such an extraordinary realm that he is on the verge of breaking through to the innate stage. Qingfeng gazed at Yingquan's figure, his face adorned with envy. "What?" Mingyue, however, was filled with disbelief, her expression one of defiance as she exclaimed, "Brother, we have followed Master for over a century, barely reaching the threshold of the innate stage. How could the junior disciple possibly match our century of arduous effort in just 100 days? Yet, the wise younger brother had forgotten that among Master's 3 direct disciples, there was little difference in potential compared to the junior disciple. Qingfeng shook his head in disapproval. At this moment, Yingquan underwent several transformations. The previously serene demeanor of a Taoist vanished without a trace, replaced by a radiant and benevolent Buddha's heart, illuminating the souls of those around him. Qingfeng and Mingyue were taken aback. The depth of this Buddha nature was astonishing. In less than a breath's time, a surge of bloodlight erupted from Yingquan's back, as formless malevolence swiftly spread across the peak of Mount Huashan. As the Buddha nature struggled to assert itself, it was forcibly consumed by the overwhelming bloodlight. Yingquan slowly opened his eyes. Beneath the blood-red gaze lay boundless murderous intent, instilling fear even in Mingyue, whose cultivation was inferior. What a terrifying aura! Qingfeng steadied the somewhat weak Mingyue, looking into Yingquan's eyes, which began to narrow with determination, his hands already forming a spell. If Yingquan were to see at this moment, he would undoubtedly recognize it as the thunderous technique employed by the ancestor that day. Could it be that Qingfeng intended to take action against the demon? No wonder. Anyone who beheld Yingquan in such a state would perceive him as a fiend. Just as Qingfeng contemplated making a move, the murderous aura emanating from Yingquan gradually dissipated, as the ethereal essence of Taoism, the luminous energy of Buddhism, and Yingquan's own fierce aura began to merge. The ethereal essence of Taoism served as a medium, transforming into a Taiji diagram that segregated the other 2 energies, each occupying its own side. Yet, no matter how Qingfeng looked at it, he felt that the malevolence held the upper hand. Even with the combined powers of Buddhism and Taoism, it merely stabilized the situation temporarily, not vanquishing the threat. Why do the 2 junior brothers appear so? Qingfeng quickly suppressed his thoughts, dispersing the spell in his hands, and addressed the now normal Yingquan, saying, "Junior brother's extraordinary talent has allowed him to grasp the innate realm within just 100 days. We, as brothers, are truly astonished. 100 days. Innate." Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, Yingquan hastily began to investigate the energy within his body. Discovering indeed significant changes, his Zheng true energy flowed through him like the mighty Yangtze River, operating autonomously without the need for deliberate control. His mind also felt remarkably clearer, and as he gazed upon the world, an inexplicable clarity enveloped him. Truly, what remarkable skill! Overjoyed, Yingquan could not help but exclaim his admiration for his master once more. However, just as Yingquan was reveling in excitement, his expression suddenly paled, and he clutched his abdomen tightly, collapsing to the ground. "Ouch, it hurts." He nearly rolled over in agony. Yingquan, fully aware of the current situation, was not the least bit surprised, yet he couldn't help but chuckle. "What is wrong with me?" He had already curled up gradually, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead like a string of pearls. "Does the little senior brother still remember Master's 100-day, death-defying pill?" Mingyue said with a mischievous smile. "This is truly a delightful sight." 100-day, death-defying pill? Yingquan gritted his teeth and replied intermittently, "But isn't that a pill of abstinence? Here." Mingyue pulled out another pill. "Come, little senior brother, take this." The expression on her face momentarily made Yingquan feel as though he were a naive girl being tricked into accepting a lollipop from a mischievous uncle. "Little senior brother, trust me. Once you take it, all will be well," Mingyue insisted again, a playful grin dancing at the corners of her mouth. Sighing quietly, Qingfeng approached and took the pill from Mingyue's hand, suddenly pinching Yingquan's mouth. Caught off guard, Yingquan instinctively opened his mouth, and Qingfeng casually flicked the pill inside. Snap! Qingfeng pressed Yingquan's mouth shut with both hands, then gently thumped Yingquan's chest, prompting him to swallow the pill with a soft gulp. "You!" Yingquan sprang up instantly, pointing at Qingfeng in furious indignation. Chapter 86. Yingquan descending Mount Huashan. How do you feel now? Qingfeng asked with a slight smile, observing the now upright Yingquan. Huh? Yingquan paused for a moment, carefully attuning himself to his body, only to discover that all traces of his previous discomfort had vanished. Thus, he inquired, "What is happening?" Hee. Mingyue interjected with a laugh, "Little senior brother, you are unaware that our Huashan disciples' first pill of abstinence is unlike any other. Allow me to discreetly inform you that this was the first batch of pills refined by our master. Due to a slight miscalculation in timing during the refining process, it carries certain side effects. After 100 days, one may suffer unbearable abdominal pain, akin to how you appeared just moments ago. As long as you take another complete pill once the 100 days have elapsed, all will be well," Mingyue explained, stifling her amusement. "If there is a better pill, why must one endure those with side effects?" Yingquan asked, perplexed. "Master has instructed that all disciples must learn from his lessons. Therefore, every disciple must taste one before entering the sect. This last 100-day death-defying pill has already been ingested by you." "Little senior brother," Qingfeng remarked nonchalantly, "Master often says that everything has its destined course. For you to become the Master's final disciple and partake of this last pill, surely, is it not fate? Then in the future?" Yingquan cautiously inquired. "The little senior brother is not a practitioner of the Tao, so naturally, you need not abstain from the 5 grains. You may eat and drink as you please," Qingfeng replied. "Could you spare me a few of these pills of abstinence for emergencies?" Yingquan quickly seized upon the idea of acquiring more pills. "Only one." Qingfeng nodded in response. "1 it is, Yingquan." Not wishing to be greedy, acquiesced. After Yingquan bid farewell to the 2 brothers, he soon realized that something was amiss. Where were his books? The vast sea of books that had once surrounded him had inexplicably vanished. Hastening into his room, Yingquan finally exhaled in relief. It turned out that the nearly 1,000 volumes had been meticulously arranged by Qingfeng and Mingyue, each categorized with precision. Among them, the most numerous were various Taoist martial arts texts, followed by treatises on military strategy and governance, with a few medical texts at the end.as for the Taoist classics. Aside from a single copy of the I Ching, there were no others. Indeed, they still refused to impart the secrets of the Tao to me. Yingquan sighed inwardly. Martial arts too is a path, albeit not the one of the ancestors. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, followed by a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Disciple understands, disciple understands." Finally, he knelt once more in the direction of his master, bowing his head 9 times, 6 more than when he had first paid his respects. "The so-called myriad paths to the Tao, my master has instructed me to study these. Which of them cannot be a path to enlightenment? These 500 Taoist martial arts texts could surely set me upon the martial path. The 200 military texts would allow me to tread the path of warfare, and the 100 medical texts could usher me into the realm of healing." Glancing at the I Ching in his hand, he remarked softly, "Even the I Ching can assist me on my journey of transformation. Though my master cannot impart the methods of the Tao to me, there are still myriad teachings from other schools to explore. Truly, a leaf can obscure the view." Yingquan chuckled at himself. "Let me, as a disciple, utilize my master's Zhengyi Heart Sutra to embrace the teachings of all schools and see whether I am indeed capable of cultivating this Tao." Having practiced the Zhengyi Heart Sutra to this extent, Yingquan realized its formidable power. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, merely a step away from breaking into the innate state. 3 distinct energies resided within him. As Yingquan was well aware, 1 was the aura of Buddhism, acquired through the cultivation of the I Ching technique. Although quite feeble, it had already integrated into Yingquan's sinews and blood, making it nearly impossible to extricate. Another was the innate malevolent energy, which typically congregated in the center of his chest, dense and substantial. Even Yingquan himself could merely sense this energy without knowing how to mobilize it. The last was the Taoist true energy derived from practicing the Zhengyi Heart Sutra, which flowed ceaselessly within him. This was the only force Yingquan could control. "Junior brother, are you descending the mountain today?" Mingyue inquired, observing Yingquan packing his belongings. "Indeed. I have thoroughly perused all the texts left by the master, yet the path of martial arts cannot be traversed through solitary contemplation alone. My master once mentioned that when I finished reading the books here, it would be time for my departure. Moreover, in recent days, I have felt as though something was beckoning me from the foot of the mountain. It seems I can no longer remain," Yingquan replied with a smile. Having spent over a year at Huashan, he had developed a harmonious rapport with these 2 junior brothers, particularly with the mischievous Mingyue. Yingquan tightened his Taoist robe and slung his belongings over his back. However, before departing, he felt compelled to visit one final location. With his burdens in tow, Yingquan arrived at the place where the ancestral master had last vanished, and he slowly knelt down. There he remained in silence, much to the bewilderment of Qing Feng and Mingyu. Thud. With a crisp and decisive bow, Yingquan rose and addressed Qing Feng and Mingyu. Parting ways after a long journey is inevitable. Dear junior brothers, please stay your steps. I, Yingquan, bid you farewell. Upon finishing his words, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and walked down the mountain without looking back. Mingyu wished to accompany him a bit further, but Qing Feng shook his head, preventing her from doing so. Moments later, Yingquan's hearty laughter echoed in the air, yet he had already vanished from sight. The little junior brother's cultivation has advanced once more. What a pity. Qing Feng sighed softly. Brother, what do you lament? Mingyu inquired. Perplexed, it is that he can no longer take that fateful step towards the innate realm. Perhaps this is the very reason the little junior brother descends the mountain. At this time, in the Song dynasty, it was the 5th year of the Zhenghe era, during the reign of Emperor Huizong Zhaoji. Huizong is a posthumous title assigned after Zhaoji's death. For convenience, we shall refer to him as Huizong. Clad in a Taoist robe, Yingquan, at first glance, resembled a Taoist sage. Yet he was, regrettably, a mere counterfeit, lacking in any true Taoist techniques. Just after descending Mount Hua, he observed clouds of dust rising not far away, indicating the galloping of thousands of cavalry, heading towards the northwest. By performing a quick calculation, aided by the Jianghu scripture and the set of I Ching left by the ancestral master, Yingquan had derived a method of divination. This technique relied entirely on fortune, sometimes accurate, sometimes not, and even Yingquan himself was unsure of what it might reveal. However, upon this calculation, 2 words suddenly emerged in his mind. Xixia. Could it be that the court intends to wage war against Xixia? Yingquan mused in astonishment. That would be an excellent destination. With a glint in his eyes, he trailed behind the group of cavalry from a distance, astonishingly keeping pace without losing a step. Little did he know that this pursuit would last for a full 7 or 8 days, from the original Huazhou all the way to the present-day Xining Prefecture. Chapter 87. So this is Gao Qiao. Outside Xining Prefecture, a garrison of 100,000 troops awaited. Yingquan had already arrived ahead of the thousands of cavalry, reaching the juncture between the Song dynasty and Xixia at Xining Prefecture. The military camp was arranged according to the principles of the Bagua, adhering to regulations, unremarkable yet devoid of flaws, displaying a modicum of military talent. Upon observing the layout of the camp, Yingquan discerned that the general in command was merely someone with a basic understanding of military formations, capable of leading troops without difficulty. Clop, clop. The sound of leisurely horse